Welcome to the charter tour. is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and this is a historic day. This is October 4th, 2025. This is the start of the Health Charter Tour. My wife Teresa and I are currently in Tsawwassen to do this opening. And I have to say that I feel privileged and honored to be able to address you this morning, and I'm looking forward to the openings that I am allowed to do. It's quite an honor to be able to share information with you, to be able to speak with you. For those of you who don't know who I am, I've been a lawyer. I'm in my 31st year of practice. And for that entire 30 years, at least half of my practice has been devoted to basically acting against Health Canada. So when they charge companies that provide natural remedies and basic nutrition, when they go after practitioners, I have defended in court more companies than all other Canadian lawyers combined. And likely I've run interference against Health Canada more than any other lawyer in Canada, which gives me a rather unique experience into Health Canada, into their motives, into basically what's going on. And I have to say, for me, the journey was a very difficult one to come to understand that things are not only as I believe them to be, but they're not as I wanted them to be. We're going to be explaining to you during this show how most of the information that we're sharing with you is illegal, that it's censored. We could have named this the Forbidden Health Show, not the world's greatest health show. We're going to have ordinary Canadians sharing with you stories that are going to absolutely blow your mind. And by and large, those that know the stories, well, not by and large, those that know the stories, the manufacturers and the practitioners, they can't share them with you because of the censorship. And even that, that this truthful health information is almost 100% censored in Canada. It's going to be new to you. So as we go through this journey of these health shows, I do invite you to watch these openings. I'm going to be sharing different things that have happened, different topics like the censorship, like how our drug laws actually work. And we're also having experts to talk on these things. It's going to shock you. So I have to invite you to go on a journey, because you're going to hear information that's going to challenge what you believe. It's going to challenge what you've held on to as comfortable truth. And changing the mind is a difficult thing. And so the first thing is understand you have critical thought. When you hear new information, you still get to decide, listen, am I accepting this information? Am I not? And it's only if you accept information, if you make that conscious decision, that your mind actually, it physically changes. The term change your mind. You rework things. So I'm going to ask you to open your mind, because when you have a closed mind, the only one it hurts is you. And so don't be afraid of going on this journey with us. It's a physical journey. We're going to have fun and challenges along the way, but it's also going to be a mental and a spiritual journey, because you're going to start understanding things about the world you live in differently. And it's important for that to happen. So consider this an exciting journey on several fronts. And it's something that we're going to do together. We're here, the Natural Health Product Protection Association. We're a federally incorporated nonprofit, but we're a small little group. We're driving the charters, I'll explain in a moment, across Canada. And we're holding events all along the way. It's volunteers doing this work. It's volunteers putting this together. This is absolutely a grassroots effort, which is what makes it so amazingly special. And as you watch the world's greatest health show, these are people, ordinary people, just standing up to share their stories. And, some of them have wept with us. just actually being grateful to share their stories. Again, this is forbidden knowledge. This is knowledge. These are stories that have been silenced. And but the point is this is a community coming together and just deciding we are absolutely going to share together. We're going to create an event together. We're going to have a journey. We're going to go on a journey together and literally be with us as we drive across the country, mostly in an old VW van. I'll share about that a little later. It's a story in itself, and quite symbolic about what's going on. But we're going to go on a journey again of the mind, and we're going to learn things about health policy, about our country, about our regulatory body, that we need to know, because the purpose of this is to start an honest, and the key word is honest. For the first time in my life, I want to have an honest dialogue about health policy, where the sole question that's asked is, how do we get the best health outcomes for ourselves and our families? We haven't had that in my lifetime. I'm 60. We haven't been allowed to have that. And you'll come to understand how we haven't been allowed to do that. So what are we doing? I just want, for those of you joining us, this is the first 15 minutes of the world's greatest health show, the first 15 minutes of the charter tour. What's going on? What is all of this about? And really, as we drive across the country, we're trying to do three things at once. And the first thing is we want to bring awareness about the Charter of Health Freedom, which we're calling the Health Charter. And so let me explain to you what the Health Charter is and what it does and why this is important. So the Health Charter is a piece of legislation. So it's a proposed law that we want the federal government to pass. And what does this law do? Well, really, this law protects our right to decide how we're going to treat ourselves when we're sick and how we're going to prevent ourselves from getting sick. Because a lot of us actually just go, wait a second, the human body needs these specific nutrients. I'm going to make sure that my family has these so that we can prevent illness, so that we can be as healthy as possible. Well, we want to protect that right. And many of you might go, well, wait a second, it's not illegal for you to do that. And actually, if you look at our laws, there is no law out there saying, no, you don't have, we're not restricting your right to choose. But actually on the ground, they are restricting our right to choose. We have a regulatory body called Health Canada, who vigorously, and I'm going to give you examples even today, vigorously attacks those companies and practitioners that provide the products we need to have those rights. And in a later opening, I'm going to explain to you how right now, today, we are at risk at losing a whole bunch of our products. And we've already priced them out of existence for low-income Canadians so that they no longer have that right to choose. So on the ground, what's happening is Health Canada is moving to make sure that we don't have access to those products. Well, if you can't access products that you want to make those health decisions, then in effect, the government's taking them away. This is, no pun intended, a war on drugs. And most of you will be shocked to learn that anything in Canada, anything that you use for a health purpose, so to prevent illness or to treat illness, anything you use, basic nutrients, even your food, if it's used for a therapeutic purpose, is a drug. So we've crafted our law so that anything used for a therapeutic purpose is a drug. I'm feeling dehydrated. I'm going to drink some water. I've just made this water a drug. If I was to give this to anyone to treat hydration or to prevent them from being dehydrated, I will break a large list of federal laws. And I could be subject to $5 million a day fines and imprisonment for doing this. And some of you might go, well, that's actually crazy. I can share with you from my law experience. were basic nutrients that you go, well, that's absolutely harmless. In fact, you would go further and say, well, not only is it harmless, it's actually essential for people to be healthy, have been vigorously attacked. In a later opening, I'm going to share the True Hope story where court actually found that Health Canada caused a large number of deaths by restricting access to a vitamin and mineral supplement that you can go to a health food store and get. So understand that, basically everything's a drug. And when I say, war on drugs, the war on drugs against, heroin and cocaine and all of this stuff, the attack that is used by the government is, well, we'll restrict supply. It doesn't matter that people might choose to access these drugs. If we restrict supply, if we make it so that people can't get it by shutting down the suppliers, then they can't access them. Well, the sad reality is when it comes to vital nutrients that we need to be alive, our government is employing the same tactic, is they're making it hard for people to be able to access them. And if you can't access them, then you can't choose to have them. So we're actually experiencing a war on drugs because our vital nutrients, things that we need to survive, things that we need to be healthy, are drugs in Canada. Shocking truth, they're classified as drugs in Canada. It's one of our difficulties. And Health Canada is, like they are with methamphetamine and cocaine and heroin, they're doing all they can to restrict supply so that we can't access. So the charter, the health charter, is a piece of legislation that will basically entrench our ability to choose to access vital nutrients and natural and traditional remedies to prevent illness and to treat ourselves when we're ill. It also takes the health rights that the courts say that we already have, doesn't create any new health rights, but it just takes those rights that the courts say Canadians have, and it lists them. It says Canadians have these rights. There's confusion within the government about what health rights we have and what health rights we don't have. And yet, if your health right is violated, you actually, if you're one of the very small number of privileged Canadians that would have the resources to go to court and fight our Department of Justice machine, because they always resist you 100%. It's like people will go to court to say, no, I actually need this for my life, this natural remedy that the government's taking away from me. It's like people are going to do that just on a whim where they don't need it. I'm being facetious. It's absolutely ridiculous. But you actually have to pay a lawyer to research and have all these cases, and you can spend a day and a half in court just convincing the judge that you have these rights. You'll get there. But why do you have to do that? And why isn't it clear? The courts say we have these rights. Let's set them out. And let's make it clear that government actions and government laws have to adhere to the rights that the courts say we already have. So the Charter does that. The Charter also does something revolutionary in drug regulation, in health regulation. It mandates good health outcomes, because the game Health Canada plays with our natural products is it just says risk, risk, risk. It shouts all the time. Health Canada shouts risk, risk, danger, danger, the sky is falling. Look at how dangerous these natural remedies are. Let's just ignore that the whole health community is safer than peanut butter. And I'll go into that in a later opening. But they shout risk, risk, risks, but they never look at the benefits. And in fact, they refuse to look at the benefits. And as you'll learn in this health show, the benefits on natural health products are absolutely astounding. You're going to see ordinary Canadians, some of them say, listen, I'd be dead. I was sent home to die. I would be dead but for these natural remedies that I found. Others would be saying, listen, not only would I be disabled, I was disabled. Here's what my life was like. And the chemical system had no answer for me. But here's what happened when I found natural remedies. It's literally life and death. It's, health versus being disabled. And how can we have good health policy if we pretend there's no benefits? So if there's a risk, well, let's identify the risk, but let's also identify the benefits. And then understanding the benefits and risks, ask the question, how do we best regulate so that we maximize the benefits and minimize the risks? That's how you get good health outcomes. And the Charter of Health Freedom, for the first time in Canadian history, mandates a balanced risk analysis, look into the risks of removing the benefits and other risks and do what is best for Canadians. And unfortunately, that's revolutionary. We don't do that now. And that's for a different opening. The Health Charter also then creates a new ministry, the Ministry of Wellness, with a duty to protect and promote our access to natural and traditional remedies. The reality is that almost, the majority of the natural health community, the majority of what we're talking about are just basic nutrients that the body needs to be absolutely healthy. We shouldn't be treating vital nutrients that the body needs to be healthy as drugs that need to be restricted by Health Canada. Rather, we should be promoting optimal nutrition. We should be promoting optimal health. You don't restrict vital nutrients that the human body needs to be healthy. You promote. So instead of this mandate that Health Canada has to regulate away all risk without looking into any benefit, we need a Ministry of Wellness to actually protect and promote our access to vital nutrients. So that's what the Charter is all about. And the Charter is a grassroots initiative. It's a law that citizens came together and said, here's how we basically get this on track so that we have proper health policy for our nutrition. So the first thing we're doing in this tour is we're starting today in Victoria with a live event this evening. Please, tune in and watch. And we're driving the Charter of Health Freedom across Canada. We're having events all along the way. 2 weeks in, we have a group starting in Charlottetown, PEI, that starts there, and then they drive towards Ottawa. We have a group starting in Quebec and Quebec City, and they're driving towards Ottawa. And then we have a group in Whitehorse. We don't want to leave the territories out. Now, they're not driving. That just won't work. So they're having to fly. And where all of the 4 groups are meeting in Ottawa on October 25th. So Saturday, October 25th, 1 o'clock in the afternoon on Parliament Hill. I'm inviting all of Canada to join us. Let's celebrate our nutrition. Let's celebrate the right that we need to have to basically have the nutrition that we need to be healthy. Let's right this ship. Let's send a strong message that no longer do we need Health Canada bureaucrats between us and vital nutrition, that we and our family needs to be healthy. So what's the second thing that's happened? I told you that this tour is doing 3 things. The second thing that's happening is we have this law, the Charter of Health Freedom. Well, we started a paper petition. You have to register petitions with the Clerk of Petitions in Ottawa, and we registered this paper petition. And all the petition does is it calls on Parliament to pass the Charter of Health Freedom into law. Well, I mentioned that the NHPPA, we're a small little grassroots movement. So, over the years, different individuals, different health food stores, different practitioners, they've been collecting signature petitions. Well, we find ourselves with 150,000 signatures, actual signatures on this paper petition. And the Clerk of Petitions has told us that makes us the 3rd largest paper petition in Canadian history. So we've been a nation for 157 years. 158, sorry. And just did the math. So we've been a country for 158 years. This is the 3rd largest paper petition in Canadian history. And we thought, okay, we need to have this entered into Parliament. So as we drive the Charter across the country, we're going to be collecting even more signatures. And you can go to charterofhealthfreedom.org. You can go to NHPPA.org. You can print off this paper petition and get signatures and either bring them to Ottawa on October 25th or mail them to us. And don't worry about, oh my gosh, we have a mail strike. Eventually they'll get to us. we are handing this petition over. So we're handing all of the ones that we have. So we've got 150,000 signatures right now. They're all, safely tucked away in boxes. We are handing those petitions over to an MP on Parliament Hill on October 25th for him to submit them to the Clerk of Petitions to get vetted and then entered into Parliament. So that's the second thing that we're doing. And then the third thing that we're doing is we are having the world's greatest health show, which you are watching. Now, we decided that we need to break this censorship. And again, I'm going to speak about the censorship in real detail in a later opening. But in Canada, basically, anyone involved in providing a treatment, whether it's natural or chemical, anyone involved in trying to prevent illness, so making sure you're as healthy as you can, which is basically the nutrition end, it's illegal for them to share truthful health information with you. And not just the positive stuff. If a chemical drug company is getting report after report after report of negative reactions to a drug, it's illegal for them to share that information with you. It's like the good, the bad, and the ugly. It's going to shock you when we explain this to you. But we basically are living in a country where tens of millions of us are only healthy because of natural remedies. You're going to hear during this health show ordinary Canadians saying, look, I had this problem, and here's how I was suffering in the mainstream medical system. And some of it's just going to shock you. Some of the advice they're given, how they're suffering. You'll have practitioners say, listen, well, I've had this patient sent home to die. This patient sent home to die. Here's what we did. Here's what happened. There are benefits out there. And it's really interesting. We've been on a literally a spiritual journey on our end because we're on the road. We have pre-recorded many of these stories so that they can be broadcast for you during the day. So stay on today. We're going to be broadcasting many of these stories. Well, these stories end positively. I mean, every single one, the person explains, well, but I found a remedy. I found nutrition that solved my problem. I found this natural remedy that solved my problem. And yet we're finding that we're getting grieved hearing these stories, even though they're positive stories. And we're getting grieved for two reasons. And listen carefully, and this is why. It's so important for you to get other people watching the health show. And it's why this health show is so important. As these people are sharing their stories, and again, they end well, but it's so clear that they're suffering. Sometimes we've asked the question, well, about their mental state, and would you have committed suicide if you hadn't found a way out? And sometimes the answer is yes. And when you hear them describing their suffering, you understand how they would get there. Well, how many people out there are suffering terribly? They're in the mainstream medical system, the chemical system, that isn't solving the problem. And we're not here to knock the chemical system. We're here to have an honest discussion that it's not the only system. And in fact, it sucks at treating chronic illness. And when we describe actually what's going on, it's going to shock you. There are people out there suffering in the chemical system. They're losing hope. And they have to understand, don't lose hope. There is hope. There are answers. It will absolutely shock you to hear these stories. It will shock you. But those people suffering, they need to understand, don't lose hope. There's this whole other world out there. It's a bigger world than the chemical drug model. It offers you hope. It offers you freedom, but you can't be told. You don't know about these stories. You don't know that there's this whole other natural health community that can assist you, that can give you hope, that can restore you to health. You don't know about it because this is censored. It's illegal for those who know the manufacturers who know, the practitioners that know. It's illegal for them to share this information with you because of the censorship. They will be jailed. They will be fined out of existence. They will be run through the mud and slandered in the media. They cannot share truthful health information with you, but we can, because we're not involved in manufacturing. We're not involved in treating. We have no financial interest in any remedies. So we're allowed to have ordinary Canadians, we're allowed to have you share with Canada your stories. So this is what we're doing. So the first thing is we want to break the censorship. We want to let people know that there are benefits. We want to give people hope. And we want to then start having that honest dialogue. How do we get the best health outcomes? And that includes understanding that there's this whole natural health community that is better at treating almost all of our illness than the mainstream medical system. And I will stand by that. And if you watch this show, you will stand by that. You will be shocked and you will be amazed. So we have this natural health community that is better at addressing sickness and suffering than the mainstream medical system. And most of Canada, I can't say that, a large portion of Canada is unaware, and we need to break this censorship. So what do we want to have happen here? We want the Charter of Health Freedom passed into law so that we have the right to choose how we're going to treat ourselves when we're sick, so that there's no confusion onto the health rights that the courts say that we have and that the government adheres to them, so that we have regulation that is balanced. It looks at the benefits as well as the risks and asks the question, how do we get the best health outcomes, which unfortunately is not how we do things in Canada. You'll learn that as we go on. And it protects and promotes our right to access vital nutrients that we need to survive. I want to share with you how I got into this. And this story illustrates that what we're talking about truly is life and death. It truly is the difference between being disabled and being healthy. I grew up in a household, like many of you, where if you went, if you were sick, you went to the medical doctor. And just that was our only source of information. That was our only source of treatment. I'm now, I've graduated from law school. I'm starting in the practice of law. And I'm working in a firm in Kamloops that has the government contract, the federal government contract. So what that means is if the federal government needed a lawyer in that area, well, our firm handled it. Well, it turns out, this is 1994. As I say, I've been at this for 31 years. So it's 1994, and a herbalist named Jim Strauss is suing Health Canada in court in Kamloops. And so I'm given the file. Okay, Mr. Buckley, you're acting for Health Canada, do your job. Protect your client. Protect your client in court. So, and I will share with you, because those of you who are familiar with the practice of law, is we have something called solicitor-client privilege. So normally I couldn't talk to you about anything Health Canada said to me when they were my client. But Health Canada waived that privilege. And I'll explain to you in a minute why. But they waived that privilege. So I'm actually free to talk to you about what they shared with me as I acted for them. So what was happening is Health Canada was trying to shut down Jim Strauss, who was practicing as a herbalist. So he had a shop. He was, doing all that he could to help people as a herbalist. And Health Canada was actually trying to shut him down. And what they described to me, they used the term, they called him a rogue herbalist. Okay, so understand, I'm the lawyer. They're trying to get me motivated to basically defend them in court. And in a later opening, I'm going to share with you just absolutely shocking information that happened to a company called Biomedica. And I'm actually going to read to you an email that you're just, what the heck? But they're wanting to motivate me. And they're telling me, oh, he's a rogue herbalist. And this is actually really dangerous, Mr. Buckley, because he is treating people with unapproved treatments. This is going to be important as this health show goes on. Now, I know nothing about this, and I'm thinking, oh, this is crazy. I've got to go in court and protect Health Canada because there's this rogue herbalist, and he's treating people with unapproved treatments. Now, I don't know. Back in 1994, the entire health community was unapproved. Why would you approve nutrition? Why would you give Health Canada the authority to say, no, Canadians, you can't have access to nutrition? No, Canadians, we've been using ginger tea to treat nausea for 3,000 years, safely and effectively, but no, all of a sudden you can't because you need Health Canada pre-approval. I didn't know any of this. So it was true, it was unapproved, but everything in the health food store, everything all the natural health practitioners were using were, unapproved. There'd be the odd exception, some vitamins with, monograph DINs and the like, but really everything was unapproved. I don't know this. So, there's rogue herbalists selling unapproved treatments. Well, what had happened is because they were trying to shut Jim Strauss down, he's importing herbs from the United States for his herbal practice. They're perfectly legal for him to import. They're perfectly legal for anyone to import. But Health Canada directs Canadian Border Services to seize them. So Health Canada basically stole his property. There's no other way to describe it. Health Canada stole his property. When the government or anyone else takes from you things that it's perfectly legal for you to have, that's theft. Now, you will never see Health Canada charged. I'm going to share in some other openings, more than one, literally criminal behavior that if you or I participated in, we would be spending our lives or long periods of our lives in jail. But you'll never see them charged. You'll never see them even investigated. But in any event, they stole his property. He's suing in court to get his property back. And I go to court and I have his case thrown out. He was suing in the wrong court. And I had a duty to protect my client. And I did. And I'm ashamed of that today. I'm happy to share with you that I regret that. Now, but just because I'm having his case thrown out of court doesn't mean I have to be a jerk to him. So actually, Jim Strauss and I got along really wonderfully well. And after I have his case thrown out of court, he takes me out for lunch. So, we basically have started an acquaintance at that point. Well, I start my own firm, and in another effort to have him shut down as a herbalist, Health Canada has the College of Physicians and Surgeons of British Columbia charge him criminally with practicing medicine without a license. So the law in BC at the time that gave doctors their medical monopoly to practice, and when I say doctors, I mean the chemical drug doctors, not the other doctors like homeopaths and naturopaths and traditional Chinese doctors. We're talking the medical doctors. So there's an act in BC at the time that gives the chemical doctors a monopoly in practicing medicine. And it defined the practice of medicine so broadly that it included making treatment claims. So making any treatment claims at all, it was illegal for anyone but a medical doctor to make treatment claims. Now, in many provinces, that's still the case. In another opening, I'm going to be talking about it's within the last month, a recent Quebec Court of Appeal decision that says only the chemical medical doctors can make treatment claims. That's still the law in many provinces. And in all of the provinces, the practice of medicine, there's now carved out exceptions in some provinces for naturopaths and the like. But the monopoly given to the medical doctors in all the provinces is still shocking. So So here we've got this guy charged with practicing medicine without a license because he's making treatment claims. And boy, was he making treatment claims. He was claiming to cure heart disease. And in fact, he could not be quiet about it. He couldn't. He drove around in a white van with red letters saying, "We cure heart disease." He was on a mission to share with people that he treats heart disease. Now, let me tell you why he was on a mission. So now Jim Strauss was an older gentleman. Even, back, this would have been like 1995, 1996. I forget the exact year now. Well, he had flown as a pilot for the German Air Force during World War II. I mean, just so you understand his age. He was from Austria. His family had been traditional healers for 400 years. So for 400 years, his family had accumulated knowledge on how to be traditional healers. And he was trained by his grandparents. And he described to me, he'd just be dragged out in the woods and they'd be picking herbs and they'd be tasting herbs. And he would be taught. He was taught to be a master herbalist. Well, he wasn't interested in that at all. He could care less. So he got a PhD in electrical engineering. He's working as an electrical engineer for BC Hydro. He's just doing his thing. And then he has the heart attack. And then he's rushed by ambulance to the hospital. They're fighting to keep him alive. And then they do the angiogram and they say, "Jim, you've got one artery completely blocked, 100%, another 80. We need to do a double bypass surgery for you to survive." And he didn't like that idea. And I think most of us, you put yourself in that position. I mean, you understand how invasive that surgery is. They literally skill saw your, rib cage open and pry you open and take veins. Like, it's an invasive surgery. It takes a long time to recover from. And he didn't like that idea. So he checks himself out of the hospital. And he and his son, Peter Strauss, who he had also trained to be a master herbalist, come up with the Strauss Heart Drops. And he cures himself. He doesn't treat himself. He cures himself. He lived another 30, 35 years. He died of old age in an old folks' home. He never had the bypass surgery. And when I say he lived another 30, 35 years, this wasn't disabled. This wasn't with angina. This was as a vigorous, healthy, active man. Well, this experience transformed him. It's like, okay, I just about died. I need to share this. So he quit his job as an electrical engineer. Now he's in the family business. Now he's, carrying on into the, the 5th century. Their family's already been at this for 400 years. Well, he's carrying on, and his son Peter's carrying on. So now he's helping other people with heart disease. Well, I have a problem as a lawyer in defending him. So he's hired me to defend him. Well, the law says only doctors can practice medicine. And practicing medicine includes making treatment claims. And wow, he's making treatment claims. He is motivated to make treatment claims. So on the face of the law, we're going down in court. So to defend him, I mean, I'm a constitutional lawyer. Well, let's attack the law. Because Section 2 of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms states that we have freedom of expression. We have the right to freedom of expression. And this law says that only doctors can speak. This violates my client's right to freedom of expression. And back then, I mean, like I say, this is like 1995, 1996. Courts really took our charter rights seriously. And basically every case on freedom of expression said that the court should strike down this law. Like, the case law was so on our side, and we were in an era where we would totally expect the court to step up and protect our, Jim's right to speech. But I had a narrative problem. And here's the problem. And so put yourself in the judge's shoes. So you're now the judge, and you understand that the case law says you should strike this law down. But you've accepted Health Canada's narrative. So Health Canada has convinced you that this is a rogue herbalist and he's peddling snake oil. He is claiming to cure heart disease. He can't. It's snake oil. And he's putting people's lives at risk. What if people believe him and they don't get proper medical treatment? They could have heart attacks and die. They could have heart attacks and live, but they've disabled their heart. They now become disabled. Like, Judge, this is life and death. You've got to protect us. So do you see the dilemma that the judge would be in? Like I say, put yourself in the judge's shoes. You also have to do that when you're a lawyer in court. It's like, okay, I'm the judge. How am I? So you're in the judge's shoes. It's like, well, the law says I should strike down this law and allow this guy to speak. But if I do, people will die and be injured. You've got a moral dilemma here. So I don't care who you are. Psychologically, you're going to do everything you can. You're going to be trying to do backflips legally to make an exception where in this case we shouldn't protect freedom of expression. So, and I knew this as a lawyer, I had a narrative problem. So I've got to solve this. I've got to get around this narrative problem. And this is how I came to understand that I had been on the wrong side when I was acting for Health Canada. So I go to Jim's shop. I remember this clearly. I remember sitting down. I remember having the discussion. I remember what the shop smelled like because it was a herb shop. And I explained this problem to Jim, and I say, Jim, is there any way that we can show you're telling the truth? Like, I'll put you on the stand, but the judge is going to take that as a little self-serving because it's your story and you're charged. Is there any way we can share that you're, or show that you're telling the truth? And I remember he's kind of like thinking for a minute, and then he goes into the back and he brings me a box, and he goes in the back again and he brings me another box, and he goes in the back again and brings me another box. Now, I don't remember if it was 3 or 5 boxes. It was 3 or 5. This was 30 years ago. These boxes are filled with letters. They're filled to the brim with letters that people felt obligated to write him. And I read these letters, and like we're talking about tens of thousands of letters. And they're all the same. I had heart disease. I was sick. I was dying. I took your heart drops. I got well. Thank you. God bless you. Now, I can't enter a single letter in court. That's pure hearsay. But I can call the authors of the letters to take the stand, swear to tell the truth, and tell the truth. And that's actually the strongest evidence in court. Viva voce evidence of people's personal experience. So I started calling these people. And on the day of trial, I had 5 middle-class professionals. I chose them. I had so many people to pick from. But the judge is a middle-class professional. And so I chose the judge's people. Listen carefully. And this forced me to totally reevaluate how I thought. All of these 5 witnesses had had heart disease. All of them had had at least 1 open heart bypass surgery. One of them had had 2. They all continued to have heart disease because the reason their arteries were being plugged up was not being addressed by the chemical medical system. They all needed another bypass surgery to survive. A couple of them were too sick to survive the surgery, and the doctors can't then operate on you if the surgery is going to kill you. So they're sent home to die. They're sent home to die. And you're going to hear people during the health show in similar situations where they're sent home to die. And you'll see they're very much alive when they're sharing with you that, things didn't go that way. But these, they're sent home to die. The others weren't willing to go through that surgery again. It's so invasive, was so traumatic. They weren't willing to go through that again just to buy another year or 2 of life. So for all of these people, the mainstream medical system, the approved treatments, was a death sentence. It was a dead end. They all come across the heart drops, usually through naturopathic doctors, which is why Health Canada, why we have to get rid of naturopathic doctors, because they help people. they all come across this remedy because through naturopathic doctors primarily. They all get well. Listen to this. They're all working full time at the day of trial. Most of them had been disabled for years and years and years and years. You're not suffering from heart disease and angina and having to take nitro and this drug and that drug. You're disabled. And you can't fake that stuff. You can't fake working full time. And that's what triggered in my mind that there was something bigger here. Because when I was acting for Health Canada against Jim Strauss, and I was told he was a rogue herbalist and that it was dangerous to allow a rogue herbalist to sell unapproved treatments that don't work, they're snake oil, because people might delay getting proper treatment. And I believed it. I believed the danger was allowing herbalists with expertise who had saved their own lives and were saving other lives. I believed it was dangerous to allow that to happen. But after I had prepared for that trial, I had to do a complete paradigm shift. I had to change my mind, because after that trial, I 100% understood that the truth was the danger was Health Canada, not Jim Strauss. Because here I could have given you the names, addresses, and phone numbers of thousands of people that were only alive because of this single remedy. And the danger was not allowing fully informed Canadian adults who were in distress, many of whom had been told that, the mainstream system was a death sentence for them. The danger was not allowing them to have jurisdiction over their own health, to be able to choose as consenting adults. Yeah, this isn't approved of by Health Canada. Our law should be that we have to disclose all information so people know whether it's new or novel or whatever. It's going to shock you when you learn what is censored from you in the chemical drug world, what you can't be told, so that you can continue to believe, have confidence in the medical system. But the point I'm making is the danger was removing this product. And I came to understand, oh, wait a second, there's something else here. Well, back then, the natural health community was pretty small, like people talked. We were successful in that court case. So back then, and so they're talking, and before I know it, my phone is ringing with other companies, other practitioners that Health Canada is trying to shut down. One of them, it's going to be a story for a different opening, that the True Hope case. The court actually found that it was legally necessary for True Hope to continue selling to protect lives, because the court found that Health Canada caused deaths. And you can't read the court transcripts, you cannot read the exhibits and not yourself conclude that Health Canada caused deaths. And that case is going to shock you. So I came to understand, wait a second, it's a lie. It is false. Health Canada has this narrative that the natural health community doesn't work at all. They came up with this propaganda term, failed efficacy. Oh, we have to protect people from accessing natural treatments because they don't work. That's the lie. That's the lie. And our whole chemical drug paradigm is very interesting. One thing that you're going to learn during this health show, and it shouldn't sound revolutionary, but it really is revolutionary. And that is that, the human body needs certain nutrients to be healthy. You can disagree with me, but you're going to hear expert after expert after expert, some focused on specific nutrients, some more broadly, but the human body needs certain nutrients to be healthy. And if you don't get those nutrients, you're going to be unhealthy. It's as simple as that. And if you chronically don't get those nutrients, then you're going to have chronic illness, and then our medical system is going to kick in and treat the symptoms of your malnutrition. Like a large percentage of our medical problems are actually malnutrition. We're not getting the nutrition. But the medical system isn't going to address the nutrition, that the fact you're malnourished. The medical system is going to give you chemical drugs to treat the symptoms of your malnourishment. Let me just give you one example that you're going to hear during this health show. So we have, as one of the people presenting their stories, a young mom. So she's got 2 young kids at home, and she gets what her medical doctor describes or diagnoses as restless leg syndrome. So what happens to her is at the end of the day, when she gets off of her feet, it's like she describes electrical shocks into both legs, and the legs twitch. And the shocking and the twitching, it's really uncomfortable. And the only way to stop it is to get up and actually walk. So she can't sleep. Now, as you can imagine, you know, you're a young mom, you got 2 young kids at home. You need your sleep. You're exhausted. Like it's a demanding life, rewarding but demanding. Well, she can't sleep. She's up. She's having to walk all night long because of this restless leg syndrome. Well, she's getting run down. She's getting grouchy. Her immune system's getting compromised. She's catching everything. She's a bear to be with. The whole family suffering, not just her. And she goes to her medical doctor, and the medical doctor diagnoses her with restless leg, says, well, we don't have a treatment, but I can put you on this drug for Parkinson's disease. She doesn't have Parkinson's disease. And she looks into the side effects of this drug, and it's like, I can't take this. And what, beyond it long term? Are you kidding me? So she goes to a naturopathic doctor who it's kind of like, well, yeah, try this magnesium biglycinate. And, you know, I've shared this story with other practitioners, including medical doctors that are speakers. And you'll see that I share this. I asked them about this. And it's kind of like, well, yeah, if you're having like muscle spasms, you're likely having a magnesium deficiency, and there's no downside. So like try that first. It could be other things, but you try that first, and like a large number of times it just goes away. Well, for this lady, this young mom, it just goes away. She was suffering from magnesium deficiency. And natural health practitioners, they would all know this and identify this. This is kind of, it's kind of like, you know, when people, you're asking something and like, that's so silly, why are you even asking it? It's like, it's like sharing with somebody, did you know if somebody's dehydrated, they can drink water? Well, that's not revolutionary in the natural health community, that if you're having much muscle twitches, do you know you can try magnesium? So it solves her problem. Now, how many young moms out there are suffering because the doctors aren't trained in nutrition? They're not trained to even identify nutritional deficiency. How many young moms out there are on Parkinson's drugs, becoming completely disabled, becoming unable to care for their children and their families? Because the medical doctors, and we've got 3 so far that are going to share with you, we're not trained in nutrition. They've come to learn, and they've trained themselves in nutrition. We're not trained in nutrition. So we have this system where we're chronically malnourished, where we're presenting to medical doctors, the chemical doctors, with symptoms of malnutrition, and they're not trained. They're not trained to even identify, let alone treat, the major cause of our illnesses in Canada. So we need to have an honest dialogue here. We need to identify what's going on. We need to identify that this isn't working. I just want to share with you one other thing before we close or get close to closing. And that's the fear that we have had in preparing for this health show. I was expecting, and Canadians are excited to share their stories, but we've actually had some Canadians say, no, I'm afraid. Like, I want to share my story, but I'm afraid. We've definitely had practitioners say, no, there's no way I'm sharing with patient stories. And it's not that they're worried about their colleges or you know, doctor-client privilege, because they can get their clients to waive that privilege. They're afraid of Health Canada shutting them down because it's illegal to share this truthful health information if you're a practitioner. You know, there was this one manufacturer, and I'm not going to name names, who has historically been a champion for having, for the natural health community, for having access to nutrients, for advocating for people to have the right to choose, advocating for us to be able to have the rights. We have, an initial petition to, pages to have the health charter enacted. This is one of the first 10 signatures on this petition. And this person was all excited, but then in retrospect, backed down. We are afraid of having Health Canada shut us down. There was another person who, back when we used to have health shows before pre-COVID, years ago, I was a co-lecturer. I went and I watched this person lecture. I'm not going to identify the topic so that the person isn't identified. Who it's like, wow, like everyone's got to know this. In fact, it changed my behavior. I can tell you that it's now part of my health practice based on this person changed my life for the better. And I was excited. I invited this person, will you please share this information with us? And the person was clear. I am afraid of Health Canada. I can't afford to have my family business shut down. I've already been attacked in the past. Back down. We've had health food stores, hey, we support what you're doing, but we will not identify ourselves publicly. So isn't this interesting? Here we are, October 4th, 2025, in the country we call Canada, where there are practitioners, there are ordinary Canadians, there are manufacturers, there are health food stores that are afraid to go in front of the camera and share with you truthful information. So you need to understand there is incredible censorship out there, and it's why you have to get everyone sharing this, seeing this health show. It's why you have to watch. It's going to change your life. This is life and death. This truly is life and death. I've shared with you the Strauss story. You're going to hear story after story. We cannot afford to be afraid. I'm sharing this fear because the fear is real. Health Canada will shut these people down. We cannot live in a country where people with truthful health information that you need to know are afraid of being shut down. We have to have an honest dialogue and say, wait a second, there's benefits, and we need to be able to talk about the benefits. And in the chemical drug world, there are risks, there are clinical trial failures, there's information that it's illegal to be shared with the Canadian public, and it needs to be shared. Enough is enough. We cannot make proper health decisions if the dangers are being hidden from us and the benefits are being hidden from us. In 2025, it is time for Canadians to be told the truth. It is time for the censorship to end. It is time for us to have an honest discussion. And so for those of you who are afraid, I want to read to you a verse that I want to be the theme for this health show. And if you're not religious, you're still going to appreciate the message. You're still going to appreciate the message. And I think that this theme is something we can all agree with. And the verse reads, "Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid and tremble at them. For the Lord your God is the one that goes with you. He will not fail or forsake you." This is not a request. This is a command. We are commanded to be strong and courageous, and that is going to be our theme as we march across Canada. And us driving across Canada, these petitions, this health charter, it's symbolic because it's a journey for us taking back our health freedom, for us collectively along the way to be adding our voices to this petition. Every speaker, the last question that we ask them is, what's your message to Ottawa? And we invite you to share with us what your message is with Ottawa. And I actually think that, this Volkswagen van that we've gotten to drive across Canada, I think that's not an accident too. I think it's meant to be symbolic. And what happened, for those of you who don't know, is like we're a small little team, and we got a couple of contractors that, they create our images, they create our posts, very dedicated people that are really doing a service for Canada. And just in the materials to share with is, oh, we're going to do this health tour. Oh, we're going to do this charter thing. They started using an image of an old Volkswagen van. Just we got to have some graphics. Well, it just resonated for whatever reason. This, because old Volkswagen vans, they're tired, they're nostalgic, they're uncomfortable. But there's just something about them, and everyone's going, you got to drive in a van, you got to drive in the van. So this became like a symbol, ironically, of this journey. The original Battlestar Galactica, the ending line was, we're a ragtag fugitive fleet on a lonely quest. I mean, it's kind of like that. So we get this old Volkswagen van. It's like a 1985, but built in Brazil. So it's like the 1975 technology. And, and it's got problems. So we had the steering box replaced because it literally was unsafe to drive. And then, these old vans, it's like a 1600 bug engine in a van, like they're underpowered. They can get up to 100 kilometers an hour. So we thought, well, okay, now it's safe to steer. Let's take it for a road test. Let's take it up to 100 kilometers an hour on the freeway. We're there for 10 minutes and the engine packs it in. So we're like busily trying to get this van replaced. So it's not with us on this part of the tour. We're hoping to pick it up next week and carry on, but I think it's symbolic. Our health system is old, it's tired, it's broken. Our health rights, it's kind of, we have to fight for them, and we'll share with you how stories about that during this health show. And here we are collectively. This is a grassroots thing. We're going to take the ferry after this call ends. And we're going to have a live event in Victoria tonight. Well, this is all volunteers. Every stop along the way, this is all volunteers. And this only works because this is grassroots. We need you to share this. We are so being shadow banned and throttled on social media. It is incredible. There's some posts we can't even promote. You can like pay 10, 15 bucks and the algorithm's supposed to promote it. We're actually not allowed to do that on a lot of things. It's mind-boggling how the social media platforms are trying to suppress us and suppress this health show. Well, you can share this. Go to nhppa.org, and you'll see that we actually even have social media posts. You can grab the images or you can repost, post it on yours. Get it out to your network, because we can't get it out the way we should be able to on ours. But it'll work if you do this. Subscribe to our email list. Go to nhppa.org. And when you get an email from us, you send it out to your network. Like, let's get this out. On our website, we have PDFs for you can print out, posters, put them up. Like we've got an 8.5 by 11 size. You can print it out in your own printer. Get staples to print them out. Put them up in your library. Put them up in your post office. Put them up in your health food stores. Let the health food stores know. This is, and word of mouth. There's nothing objectionable about this health show. There's nothing objectionable about ordinary Canadians sharing their stories. People that don't know about any of this, tell them. And most importantly, pray for us as we go, that everyone on all four legs of the journey are kept safe, and that basically, people will come to know. I know my wife Teresa and I, our personal prayer is just that God will use this to shine light into the darkness. Basically, wake people up so that they understand the truth of our situation in Canada. We ask you to donate. We've really kind of taken a step out. This has just been hugely expensive to set up and run, but we believe it's absolutely necessary. So we invite you to participate with us and support us financially. Just go to nhppa.org. I think it's /donate. So please help us. Please help us going from from city to city as we tour across the land. Participate. We need your help that way. Open your mind. So just understand, even, those of you that think, oh no, I really know what's going on. I promise you, you watch this health show, there's going to be some things and you're going to go, what? Just keep an open mind. Keep an open mind. And join us in Ottawa on October 25th. Join us at our live events. We list where we're stopping for all of the 4 legs. Join us for our live events. But if you possibly can, join us on Parliament Hill on October 25th. Let's send a message by our numbers. So with that, I'll end. I'm just so excited, so honored, so privileged to, on October 4th, 2025, to start this journey with you, and so it begins. So I want to explain at the very beginning of the charter, when you read it, there's these, whereas this, whereas that, and a list of whereases. That's a real common thing to do in legislation, and it's really just a way of introducing, well, why is this act being introduced? Why do we need this act? So simple things like Canadians are competent to make their own health decisions is one of the whereases, which introduces why we're codifying the right to make our own health decisions. So when you read the first part of the charter and you're going, well, this doesn't actually read like a law, understand that what this is doing is basically setting the stage for why we need what follows. Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have with me today Dr. Meg de Havas. Dr. Havas, welcome to the health show.
Thank you so much, Sean, for inviting me.
And Dr. Havas, you are a professor emerita at Trent University, and you have expertise in environmental toxicology.
Yes.
Do you want to just share briefly for the viewers, what is environmental toxicology?
It's looking at the various contaminants in the environment that might have harmful effects to human life or plants or other species of animals. It includes chemicals, it includes noise to a certain degree, and it includes electromagnetic pollution, which is what we're going to be talking about today.
And you've been doing this for your whole career. My understanding is when acid rain was first becoming discovered as an issue, you were one of the scientists that were, on the ground, basically alerting the world to the fact that this was a problem. And that involved you going to the Arctic where there's sulfur vents and measuring the amount of sulfur and comparing that to lakes in Canada.
That's right. It's a very special place in the Canadian Arctic that very few people know about. It's called the Smoking Hills. And there's a huge amount of sulfuric acid generated right from the earth. It's all natural, and it's been burning. The hills are actually burning lignite. And it's been going on for thousands of years. So we've got an incredibly acidic environment that we can use as a laboratory to study the effects of this acid rain.
Right. And then, as I understand it, basically, because of, the efforts of many people, yourself included, we actually did pass legislation in North America to help us clean up and solve the acid rain problem. And that's been a success story. I'm right about that.
That's right. That happened in the 1990s. And we were all incredibly delighted that we were able to get that legislation between Canada and the United States.
Right. But that kind of left you with kind of a gap. Here you're an environmental toxicologist. And so you wanted to find, well, what other things are there that are actually, seriously impacting our health that you should study? And do you want to share with us where you ended up?
Well, it's interesting that once the acid rain legislation came in, I lost all interest in doing acid rain research because I realized we wouldn't be getting additional legislation for many decades to come. And so I was looking for something else that I could study. And I read something about children who live near power lines have an increased risk of developing childhood leukemia. I became interested in this and began to look at the scientific literature and found that it was really quite disjoint. Some studies were showing a potentially harmful effect in a relationship, and other studies were just poo-pooing that research. And so it took me about 3 years of concentrated study to try to figure out what was really happening in the literature.
Right. So you basically changed focus into electricity and electromagnetic frequencies. And here you are to share with us. And I think that many people, especially parents, are going to be really surprised because we're in this digital world and it seems that, oh, wow, we're becoming smart appliances and, our cell phones have become, computers, and we're texting and so interconnected, and hey, let's buy the strongest Wi-Fi transmitter we can for our home so that we've got a good signal everywhere. And Magda, I don't know about you, but I don't see anywhere where, there's any cautions. It just seems that we're pushing for being more and more wired.
I agree with you. It's a big push for the telecom industry. And most of us are having a love affair with our wireless technology. And unfortunately, mainstream media is not covering the biological consequences of this. And our federal government, Health Canada, is not regulating it properly, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'm really kind of excited about this because, for example, like in my law practice, I've practiced, about half my practice has been in the area of health for 30 years. And so I would attract, that type of client. And I remember I'm living in Kamloops and they put smart meters in. And I started getting calls from people who are disabled. And I remember one call, I forget her name, but she was retired and her husband were retired. And the day the smart meters went in her neighborhood, she became disabled. And I mean, suffering terribly. And it caused me to do a little bit of research. And at the time, my understanding is like when they put smart meters in a city, that 3 to 4% of the population becomes disabled. Am I off base here?
The exact percentage is questionable. We really don't know what that percentage is. We think it's something between 1% and 5%, though. Yes.
Yeah, and so, and what really upset her is normally when something's happening that is a danger to you and making you sick, the government steps in and protects you. But here it was the government imposing this. And so she didn't know what to do with that, almost at a spiritual level, because here she's being harmed by her government and she had no choice. So yeah, it was a very difficult case to have. So I'm going to ask you, my understanding is you have a slide presentation. I'm going to ask you to present that. And for those watching that this is new, pay close attention, especially parents, because you're going to be shocked from what you see.
Thank you very much, Sean. So this presentation is about radio frequency radiation and fifth generation technology, and particularly focused on the health effects of this type of radiation. It's referred to as electrosmog, which is a type of electromagnetic pollution, and it falls into 3 different categories. extremely low frequency electromagnetic fields, power quality or dirty electricity, and radio frequency and microwave radiation. And in this presentation, I'm going to focus on the radio frequencies and the microwave radiation. When it comes to these particular frequencies, we know they have been associated in the scientific literature with different types of cancers, 2 types of brain tumors, gliomas and meningiomas, an acoustic neuroma, which is a cancer associated with the nerve in the ear, breast cancer for women who keep their cell phone in their bras, thyroid cancer, and leukemia. It's also been associated with reproductive problems. There are probably about 30 to 40 studies now showing damage to sperm, but there's also evidence for miscarriages and behavioral problems in offspring, similar to ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. And the third category is electro-hypersensitivity that involves all aspects of our cardiovascular system, our hormonal nervous system, and our immunological system. Now, I just want to make a note here is that the term electro-hypersensitivity, which has been used in the literature and which I'm going to use in this presentation, has been replaced by electromagnetic radiation syndrome. So in future studies, scientists are going to be using that term rather than electro-hypersensitivity. Our greatest exposure to radio frequency radiation comes from wireless devices within the home, from smart meters and smart appliances, from Wi-Fi both at home and at work and at school for children, cell phone antennas and broadcast and radar antennas near our home, as well as neighbors if you happen to live close to your neighbor in a multi-unit dwelling, for example. Now, these are the ones that we have some control over within our home. And I'm going to share with you some of the sources within the home, outside the home, and what some of the consequences of those are. So let's take a look at the home environment. In the home environment, we have Wi-Fi, we have cordless phones, we have wireless baby monitors, we have play systems, and we have security systems, which often uses Wi-Fi than wires. And most people don't turn any of this technology off, so it's radiating 24/7, 7 days a week, 365 days of the year. We have smart homes, and these homes are electromagnetically unhygienic. They're really harmful to our health, and people need to know about this, but unfortunately, they're not hearing about it from mainstream media or from our government. There's also an increase in wearables that radiate, whether we're dealing with iPods or hearing aids, Fitbits and smartwatches. And what I'm particularly concerned about are children who happen to use this technology. Now, this is a picture of kids that are socializing. They're really hooked on their cell phone. And this is what kids were doing when I was a child. We were spending time outdoors, playing, using our bodies, and having a good time. So there's all sorts of issues about lack of physical fitness and potentially addiction to some of this technology. Now, if you look at some of the user manuals for the cell phone, it says that it should be kept a certain distance from the body, and that distance ranges from 1.5 to 2.5 centimeters for cell phones, and it's about 20 centimeters or 8 inches for tablets that are in Wi-Fi mode. So you shouldn't hold a cell phone to your head, and you shouldn't put a tablet on your lap either.
So, Magda, can I stop you there for a second? So what you were just showing us is basically instructions from our cell phone manufacturers telling us that we shouldn't actually put the phone to our head, and yet that's what people do. So they're not reading the instructions. But when you buy a cell phone, the manufacturers all tell you not to put it against your head.
That's correct. And that's one of the ways I think they protect themselves. A number of people are coming down with, unfortunately, brain tumors. And this is one of the studies that I'll be talking about in a minute. By holding the cell phone to your head, you're increasing the radiation on that side of your head. And brain tumors are one of the common consequences of that. But if you come down with a brain tumor and you want to sue your cell phone provider, they'll say, did you ever hold it to your head? And most people do because they don't know otherwise. And so they can get away with it legally by having that disclaimer in the user guide.
And you raise an interesting question also. As one thing that I found really surprising when I learned this, and you can tell me if I'm correct or not, but my understanding is that the cell phone providers cannot get insurance from the insurers to protect them against you suing for harm for using cell phones. And in my mind, if anyone understands if something's dangerous, it's the insurance companies, because that's their business. I mean, they make money off of deciding whether or not to guarantee a risk, and they have to get it right because they can't be paying out more than they're bringing in. But my understanding is no cell phone in existence can be insured because the risk is just too high for them to stomach.
That's right. It goes beyond cell phones too. Anything that emits microwave radiation would fall into that category as well. So you're perfectly correct about that.
That's as telling as can be. So we're basically creating smart homes, putting in all this wireless, and the insurers will say that is so dangerous that no amount of money can you give us, literally, and we will insure you against risk.
That's right.
So,
yeah.
But you're making cell phones sound really dangerous. But my understanding is if somebody limits the use of a cell phone to, maybe 2 to 3 minutes a month, that might be acceptable. And they use speakerphone and a headset.
Yeah, there's all sorts of ways of using a cell phone safer than the way most people are using it. And I'll be talking about that later in my presentation as well.
Okay. Thank you for letting me, I just thought it was important for people to know that their cell phone instructions are don't put it to your head, and please don't put it to your head. Speakerphone, headsets, wired headsets, right?
That's right. Now, this is one of the studies that showing the harmful effects of cell phones as it relates to different types of tumors. This is a study by Dr. Leonard Hardell in Sweden and colleagues. And one of the things they found is that people who used a cell phone for 10 years or longer have an increased risk of developing an ipsilateral tumor, which simply means a tumor on the same side of the head where you use a cell phone. There's a 90% increase in gliomas, a 60% increase in acoustic neuroma, which is the auditory canal nerve in the ear, and uveal melanoma, which affects the eye. So by holding that cell phone to your head, you've got an increased risk of developing various types of tumors, according to this study that was published in 2009. So it's been around for a long time. The other interesting thing that this report showed is that those who are at highest risk are people who started using a cell phone before the age of 20. For them, the use increases cancer risk by 420%. So it's much higher than it is for adults. Children are particularly vulnerable. And this is a model of how much radiation can penetrate the head based on a 5-year-old child, a 10-year-old child, and an adult. And one of the things that we recognize is that children absorb much more energy than adults from the same phone by holding it to their head. They're more likely to get tumors in the midbrain that are much more deadly and more difficult to deal with. Children's cells are reproducing more quickly, and hence the cancers tend to be growing more quickly as well. They're much more aggressive. And the children's immune system is not as well developed as in adults. And finally, they have a longer potential for lifetime exposure than adults. So it's really, really important that children don't hold a cell phone to their head, and indeed keep it far enough away from their bodies if they use it at all. Now, this is how you can use a cell phone more safely. One is keep it in airplane mode with Wi-Fi and Bluetooth turned off. Texting actually produces much less radiation than speaking. Keeping the phone away from your body if you happen to have it on, not in airplane mode. Using it in speaker mode is useful. And you can even put it into a bowl and amplify it because the speakers on a cell phone are at the bottom. And this works. I've actually tried it. So these are safer ways of using cell phones. It doesn't mean you don't have to use them at all, but these are ways that you can minimize your exposure, which is absolutely critical. The other thing that most people don't realize is you can take your iPhone, your iPad, your iPod, and you can connect it to the internet with no radiation. And so you can surf the internet much more faster if you're actually wired rather than wireless. And there's information on what to do specifically. And if you go to the electrosensitivesociety.com, it will give you that information because we don't have time to go through it in detail here. Now, most people have microwave ovens, and one of the questions is, does your microwave oven leak? And most of the microwave ovens I've tested do indeed leak. A microwave oven uses 2.4 gigahertz as the frequency, and that's the same frequency that's used by your Wi-Fi router and certain types of cordless phones. It turns out that water absorbs microwave radiation optimally at that particular frequency, 2.4 gigahertz. And so when you turn on your microwave oven, what you get is vibration of the water molecule that heats up your food. When you turn on your microwave oven, you might notice that you get interference with your Wi-Fi because it's actually the same frequency that they're both are using. The difference between a microwave oven and your Wi-Fi is the microwave oven has continuous waves, whereas the Wi-Fi and your cordless phone has pulsed waves or pulsed radiation, and that seems to be more harmful. Now, one of the ways that you can actually determine, sorry, did you have a question?
Well, you raised this pulse question, and when I back to the lady that was disabled in Kamloops when they put in the smart meters, is, I ended up having a dialogue with the city and getting the technical parts from Neptune and talking to politicians, and the party line was well, wait a second, these smart meters, they just pulse, they just send out small little short bursts every now and again. And so that's tremendously safe because, if you add up the amount of electromagnetic radiation, it's very small. And I was shocked to learn, and correct me if I'm wrong, that actually the pulsed signals are more of a problem health-wise than just a continuous signal.
That's right. Your microwave oven, even though it's continuous, is still harmful because the levels of radiation it leaks into the environment is so high. But pulse radiation is much more harmful than continuous wave radiation. And there's a number of reasons for that we can discuss later if you like.
Yeah, and so I'm looking forward to how you test your microwave oven.
Okay, so if we turn to our microwave oven and you want to know if it leaks or not, one of the ways you can determine this is you take your cell phone and you put it inside your microwave oven. But it's really important that you don't turn your microwave oven on because that will actually destroy your cell phone. However, you can phone your cell phone from another, from a landline or from another cell phone. And if that cell phone rings inside the oven, then it means your oven leaks microwave radiation. And this will only be the case if you can actually get cell phone reception in your kitchen. Now, we did a little experiment. This is my microwave oven at home. And I put some water inside and turned it on for about 30 seconds. And the radiation at the front of my microwave oven is 4.4 microwatts per meter squared. That's just the intensity of the radiation right at the door. When I turn the microwave oven on, it actually begins to radiate, and you can pick it up on the meter that we have here. At the door with the microwave oven on, the levels are more than 2.5 million microwatts per meter squared. And that's still well below Health Canada's Safety Code 6 guideline. So they say that's perfectly safe. If we move a little bit away, 1 meter away from my microwave oven, the levels drop considerably, but they're still extremely high. And so if we compare this, we have 4 microwatts per meter squared versus more than 2.5 million, because the meter is topped, is the limit to the meter is actually 2.5 million. And you can see here with the particular meter I'm using, it shows you green with the oven off, and it shows you extreme as red with the oven on. Now, a word to the wise. If you are going to use your microwave oven, it's important not to watch your food go around and round and round. If anything, your eyes are extremely sensitive to this radiation, causing cataracts. And if you have metal in your body, whether it's metal braces or implants, especially if they're close to the head, this will actually increase the radiation within the head. So it's important that if you have a microwave oven and you're turning it on, that you actually leave the room while it's on, just to make sure that you're not going to be exposed. If it's stationary, wire it. We can wire smart meters, we can wire smart appliances, printers, home phones can be wired, and using either Ethernet cables or a combination of Ethernet cables and fiber optics is optimal. There's also something called a power line adapter that can minimize the radiation flowing through the air as it puts it onto wires, your electrical wires in your home. That's not ideal, but it's better than being irradiated. So use wired instead of wireless whenever possible. And for most products that you have, you can actually do that. Now I'm going to turn our attention to smart meters that you've already mentioned, Sean. I had the same experience when smart meters first started to be put into homes. I started getting calls from people who were getting sick. And it wasn't until we tried to figure out what changed in their environment that we realized it was the smart meter that was put in your homes. Now, what's smart about a smart meter? The original meters were called analog meters, and smart meters are simply referring to two-way communication. So your smart meter is communicating with the utility, and your utility can communicate back to your smart meter. And this is how smart meters work. Here you have a smart meter on a single family home that sends information to a device on a nearby utility pole, usually within 100 meters. That sends information to the utility office, and then they can contact you through your smart meter in your home, and they can turn appliances on and off as needed. The problem is there's something called a mesh system. And here you have smart meters communicating with other smart meters in the neighborhood. And this increases everyone's level of radiation. And so when the utility tells you it's only on for a few seconds a day, that's not the case when it comes to mesh smart meters. They're radiating almost constantly. And here's an example of a smart meter. And this video clip is sent to me by Martin Weatherall. And this particular meter only goes up to 2,000 units. And so you can see what happens when this meter is turned on at the smart meter. When this meter shows a 1, it actually means it's off scale. It's too high to be measured. One of the other things you'll notice is that this plant next to the smart meter appears to be very unhealthy. This was about 3 months after the smart meter was installed. Within a year, all the shrubs next to this house had died. So this radiation affects not only humans, it affects plants as well. And there's plenty of evidence for that.
So Magda, can I jump in? As I remember several years ago, it was trending that, basically just some school kids were growing, beans, fast growing beans, and they put it beside a Wi-Fi transmitter. and, grew some away. And the ones by the Wi-Fi transmitter were basically deformed and doing very poorly. You're aware of that experiment, am I right?
I am, and we repeated it as well and got the same results. That was an absolutely brilliant experiment by high school students, I think in Denmark, and we found exactly the same thing.
Right, and anyone could replicate that. So just grow those fast-growing beans, have them sprout beside your Wi-Fi meter, and have them sprout, in another part of your house away from them, and you'll see a dramatic difference. And then ask yourself if what you think you're doing with having your Wi-Fi on is good for your kids. So
that's right. That's certainly not the placebo effect. It's a real effect. Now, this was data that was sent to me courtesy of Dr. Carl Murray, a medical doctor in California. And this is an example of a mesh system where across the x-axis you have time, and across the y-axis, the vertical axis, you have volts per meter, which is another way of monitoring the intensity of the radiation. And you can see here there's multiple spikes that correspond to that video I just showed you with the sound. So it's coming out constantly. The 6 volts per meter is the exposure limit in Russia, and it's the precautionary limit in France. The levels of radiation are quite high at a distance of even 4 feet. And we've done studies that I'll talk about a little bit later on, showing that there's all sorts of effects on the heart at levels of 5 microwatts per centimeter squared. Now, interestingly, the Federal Communication Commission and Health Canada guidelines for 900 megahertz, which is the frequency used by most smart meters, is 600 microwatts per centimeter squared. And you can see this particular graph only goes to 20. So 600 is way off scale. And that's how much our government allows us to be exposed to on a continuous basis. Now, smart meters are also communicating with smart appliances, and they're emitting microwave radiation as well.
I couldn't resist because you were talking again about our government regulations in Canada. And my understanding is that basically our standards are, does it warm your skin? Like, so basically, does it burn you? So if you go near your Wi-Fi transmitter, are you going to get burned physically? That's really how they measure safety.
That's right. Our guidelines are based on a thermal effect. And if your tissue heats up by 1 degree centigrade, so it's not necessarily a burn, it's just a 1 degree centigrade, they say that that's harmful. And they also make the claim that's totally erroneous, is that below that, there are no harmful effects, and that's simply false.
Well, in fact, this is the point I wanted to make is it's probably been, I bet you, about 12 years since I made an effort to look at published studies. But I had compiled like literally binders of published studies, and the mechanism of harm has nothing to do with warming. So, it would be like, I don't know, like we know that chemicals are dangerous, that they add to it. So let's say there's, glyphosate, for example, is a carcinogen. But Health Canada would say we're okay eating foods with glyphosate as long as there's not too much sugar in it, which the presence of sugar has nothing to do with the mechanism of glyphosate causing harm. And that's where we are with our safety kind of standards in Canada. It has nothing to do with the harmful effects at all.
I agree with you entirely.
Okay, and I just wanted people to understand, because you're referring to, the Canada guidelines, and the viewers might think, oh, okay, we're below those guidelines, but you're an expert researcher, and is it fair to say, like, I mean, in your opinion, the Canadian government guidelines are completely meaningless?
They're completely meaningless. They don't protect anyone. They don't protect the public. They certainly don't protect workers. Workers aren't even informed about the research that's out there simply because Health Canada is ignoring it. They don't classify that as scientific.
And other countries have much lower guidelines than we do.
That's right. And I'll be showing some of the differences in guidelines in one of the slides later on.
And
as the
other
comparison.
countries do not allow Wi-Fi into schools.
That's right.
So, and some had it in schools, but they've taken it out.
Exactly. That's one of the cases in France. They were one of the early adopters of Wi-Fi, thinking this was, revolutionary technology. And then when they realized it has harmful effects, they simply took it out, and they're now wiring the schools in France rather than using wireless radiation.
Okay. Thanks for those clarifications.
So with smart meters and smart appliances, as you said, Sean, people are getting quite ill. A number of them contacted me as well when they started going in with real problems. And not only is it used for electricity, but smart meters are also being used to monitor water consumption and gas consumption as well. And all of these simply increase our exposure to a variety of electrosmog sources. Now, one of the differences between an analog meter and a smart meter is that smart meters emit microwave radiation. They also emit something called dirty electricity. And they talk to your wireless appliances as well, your smart appliances. And this is a drawing that someone made showing the difference between the radiation coming from an analog meter versus a smart meter. And what you see here is in purple is the electricity flow, which is along wires. And you have transient resources or frequencies that are hard to see in this because they're really quite small. And this is what it would look like with an automatic meter reader or a smart meter. And you can see here there's a huge amount of radio frequency, and there's a huge amount of transient frequencies known as dirty electricity that I'll talk about in another presentation. The American Academy of Environmental Medicine in 2012 recognized that electromagnetic radiation has health effects, and they made a number of recommendations. They're asking for accommodations for health considerations regarding electromagnetic fields and radio frequency exposure, including exposure to wireless smart meter technology. So they actually mentioned smart meters in their recommendations. They recognize that electromagnetic hypersensitivity, or electromagnetic radiation syndrome, as it is called now, is a growing problem worldwide. And they're asking for using safer technology, in most cases, which involves hard wiring or some other form of data transmission that isn't wireless. Now, there are some other problems with smart meters. One is that many are not UL approved, and none have CSA approval, and they've been known to cause fires. This is an example from Pickering, Ontario, showing that the smart meter actually started to burn. This person was very lucky in that his house didn't burn down, but there are examples of houses being burned down because of smart meter malfunction. And the situation was so bad when smart meters first came out that the media stopped reporting on it. They were asked not to report on it anymore. I don't know what the current situation is. I'm hoping that they have improved their quality, and this is no longer a problem. Another important issue with smart meters is whether or not they're accurate. And this is an example of people who had an analog meter. This is before the smart meter, and it shows you their monthly utility bill. As soon as the smart meter came in, their utility increased dramatically. People have told me that they've gone away for weeks at a time, turned off almost all of their electricity, and yet they still had a high utility meter reading from the smart meter. So some of them are not as accurate as they should be. And an electrician colleague of mine mentioned that you can actually put a choke on the conduit coming out of your smart meter and get rid of some of that interference if indeed you happen to have experienced it. So there's ways of reducing your utility bill by putting a choke on your smart meter. There's also ways of shielding the smart meter. Here we have a meter with a mesh to the left of it, and theoretically the house should be to the left of that mesh as well. And this will reduce the amount of radiation going in that particular direction. Companies have also designed caps that you can put on your smart meter. The important point here is not to cover the smart meter completely, because if you do that, the utility will send out an employee to fix the problem because their smart meter isn't working. So it's important just to shield it, preferably within the home rather than outside the home. Now, the other thing that smart meters generate is dirty electricity, and those you can filter as well, and I'll be speaking more about that later on. Now, this is a Band-Aid solution. The real solution is to wire smart meters and smart appliances. And my mantra is, if it doesn't move, it doesn't need to be wireless. There's a very good book, Reinventing Wires by Timothy Shekel, and it's available free of charge on the internet. And that will give you a huge amount of information about how useful wires are and the fact that they should indeed be used for a lot of our currently wireless technology. I'm now going to turn my attention to Wi-Fi, and I'm going to particularly focus on schools, because one of the, I think, worst mistakes that school boards have made is placing Wi-Fi in the classroom. This is a map taken in 2005 of the world showing Wi-Fi hotspots. And there's a few of these purple points here in North America and in Europe, which is when Wi-Fi was first being deployed on a major basis. Prior to that, it was limited to military operations, to industrial sources of Wi-Fi, and academic sources of Wi-Fi. Within 15 years, this is what that map looks like. There's been a huge spread because it's in almost every home, and it's in most schools as well, that don't recognize how harmful this is. And what this means is an exponential increase in our exposure to microwave radiation. Now, we have Wi-Fi routers in schools, and the highest levels are going to be very close to the router or to the tablet or computer or cell phone that you're using to connect to the Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi in schools is much worse than your home Wi-Fi unit, and that's because it's much more powerful. It has more access points. There are more users, and the more people that use the Wi-Fi, the higher the levels of radiation. It's always on, and if you're close to your neighbor's computer or tablet, you're going to be exposed to that radiation as well. Now, this is an interesting story that comes from students living in Simcoe County, Ontario. Students were experiencing heart irregularities after Wi-Fi was installed in their school environment. In 2008, a 10-year-old girl died in the gym, and there was Wi-Fi in the school. In 2009, a 13-year-old boy was revived using a defibrillator. He now has a pacemaker. And in 2010, a 15-year-old boy was revived using CPR. And you can see here that sudden cardiac arrests in all of Canada are approximately 8 per year for young people. In the school, according to the parents, a 6-year-old girl had a musical heart, headaches, dizziness, but only at school. A 12-year-old boy experienced tachycardia, which is a rapid heart rate with more than 100 beats per minute. 12-year-old girl had nausea, vomiting, no fever. She had difficulty sleeping, blurred vision, and tachycardia only in school. And a 13-year-old boy said his heart was pounding. He had insomnia, headaches. The parents moved to a different location, and all of his symptoms abated. And this is information that's provided to us by a good friend of yours and mine, Rodney Palmer, who was a former journalist. And he was very, very concerned because his daughter was also going to one of these schools. This is not psychosomatic.
You know, just to pause on this. So we're talking a very small school sample. And my understanding is there's none of this beforehand. And Dr. Havas, I mean, I don't recall ever hearing of, you know, a heart problem or heart attack or tachycardia or a kid needing, you know, CPR when I went through the school system. Like, it was unheard, like you just, it wasn't there. And yeah, and so here we've got really a small sample of 2 schools that experienced significant problems in a short period of time after Wi-Fi is put in. It's not that this would be all that happened. It's just Rodney was only following this for a short period of time.
That's right. And that's because his daughter was going to the school as well. And he said as soon as the Wi-Fi was put in, when he would pick up his daughter from school, he said she was very listless, whereas normally she had a huge amount of energy. And that's when he started asking questions. And if he hadn't asked those questions, we wouldn't have any of this information available to us.
Right. Thanks.
Now, I work with people who have electrohypersensitivity, and a number of them complain about heart problems. Very often they complain of palpitations, heart irregularity, pain or pressure in the chest, high or low blood pressure, and they tell me that they feel like they're having a heart attack. And they sometimes experience this when they go shopping at a large box store, for example. And so we decided to do a study. We know how to measure the heart. We took a cordless phone base station that plugs, when you plug it in, it radiates constantly. So it was a good source of exposure from a scientific perspective. And we wanted to find out how it affected the electromagnetic functioning of the heart, which is basically the heartbeat. The phone that we used had a frequency of 2.4 gigahertz, which is the same frequency of your microwave oven, but it's pulsed. And the guidelines for 2.4 gigahertz, according to the international, the US and the Canadian guidelines, is 1,000 microwatts per centimeter squared. That's the average exposure over a 6-minute period for Canada and a 30-minute period in the United States. The intensity, the maximum intensity of our exposure was 3, which is 0.3% of the guideline. And we exposed people for approximately 3-minute intervals. And I'm going to share with you some of the results that we got. This was a double-blind study, which is critical in science, so there's no placebo effect. Neither the person being tested nor the doctor who was assessing the results knew when the cordless phone was plugged in and was radiating, and when it was unplugged and not radiating. And I'm going to show you the results from just 2 subjects. Subject A, this is showing their heartbeat per beats per minute in white. And this is showing you 4 3-minute intervals. And you can see here that there's very little difference in their exposure. The sham exposure is the control where there's no radiation. And when it says cordless phone, it means that the phone is actually plugged in and radiating. This person is non-reactive. There's absolutely no effect of the radiation on this person's heart. This is a very different subject, as you can see here, and you don't have to be a medical doctor to see when they were exposed. They were exposed during period interval 3 and 5. And you can see here how irregular their heartbeat is. Every one of those lines is the distance between, is the time between heartbeats. And when they're sham exposed or when they're not exposed, their heartbeat returns to normal, which is 65 beats per minute for this particular person. This person is hypersensitive, and they're experiencing an irregular and rapid heart rate. This is a typical stress response. And I've done this little video.
Can I just slow us down for a second? Because what you just showed us, I think, is hugely significant. And so first of all, you said it's at 2.4 gigahertz, and that's the same used as a microwave, but it's also one of the 2 frequencies used in Wi-Fi. So this you used a cordless phone, but you could have also been using a Wi-Fi transmitter and turning it on and off.
That's right.
Exact same frequency. And so, I mean, and this has been replicated. So you've shown us two examples. So one where there's no, there was no change, and one where there is change. But there's others where there's change. Like this is a replicable experiment. You're just saving us time and just showing us two. But that second one, the hyper, where the person was sensitive, that was actually shocking. Like there's a physical change. It's undeniable. They're hooked up to an ECG. It's measuring what's happening with the heart. And so it's really undeniable. You plug in the cordless phone and the person's heart rate goes up, but it also becomes irregular.
That's right. And that wasn't even the worst example. We've published 2 peer-reviewed papers on this, and we've tested about 75 people in Canada and the United States. And a certain percentage of them reacted to this radiation. Now, because we didn't select the people randomly, we can't say that that number corresponds to the rest of the public population. But we know that there is some percentage of people whose heart reacts to this radiation, and it makes them feel ill. They feel like they're having a heart attack. And indeed, the children in the schools did end up having heart attacks, with some of them being.
Yeah, and I just wanted to drive home. I mean, we're talking about a physical response. This isn't somebody saying, oh, I think, I'm being affected. You are measuring a physical effect on the heart, and it's an on-off. Like it is totally dependent on whether or not, there's 2.4 gigahertz being broadcast. Can I ask how strong the signal was? The one thing that we don't know is how far away the transmitter was, what the strength of the signal was.
The transmitter was very close to the head while they were lying down, so they couldn't see it was behind them. And it was less than 1% of Health Canada's Safety Code 6 guideline. So it was very, very low.
Which you told us is meaningless anyway.
Exactly.
So, and when they say the safety code, that's, so manufacturers sending their devices out have to adhere to the safety code. But, if I'm in an apartment, the apartment on each side of me and below me and above me, they can have as many as they want on. I can be by a cell tower. And like all of this it's cumulative, isn't it?
Exactly. And Health Canada would say, as long as it doesn't exceed the safety code, it's perfectly safe for 24 hours a day, 365 days of the year, for anyone, a pregnant woman, an infant, an adult, which is absolutely ludicrous.
Right. Okay. Thanks. I just thought it was really important to stress, like, this is real physical measured response on the heart. And if your heart rate becomes irregular and your heart rate goes up, you're going to feel that physically.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
And that's just one response. Like there's other mechanisms to electromagnetic radiation. You're just telling us about one, but there's study after study, for example, showing an increase in free radicals, for example, at the cellular level, which is probably one of the mechanisms that leads to cancer.
I agree. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, I just want the viewers to know this is a really truncated thing and they need to look into it. And at the end of your presentation, I'm going to ask, like, where do people go to find out more?
Okay. Now, I've done this little short cartoon type video clip to basically show how important stress is in our lives. Now, I call him Bob, our caveman Bob, who's running away from a woolly mammoth. The woolly mammoth is a stressor, and Bob's stress response is to flee, to get away from the danger. He runs into his cave where he can recover. So his cave is electromagnetically clean, and he can recover from the stressor. This is his cave mate who gets rid of the stressor. And this is like going into an electromagnetically clean environment. And believe it or not, short-term acute stress is actually not a problem. If anything, it's slightly beneficial. Our body's used to being stressed, but only for short periods of time. One of the things it can't handle is chronic stress. So we go into parasympathetic part of the autonomic nervous system, which happens when you're resting, when you're digesting food, and when you're healing. And if you don't go into that parasympathetic phase, then you simply can't heal, and ultimately you will become ill. Now, this happens to be Bob's twin brother, also called Bob, who also had a hard time with stress. He comes home, but he comes home to a toxic environment, and he doesn't have time to recover. And this leads to long-term chronic stress and ultimately to illness. And it's equivalent to having either Wi-Fi in your home or living close to a cell tower. So this is really what most people are exposed to today, and it's very unhealthy. Here, they're in sympathetic overdrive, where their body simply wants to fight, flight, or freeze. And it's very, very unhealthy. Now, we've got Wi-Fi in schools. We've got cell towers placed on school buildings or on school property. And we expect students to do well in the classroom. But we know that this causes stress in some percentage of the population, maybe not everyone, but in some percentage of the students in that particular school environment. And when we're dealing with stress, it affects our body, it affects our emotions, it affects our behavior, and it certainly affects the mind, where we can't think as clearly, we can't concentrate, our memory simply disappears. And this is not the type of environment you want to set up for students who are trying to achieve academic excellence. So this is one of the worst things that we can possibly do to our children in schools. Now, how long have we known that microwave radiation affects the heart? This is a publication that came out in 1969, The Biological Effects and Health Implications of Microwave Radiation. And this is a quote from this symposium. In the interest of occupational hygiene, researchers have recommended the cardiovascular abnormalities be used as a screening criteria to exclude people from occupations involving radio frequency exposures. So we've known since 1960s that this radiation can affect your heart. And so our research was simply confirming earlier studies that showed something very similar. And this is a very serious recommendation of mine. I think students should be screened to ensure that there's no underlying heart condition that may be exacerbated with Wi-Fi exposure. And I say that because of the results that we got in Simcoe County, Ontario, where children were complaining about heart palpitations as soon as Wi-Fi was introduced into the classroom. Now, it affects not only the heart and the autonomic nervous system, as we've shown in the previous slides, but it also affects the blood. And this is an example of me doing a live blood analysis on myself. And what you do is you prick your finger, put a drop of blood onto a slide, and look at it under a dark field microscope. And this is what my blood looks like in an electromagnetically clean environment. I then expose myself deliberately to Wi-Fi, and within 10 minutes, this is what my blood looked like. These individual blood cells are sticking together. They're being very kludgy, as a scientific term. And this particular formation is called rouleau formation, where you have blood cells that line up like a stack of coins. Now, Dr. Stephen Sinatra, who's a world-renowned cardiologist, said that our blood should have the consistency of red wine. And what he's finding in his patients is that their blood has the consistency of ketchup. And you can just imagine how much harder your heart would have to work with that rouleau formation in your blood rather than the free blood cells that you can see in the slide on the left. This increases your risk of having high blood pressure, strokes, heart failure, headaches, numbness, and tingling in the body. So we've got at least two different types of examples now. One, how it affects the heart and the autonomic nervous system, and the other, how it affects the blood.
Can I just ask, like, so you were just showing us your blood, like this is physical change. So, and was it 2.4 gigahertz again that you exposed yourself
Yes,
to?
it was.
So Okay, so, and this, my understanding is this blood change has been replicated time and time and time again. So,
It,
anyone who knows somebody that does live blood analysis, you can go and do this experiment yourself. And so this is, and the blood one, I mean, it basically happens to everyone, doesn't it? This isn't sensitive people. This is just something that changes in the blood.
no, I would say it only happens to sensitive people. Some people we don't notice any difference in their blood when they're exposed to the radiation. For short-term exposure, I don't know what it would be for long-term exposure because we haven't done that study.
Okay, so that's interesting. So some people are different in this area and their sensitivity. But those
It's
people that are sensitive, I mean, they're having a physical change in their blood.
That's right. And so
Okay.
based on that, I would classify myself as being electrohypersensitive because my body reacts negatively to the radiation even after a short period of exposure.
Right. And so for our kids, you're recommending that we test them because those poor kids that are sensitive, they're actually at school experiencing heart palpitations, tachycardia, an increased heart rate, and their blood is being changed so that it's not being effective. It's not being able to do its job of carrying oxygen and nutrients around. And so they're literally all day, every day, they're in school with high Wi-Fi suffering physically, and nobody will have any idea that this is happening, except that there will be signs that they're under stress physically, emotionally, and mentally.
That's right. And some of this comes out when they're doing physical fitness in a gym class, for example, because that's when you're putting more strain on your heart. And that's why some of the students, unfortunately, in Simcoe County actually had sudden cardiac arrest. Their heart simply stopped beating. We tried to get schools to remove Wi-Fi for about a month or to turn it off for a month to see if these students would benefit from that. The schools refuse to do that. And instead, what they've done is they've introduced defibrillators so that they can actually treat it if it should happen to a student or to a teacher in the classroom.
And, again, I don't recall when I went to school, both elementary and high, and let alone that, for that matter, university, there ever being a defibrillator on the premises because you would never need one. Like, there's no need. But now you likely can't find an elementary school or a high school that doesn't have more than one defibrillator in it, and nobody's asking what's the change, because the teachers will remember we didn't have this before, and there's study after study and mounting evidence. Why do you think this is being ignored?
Well, people don't know about it. They don't realize it. I mentioned earlier it's not covered by mainstream media. A lot of mainstream media gets advertising dollars from the wireless industry or is owned by the wireless industry, by the telecom industry. And our government simply denies there's a problem. So the two key sources that should know about this, and they probably do, but they're simply not willing to talk about it or present it to the public.
Right. Well, I'm certainly thankful that you're sharing it, and I hope that everyone that sees this will share it with their friends and family, because we can't have an honest discussion and do things. It's not that we can't have devices, right? Like, we can wire our homes, as you say, wire everything that doesn't move, and let's find those frequencies that are the safest and do it differently, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
So we can benefit from the technology as long as it's wired. So these are some of the alternatives to wireless: Ethernet cables, power line adapters, and fiber optics are things that you can actually do. And one of the things we need is a fiber optic highway. It's being built out. And indeed, if you talk to senior members of the telecom industry, they recognize that fiber is the ideal source, ideal pathway for transmitting information. It's faster, it's more secure, it's harder to hack, and it's safer for people. So having fiber optics everywhere is the ideal solution to a lot of this technology. I now like to turn our attention to cell phone antennas. Now, these are some photographs of places, buildings that have cell phone antennas. And I think years from now, we're going to look at this and sort of scratch our head and say, what on earth were we thinking of putting radiation transmitters and receivers this close to where people actually live and spend a great deal of time? This is called a cellular base station, and it consists of a tower, which is called a mast in Europe, and this supports the antennas. We then have, on this example, different types of antennas that behave in different ways that I'll share in a minute. And we also have an electrical supply that provides the energy to the cell phone base station. If we look at the antennas here, we have antennas that look like telephone poles, and these are omnidirectional. And an analogy would be using a light bulb, an incandescent omnidirectional light bulb. The information goes in all directions. The dishes are point-to-point transmitters, so they're actually aimed at another dish at some distance. And these are perhaps the ones that emit the least amount of radiation beyond the other dish that captures that radiation. And then we have something called sector antennas that usually cover 120 degrees out of the 360 that are available. And this would be equivalent to a flashlight. So these are different types of antennas, and they have different amounts of exposure associated with them as well. Now, when people started complaining about antennas being placed next to their home, one of the comments was that they're ugly, they don't look good, and they reduce property values. And so the industry started making stealth antennas where they made them look like different types of plants, so people wouldn't complain. They even had the electrical supply hidden in something that looks like a big rock. They also have stealth antennas on towers, flag posts in churches as well. And so you don't even know that you're being exposed, that there's a cell tower near you, unless you look it up on the internet. Now, what are the effects of living close to a cell tower? This is a study that was conducted quite a long time ago in 2001 in Spain. And here we have different distances that people lived from a transmitter. In red, we have people who lived within 10 meters of a transmitter, similar to the pictures I showed you of the transmitters on various types of buildings. Here we have the different types of health effects that they were reporting. And these are the effects, health effects in decreasing order. So there's fatigue, sleep disturbances, headaches, feelings of discomfort, etc. And along this axis, we have the percentage of people who experience symptoms very often within their home. And if we just look at the first one, fatigue, it shows you that about 70% of people who live within 10 meters of a cell tower experience fatigue very often. That's probably due to a combination of things, but including sleep disturbances. Whereas once you get beyond 300 meters, you're down to about 26% that experience fatigue very often. Now, the symptoms we have here in red are symptoms that we have as we begin, they increase as we begin to age. And a lot of people I talk to tell me that, oh, you know, their symptoms are due to aging. They're just getting older, and it's normal for older people not to be able to sleep, to have difficulty with concentration, to have hearing disruptions, that sort of thing. And I'm not talking about aging on the outside. I'm actually talking about aging on the inside. And as you mentioned, Sean, this radiation causes oxidative stress to our cells. It produces free radicals that damage our cells. And so our cells, our blood cells and other cells in our body have to be replaced much more quickly than normal. And when this happens, it takes a lot of energy. And that's another reason why fatigue is so high on this particular scale. Now, how many of these EHS symptoms do you have? Difficulty sleeping, chronic fatigue, chronic pain, Mood disorders, anxiety and depression are two of the most common ones. Cognitive disorders, people tell me that they have a foggy brain, that they're just not thinking clearly. They can't remember things anymore. And it's not because they're getting older, it's because they're electro-hypersensitive. Visual disturbances, especially people who spend a lot of time working on computers. Hearing problems, tinnitus or ringing in the ears is a very common symptom. An irregular heart rate that we already talked about. Skin problems, particularly rashes and itchy skin, and excessive nighttime urination. In children, this shows up as bedwetting. So if you have a young child that wets the bed, it could possibly be due to the fact that they're exposed to electromagnetic pollution. And by reducing that pollution, you can see if they continue to wet the bed, and if they stop, it means that they're electrically hypersensitive. Now, how many people have electro-hypersensitivity? This is a study that was done by Michael Bevington in the United Kingdom, and it was published in 2019. And according to his research, 0.65% people in the UK can't work. 1.5% have severe symptoms, 5% have moderate symptoms, 30% have mild symptoms, and the rest of the population is asymptomatic, which simply means they don't have symptoms, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're not being adversely affected. In Canada, with a population of 40 million people, these are the numbers that can't work, that have severe effects, moderate effects, and mild effects. So 12 million people in Canada have certain symptoms associated with this that are probably not attributed to this in their own mind. And if we add other countries, the United Kingdom, the United States, European Union, we're seeing here that there are basically millions of people globally who are having a problem with this radiation. And those that have severe symptoms and can't work are disabled. Now, this hurts everyone. It costs individuals, it costs families, it affects our healthcare system, it affects our country, and it certainly affects future generations. So if you care about your children and grandchildren, then it's very important to learn as much as you possibly can about this and try to minimize everyone's exposure. Now, we know that distance is your friend. Cell towers should be kept at least 500 meters away from schools. Radar and broadcast antennas are much more powerful than cell towers, and they should be at least 5 kilometers away, and I'm thinking that might even be too close. And the 500 meters that we mentioned above, it's based on scientific research showing the electro-hypersensitivity symptoms, as well as an increase in cancers for people who live closer than 500 meters. Now, the last topic I'd like to talk about is 5G and millimeter waves. And if we ask the question, what is 5G? Most people will recognize that 5G refers to fifth generation communication technology. Initially, when we first had cell phones in the 1980s, the only thing you could do is talk on a cell phone, just like on a corded phone. Text was introduced in the 1990s, the internet in the early 2000s, video with 4G, and all of these have faster and faster speeds. And the Internet of Things allows us to have the highest speed so far. And they include something called millimeter waves that haven't been properly tested. So 5G allows for faster connectivity. And there's going to be a lot of different devices using 5G radiation. How does 5G differ from other wireless technology? Well, it doesn't replace 4G. If anything, it's an addition to 4G, the frequencies. There's more exposure to microwave radiation. 5G will use multiple frequency bands. In the United States, it's considered there's low band frequencies, mid band frequencies, and high band frequencies that include millimeter waves. These millimeter waves have not been tested for long-term exposure. Neither has the mid band or the low band. We're simply finding out the consequences by studying people and populations. There's also a densification of small cell antennas, which means these antennas are placed closer and closer to people. And one of the reasons for that is that millimeter waves don't travel very far, and they're intercepted by rain or water. They're absorbed very quickly. And so they have to be closer to homes. And the closer a cell tower or a cell antenna is to a home, the higher the levels of radiation. Now, what do we know about 5G infrastructure? Well, it consists of a number of things: satellites, macro cell sites, small cells next to your home, and fiber optics. Fiber optics happens to be the safest with no radiation. Colleagues of mine who are more familiar with satellite technology than I am tell me that they're relatively safe if there's low exposure. However, the exposure from a satellite can be increased dramatically, and it can even be weaponized, which is a real concern. Macro cell sites are dangerous if you happen to live near them, but the worst is these small cells that are closest to your home, and that's partly because of proximity. Now, regarding 5G, there's going to be winners and losers. What's really driving this technology are the trillions of dollars that people can make. And the negative consequences are the increase in exposure. So there will be winners and losers. Our love affair with wireless technology started with cell phones and antennas. Now, cell phone use is entirely optional, and it's something that we decide to do or not. But the placement of antennas is imposed on us by a combination of the telecom industry and by our government approving that particular location. Wi-Fi was introduced into schools in the early 2000s, and this was imposed by the school. Parents, students, teachers had no say in the matter. Smart meters came a little bit later, and smart utilities, and smart utilities, and this was utility imposed. Very often people ask to have their analog meter replaced. Some utilities will allow that, others won't. And 5G is really imposed by the telecom industry in 2020. So every 10 years, we've been introduced to more and more wireless radiation, increasing our exposure and reducing our choice. The current levels are harmful, and the more radiation is, the more harmful it's likely to be. And we have no choice or very little choice in this matter. Now, what are some of the key concerns? I've limited my talk primarily to health effects so far, but there's addiction, development of social skills, safety, security, privacy is a very important one. There's effects on plants and animals. There's an increase in energy consumption with all of the data stored in the cloud, and this contributes to global warming as well. So there are a lot of issues, not just health, when it comes to wireless technology. And I'd like to share some information from China that I find particularly disturbing. This is a classroom in China where they're monitoring brainwave activity of the students, and you can see all the students have these headbands. These headbands actually, depending on the color that you can see on the front of the headband, if it's white, it means they're offline. If it's blue, it means the student is distracted. If it's green, it means the student is focused. And if it's red, it means that they're deeply focused. This information is exposing every one of these students to microwave radiation, and it's right on the head. So the levels of radiation are going to be considerable. The information sent to the teacher's iPad, and the teacher can then send that information to the parent to let them know how their child is doing. Now, this is a privacy issue, but in my mind, what's even worse is that this is an exposure issue. These levels of exposure in these classrooms are going to be higher with these headbands than without the headbands. In China, there's also something known as facial recognition. You don't have to have a credit card. When you're purchasing things, they'll simply scan your face and then charge you accordingly. And the police are using them for facial recognition. There's facial recognition software, and this is what it looks like. So it classifies people as though they're on a blacklist, There's no information about.
We lost your mic, I think. I think we lost your mic. Talk.
So I'm just going to jump in, Dr. Mac. Havis, we had
have
your
arranged
sound go
for-
out for a second. Let me just see if we've got your sound back.
Battery's gone. I think I have to change the long thing. Yeah, it's died. I put a brand new battery in.
That's the fun with live video. So hopefully your sound's back. Okay. And I appreciate your fighting the cold and kind of powering through. So really appreciate that. I think we got your sound back, but
I think I've got my sound back.
okay. Technology is wonderful when it works, and
Yes.
It's actually truly amazing. So we're across the country, but still able to have this interview. In part because of this technology we don't like. It's just we need to do it safer. So
Exactly.
okay, I'll let you
And
continue.
I'm in a professional studio right now, and everything is wired, so it can be done through wires. If anything, it's giving us a more secure system than if it was wireless.
Yeah, and my house, I'm doing this at a studio in my basement, and we are hardwired because, in my experience, I'm one of those sensitive people. So, and the one thing that really struck me is you were giving these statistics. So you showed this British study and the percentages of the population, and then you were saying, well, look at Canada and our population of 40 million, and if we're reacting the same as in this British study, basically we're showing 600,000 Canadians that would be severely affected. That's just so, and that's in addition to the percentage that can't work. So this is a population that, like, severely affected, they're disabled by this. And that is just a staggering number. I'm not aware of, if there could be any other intervention where 600,000 people are being disabled and we would just carry on as if there's no problem. And then while you're sharing these figures, I'm going, well, okay, but this is, you've given us symptoms that could lead to disability, but it's not dealing with long-term health effects such as cancers and the like. And there's tons of literature you've already touched on. You actually began your presentation with the health effects of cancer being significant. And those would be other disabilities that would be added on later on. So
Exactly.
yeah, it pretty crazy. So I'll let you continue with your slide presentation.
Okay. So here we have a facial recognition world map. Those in green, the countries in green, use facial recognition, and you can see the Canada and the United States, Great Britain, a lot of other countries actually have facial recognition. And so our privacy is something that most of us value. And here you can see that it's being compromised as well with the facial recognition. Many of us travel via airports. We go through a metal detector. These are the original metal detectors that were used. We now have millimeter wave scanners that look like this, where you walk in and you raise your hands and you're scanned, your entire body is scanned. And this is using the millimeter waves that I mentioned are part of 5G technology. Now, one of the things I learned is that employees are used to calibrate these scanners daily. And an employee might be exposed 20 times to one of these scanners in order to make sure that it's working properly. They're beginning to complain of health effects, and the airport security is simply ignoring those complaints. So we've got people in occupations that don't even realize they're being adversely affected by the technology that they're responsible for. Now here we have a figure that is showing along the vertical axis the power density of the intensity of the microwave radiation. In red, we have some of the biological effects and the levels at which they're actually documented. And in purple, we have guidelines or standards in different countries. And you might be able to see Canada, Germany, Japan, New Zealand, and the United States are very, very similar, and they range from 1,000 to about 100 in this particular graph. And what Canada is saying is that levels below this guideline are perfectly safe, and yet below this guideline are where all of the biological effects are actually being documented. Now, scientists are fairly conservative people, and they don't get involved in politics as a body of individuals. Yet since 1997, there have been 37 international appeals asking governments to look at this radiation and to limit it much more than they're limiting it currently. And, you know, when I give these presentations, one of the things sometimes the person in the audience would say, you know, if what you're saying is true, they would have told us, we would know this. And yet most people simply are unaware of any of this. In 1971, there was a US government report that cited over 2,000 references showing the harmful effects of microwave radiation. In 2015, one of the scientists' appeals was this International Scientist EMF appeal that was signed by 248 scientists from 42 countries. And these are all scientists that are doing research in this area. Recently, manufacturers have been advised to put safety distances in their products. I mentioned that 1.5 to 2.5 centimeters is ideally the distance that should be kept away from your body. For tablets, it's about 20 centimeters, which is approximately 8 inches. As you mentioned earlier, insurance agencies do not insure against radio frequency health effects. So a cell phone provider cannot get insurance to protect or to pay for damages to their clients. In 2012, Medical Academy saying that the guidelines for radio frequency exposure are inadequate to protect children as well as adults. Recently, governments are banning Wi-Fi in the classroom. So a few governments are doing the right thing. They are telling us, but we're not listening. And one of the reasons we're not listening is that mainstream media is simply not covering this. Social media does cover it. A lot of the information on social media is fairly accurate, but there's inaccuracies as well. So you have to be very careful about your source of information. Now, what does the future hold for electromagnetic radiation syndrome? This is where we are currently, with about 1/3 of the population mildly affected by this radiation. If we do absolutely nothing, the levels of radiation are continued to increase, and it's unlikely that that one individual who still isn't reacting to the radiation is going to be able to help and provide for the rest of us that are compromised by it. If we begin to reduce levels slowly or significantly, we will ultimately get to a level that either has low effects or no effects. And this is what we should be aiming for. If it doesn't move, it doesn't need to be wireless. And we've done this with things like asbestos and DDT and cigarette smoking. So we have a good experience for other toxins in our environment, and we should certainly apply it to radio frequency and microwave radiation. Now, these are some of the solutions to minimize constant exposure to radiation. Some of it is infrastructure and has to be done by the government or manufacturers in the telecom industry. It includes having pure fiber for the last mile to the home. This is faster, more secure than wireless. Distance is your friend, as I mentioned earlier. Having cell phone antennas at least 500 meters away from sensitive sites is critical. We need radiation-free options, which often involves wiring options. And we need on-demand devices. Baby monitors should not be radiating constantly, nor should cordless phones. And some of it we have some control over. So we can have Ethernet instead of Wi-Fi. We can have simply keep devices away from our body. Indeed, we shouldn't have these devices on our body at all. We can wire a lot of our technology using Ethernet adapters. And we can change our behavior, which means keeping Wi-Fi, the airplane mode on, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth data, and personal hotspots turned off. We need green zones with no radio frequency radiation. We've done this for smoking, for peanut allergies, for asbestos in buildings. We have scent-free hospitals, and there are certain pesticides that can't be sprayed in certain locations. And simply limiting our exposure to wireless technology is really critical, not only for human health, but also to protect plants and animals. And that's my presentation.
So I wanted to talk about a couple of things, but it's interesting, just, you know, when you're doing your presentation, and I'm thinking about a couple of additional ways people can reduce their exposure. And, you know, one thing that I found interesting, so I have a law office in Kamloops, and I would keep getting letters from TELUS and Shaw saying, hey, for free, we will put in a Wi-Fi transmitter in your office so that people on our network, when they're in your office, they'll have the benefit of, you know, accessing the network. Like you're doing a service and it's not going to cost you a thing. And these letters would just keep coming and coming and coming. And I know that a lot of businesses say yes, like they just assume right on, no cost to me, and we'll get this Wi-Fi transmitter in their office, because I would see them in other businesses around. Now, these are not home Wi-Fi. Like what I've learned is happening is, so TELUS doesn't want to have the cost of putting up a tower. Shaw doesn't want to have to put up a tower, and maybe they don't have permission to put up a tower, but they can put one in your office. It's a commercial grade Wi-Fi that you're now getting broadcast at an extremely high rate, you and your, you know, the other people you're working with and your clients. And then I notice somebody will leave, you know, the space, and it stays there. The next person comes in and they think they have to leave it there. And so I'd like your thoughts on that. And then, I mean, people should know, unplug it. You don't have to have Shaw or TELUS Wi-Fi broadcasting in your workspace.
That's right. You're actually providing a service to Shaw and TELUS with that Wi-Fi additional router, with the Wi-Fi additional router in your home or office. So, you know, this is the way that the telecom industry is trying to get more and more of us hooked on the technology, by making it easier to use, by ensuring that you've got the speed that you need, but at the same time, you're exposing your body and everyone in that building to much higher levels of radiation, including your neighbors if they happen to be nearby.
And then I've heard lots of people say, like, I appreciate, the best thing is to get rid of Wi-Fi. When I've spoken to this about, you know, with people, I often get people saying, I can't go wireless. Like there's just no way. But one thing, if they can't go wireless during the day, they could put on one of those timers, electrical timers, and plug their Wi-Fi into it. So when they're sleeping and they're not using it, it's not broadcasting. What do you think of that?
That's right. Now, that's what I recommend to people who refuse to turn off their Wi-Fi, say they have to use it. You just make sure that it's not on in the middle of the night when you're trying to sleep. And if your body can recover during that nighttime, chances are you're not going to get as sick as quickly than if you had it on constantly.
So it's that sleeping area, like you had the cartoon about, I think it was Ed and his brother Ed, going into their, you know, EMF free zone. And I think the point you're trying to make is at least for that sleep period, it's so important to be free of the stress of EMF so that you can recover. And there are some, you know, so even if you live in an apartment building, there are some things you can do for your sleeping area, right?
That's right. Your sleeping area is probably the one that should be the cleanest electromagnetically as possible, chemically as well, obviously. It's important not to have metal in your bedroom. Even the coil spring mattresses will re-radiate microwave radiation, so it'll increase the levels that you're exposed to. And companies are now coming up with a variety of things. There's paint. You can paint your walls that will reduce your level of exposure. You can get fabric that consists of silver fiber with cotton wrapped around the silver, and that will reduce radiation as well. And you can use it as curtains, for example. It'll keep the radiation out because most of the radiation will come through your windows more so than your walls. There's a little bit of shielding there. And so there are products that companies have developed to help people reduce their exposure. Some people use that fabric to put around as a canopy around their bed and all sides as well as the top and the bottom. So you're living basically, or you're sleeping in a Faraday cage, and that can reduce your exposure enormously. And some people have to resort to that. The problem is that the silver is quite expensive. And so you're talking about thousands of dollars that you have to do to protect yourself when really you're not the culprit causing the problem in the first place.
Dr. Havas, where do people go to learn more about this? I know that some people watching this, this will be new to them. They'll be very interested. Where do people get more information?
There's a number of websites that I can give you, and maybe you can post it with the presentation. But one of the places I highly recommend is www.electrosensitivesociety.com. There's a huge amount of information on how you could reduce your exposure, what meters you should buy to measure your exposure. Some of those meters are really not very expensive at all. Most of us could afford. And certainly when you consider how important our health is, they're certainly worth the value. So if you want information, www.electromagneticsociety.com is one of the ideal places to go. But I'll give you additional links to other websites that are equally as useful, and you can post them with this presentation if you like.
Sounds good. Well, Dr. Havas, I thank you so much for coming and sharing this. I truly expect that a lot of people watching this will be brand new information. And, you know, with a health show like this, I think it's important to expose people to different ideas and different things to look at. So again, on behalf of the health show and the Natural Health Product Protection Association, thank you so much for sharing with us.
Thank you so much, Sean, for giving me this opportunity, because it's so important for people to know what they're exposed to and how they can protect their own health. Thank you so much.
So Section 2 of the Charter takes those rights that the courts and our common law tradition say that we already have, but it codifies them so that there will be no misunderstanding by any government department that these are fundamental health rights that Canadians have. And one of the first ones set out in Section 2 is basically that we have the right to make our own health decisions, that we have sovereignty over our own bodies, and that our right to make personal health decisions, that is a right that we have without state interference. Because it's all fine and good to say we have the right to make our own health decisions, but if in practice the state keeps interfering with that by taking treatments that we want to access away, then really we don't have that right at all. And then another thing is that it entrenches that the state cannot take away a treatment that we want to have access to unless the state has evidence that it poses a significant risk and that taking it away will not create a greater risk. Because one of the difficulties that we've had with Health Canada is they will identify a trivial risk on a product and then basically take it away without asking the logical question, well, is there any risk of taking the treatment away? And at times they have acted very dangerously. An example that comes to mind is natokinase, which is an enzyme used to thin blood. And when Health Canada took natokinase away for really just an imagined risk, and just by way of comparative, it's completely legal in the United States and is being sold without any difficulty, but Health Canada identifies a little risk, but they did not do a risk analysis. What's the danger of taking natokinase away? And I know that many medical doctors were very concerned because they were successfully treating their patients with natokinase, and when that was taken away as a treatment option, they had to move their patients to the more dangerous chemical drug model. And we just want common sense. If you're going to say we can't have access to a treatment, you better not be causing more harm than good, because the purpose of drug regulation, the purpose of privileging our rights is good health outcomes.
Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have with me an old friend, Dean Kafferman. Dean, how are you? Welcome to the show.
I'm doing really well, and it's sure great to see you.
Yeah, no, it's good to have you. Now, you are the owner-operator of Surrey Natural Foods, which is a health food store in Surrey.
Yes.
And if I understand it, I mean, it's probably one of the oldest running, continuously running health food stores in Canada.
Yes, I believe so. We are celebrating our 50th year being in business. I haven't been there since the beginning. It was started by this amazing woman named Ann Wallace back around 1975, a single mom raising about 3 children, and somehow she was able to run a health food store on top of that. And then we got involved. We bought the store in 2011. So we've been in business now for about 14 years rather.
Right. Well, looking forward to 24 years. And now, how is it, Dean? And maybe let me just back up. So because some people watching this health show, they probably just go to the supermarket. They may not be going into health food stores. What types of things is somebody going to likely find if they go to Surrey Natural Foods?
Well, I would say the majority of our business is in supplements, vitamins, minerals, plant-based products. We also carry natural foods as well. The only thing we don't really carry is produce at this time, although we're looking forward to adding that to our list once we move to our new location at the end of the year. But primarily, so it would be natural products and supplements that we primarily sell.
Right. Okay. And we're going to get into kind of trained staff and stuff like that later, because I want people to understand how important health food stores are. But can you share? It's just funny, Dean, is most of the people that we're interviewing for this show have a health journey, and that's kind of helped them get into helping others. And you also had a health journey. You weren't in the health food store area before. You were a teacher at a college.
Yeah.
Can you share with us what happened?
Yeah, well, Sean, actually, I started out life as a farm boy.
Okay.
Yeah, my parents immigrated from Holland in 1950. I was born in 51 here in New Westminster, BC. So I've lived most of my life here. And so I had an amazingly strong, healthy body. Growing on a farm, you're eating from the garden, you're eating fresh meat, drinking fresh, unpasteurized milk right out of the tank. So I really that stood me in good stead for many years. But then I moved into the city, and started to lose some of my good habits. Found my health going down slowly, and in my early 40s, at that time, I was working as an instructor for a local business college, and I was teaching what are called life skills. So we would get contracts from the federal government to retrain people on social assistance and get them back into the workplace. And my particular area was life skills, so time management, stress management, and that sort of thing. And it was a pretty heavy load. As you know, you're dealing with people and interacting, and it takes a lot of energy. And I just found my physical gas tank was just getting emptier and emptier, and I didn't know why. Probably to this date, I can't explain it fully. But yeah, I would be working 5 days and then having to just stay home for the weekend to have enough strength to go back to work on Monday. And this just caused me a lot of concern. My wife was very good. She was her training was as a nurse, but she did a lot of research into natural health. And so she started to help me. I found a few things as well. I learned how to do deep breathing, and I found just that matter of deep breathing helped. I remember one morning I was just feeling oogie, and so I was practicing this new deep breathing technique, and suddenly click out of the it just snapped me out of my lethargy, and I thought, wow, this is powerful. And so, the matter of breath impressed me deeply. Another time, if I can give you another example, I was feeling not that similarly, and so I thought I'd just been learning a little bit more about vitamin D. This is going back probably about 8-9 years. And so I just decided, I'm just going to take a whole bunch of vitamin D. I did. And, within 10 minutes, again, I snapped out of that lethargic condition. So this sort of thing really got me excited about, wow, we've discovered something here. There are a lot of answers to our health problems, and mine in particular. And that just led me more deeply into researching and reading and studying and learning about all the various facets of natural health, from traditional Chinese medicine. I was learning how to practice what is called Qigong, which is breathing and meditation, a combination of that and movement, and that helped me tremendously. I was learning about the benefits of various vitamins, minerals, nutrients, natural nutrients as well. And I would be online. I'm sure I've spent well over 15,000 hours of researching in this topic, and continue to add to that.
Dean, I'm just going to slow things down because, you and we've had a more detailed conversation. When you're talking about being extremely fatigued when you're doing the teaching, and, you'd have to take it easy on the weekend. Yeah. Am I correct? You basically would be in bed for the entire weekend.
Pretty well, or just lying on the couch, resting. Yeah.
Yeah, like you couldn't do things. And my understanding is during the week, you just get home from work and you'd have to lay down. You couldn't function at all.
Yeah, I just had to get as much rest as I could.
Right. And this impacted at the time. I mean, you had 3 children and a wife. It also impacted your family life because you're basically not being able to contribute in their lives the way you could before.
Yeah, very true.
Okay. So you basically find a way to get your energy back. You get excited about natural health, and you basically have become a research person ever since.
Yes, very much so.
Okay.
Including, if I may add, often my customers would tell me about a product or something that worked for them. And I found quite often, not only my own direct research, but customers would say, "Hey, Dean, I've tried this, I've tried that. What do you think of it?" And I said, "I don't know. Let me look into it." And immediately I would go looking. And at that time, going back, let's say, 8 or so years, you could go online, Google it, and get lots of good information. But as time went by, it was harder and harder to find that information. You
This
really
is
had
this
to
is
dig.
this is interesting because of the algorithms,
Yes.
and for, I don't want to date us, but for the young people that weren't there at the beginning of the internet, like Dean, you could search for something and find it. Like it wouldn't be buried on page 673 of your search.
Right.
And now I think we have less information, even though we have more websites and our information base is growing. But it's becoming hard, isn't it, to get
Yes. And so you
accurate
have to,
health information?
yeah, and so you have to use different browsers to say, a certain browser will work better than another on a particular topic. And so you just have to do more, just have to research more and use more browsers in order to find what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
And even then, sometimes, it's, and it's all in the wording, trying to come up with the correct wording that would bring forth what I was looking for. So I got good at it.
Yeah. So you become passionate about it. You research. Now, actually being an expert in natural supplements, it's really a pre-requirement of running a health food store, isn't it?
Absolutely. Educate, educate, educate. And I wouldn't call myself an expert. I would call myself a student with 15,000 hours of research. Still learning.
Right.
There's so much there.
But Dean, I want to have a conversation so that people that are watching this health show, and they don't understand the importance of supporting our local health food stores because they haven't really engaged with them. There's a resource there, and there's a knowledge base there, and I want us to have a conversation about why it's important and the training that your staff regularly goes through. So that people come to understand, because I've been spooked. Like, in the last couple of months, we lost a long-standing chain of stores in Ottawa, the Kaddish stores.
Yes.
And I'm personally worried, if people just keep buying from Amazon, buying in other countries without that advice cycle, that we're going to lose something that's really, really kind of unique in Canada, like just the quality of our stores. And I'll just share a personal story. So somebody very close to me, suffering with migraines, goes to a store where we live, and you can go to any store where we live, and you're going to find the same thing. But just, I'm complaining of migraines. They've been trained in the supplements. They've been trained in a regime, and this, you want to take, this type of magnesium, the L-threonate. You want to take these B vitamins. Here's, kind of dosage amounts and that likely are going to be useful. And it was useful, Dean. And we're going to talk about how you can't talk about this, but the reality is it's helpful to have people on the ground that have been trained by the reps. And can you kind of share with us about how that works with a health food store, with reps coming and sharing information and the like?
Yeah, knowledge is power. Information is power. We need to get that information and then pass it on to our customers in order to help them. Go to a big box store and get your bottle of magnesium. All you're getting is the product. It may be reasonably priced, but what is the quality like? Who's making it? It's for us, as we're constantly, my staff are coming to me saying, "Dean, I found this in this product. I don't think we should sell it." And I would take it under advisement. I would get back to the supplier and say, "How come you've got this ingredient in there?" So it's always refining, learning, getting that information so that not only can you give the customer good information, and in our case, we have monthly meetings where we get together and discuss various products and what direction we should be taking, so that we're all on the same page together. And I'm so proud of our staff. They are. We have my son works full time. He's been here since day one, and the customers just love him. We even have a dog on staff, and believe it or not, he's just this lovely dog. He's been with my son forever, and customers come just to talk to the dog. Believe it or not, I know this is getting a little off track, but just to show you what we, what we need to do is, first of all, it has to be a welcoming place where people come into. Is the owner directly involved in the day-to-day operations, or is he an absentee owner and he just got his staff working who say, oh, you got a headache? Well, here, try white willow. But that's really not getting to the root of the problem. So yes, absolutely. Information is vital.
Yeah, and thanks for sharing that, because again, I think a lot of people don't understand that we need to protect our local health food stores. And
yes,
anyone watching this show is going to see that we keep bringing this theme up because we want you to understand that there's really like a community in stores, isn't there?
Absolutely. Yeah, our customers are our friends. And we build up that relationship with them. Just today, I had an elderly woman. Well, she's actually younger than I, but she had a whole series of problems, and so my way is I just listen. I listen until I ask questions until I get a little response that says, "Okay, this is where we need to start." And in her case, I just said, "Start in the gut. That's where the problems all start. Don't take too many. Here's 1 or 2, 3 things I'd like you to start, see how that works for you, and get back to me with the results."
Mm-hmm. Now, and you're allowed to talk one-on-one. I know when I'm talking with some people, it's like, okay, let's be careful here because we don't want to attract trouble. And and Dean, it's just interesting is I find that most people that that are the store owners, like not of the big box ones, but they're people that actually, the training impresses me, the training of the staff impresses me, but they're usually here because they've had a health journey or someone close to them have. And you know exactly what I'm talking about, don't you?
Yes, absolutely. That's the foundation. Is you're stuck, you don't know what to do, you discover an answer, it works, you think that's the only thing there is, and then as you go along you discover, whoa, no, there's way more. This is just the first entrance into this labyrinth, and then you discover all these other areas of health as well that are so critical. Absolutely.
No, and I imagine that you get a lot of joy from what you do. And you laugh, but we'll go there in a second. I'm just going to set this up because I've been interviewing, naturopathic doctors and medical doctors that have become, included integrative medicine.
Yes.
So they've come to understand a different way of thinking, and homeopathic and traditional Chinese and nutritionists and people, just who have had a health crisis, just got no relief in the mainstream medical system. And then they found a solution. And so many of them, like you, they just feel compelled to research. And one theme is, and Dean, I don't even know but I feel compelled to keep repeating it, is, our body needs certain nutrients just to do what it needs to do, to be healthy. And we're not getting it in our food supply.
That's right.
And so when the body doesn't have what it needs to be healthy, it's not healthy.
Right.
And if it's not healthy, you're starting to have problems. And give it what it needs to be healthy, and it can be healthy again. It's as simple as that.
You summed it up perfectly with that statement. Give your body what it needs, and it will do the work.
Yeah, and you see that because that's really what supplements are. It's just nutrients. We're supplementing with nutrients we're no longer getting in our food. And I imagine you have customers coming back and just saying, wow, I'm doing better.
Yes. Yeah, and it's a step-by-step procedure. That's why, with my years of experience, and there's a saying, good judgment comes from experience, and experience comes from bad judgment, for the simple reason that, you learn from your mistakes, you discover something that works better, and then my favorite line to my customers is, in my opinion. That's how I like to address them. I'm saying, I'm just giving you what I've learned, and this is what I've come to know at this point, and then help them with their health issues as best I can. And in some cases, I'll tell them, you know, you need to go see a naturopath. You need to get some more foundational help first of all, and say, I can't help you. Oh, well, a good example is I'll give someone some information, and I'll say, well, I'll go think about it. And I said, well, you're not sick enough yet, because, you know, if you're just saying that, it means you're not ready to make a decision. You need to be sicker. I know I'm being a little facetious here, but the point is that, you know, is to recognize where they are in their health journey, meet them where they are, and take them to the next step, and then hopefully continue to help them further along.
Mm-hmm. Now, Dean, a lot of people don't understand how involved, like, so our Canadian manufacturers of supplements really
Yeah.
are involved with the stores, like where the reps have a personal relationship with the stores. And I'm sorry, I'll wait till you're.
Yeah, so
you can focus again.
my son just popped in. Sorry, go ahead.
Right. So I'll just get back to, it's like a lot
Yeah.
of people, like the public, they don't know how the manufacturers actually support the stores and how the
Yes.
stores then give feedback back. So, so the manufacturers, a lot of them have reps that routinely visit the store, so you know who they are.
Yeah.
And they actually share the most up-to-date information and what's happening with products, and they'll hold seminars for the stores and the whole thing. Can you kind of share with us that world, so that people viewing can understand that, like, our local stores are also being trained by the manufacturers, but they also then give feedback back to the manufacturers? It's kind of like this, everyone's helping each other to get us the best products possible.
Exactly. We depend a lot on our suppliers to have up-to-date information, and if they don't, then, you know, we just don't buy from them. I expect them to know more than I on their particular area of information. Some of them are great, some don't know a lot themselves, and then we'll educate them in some cases. But yeah, that back and forth traffic, and especially getting back to the rep, and let your boss know that they really need to do this or this, and you know, so from that respect, there's that feedback loop that's constantly ongoing. And so we're very, you know, we depend a lot on our reps to really bring that information to us, but we don't wait for them. In some cases, you know, I would say in our case, we go that extra mile to discover things, and then go to them and say, how come you're not carrying this? Or when do you expect to get this product online? And so, yeah, it's a wonderful interchange of information.
Mm-hmm. And now, when you order products from your reps, you know you're getting the product from the company.
Yes.
Like, it's not a fake, because you've got a relationship with your rep.
Absolutely. It's not, you know, when you buy online, do you know what you're getting? So it's cheaper, but what's in it? And who can read a label? Well, let's talk about that.
I can't.
Exactly. I mean, and the amount of information that Health Canada requires them to put on the label, the print is so small that, and in some cases now they have double labels where you pull off the outer label and then there's more information underneath. And well, you know, you can only put so much on a bottle, and with respect to that, at least, I mean, the ingredients is vital. What are the medicinal ingredients? What are the non-medicinal ingredients? And there are some non-medicinal ingredients we'll say, how come you've got that in there? That's really not a very good ingredient. And sometimes it's just to make the product flow better into the capsule. Well, there's other ways to deal with that as well. So we're you know, as the Bible says, iron sharpens iron. So, you know, we're working together with a common goal, and that is to get our customers the best quality possible. And I would say generally, you know, the manufacturers and the manufacturers in Canada they're a wonderful bunch. I think we're blessed with some amazing manufacturers who hold to that ethic of bringing quality products to Canadians. And I'm proud of that.
No, I am too, and so I'm glad we're having this discussion. And you'd kind of touched on it, like Dean, we get reported to us some real horror stories about people buying online, like Amazon, and I'm not here to knock them,
Yeah.
but if the product costs twice as much as you'd have to pay in a health food store,
Yeah.
if you really think you're getting the real product,
Yeah.
like, and then you're not getting the advice,
Yeah.
and you're not supporting this network that we need to support. And
Right.
and so I just like people, you're missing out. You're missing out on the community, you're missing out on the advice, and it's so important to be supporting local. Now, Dean,
Yeah.
I want to kind of segue, like,
Mhm.
I've kind of danced around, you're seeing some good outcomes in that, but there really, stores like you have to be careful in what you say, because otherwise you're going to get in trouble with Health Canada, right?
That's why I use the phrase "in my opinion" a lot. I'm not. Yes, we don't prescribe, right? That's not our job. Our
Well, and you
job.
don't advertise truthful information because you'll get in trouble.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there are limitations, and that's a shame to that has to be that is that way. It doesn't have to be that way, but it is. But you learn to dance the dance and still bring the information to the customers.
Well, the
And
customers that come in knowing to
yeah,
ask on an
yes,
individual basis.
yeah,
And it's just the point I wanted to make, because Dean, I'm so frustrated
yeah,
that we can't share truthful health information. If you're a manufacturer, if you're a practitioner, if you're a store, you can't advertise truthful health information
yeah,
so that people that wouldn't know that they could access something can access it. If
yeah,
I can just segue and share something that's breaking my heart as we do
yeah,
these interviews,
yeah,
we are interviewing people for this health show that, like, they're sharing life and death stories, or they're sharing stories where, like, they're completely disabled,
yeah,
and then they come across a natural remedy.
yeah,
Now, Dean, their stories have happy endings. Every
yeah,
single one of them has
yes,
a happy ending, but most of them are sharing that before they get there, they're in despair. Like, some of
right,
them are saying, I would have killed myself if I didn't find a solution.
yes,
And I'm realizing there's a whole bunch of people out there trapped in the mainstream medical system. And again, not here to knock them,
yeah,
but if it's not working and you don't know, to keep looking, to not lose hope. Like,
right,
because you've heard so many health journeys, and I've heard them, like, sometimes it takes people a while to find it, but then they find it.
yes,
They total resolution. And that's what's breaking my heart about the censorship, is if
yes,
people can't advertise, hey, there's this option, there's that option, then the public can't know to try stuff, right?
exactly. Yeah. I have a saying. Uh, it's my motto: putting the doctors out of business one customer at a time. And that just means that I know, drugs do not heal; they treat symptoms. Everybody knows that. What we really need is products and services that restore health to the human frame. And that's our passion, and that's why we do what we do. And that's why when I get up in the morning, it's like, okay, who are we going to help today?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I don't need a lot of incentive to get up in the morning to go to work. I work 6 days a week, take a day off, and yeah, to me, it's my passion. Now I know what I want to be when I grow up. So all I have to do now is grow up.
Yeah, no, don't rush that. I don't think we're given enough time
Yeah.
on this earth to
We should
grow up.
we should be living to be 100 years, 120. That should be a normal lifespan for humans, but and we're not there yet. But I also have a I feel that there's so much research being done into longevity. That's a huge topic, and I think we're going to see that people living much longer and living healthy lives well into their hundreds and later.
Yeah, it's exciting, isn't it?
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
now, you have been around long enough to see a whole bunch of regulations come in,
Yeah.
and things get a lot stricter.
Yes.
Can you kind of share your thoughts on And just so the public watching this understands, so, we've got these drug regulations,
Yeah.
which, were not intended, the chemical drug regulations were not intended to treat like our foods as drugs, because really nutrients, again, it's just the human body needs certain nutrients to be healthy.
Yes.
If we don't have them, we're not healthy, and we
Yeah.
got to take them so the body can be healthy. Like the body just
Yeah.
needs some stuff to be healthy. So we're really talking supplementing our foods. These are foods.
Yes. Yeah.
But and we weren't treated as drugs before, but then Health Canada is now, we're in a drug model. We have to make claims. We're forced to make claims. We're forced to
Right.
prove those claims. We're forced to prove that parsley's safe, for crying out loud, Dean,
Yeah.
before we can get Health Canada's permission. And this has driven up cost, and it's complicated things. Do you want to kind of, and I don't take offense, as an old timer, as somebody that's kind of seen it all,
Yeah.
what are your thoughts about all of this?
Well, first of all, Health Canada, as you well know, their mandate is to protect the pharmaceutical industry and to protect patents. And you told me that you heard that directly from Health Canada people when you were handling a case at one point. So natural products are not drugs. They are nutrients. They shouldn't be under the Health Canada umbrella. My good friend Eldon Dahl, who owns Life Choice in Cochrane, Alberta, he said he once told me, he said, this should be under a totally different umbrella. There should be a natural health protectorate or directorate, and it should be staffed with people who are knowledgeable about this field of health. We have the field of health called orthomolecular medicine, developed by, incidentally, a wonderful Canadian doctor named Dr. Abram. And we have functional medicine. So there are all these other areas that are developing, growing exponentially as people bail out of the pharmaceutical paradigm. But yes, when it comes to natural products, we need our own health directorate, staffed, as I say, with people who have knowledge in that field, not by bureaucrats who are simply, following whatever mandate of the day they are given. That's the first thing, in my opinion. It needs to be taken away from Health Canada and put under a proper leadership.
I think, everyone agrees with what should be. So, we should protect against fraud.
Yes.
That's unobjectionable. And we had that before we had these regulations. So our regulations don't protect us against fraud.
Right.
And, we should be protected against adulteration. So don't put anything dangerous in there. Don't spike it with a pharmaceutical. And they should be manufactured in a reasonable manner. So let's have reasonable, good manufacturing practices.
Yes.
But aside from that, Dean, we've gone so much further, where they've put us in this expensive drug model where we've lost products.
Yes.
And products have changed. Can you talk about that? Because people walk into a health food store, or they walk into, their pharmacy or grocery store, which, it just seems that products are endless. But, just because you have 40 different companies making vitamin C doesn't mean we haven't lost products, does it?
Yeah, exactly. And then a big question is, what is the dosage recommended on the bottle? For example, vitamin D is measured in what are called international units. And 1,000 international units of vitamin D, which is actually a steroid, not a vitamin, but it's been classified that way, so that's fine. But 1,000 international units is 25 micrograms. That's 25 millionths of a gram. Well, that might be enough for a hamster, but not for a human being. And so,
okay, Dean, I'm going to stop you there. There's no way that's enough for a hamster.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, yeah. So I myself, I'm my own guinea pig hamster. I'll try this at a higher dose. What is the result that I get? Vitamin C, there's a wonderful a man named Dr. Andrew Saul, who has done extensive research on vitamin C, and Dr. Linus Pauling was one who popularized vitamin C. And he says the best way to take vitamin C is to what is called bowel tolerance, which means as once you get a loose stool, that indicates now you have enough vitamin C in your system to do what it needs to do. And so that's often the case. If the customer reads the label and it says, vitamin E, take, one capsule, 400 international units again. And there's another thing, let us have a standard measurement. Not one thing is measured in international units and something else in micrograms and something else in milligrams. That's confusing enough for the customer. They don't have a clue. So standardization is important, and then dosage is another matter that, of course, that's something that the manufacturers need to address. Again, I refer to Eldon Dahl. He's been a fighter in this field. Like, he brought on products he made products available because he kept going after Health Canada, resubmitting until he got it. And that's the kind of tenacity that we need to have, is don't give up. Just because you get no, remember, no is one no closer to yes. And that's where, especially the manufacturers who are dealing directly with Health Canada and other directorates, they need to keep persisting. Don't give up. A good example is True Hope and the fight they had to keep their products available. It's, these are the people that inspire me and get me to, are the reason why I just keep going, keep working, keep trying.
You're naming people that the public won't know. Health Canada has actually raided these people with the police.
Yes.
To try and take vitamins and minerals away from us.
Right.
And they fought and fought and fought, and that we still have access to those vitamins and minerals because they weren't willing to roll over and say no because they understood we needed them.
Yes, exactly. And we need that fighting attitude. We need at all levels to keep pushing. Eventually together, manufacturers, distributors, retailers with passion and desire, it's doable. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but we keep pushing the envelope further and further until we get what needs to be had.
Now, back to the earlier conversation, Health Canada brings in these new regulations where now we have to prove safety and efficacy. One thing that happened is we lost a lot of multi-ingredient products, didn't we?
Yes.
That really worked. Right. You would have had customers relying on them and they disappeared.
Exactly. For the simple reason that if it's too expensive to produce because of all the regulatory requirements, how, and so let's say XYZ manufacturer wants to bring this product to market, but they have to spend whatever, $100,000, $500,000. They can't recover that cost. And if you can't recover the cost, unless you sell it at such an exorbitantly high price that no one's going to want to buy it, de facto, that product disappears off the shelf. And there are a number of products where that has happened.
Right. So I just want the public to understand, because they see full shelves.
Yeah.
But here we have a long-term store owner that's telling you some really key products that helped a lot of people just disappear, didn't they, Dean?
Absolutely. And so then what do? We have to go to plan B. And meanwhile, hopefully our wonderful manufacturers will, keep pushing, keep insisting, send in their monographs, keep reapplying. And, I'm not involved directly with Health Canada, but I'm sure it's a labor intensive, it's very labor intensive to satisfy their so-called requirements.
No, Dean, when these regulations are being forced in, and all of a sudden people have to get licensing, which we didn't before, and they don't south of the border, why we can't compete fairly with the U.S., I don't know. Yeah. But I had some manufacturers sit me down and say, I'm trying to get this multi-ingredient product that really works for people.
Yeah.
approved, but Health Canada's forcing me to drop ingredients
Yes.
and or reduce the levels of ingredients to a point. I've had some say, I know the product won't work.
Yeah.
Like I know the product won't work. And so some of them just said, I'm not going to bother licensing, getting a license for a product I know won't work.
Yes.
And that happened too, didn't it? But
yeah, that's huge. That's huge, and that's another tactic. It's a low down tactic that is being used for, well, whatever reason. We know what the reason is. If these products work too well, somebody's going to suffer. Somebody's business model is not going to do that well. So, yeah, it's one of the tactics that are used, and it's despicable.
no, Dean, the costs have gone. Like I've noticed that, everyone else has noticed, and we're talking before this inflationary thing. These regulations came in, and all of a sudden, Canadian manufacturers have this incredible regulatory burden. It's very costly for them. How has that affected your customers? Because I imagine some customers can no longer afford Canadian products.
I mean, we were hit with a double whammy with the whole, our good friend Mr. Trudeau borrowing billions and billions of dollars, and then suddenly we're having inflation go up dramatically, and then at the same time the health burden hitting at about the same time. You have a double whammy happening. So yeah, there was definitely people's budgets can only handle so much. So yeah, it did affect us. Yet on the other hand, I think it's a matter of priorities again. When we talk to our customers and let them know, well, yes, maybe you can forego your latte at Starbucks and a few other things. There's always, in my opinion, there's always a way. If you want it badly enough, you'll find a way to get it. But yeah, the cost, we should be selling these products at a significantly lower price than we currently are.
Well, Dean, this is probably about, I'm guessing 14 months ago, where we're doing an NHPPA show and we've got a practitioner on that gets consulted by both Americans and Canadians. And this practitioner was sharing, well, the same protocol for the Canadians is going to be, 3 or 4 times as expensive as for the Americans, because the Canadian companies have this new regulatory burden the US companies don't.
Yeah.
And so my worry when I hear that is twofold.
Yeah.
One is that low-income Canadians get priced out of nutrients that are vital to be healthy. And my second concern is then Canadians will start ordering from US companies.
Yeah.
And then they're not supporting the Canadian companies, and stores like you have to buy from companies that, are complying with this regulatory burden. So how do you compete? How do you stay in business? How do you have your trained staff there when basically the regulations are making it so that Canadian stores and Canadian companies can't compete?
Well, to me, it's a matter of focus. I can look at those problems, those difficulties, and get discouraged or deflated. But to me, it's a matter of focus. I just focus on what I can do, what is available to me, and I will always look for cheaper optional products. For example, here's a very good example. One of my suppliers, he supplies me with a line of probiotics, and he used to have an NPN number on it because he was making certain claims. So then he decided, no more NPN number, I'm going to just classify it as a food. So he can make no claims on it, yet that was his way of getting around the problem. And of course, not everyone can do that. But this is another thing we're doing is, for example, we're selling vitamin C in the form of a product that's made of what are called camu berries. This is a South American berry. I believe it grows on a tree that is very high in vitamin C. So we're moving people to whole foods. For example, getting your nutrients from whole foods. Now they're still, they come in a bag, a 27 gram bag, but no claims are on it. But that's one way to challenge, in my opinion, to challenge Health Canada. Okay, you're not going to work with us. Well, we'll just stop the NPN system and we'll just sell it as a whole food. People are knowledgeable enough to understand. Oh, well, yeah, I can get my vitamin C from an orange, but yeah, then I let them know. Well, there's a lot of sugar in oranges, so you're going to have to eat a lot of oranges to get that. There are other ways where you don't have to do that. So that's one approach that I take. And in fact, my son, Dan, he kind of spearheaded that whole effort and said, yeah, Dad, why, here we've got these foods. They don't need any NPN numbers, but they're high in vitamin C. For example, cacao powder is another one, and there's other ones as well. Maca, whole herbs, whole plants. But in a concentrated form in many cases, so that they're getting the benefit without having to bear that onerous regulatory burden. So to me, there's always a way around these characters, to use a polite word, and it's just a matter of working, finding whatever angle. Another example is silica is a mineral that is very much needed in our bodies. There are the products are often quite expensive with an NPN number. Well, I found a supplier of silica is found in diatomaceous earth. Well, we've heard of diatomaceous earth as an insecticide, but it's also can be taken internally. There's food grade in that particular one. I can sell a 280 gram bottle of diatomaceous earth for $24. So there are ways. And that's always the challenge is, you throw that at me, Health Canada. Okay, I'll catch it and we'll find another way around. We will, and we will continue to keep working that way. To me, I'm in this for the long run, and it's so important that, in that way we can help customers. You can't afford that. Well, here's a 24 bottle, and there's enough a bottle of $24 bottle of diatomaceous earth, and there's enough in there to go for 3 months. So that's less than $10, around $10 a month. So there are ways, and that's one thing that I encourage suppliers to do. If you don't need make no claims. People know enough that this is a good product. Sell it under the food instead of under NPNs.
Your optimism and joy are infectious, Dean. It's clear, you just want to help people, and you're viewing it as your role to find a way to enable people to just get the nutrition they need.
Yes. If I could say something, Sean, you told me once that when you were, when you handled the True Hope case, and you said, the judge eventually said, you must leave this product on the market because it is helping people. If you don't, then you're actually breaking the law, something to that effect. You would be better able to say it than I. But, I've never forgotten, that you said that. And I take that approach. My obligation is to help my customers, not to police Health Canada. And, whatever their job is, that's their job. We're going to do whatever we can to ensure that we will have more products at a better price over the long run. That's my view. That's my focus. I'm zeroed into that. I'm dialed into that. And come hell or high water, we'll be here long after Health Canada has retired in the sunset.
Well, so Dean, I'm going to ask you a final question, which I ask every person that comes to help us. And, I think you've already answered it. I think I can anticipate what you're going to say. But the question just simply is, what's your message to Ottawa? And, Ottawa's Health Canada, it's also the MPs.
Yeah.
That, we need to bring in a fair regulatory environment.
Yeah. Number one, we better have a good lobbying group in Ottawa. I believe Canadian, CHFA, Canadian Health Food Association, is working in that respect. I recently heard that.
No, but what's your message to Ottawa? So to Health Canada, to the MPs?
The same message I give to my customers: educate them, let them know this is what we're faced with. This is what these are products that should be available to every Canadian, regardless of financial. Here, let me, if I could say this, health products should also be exempt, and I believe that's what they're working on, getting the GST off of health products. These products are they're helping people, and so again, all I can say is were I there talking to them, I would be saying the same thing I'm saying to you, the same thing I say to my customers. We need to make sure that Canadians have full access to natural products that are helping them in every way. And here's what we need to do. We need to make sure that we have a proper directorate running, managing, overseeing this industry, not as a drug industry, but as a natural products industry. And we need to do everything in our power to ensure that Canadians will have this for many generations to come.
I really like your answer.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I truly do. And Dean, it's just been a pleasure. Just been a pleasure having you on and sharing, and your kind of joy to help people is infectious. So I think everyone's going to enjoy your presentation.
Thank you, Sean. It's thank you for having me on. It's a pleasure, and keep up the wonderful work that you're doing. I'm so thankful that you're here, helping, doing your part, and we're in this together, as Red Green would say.
Yeah, no, we truly are, aren't we?
Yeah, we're in this together.
So, Dean, on behalf of the NHPPA and the World's Greatest Health Show, thank you so much for coming and sharing with us.
Thank you.
So when we get to Section 3 of the Charter, it sets out, well, here are the principles that apply. We've set out the rights that our courts and our common law traditions say that we already have. And later on, we set out, a whole bunch of kind of things that need to be in place for these rights to take effect. But what are the principles? So when a court's looking at the Act, or if a government body is looking at the Act, well, how do we interpret this? What are the principles that should be guiding them? And one of the principles is that all of us are competent to make our own health decisions. And I'm not talking about people that are dementing. I'm talking about the average person, you and I. A principle here is that we're deemed to be competent to make our own health decisions. If we're not deemed to be competent, then a regulatory body, and we've experienced this, will start taking treatments away in a paternalistic way. No, we haven't approved this.
you can't take it because you're not competent to make your own decisions. We're saying that's false. We are deemed to be competent. Another one of the principles is that the individual is the best source of information as to whether or not a treatment is working for that individual. And this is terribly important because we can have the government say, no, wait a second, you can't take a treatment because we haven't approved it. And we're experiencing this time and time again. Well, what if that individual, what if you have tried all of the treatments, the approved treatments, and they're not working? It's not appropriate for you to be told you can't take something. We are the best source of information as to whether or not a treatment is working for us, and that principle has to be privileged and entrenched in our drug law and in our drug policy.
Hello, and welcome to a segment we're calling Nutritional Newsflash. It's part of the world's greatest health show, and I'm your host, Eric Clegg. I'm thrilled to be joined throughout this series by my guest, certified nutrition expert, Roseanne Casal. Roseanne Casal is a nutrition coach and private chef and the founder of Nourish 365, where since 2016, she has helped clients to take charge of their health through conscious, sustainable food and lifestyle choices. She holds a BA from SUNY Old Westbury and a master's in nutrition from the University of Bridgeport. Welcome, Roseanne. How are you today?
Thank you. I'm doing well. I hope you are too.
Yes, I'm doing great. Thank you. As many of you know, the NHPPA is dedicated to the protection of natural health products and natural health practices. But for this series, I thought it would be a great idea to get to the basics of natural health, which in the end is good nutrition. So over the next few episodes, we will explore the benefits of good nutrition for your body and mind, and how the right foods and smart supplements can boost your health, especially for those of us who are too busy to cook a gourmet meal every night. And considering the busy, chaotic lives many of us lead, sometimes it's really hard to make the right choices in what we eat. I know I'm guilty of that. I mean, I don't even enjoy cooking, to tell you the truth, but maybe that's because I don't know where to start. So, Roseanne, I figured we'd start at the basics. I'm just curious, what brought you into the field of nutrition?
Yes, thank you for having me. And my entrance into the world of everything nutrition was brought about by health challenges that I experienced after the birth of my first child, my daughter, when I was struggling with postpartum depression, and following that, which actually was undiagnosed at the time, following that, just an overall feeling of not feeling well, like low energy and mood, and actually eventually some joint pain. And I went down the route of, the regular medical system and blood tests and things like that. And it just was not working for me. I was not feeling better. And so I decided to dive into researching nutrition and food and how that impacts our health and how we feel physically and mentally. And so I began using myself and my family to practice on. And I've known how to cook since I was young from my mom. And so we probably pretty quickly switched into, I would say, a nutrient-dense eating lifestyle. And then further down the road, before I had my second and third child, I went back to school and got my master's degree in nutrition.
Oh, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
For me, it's a bit of a different story. It's only in the last 5 years that I've started to take note of nutrition, and with all the different things that have happened over the past few years, I figured, well, it's probably a good idea if I start eating better.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
I mean, take a few supplements, but I've never really had to take any medications for anything because I haven't really had any issues. And I'm not 31 anymore, so little things start to creep in. So I think one of the basic things of nutrition probably would be water. I mean, sort of everybody needs water. I mean, apparently we're 60 to 70% water as human beings. And I know there's all kinds of different types of water. Say there's tap water, there's spring water, there's distilled water. Probably all of these different types of waters have disadvantages and advantages. And I'm wondering what thoughts you have on types of water. I know for me, tap water, I don't like the taste, and I wonder what's in the water.
Probably what you're tasting is chlorine, because I think probably, I'm not sure about in Canada, but I know in the States it's that's what they're using for disinfection purposes. So I know when I go out to a restaurant, when they give me water, for the most part, I'm not getting filtered water, and I'm tasting the chlorine. Yeah, we easily taste it, and I really don't even drink water when I'm out like that. As far as different spring waters, they are tested, and you can ask them for their testing, what they do to test their water, so you know how pure they are. And I mean, as far as buying bottled water, I would say just buy glass bottled water, because now we know about plastics and microplastics, and we don't want them in our bodies. So I would always go with a glass bottled water, and there are a lot to choose from. So there's that. But my personal preference is, and what I think is important for everyone's health, I mean, it's not so much nutrition, but it's for wellness and overall wellness, is to have clean, pure drinking water. And that's for drinking and for cooking. If you can go further and get a whole house filter, that's really great as well. It's good for your skin. It's good for your hair. And also, because of the chlorine that they use in the water, you can, if you're taking like a hot shower or a bath, you can get vapors from the chlorine, which is not great for you. But at the very least, I would say have a drinking water filter. And, there are a couple of different types that you can use. And generally, I feel like the expense is well worth it. I mean, it's and I definitely use it myself. I have for a long time. And if you want to know a little bit about the filters, I can share that information with you.
Yeah, I do want to know. And one thing you mentioned about the chlorine in the shower. Now, from what I heard, like a lot of people will boil their water to get rid of stuff that's in the tap water. But I read something recently, I'm not sure if it's true or not, but that when you boil chlorine, it's actually worse for you. So I don't know if that's the case or not, whether you've heard about that. Well,
I think that, I don't know if it's worse in the water. It's the vapors from boiling the water. So like that super hot water in the shower, hot bath, like that. That is what I thought. I'm trying to remember. I had written it down, but it's just like a chlorine gas. That's not good for you. But I mean, I actually don't have a whole house filter here. I also don't take boiling hot showers either. So it's not as, it's not quite as important, but I would like to have a whole house filter, but I definitely want to have the pure drinking water. Mm-hmm.
And that's interesting when you talk about the house filter. When I moved into a house 20 years ago, there was a whole system in the basement, a whole water filtration system. And the lady who lived there before, and she asked if we wanted that included with the house. And I said, well, that just takes up too much space. I wasn't interested. Now, when I'm thinking about it, I should have said yes, right?
Yes.
So instead, she unassembled it and took it out. We just had the regular water, but in hindsight, I would have made a different decision.
Yes.
So I would like to know a bit more about the water. I know there's, like you say, in spring water, plastic bottles. That's mostly what you see around here.
Yes.
Anyway.
Yes.
And so in plastic bottles, well, there's all kinds of these microplastics, which is not a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, there can be. I don't know if it's measured. Like filter companies are probably measuring things like that. Like they sort of, if you go to different sites of different filter manufacturers, they'll tell you probably what they're finding in water, or what you'll find in your local water, your municipal water. And apparently they are finding microplastics. So really anything that's sitting in something in plastic for a while, it's could possibly get into the water. I couldn't tell you how much or how little, but I don't really, I don't want to really take chances. It's the same, just on a little side note, is particularly putting hot food into a plastic container. Like a long time ago, I switched to all glass containers for food in my house. And because particularly when something is hot, I think there's more of a danger of getting plastics in your food. So anyway, as far as the water goes, I don't know how much is getting into into your water in a plastic bottle, but I always, anytime I have a choice, I always go for a glass bottle.
Right. And I think when these plastic bottles, they're probably stored for months, sometimes years in a warehouse.
Mm-hmm.
And so that water is just sitting there with all this plastic surrounding it. It must be leaching into the water. So
it's possible. Mm-hmm.
A good thing. Another topic that I find interesting is distilled water. I heard so much about distilled water, basically water that's been evaporated and then reconstituted as water, which takes out a lot of the bad stuff. But it turns out that you're missing a lot of the minerals and nutrients that water gives us.
It's true. Yeah, I did. I just wanted to take a note of some of the things that are in water. I didn't think I would remember them, all of them, but of course you don't want lead in your water. When they're tested, and it probably mostly is by the filter companies, I'm thinking, or maybe environmental groups, industrial chemicals, bacteria, fertilizers, like from agricultural fertilizers, pharmaceutical drugs, or even over-the-counter drugs, PFAs, which are like from non-stick surfaces, can get into the water. And so there's just so much, it's like also in industrial waste products. As far as it seems like an American phenomenon, but in our country, a lot of municipalities had added, not on Long Island where I live, but they added fluoride to their water. And it turns out that fluoride was a byproduct of some industrial process and really not very good for our health. But they needed a way to get rid of it. So yeah, that's as far as my research goes and my perspective. So anyway, as far as filters and distilling water, the distilled water does it will kill, bacteria at over 165 degrees will be killed when you boil it for a few minutes, probably same parasites similarly. But all those other things that I mentioned are not going to just disappear from boiling it. So with distilled water, so the water's boiled, and then the condensed water is like sifted off, and then that's what you're and then you're drinking the boiled, so the other water that remains, and so it's partially like it's not exactly filtered, but it is a certain process. You could say it's filtered, but it's not taking out all those things I mentioned that are getting into our water now. Now, not every. I don't know how the water exactly is in Canada. I don't even really. I know on Long Island here, where it's an aquifer, so we're getting water from under the ground. But when I think of even just in the neighborhood, the things people are putting on their lawns, and, we have cesspools, we don't have all sewers, like all that is getting into the water supply. Like, people are flushing drugs down the toilet. Are they really getting rid of all that stuff? I don't think so. So it's of major importance, I think, to be filtering your water, because if you take a regular carbon filter, they're not that expensive. You can do your own research and find what you like. That does a partially, it's like a part physical filter, and also it binds, so it's also like a chemical type filter. Nothing that's bad for you, and in some cases, like the filter that I have, it's by a process of gravity, and it goes through the filter and comes down to the bottom, and it really is clearing out, because I rechecked that before speaking to you of exactly what that's taking out, and they've even upgraded the filter now to it is really removing all those things that I talked about. So that's great. That will keep the minerals in the water, the carbon filter. But if you go into a reverse osmosis filter, which a lot of people they really want to make sure, because that goes through an even finer membrane after it's first filtered, it goes through another membrane which totally purifies it. That takes out minerals. So in that case, you would want to be careful. You could put a little pinch of some, pure sea salt of some kind into your water to get the minerals, or, making sure that you have mineral supplement. But generally, even just from the salt, you can get your minerals. So yeah, those are two of the filters, and those are, that would protect. I would preserve your health.
Be something like a Berkey. I've heard of Berkey water filters. That's one particular brand that I've heard of.
Yes.
And then there's probably other brands too. I'm wondering, how would that compare to a Brita filter? I'm sure that's not quite as intense in the
Correct. Yeah. As a matter of fact, I didn't check that now, but when I was researching for my son to go to college and bring a smaller, say a carafe filter with him, I just read that was really not that helpful, the Brita filter. It was just not filtering the things that we wanted to filter out. So that's when I got him the carafe reverse osmosis filter. And so that's what he uses up there. So yeah, I'd have to look and check and see what I would say. Do your research. Look up the Brita filter if you want. I don't think it's probably the best thing on the market, but that's my perspective. But always do the research. You can try the carbon filter. It's very simple. I use it here in the house. The carafe filter, so you're getting a pitcher at a time. Is good because you can keep it in the refrigerator, and so it's cold and very pure. So it depends on what fits your needs.
I'm curious, the carafe filter you're talking about, that's sort of maybe the same size as a Brita filter, but is it plastic or is it
let's see,
glass? Or
yeah, a lot of them are plastic actually. The containers, to be honest with you, I'm going to have to ask my son about that. I'm not sure. I don't know if they got him a glass. If I had a choice, I probably did choose the glass one, but this is going a couple of years back.
right.
But a lot that I've seen are still plastic. And I think that's more for the sake of safety in a way, because you are moving it around, you're filtering it, you're putting it in the fridge and things like that. So, but yeah, you could always switch it over if you wanted to. So it's like doing smaller amounts at a time. So it would go into maybe the plastic filter, but you could get yourself a bottle or something to put in the fridge, or multiple bottles if you wanted to.
Right. So the one you have is probably a metal. I've seen some of the Berkey ones, and they're pretty large. So
Yeah. I have a mid-sized one, I think, but there's larger. For right now, that's fine for me. I do use it for cooking, like boiling things too. So sometimes I need more. But that's it doesn't take up a huge space in my kitchen. Like I have enough room for it. I love it because I like to drink room temperature water, and that's how that the Berkey is.
Right.
But other people like refrigerated water. So yeah, I've been very happy with that, and yeah, I'm glad to know that in my home I'm getting pure, clear, filtered water.
yeah, and I guess it's a little pricey, but it's worth it in the end when you're talking about health, right?
And actually, the system has. I can't even imagine how long it will last. A long time. The only thing is the filters. And even if you're spending $100 a year, I don't even know if that's the exact price, but it's like takes 2 filters, the one that I have. That's like less than $10 a month on water. And if you're buying water out somewhere, you're going to spend more than that.
Oh yeah, way more.
Yeah.
That's one thing. I'm buying distilled water in bottles, but from what I've looked into recently, you're missing the minerals. So that's something that I'm looking into is a filter like you're talking about.
Yeah.
So that's quite something. And filters, you're changing it once a year. You're changing your filter, and I guess you have to add some supplements into it, like electrolytes or salt.
I mean, I don't with the Berkey because it's not a problem with the minerals, but with the reverse osmosis filters, that's what really, because it has that like a second membrane that it filters through, that like it's just so fine that it's even taking out the minerals. So with that, as a matter of fact, that particular company that I just bought one from, they actually sell drops if you want to put that back into your water. Or like I said, I mean, a doctor told me years ago, like add a little pinch of, a very pure sea salt to your, just a pinch to your water. And people maybe don't like that. Or you could do, I personally like to use electrolytes. Now, I have minerals in my water, but I find that I perform better when I go and work out in the morning. And if I'm doing exercise and things like that, I just put a little scoop of electrolytes, tiny bit into my water. It gives it a little bit of flavor, and but you can get it unflavored. So that would be a supplement that would, I take it even though I don't think I necessarily, it's not taken out of my water, but I like to use it anyway. I find that it keeps me very well hydrated. So I think that that's potentially for, who's ever interested, if they're doing whatever they're doing, if they want to look into something like that, I think electrolytes could be in addition to, some support, some health support.
Right. So pure water is probably the best, but we also get water in juice, in coffee. Is that, I'm not sure what the recommended amount of water we're supposed to be drinking, but it's it, and probably most people don't have the recommended amount.
I agree. I'm not a big water drinker, so I can't really, I mean, I understand it's a little bit hard to get sometimes enough water. I mean, see, I think at least if you're doing this at home, like I put filtered water in my coffee maker, and with my electrolytes, and when I'm do some kind of cooking, like when I make soup, I'm using filtered water. So at least if you're doing these things at home, you can't maybe be perfect, and that's understandable, and it's the world we live in, but at least if you're doing these things at home, you're protecting your health in your home.
Right. So I guess coffee's not a bad thing then.
I don't think so.
In the morning, so
moderation,
yeah, sure. Yeah, I guess everything in moderation, right? So
always.
we're also getting water in our food, but
correct. Yes, absolutely.
I guess it's not enough. Obviously, we need liquid form of water too to be able
like
to
fruits and vegetables give a lot of some have a lot of water, and then like think of a cucumber or celery or watermelon. I mean, you're definitely getting your fluids plus whatever else is in the fruit, but I think generally people don't eat that much of fruit and vegetables enough to compensate for not having any water. So I would definitely try to get some regular like water or water with electrolytes into your diet, into your, not your diet, but your health routine.
Yeah, so I guess it's one of the basic things that we need for sure. And then there's the topic of good nutrition, but we'll save that for another episode.
Sounds good.
So, well, I appreciate you telling me all about this, and it's very interesting. It's something that I'm learning more and more as I do my own research, which everybody should be doing.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, that's my pleasure. And that's what I would say is, I'm just touching on these things, but you can dive in. It's not even that much research to find out about how to have clean water in your house. And I would say, do what's best for you. I'm choosing what's best for me, but everybody has to choose what's best for them. But I do strongly recommend having filtered water in your home.
Yep. Well, that's on my Christmas list, so I'll be doing that. Okay, well, thank you very much, and
sure.
You can join us next time, and we'll talk about another topic.
Sounds great.
That's it for now. Thank you for joining us on the Nutritional News Flash, and we'll catch you in the next episode. Stay healthy, everyone.
Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Sean Buckley. I'm with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have Diane Elms with me. Diane, welcome to the health show.
Thank you very much for allowing me to be here.
And Diane, there's a whole bunch of letters behind your name. Do you want to just explain what they are? I don't want to go into your background yet. I want to then go into your personal health story. But
Right.
just some people might be going, well, what the heck do those letters stand for?
So they mean, I'm going to look at my diploma, Diploma of Homeopathic Medicine and Health Sciences. So those are the initials.
So for those of you wondering what the heck those mean, that's what that means. Now, Diane, you had no intention of becoming a homeopathic doctor. You were working as a professional photographer.
Correct. Now I have to correct you right there and then. You're not allowed to call me a doctor.
Oh, right, because we have censorship.
Correct.
So what am I supposed to call you? Like a homeopathic practitioner?
Yes.
Okay. So thank goodness I'm in a different province and your college can't go after me personally, hopefully.
Or me.
So yeah, and that in itself is it's interesting, and that like a lot of people don't know that in the area of health that there is so much control over what can be said in an effort to kind of get the public to just think one way, that it's staggering. But that's one of them. But let's get into your story. So you're working as a professional photographer. So this is what you're doing for a living. And something happened. Do you want to share with us your health journey?
Right. And in fact, right behind me there is actually up on the wall. That's actually my certificates from being a professional photographer and within my association. So I'd been a photographer for many years, and I was lifting equipment out of my car, and I felt like I must have pinched a nerve or something because my arms started to tingle. And I'd gone to chiropractic care, which I believe in, for many years. And but within a couple of days, my tingling from my arms and my arms went into my legs. And so my chiropractor said, and I knew that that wasn't normal, that to go to all four limbs. And so from there, pain, very painful, spasms, and spasms were incredible. And I had the tingling and pain, less mobility. And you have to understand, I'd been athletic all my life, a very active mom, 3 children, bicycle, baseball, rollerblading, everything.
Well, let's also comment, you're 35 at the time. Like you're a young woman.
Yes, at the time. I'm not 35 now. Yes. So at the time, I'm 35 years old. I need my income, and I have 3 beautiful children, my husband. And so things were not going well. I continued, seeking help. I eventually went to my family doctor, who basically...
I'm gonna slow things down here.
Okay.
So when you say tingling, you were actually getting that, I think it's called pins and needles, where you,
Correct.
Like you've fallen asleep on your arm type thing, and it hurts. Like we've all experienced that.
Yes.
So you were actually getting this pins and needle sensation in both your arms and your legs. So it would never stop.
Correct. 24/7. It was on all the time.
Right. And my understanding is this became such a problem. You were having difficulty walking.
Correct. Oh, like everything. I was just fatigued out because everything I did took so much effort. I had no strength left. Literally, as time went on, not right in the beginning, but as time went on, I got to the point where I literally would have to say in my mind, okay, lift your leg to walk, lift your leg to walk. And that's how I walked. Everything became painful. Everything was exhausting. And there were days when getting up, walking down the stairs, getting myself ready was my entire day. It just was all I could do to do that. Yeah, during that period.
Yeah, I think it's important for people to understand. you basically became disabled, right?
Correct.
You stopped working.
Yes. And you know what's very difficult for people to understand is they looked at me and I looked the same, but physically, mentally, and emotionally, I was not the same person. But they look at you, so they're like, well, I don't see any difference in you. But there was a huge difference.
Right. So you're in this pain. So you've got
Yes.
this pins and needles in both your arms and your legs.
Mm-hmm.
You're finding yourself incredibly fatigued. So like
Mm-hmm.
my understanding is if you even had to go up a flight of stairs, like
Correct.
that's it. You are now exhausted.
Correct.
You might as well have run a race.
Correct.
So you have no energy. You cannot work. What's
Correct.
happening to you, mentally?
So I would say that I did go into depression for a bit, and depression is not even a word in my vocabulary. Prior to that happening, it was not even a word in my vocabulary. That's just not who I am. But I understand that now to help, my clients to understand what that is. It's a hopeless feeling when you're told by doctors and specialists, and you have all these tests done, of which I had 21 different tests and specialists that I went to, and was told that I have no answers for you. And this is what you're going to have to live with. You're going to be in pain. You may end up in a wheelchair. So,
well, weren't you told that more emphatically you're going to end up in a wheelchair?
exactly. That's what I was told. Yes. That, I was going to end up in a wheelchair. And so if I could jump forward a tiny little bit, there's ribbons on the back of my wall here, and above it is a plaque. And after I did all the things I did, I remember putting that bib down. I did a 5K walk run, and I put that bib down on the truck, in our truck, on the seat, and I cried. And I said, what if I had bought into what I was told?
Let's back up. So you're going to your medical doctor, you're being
Yep.
referred to specialists.
Yeah.
Like over about a year and a half period, you are done 21 different tests
And
where they're trying to figure out if,
Yeah.
if they can help you.
Correct.
And did the mainstream medical system have any answers for you saying, hey, we can get you well by doing this or doing
None
that?
whatsoever. And I even had a biopsy, a muscle biopsy done of both my arms and my legs. And when the only answer I ever had, or it was not an answer because it wasn't anything for me, but I was recommended to take painkillers and antidepressants. And the ridiculous thing is that they were covered by my husband's healthcare benefits, but all the things that I truly needed to do, which I ended up doing, were not covered, and we paid for ourselves. So, it's just bizarre how our healthcare system, or how extended healthcare benefits are.
Right. So because I think we're all familiar with the government funded healthcare system that we can access and we don't have to pay for. So you were offered two things. You were offered antidepressants.
Yeah.
And you were offered painkillers.
Right.
And and in some provinces you have to pay, part or all of your prescription costs. But in your case, your husband's medical plan fully covered the chemical drugs.
Correct.
But didn't cover the non-chemical treatments that you ended up accessing that actually worked for you. But
Correct.
Just back to the chemical drugs. So the doctors are telling you after a year and a half and 21 different tests, we actually can't solve your problem.
Correct.
But we can manage the depression that's resulting with antidepressants. And we can help you manage the pain you're in with chemical, pain relievers.
Yeah. So not only just at the end of it, but during the whole thing, all the specialists, all the doctors, that's all they had to offer. And I did try them. So I was desperate. I did try them. They made me feel worse than.
You mean the antidepressants?
And the painkillers. They actually made me feel worse. They put me in a fog. It was awful. They did not help any part, not mentally, physically, or emotionally. They made me worse.
Can I just segue, because you said put you in a fog, and I assume you're meaning the antidepressants. Is, years ago I had on the stand a psychiatrist named Dr. Charles Popper, and he is a psychiatrist at Harvard Medical School. He teaches doctors how to become child and adolescent psychiatrists. And he's the founding editor of the Journal of Child and Adolescent Psychopharmacology and was its editor for 10 years. And he's on the stand. And I'm actually asking him, well, hey, if you got bipolar disorder, would you, go through the chemical treatments, or would you try this? On trial was this product called Empower Plus, which was a vitamin and mineral supplement that he actually used in his practice to treat bipolar disorder. And he sat for a long time. And when he answered, he said, well, no, I tried to, I would take Empower Plus. But he had said in his testimony that he underestimated, as he's transferring patients to Empower Plus, because he'd give people the option. He said 100% of the patients came back to him and said, I'm out of a fog, and just describing just how slowed down their mental capacity was. And he says psychiatrists underestimate how much of a fog, and it's your word that brought that out to me, how much of a fog people are under. What was that like when you were on the antidepressants?
Awful, because your mind isn't your mind. And so your physical body is already, depleted. And now your mental emotional state is like for me, I need to be in control of my body and thoughts. Like, I don't like to be out of control. I am not a drinker, because I don't like that feeling. Like, I don't want to be out of full control of my mind and my body.
Okay. So you're in a bit of a bind now then, because, you're probably now 36 and a half, 37. You've been sick for a year and a half. The doctors don't have any answers, but you're disabled. You're not able to work.
Right.
You're in incredible pain.
Yeah.
You're exhausted. We're even going up a flight of stairs is going to wipe you out.
Yeah.
You're worried about going into a wheelchair because the doctors are saying, no, you're most likely going to end up in a wheelchair. And you're not happy with that as a state of affairs. What happens?
So, and I think we need to add into there. So I was self-employed. And so now I'm in a financial situation too, even though I took out insurance, because there was no diagnosis, the insurance is saying, well, there's no diagnosis, we can't pay you. So you put finances on top of the stress that you were already under with your body. And that's incredibly even more exhausting, on top of it. And I think a lot of people get into that as well. So, yeah.
Right.
Sorry, I interrupted.
Well, no, it's there's no interrupting because it's your story. And so anything that comes to mind is absolutely important. But now you started to find answers. Do you want to share with us what happened?
So somebody had mentioned to me about going to see an iridologist, but the way they said it was, you're going to go for a reading. Well, I'm a born again Christian. I don't go for readings. I don't do.
But back then you're not really that there yet, are you? Or
no, I'm no. Well, I understand, the concept, right? But I don't understand everything in the, the spiritual realm. Let's put it that way, right? But I do understand that when you say a reading, I would never go for a psychic reading. I would never go and do tarot cards. So, that reading word just kind of freaked me out. And I thought, no, I'm not doing that.
Yep.
But then, though, I'm desperate. I am now desperate, right? And so with that, I'm like, okay, I'm going to go. And if it's weird, I'll leave. Well, it made a lot of sense to me. It just made a lot of sense to me to understand my eye color, my eye structure, and nutrition that I needed because of my eye color and my eye structure and all of that. And so I started doing the recommendations this person told me to do. And I started to feel better. And one of the biggest things.
What did the person tell you to do? And then once you share that, I'm going to back up and say, can you explain for people what iridology is in the first place?
Okay.
Right?
So because I have brown eyes, I am, digestion is a weakness, a genetic weakness. And because I'm what's called an anxiety tetanic structure type, that means I'm a neuromuscular person, a thinker and a doer. And so that combination, I actually was not being able to absorb enough proteins to then regenerate my muscles in my body. And one of the issues was I wasn't taking amino acids to then be allowed my body to take in the protein and utilize my protein to use up the muscle, what I needed to make muscles. Because the thing is, I was always an A-type personality, and I lived with a lot of stress. I had a lot of things happen in my background. In my younger years, I was carrying a lot of emotional baggage, let's just put it that way. And so all of that played a part on my body. And sometimes I believe for me being ill made me sit down, rest, and listen to the Lord. That's what I feel. So I look at it like a blessing, even though it was terrible to go through. I look at it now as a blessing, and I utilize that, because now I look down the road to everything I do. It just led me on my journey to everything I do now. So I'm going to turn around and grab a chart to show you what iridology is. Is that okay?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll do that, and then we're going to switch back to
Okay.
your health journey.
Okay.
But it's just, you've used a term, and some of the people watching, like I know when I first learned about that, really it was a friend of mine who was a master herbalist who also had training in iridology. And I just thought it was a little, first of all, I didn't know what it was. And then I thought, well, that's kind of odd. But you're going to explain actually how it made a huge difference for you.
Right.
And you see it make a huge difference for a bunch of other people. So I think it's important for people to understand what we're talking about.
So iridology is being able to look at a chart and being able to look in a person's eye. I still do all mine manually with a magnifying glass and a light. I don't use fancy computers and all that kind of stuff. I just do it manually by looking in the iris of the eye, looking at different colors. If it's a dark mark, it generally means it's been there a long time, and that's a potential issue. White marks generally mean pain and inflammation. So just even with that alone, and understanding in the different areas where the different parts of the body are, both left and right, I was able to see and learn, okay, so this is your back, this is your ovaries, this is, whatever part of the body. Thyroid is a big one.
Can I just back up? So the theory is that when you have something going on health-wise in your body, good or bad, it shows up in the iris of your eye.
Correct.
And so that can be read almost like a map to give some indications of, well, wait a second, we should consider this.
Correct.
We should consider that.
And so I've also changed my language. I don't ever call it, I can read it. I call it an evaluation. Just because really that's such a, a word, right? Reading. So, and so that was Bernard Jensen. And then this is the international style of iridology, which is around the world. It's utilized around the world. So by looking in the iris of the eye, it actually is a neuro-optic reflex through your spinal column and your nerves to the iris of the eye to tell you what's going on. So I look at it like this. I look at it like, I think God's pretty smart. I know I'm sounding sarcastic, but I mean this from the bottom of my heart. God's pretty smart that he would give us an evaluation tool to actually be able to see what's going on in the body without having to do invasive surgery and invasive testing on people.
Some people watching this, I know, will be thinking, that just sounds off to me, right? Like that you could, and I'm of the camp. No, I accept this. Something came to mind. Somebody else I heard where it's not about the iris, but it would surprise people to hear. So I'd listened to a lecture from a Dr. Jerry Tennant, and Dr. Tennant was a big name eye surgeon. So he was the very first eye surgeon that did cataract surgery as a day surgery, right? Where you didn't have to spend a night or two at the hospital. And he was doing a clinical trial on one of these lasers that correct the eyes. So you have to do clinical trials before they get approved. So he's running this clinical trial, and he breathes in a virus that had been vaporized from the eye tissue, and it disables him. And it disables him cognitively, so that maybe on a given day, he would have enough presence of mind to be able to read a newspaper, but for the rest of the day, like for maybe 2-hour window max. So
Okay.
he became both physically and cognitively disabled. And, you know, he's a big name doctor. The medical system can't solve his problem. The big and brightest minds can't solve his problem. So after being disabled for a while, he decided, okay, in that 2-hour window I have, I'm just going to start researching. What do I need to do? And for him, it came down to cellular health. He was the first guy who I ever heard said, don't eat canola oil, and here's why, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but now he runs just a general medical practice, I think in Texas. The last time I had communication with him, he was in Texas.
Okay.
But he said, when somebody comes to him with a chronic illness, the first question he asks is, where's your root canals?
Yes.
And he says literally 100% of the time that they have a root canal in the tooth that the ancient Chinese practitioners linked to that organ system.
Correct.
Now, as somebody, you know, raised in the Western world, I think that's really weird that thousands of years ago, the Chinese would link organs to teeth in the first place. Like, what are you talking about here?
Correct.
But here that we have, you know, a high level, you know, eye surgeon who's now got a medical practice, and he's learned if somebody has chronic illness, that's the first thing I ask. And for whatever reason, that story came to mind, because I know some people are going to be skeptical that our eye can be a map. But you went to somebody, you used your eye as a map, and you were told, do this, do this, do this. What happened? You're disabled.
I started to get better. Physically started to get better. And, you know, and more things happened. And like I said, I truly believe that I needed to slow down in order to hear from the Lord. So, you know, with that, I also had to work on not just my physical body, but my mental emotional state as well. And emotions and things from the past. And when I work with clients now, one of the main things I talk about is, and I go over, you know, what are traumas in your life? And we talk about it. So because your emotions and things that have happened in your life play a big part on your health. And when people can't make that connection, I feel sorry for them, because emotional state plays a big part on the physical body. And so I'd gone through lots of things that had happened when I was younger, lots of things that shouldn't happen to little girls when they're younger. That did happen. Some of it I didn't even know about until I started praying and started asking for truth to be revealed. And I started on that journey, and which brought me to having to forgive, understanding forgiveness. And that's a big part of what I do in connecting my clients nowadays is it's not just about the physical body.
I want to go back to something, but remind me if I forget that we get back to the topic of forgiveness. Okay. So just, you know, both of us are going to try and remember to go back there, but I just wanted to emphasize. So you're basically told, listen, you need to take amino acids. And so you start taking them. You also had to make diet changes. My understanding is that it took about 1.5 years, but you became fully well.
Pain-free within 1.5 years. It didn't happen just overnight.
I understand. It took a while for your body to come back, but not just pain-free, but you got your energy back.
Correct. Slowly.
You became active again.
Started coming back. Yes.
And the spasms went away. We're always having these muscle spasms.
Yes.
So you went from being disabled
and told I
and
may
being
never
told
walk
you're going to end up in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
To basically being a healthy young woman again.
Right. And at the age of 60, which I'm 66 now, I ran my first marathon. And I've ran 5 marathons since the age of 60.
Okay. No, that's pretty cool. So now, and we're just parking forgiveness for a second. We're going to come back there. But early on in your journey, and this is part of the beginning of the forgiveness journey, but you started to get well, and somehow you got where you were going to go to some new church.
Right. Well, actually, it wasn't. It was a new church to me. I'd never even heard of it. And somebody had said to me, but actually the whole story is, and it's in my book. This gentleman comes up to me and says, and he's terrified. The look on his face, he's terrified. And he says to me, "Oh my, I had a dream about you." Now, I'm a young woman, right? And I'm thinking, oh yeah, I've heard that line before.
Oh, so just what, you don't know this person.
I do not know this person.
So you're out and about and somebody approaches you and they're clearly nervous.
Oh yes, he's clearly
because they're stepping out of their comfort zone right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So he comes out to me and I can tell that this guy is, he's for real, right? And he goes, "Oh my goodness, I had a dream about you." And in my mind, I'm thinking, yeah, okay, that's a line. And he goes, "No, I had a dream about you. You have on exactly what you had on in the dream. And I was to tell you something." And he was shaking. And he says, "Because I forget what I was supposed to tell you." And I'm like, "Oh, well, that's good." Right. And we're standing there. And then I go, "Okay, well, let's just keep chatting and see what happens." Right. So eventually he tells me, "I had a dream and you're supposed to go to this church in Toronto." And I wrote the name down because I always get it messed. So give me 1 second.
No, and do you live in Toronto at the time?
No. We lived in Dundas at the time when all this happened.
Okay.
Yeah, in Dundas, Ontario. So he said, "You need to go to the Toronto Airport Christian Fellowship Church." And I'm like, okay, never heard of it. And so I'm like, okay, thank you very much for your information. Because really, truly, how many times does someone walk up to you and say, "You need to go to this church," right? That they have a dream.
How many times does somebody come up to you and they're visibly shaken?
And they say, "I had a dream
really
about you." Yeah,
they're
exactly.
really not wanting to engage, but they feel obligated. And they say,
Right.
"I had a dream about you. You're wearing exactly what you're wearing now." Like, oh my gosh.
Right.
And I'm supposed to tell you something
Right.
like that. That hasn't happened to me ever. So
well, I could tell you that those types of things have actually happened to me many, many times. And so hold that thought. I'd like to tell you another story, but let me finish this one, okay? So I go, okay, so days pass by, and I'll be honest and tell you that freaky things started to happen. Every time I turned the TV on, Toronto Airport Christian Fellowship was on the TV. And I'm like, never seen this show before. And why is it there now? Right. And whatever, next time, if I turn the TV on, guess what's on? Toronto Airport Christian Fellowship. I'm like, okay, I don't need to be told too many times. Right. Although I'm like, what's going on? So I'm trying to convince my daughter, who at the time was 10 years old. And I'm like, "Oh, please come with me," because big, brave mom doesn't want to go by herself. Right. And I don't want to tell too many people I want to go there because, who's going to believe me? Seriously, who's going to believe me? Right. So we go, and the gentleman says, "It's Wednesday. Normally we don't do healings on Wednesday, but I feel that there's someone here that has an issue with their arms and their legs, and they've come here tonight for healing." And my daughter's like, Mom, that's you. I'm like, I am not.
I'll just stop. This is you've been to the urologist, but you're not healed yet.
No. I've started to get better, but I'm still have lots of issues still going on.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So I just wanted people to understand.
Yeah.
You actually you're still there.
Right. Yeah. And it's within that period of 1.5 years of getting well. Right. It didn't happen overnight. And there's other things that happened in between that I believe the Lord opened the door to allow everything to happen. So, they're dancing, they're falling down, these people at this church, people are waving flags, and I am not used to any of that. Okay. That's just totally out of my comfort zone. I think these people are weird. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I tell this in my book, so this isn't new. So I'm sitting there and my daughter's like, "Mom, that's you." I go, "I am not walking up there. Those people, there must be magnets in the floor pushing them down. There must be fans knocking them over."
So can I just fill in this and tell me where I get this wrong? So the person preaching is basically describing you and saying, please come forward for
Yeah.
healing.
Yeah.
And you're not going, and your daughter's saying that's you, and you're saying, I'm not going. But some people do go to the front for healing.
Correct. Yes.
And at the front, some of them are falling down onto the
Correct.
ground.
Yes.
And so that's what you mean when you say they're falling down. They go to the front.
Yes.
These aren't people just standing in the
No.
chairs. These are people that go to the front. And you've never seen anything like that before.
Nope.
And you're thinking, this is craziness. And
Mhm.
there's nothing real about this.
Correct.
There's magnets on the floor, something like that's what's going through your mind. You're going, well, there can't be something spiritual happening. There's got to be some smoke and mirrors explanation for this.
Exactly what I was
Okay.
thinking. So then the pastor goes to the front of the church again. Says, no, the person's still not up here. They need to come forward. They have, their arms and legs. There's tingling. They have spasms. They have pain. Blah blah blah. And
So
my daughter,
describing you to a T.
correct. And my daughter's hitting me. Mom, didn't we come here because you wanted to be healed? And I'm like, I am not walking to the front of this church. These people are 3 times this happens. And then my daughter goes,
So 2 more times. So he said it the first time. He said
Yeah.
it the second time, the person's still not here. And he said it a third time, the person still hasn't come up, even
Right.
though more people would have come up with the second time.
correct.
Okay.
So my daughter's like, Mom, you made me come here. Now you get up there. So I start to walk up the front. My arms are crossed. Like, I am not taking part of this. This is just baloney. I don't even make it to the front of the church. I'm walking up the aisle. I'm close to the front. Don't even make it to the front. And I go down in the spirit. Now I know what to call it. Now, I know some people might think that's weird, but literally I went down. Never hurt myself.
Not
or anything.
voluntarily.
Oh, no. All the way up there, I kept saying, nope, I am not going down. I'm going to prove these people wrong. That's literally what went through my mind. So I've understood if the Lord wants you, he wants you, right? You just better, get a grasp.
So
of
what
it and
what
understand.
happened after that? Because my understanding is that, like, it's not like you're healed at that service, but something started. Something was happening, and you were. So tell me about that.
Yeah. So I go down, I'm laying on the carpet, and I can hear everything that's going on around me, but I start physically shaking. And so I think I was there for about 15 minutes because I asked my daughter when I came back and sat down with her, and she goes, "Oh, Mom, you were like shaking like a crazy woman laying there on the floor." Because you got her, she's 10. She's never seen this before either. Right. And so, but so my healing exponentially jumped forward. So I didn't have pain anymore. Like, even though I was starting to come out of pain by doing nutritional things and stuff like that, it was an exponential jump. And then it wasn't just exponential in my physical body, it was exponential in my journey with the Lord.
Right,
Yeah.
because you were basically told, weren't you, or you came to understand you're supposed to now start training in this stuff.
So sorry?
Well, didn't you come to understand that you were kind of supposed to become a healer, like just be trained to help other people, or did I get that wrong?
I don't think anybody ever said that to me at that point in time. No. But I just, as my journey has gone on, absolutely, I know what the Lord has, gifted me in to do. Right. And
Okay.
Go
So
ahead.
you start training, right?
Yes. So I took the iridology course, and then I upgraded to take the international course, and I actually upgraded and became a teacher in Canada. And in 2006, I won the Iridologist of the Year award, not because I'm any better than anybody else, but I promoted iridology and I believed in it and I wanted people healed. And then that's what I started doing is I started, so 1998, I think I took my first course. And with that course in iridology, I also took a master nutrition course. So nutrition goes right along with what you see in the iris of the eye and things that you need to do. So I've had that background and I've been working in natural health care since 1998. So when I first took my first course, and then I've just continued with more learning and more avenues to be able to help people, and then I went back to school when I turned 50. to get my diploma in homeopathic medicine and medical health sciences.
Right. And that was a further 3 years of study, as I understand.
Correct. Driving to Toronto, I did over 100,000 kilometers in 3 years. Yeah. My poor husband.
So, and then you also, as I understand it, do live blood analysis.
Correct.
And do you want
Yes.
to just explain for those of, well, maybe explain what that is for people that don't understand.
So I'm pointing here because this is where my microscope is. It is just a prick of your finger, just like you would do if you were testing for blood sugars. And it goes under a microscope and you have a look at it. And so I actually had a client say to me, have you ever heard of Gaston Nasson? Now, I might not be pronouncing his name correctly, but he's a biochemist out of Quebec. And he did live blood and he came up with a product called 714X, which is an immunotherapy. And that's how I got introduced to it. It was actually a client of mine said, you would be really interested. I suggest you read his books and you go from there. And he's one, this guy has stood by his products, which have healed.
Right, but let's skip 714X right
Okay.
now. It's just live blood analysis.
Yep.
You basically it's called live blood because you've just pricked it. The blood is
Yep.
still alive.
Yep.
It's still fluid. Things are
Yep.
still moving around under the microscope.
Correct.
And in real time, you look and see
Yep.
what's there. Because sometimes you're seeing things that aren't just red blood cells. Sometimes they don't look normal. So you're able to tell a lot just in real time what's happening
Correct.
by someone's blood.
Correct. Yeah.
So-
and so that's a great benefit to be able to then know nutritionally and what's going on in their body.
Okay. So that's kind of your training. Now, I don't want us to lose this forgiveness angle because it's really another part of your training is
Yeah.
because you were saying earlier, basically what's happening with us emotionally
Correct.
has a physical effect. And I don't think that's going to surprise most people.
Yeah.
I've heard a lot of practitioners, including medical doctors, say that there's a mind-body connection and, and our emotions are important. But so you had a journey with forgiveness. Do you want to share that just because this is part of people becoming well and you've learned you need to incorporate it in your practice?
Oh, where to begin? Because so with that, I also then did take Christian counseling to help people. But forgiveness, so many people say, how can I forgive somebody for the things that they've done to me? And in reality, some things, are really tough to understand why anybody would do them, but forgiveness sets you free. Like it allows you not to be held in the anger. It allows you not to be tormented by all the issues that go on. So that's the biggest thing is for people to understand. And it's sometimes tough to forgive and not forget. And but through forgiveness, it is a matter, it's slowly, just like me getting well, repeatedly, going over for asking for forgiveness for things that were done to me. It takes time and the pain's not there anymore and the anger is not there. And those are things that all those emotions are actually attached to, just like Chinese medicine and root canals. What organs are they attached to or where are they attached to? Different emotions are also attached to different organs. So if someone comes to me and they've had issues with the liver, or I look in the iridology chart and there's an issue in the liver's got a black mark in it. One of the main things I talk about, of course, is are you a drinker and but I also say, do you have issues of anger? Because anger holds in the liver. So again, same thing, you have to go to that organ and help them. So you have to really discern, is it all physical? Is it physical, emotional? Where is it all coming from?
Yeah. It's interesting because I think everyone, watching, will understand. Sweet. When you're angry, you feel it physically, right? Like when you're really angry and, you get the stress hormones and everything else going. And
Yeah.
then, when we're grieving about things, I mean,
Yeah.
I feel it physically. I think everyone feels it physically. And I've had periods in my life where I've had a lot of grieving,
Mhm.
and I believe that that's been a strain on my body, like physically. So I think this idea that we actually have to, get peace mentally, like that's what forgiveness is. I think you were making the point. It's for you. It's not for the other person. It's so that you're not having to experience the emotion,
Right.
because you're angry, you're upset, that you have to forgive so you can release.
Correct.
And
Because
then
many
there's-
times, yeah, I've learned that many times the other person, it's irrelevant to them. So you're being held back for something that's not even affecting the other person. They don't
Okay.
care, right? So it's you need to forgive for what has happened so you can be set free.
Yeah. No, and I know you're not the only practitioner that does that. So part of your practice is looking at the emotional health also.
Yes.
And it actually, you've learned in your training that, you even have to ask the question if you're seeing other indications, because
Correct.
it's actually a signal of emotional, I'll call it disquiet, but
Correct.
we could call it other things.
Yeah. And I actually say to my clients, if I don't make you cry, I didn't do my job. Yeah.
Okay. I want to talk about some of the people that I think, I was going to say that you've touched and impacted, but I think they've touched and impacted you
Absolutely.
also.
Yeah.
And the first one is Bobby. Can you tell us about Bobby?
Yeah. So I'm just going to grab the newspaper article. So this is a little boy named Bobby Taylor, and this article was July of 1999. And the mom, Tracy, and I were standing at the arena one day. Her daughter and my daughter played hockey, and I just happened to say to her, "Oh, how you doing today?" And she goes, "I'm not doing very well because my son Bobby's in the hospital, McMaster in Hamilton." And they said that if he gets the flu or gets sick one more time, he may not make it. And that's a pretty heavy statement.
How old is Bobby?
So this article he was 9. So I'm going to say he was probably 8 when I first started talking with this family. So
Okay, so an 8-year-old boy
mhm,
is basically so weak physically
mhm.
that the medical doctors are saying to the mother, if he gets one cold or one flu, it's going to take him.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say that he was weak. That wouldn't be the word I would use.
Okay.
I would use the word, and I'm only repeating it from what was written in the newspaper, from what the mother talked about, that his immune system was so disturbed because of all the medication he was on. He was diagnosed with juvenile arthritis from birth. And the medications that he was on and the side effects from the medications were why he was in the state he was in. So through that, she talks about, that he was way under height for his age, because again, all the medication, what it had done to his body. So this little boy, so the mom goes on to tell me, and so here I am, I'm just starting on my journey, understanding the body. I've taken, nutrition and all of that. One of the things that I have always understood.
I just need to back you up so people
Okay.
understand. So you've reported, basically he's so immunocompromised that the
Nice.
doctors are thinking just even a regular cold or flu
Yes.
is going to be too much for him. But my understanding is this little boy, he couldn't walk.
Correct.
He couldn't go to school. Like, I mean,
Right.
he is like not only in danger of dying, but this child has no life. He's not running around playing with friends. He's too weak to go to school. So his life is basically over. Like, and as I understand it, he's not only ingesting chemical drugs that are being prescribed, but they're doing injections of
Yes.
steroids and the like.
Yeah.
So he's being aggressively treated as best he can
Correct.
for juvenile arthritis, which is a very severe case in his case.
Correct. He was crawling. He was not walking at the time when I first met him. He would literally roll out of bed and then crawl, from what I was told. And then when I first met him, he did not go to school. He was home. He was had a tutor because his immune system was so weakened he couldn't be around other people. He had never been able to sleep over at anybody else's house because everybody was afraid of him having or getting anything. And even like they had 5 other children. So even having their other children around him was dangerous. And the drugs that he was on, the mother had to have in a lockbox, and she had to wear gloves and a mask and that when she did his injections. Like, that's pretty severe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so you end up getting involved, even though this is at the beginning of your journeys.
Right. I'm right in the beginning. Yeah. So I just suggest to her, like our bodies, we need minerals and nutrients and stuff like that. And one of the biggest things I understand about arthritis is its inflammation, and anything that ends in IS is inflammation. So I suggested doing natural mineral soaks, like natural mineral baths, not in Epsom salt, because that only has a couple of minerals in it, but in full spectrum mineral salts. And so he started doing natural mineral soaks in a bath daily, soaking for 20 minutes in a full spectrum minerals. So full spectrum minerals, at the time, I used Celtic sea salt. I don't use it now. I use another brand, but I did at the time back then. Personally, I used it. And so I recommended it to her. So he was doing full mineral soaps. And within weeks, he started to improve by soaking in natural mineral salts. Like, it's like people that go to the Dead Sea, right? They go in and they soak in the minerals. People that go to the ocean, and when they're in the ocean, they feel healing properties because it's the salts, it's the mineral salts, not just plain sodium bicarbonate. It's full of minerals, right? So just by doing that, he started to improve. And then, I suggested other things. She started doing some nutritional supplements and detoxing his body from all the drugs that he had been on. And slowly, she started talking with the doctor and wanting to wean him off. And the pediatrician arthritis specialist or juvenile arthritis specialist actually wanted to do cortisol shot on him. And she was like, why? He's getting better. Why would we do a cortisol shot, right? And because they refused to do the cortisol shot, the specialist let him go as a patient because they weren't doing, the drugs. And like, wouldn't he have been happy? Like, oh my gosh, look at this guy. He's starting to have a life. Like,
This child we thought would be dead,
right?
He's getting well. You'd think they would be, what's changed? What have you done to change this?
Right. And so I remember I sat there during this interview from the reporter, Paul Banks, Flamborough Review at the time. And the tutor was there, and the tutor said to the reporter, like, I don't know what they're doing, but like, it's like day and night, life and death in this child. Whatever they're doing, they need to keep doing it. Bobby used to, 2 times, I think, was the poster child for McMaster when they did their May fundraising. And when he started to get well, they didn't want him to do it anymore. Like, how does that make sense?
So what eventually happened with Bobby?
So about 5 years ago, I met up with his mom. She came to my office and she brought me a family picture. So you have to understand this little, 8-year-old, 9-year-old. One of his biggest things was he never was able to sleep at anybody's house. He got to sleep out at at a friend's house. And his biggest thing was he had 3 younger brothers and sisters. And he said, my biggest dream is that I can start to grow so that my younger brothers and sisters aren't taller than me. So the mom brings a family picture. She was in my office like 5 years ago. She brought a family picture and she said, so pick out Bobby in the picture. I couldn't, because he was as tall as his brothers and sisters.
So you're looking at a picture of a young man who, when he was 8, the doctors were saying he would die with a regular cold or flu.
Yeah.
Isolate him from people.
Yeah.
And who was disabled, couldn't go to school, couldn't walk, in
Yeah.
constant pain, who is now a healthy young man that walks and talks. He ended up going to school. He became a normal boy. He was able to play
Right.
with friends and run around.
And was off all medication.
Right, right. Okay. So that's got to be pretty compelling for you because
Absolutely.
the intervention was really simple.
Correct. It was. And in lots of cases, it is. In lots of
Okay.
cases, it is. Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, and what I find interesting is, Diane, I'm like also interviewing people like Bobby, and I'm just shocked with the stories. And I'm
Mhm.
also impacted. Sometimes we forget just how hopeless people feel when they're like, can you imagine what was going on mentally and spiritually with him?
I do. I do.
Yeah, well, he
understand.
would have shared that with you. Like it would be
Correct.
just total fear of dying and just
Yeah.
this pain and sickness. And then, like it's not just the physical, it's the actual experience and the emotions that we tie with it. And so here this little boy got his life back.
Correct. Quality of life.
Yeah.
Right.
So this is life and death. Like the medical system was a dead end for this fellow,
Yeah.
this little boy. Okay. You and I spoke also about, I'm not about a young mom. So she's a
Mhm.
young mom. She's got 2 young kids, and she
Same
ends
home
up
style.
coming to you basically where the medical system has said to her, you've got, maybe 2 days to live.
Correct. So what happened was Lori is her name, was her name. She has passed on, but she got a lot of years in between. So Lori's mom had heard me speak in, I guess, months prior. And when I talk, I always say the body can heal. The body has the ability to heal if you give the body what the body needs and remove out of the body what the body can't use. So that's just a basic, it is truth. And so she called me up and said that her daughter was sent home to die, Lori, and she'd only been given a couple days. She was terminal, had already done chemo and radiation and whatever else she had to do. She had tumors in her liver. And so they were sending her home, and she was going to go. They had sent a hospital bed to her sister's house, who was a registered nurse. And so they asked if I would come and see her. So I don't believe in coincidences. The night before, my husband and I had gone to a seminar about liver cancer. And so this person had talked about what they had done and these 5 natural products that they had taken. So I'm like, oh, well, this is no coincidence. And I had part bottles of this and part bottles of that, or I knew somebody that had this or that. So I gathered all those products, and my husband and I, we drove up to the house.
So I'm gonna slow you down here for a second. So you go to a seminar, and this family has not contacted you.
No.
So you go to a seminar the night before.
Yeah.
On liver cancer, and somebody's explaining, here's how I treated liver cancer.
Yeah.
And there's this protocol, and you've got the protocol.
Yeah.
So you're at the seminar because you're trained, you're doing all you can to learn about healing. But
Correct.
The very next day,
yeah,
you were contacted by the family.
Mm-hmm.
So Trace or Lori's family.
Yeah.
And so Lori's dying of liver cancer. She's got tumors all over her liver. She's gone through chemo.
Yes.
And it hasn't worked. She's basically been given 2 days to live. Mm-hmm. And so the special bed for her has been sent to her sister's house, who is an RN. Yep. Basically, so Lori can die, not at the hospital,
at home,
but die in her sister's home under her sister's care.
Correct.
So the day after, you get, okay, here's what you do for liver cancer. Lori's family contacts you saying, it's hopeless, but can you come, and we got nothing to lose here, right?
Correct. And that's what her sister said. So my husband and I arrive, and with part bottles and this and that. And they had assisted Lori in the bathtub to give her a bath. And her sister was in there helping her. And there was another lady in there. I just remember 3 of them coming out of the bathroom to help with her. And she literally smelled of death. And she was gray in color. She looked like death and she smelled like death. And they put her in the bed. And the sister said to me, we got nothing to lose, nothing to lose at all. And I suggested, because I can only make suggestions, I don't tell people what to do. I said, if this were my family, I would double up on everything. And so they did. The sister
So you gave them the protocol you brought over, basically the protocol that you learned about the night before.
Correct.
So there's 5 natural products, and so Lori's actually, she's so weak, she needs help getting bathed and out of the tub and all of this. And when you say she smelled of death, like, so I know we can't really describe smells, but she's got to smell like this isn't right. You're
correct.
You're
and
dying.
She just got out of the bathtub. You have to remember that, right? So she had already just had a bath. So she had the distinct smell around her. So, she was not well. So.
And you said her color, she was gray?
Yeah, she was gray in color. Yeah.
What about her physical appearance?
She was skin and bones.
What about her stomach?
Oh, her abdomen was all distended. Yeah, all distended. Yeah.
Okay. So you say to this family, I mean, they're expecting her to be dead in 2 days at the outside.
Yeah.
And you understand you're just there as kind of a last Hail Mary, literally.
Yeah.
Like, we got nothing to lose at this point. So you leave this protocol with them, but you say, I'd double this one. Like, here's the protocol, but I'd go double here.
Right.
What happens?
So the sister calls the next morning and she says, I have not seen so much stuff come out of every orifice of a person as came out of Lori. And she's sitting up and she feels better already. So they're already seeing an improvement in her. And, so unfortunately, I don't have her records, because at this point in time, I'm not thinking I'm anything. Who am I keeping records? So this is all by memory, right? So, but I do know that within a couple of days, she was up and walking. Like, it was 3 days, she was up and walking and feeling better and eating. And in a month, she, her oncologist, because they were surprised she was still alive, did a scan on her, and the tumors were shrinking in 1 month. She lived.
And then
sorry.
My understanding, they did another scan after about 3 months.
And they were gone. Yeah.
So now I imagine what happened, because here the oncologist, would have sent her home to die. That probably you were quite busy going, because you had been invited by the oncologist and the other doctors to explain what happened. So tell us about that, because you probably were in great demand for a while, so that they could learn how this,
wouldn't have that been nice? Wouldn't have that been nice? And wouldn't that be common sense? And wouldn't that, like, do no harm rule come into a play here that medical doctors take an oath to? But no, that didn't happen. No. And in fact, when patients patients from oncologists come to see me, they're, most of them are told, don't go see anyone natural. Don't take any natural supplements, because you're under our care as an oncologist, and they're told not to do anything naturally, not to aid their body, not to help their body, not to take homeopathic medicine.
Right. And in Lori's case, this was a matter of life and death, and she got well and her cancer went away.
Correct. Yes.
So this young mother of 2 children literally came back from the dead.
Correct. And I remember her and I talking and praying and her saying, you know, you gave me these years in my life, and like my kids got to grow up and I got to see them do this and I got to see them do that. And yeah, it was great. It's heartwarming.
Okay, so let's move on. There's another person that you wanted to talk about named Bev.
Yep. And so
Can you,
Bev,
can you share with us her journey?
So Bev had taken, and I wrote down her statistics, but I'm just going to say them off the top of my head. So Bev had been diagnosed with breast cancer, and she had her breast removed. And because of pressures from some family members, she felt to take chemo. So during chemo, and let me just tell you, this happens a lot, that a person will make a decision that I don't want to do chemo, but feel pressure from other family members. Like, you have to do everything you can to do, to get well. And so these people are already under great pressure dealing with cancer. They don't need the extra pressure from family members telling them, that's one of the things that is sad to see. So, but anyways,
Well, and you can also imagine, like, the family pressure, it's well-intentioned too.
It is.
Right? Like, I mean,
if someone has made a decision that this is their decision, that should be their decision. Right?
Well, I understand. And it's interesting. There's another person that's going to be presenting who had breast cancer, did the surgery, but before the surgery, the surgeon and the oncologist is pressuring her to do chemo. And I came to realize, like, there's real pressure. And I've heard it, with other people, there's real pressure. And she was reluctant to do that. So I think it's not just family members. I think that sometimes it's also from the oncologist and the surgeon. But the funny thing with this presenter, and so people watching are just going to have to watch for her first name's Jane, is she asked the oncologist, because in her case, the chemo wasn't to treat cancer, it was to prevent cancer from coming back. Like, everyone agreed the surgery is going to solve this. And so then the question is they wanted her to do chemo to prevent it from coming back. And so she asked some important questions that I think everyone has to ask, and not just for chemo. It's like, okay, well, what are the odds that chemo will prevent it from coming back? And was shocked, like, well, between, 10 to 20%, which, that's not great odds.
Correct.
And then the chemo is more likely for other you to be susceptible to other cancers. And she asked, well, what are the odds if I don't do chemo of the cancer coming back? Like, or if I do cancer. So without chemo, you got a 10 to 20% chance of cancer reoccurring. Well, it was only like 5 to 10% without chemo. Like, so you're even overlapping in the odd. And so her husband asks in her presence, the oncologist, well, would you do chemo if you were in Jane's position? No.
Yeah. And if you actually look on the Canadian Cancer Society's website, people should do this, because Canadian Cancer Society is non-bias, okay? Should be non-bias, right? And you look up chemotherapy and what the side effects are, a secondary cancer.
Well, yeah, no, and that's it. So you see, I'm not being anti-chemo here.
No, I know.
Like, I'm interviewing some practitioners. I was interviewing a naturopathic doctor yesterday who's an expert in cancer treatment, and has tremendous success. Like, the stories are crazy. But he was saying sometimes I'm suggesting to my patient that they include chemo. Like, so we're not trying to be anti-chemo. The point I'm trying to make is that you need to ask questions. Like, for any treatment, when you're saying I should do it for this, like, well, what's the difference between that and if I don't?
Right.
And what are the risks of doing it, so that I can make an informed decision?
Yeah.
That's the point I'm trying to make, is take control of your health and don't be afraid to ask questions and do research.
Yeah. And I agree. And I have had a few patients where they're so far along the road, I have suggested they need to do chemo in order to, survive, to get to a point where you can actually make changes and do other things. Right. So I agree. Anyways, Bev, so she takes chemo. feels forced to take chemo, takes chemo, has a heart attack during one of her chemo treatments. Never had any heart issues prior, but she has a heart attack during chemo treatments. And then afterwards, sometime after she's done her treatments, she's diagnosed with small cell lung cancer. Now, this woman did smoke all her life, but prior to surgery for breast cancer, you have every test done possible to you. She had no lung cancer at that time. And her family doctor actually said to her, your lung cancer was not due to smoking. It was due to the chemo treatment. So,
and you were pointing out earlier that even the Canadian Cancer Society has on their website
yeah,
that, certain types of chemotherapy can make you more prone to other cancers. So that's what happened in Bev's case.
correct. And so what's really important to understand with Bev is that I started her on a protocol for lung cancer that is actually by the Banerjees, who are out of India, who had gone through extensive reviews and studies from the National Cancer Institute. So I actually want to read this because I feel it's important if you'll allow me to.
Well, how long? Because I try to discourage people from reading.
So, but I won't ever get all this in. So they actually were part of a best case scenario program. And they actually, National Cancer Institute, they had 17 members and proved that their protocol in homeopathic cured and small cell lung cancer. And so I put her on this protocol, and not my protocol, experience already telling me that this works, and it worked. It extended her life. And like I have a hard time sometimes, people that have already done chemo, their bodies are already beat up. So in order to give them quality of life and extend their life is all you can really expect once somebody's already done chemo, in my opinion. So she had that. And I actually, her daughter posted the other day, that the homeopathic protocol that she was put on actually extended her life. And, that more people need to know about the protocols that are out there in homeopathic medicine. Yeah. So
it's interesting. And again, I'm just trying to tease other people to watch, more of the health show. But we have, a medical doctor that shares the story, Dr. Stephen Malthouse, who practiced medicine for 45 years, but for the last 25, also homeopathic medicine.
yeah.
And, as a medical doctor, like when somebody comes into his office, he said, well, a lot of patients that, they want the chemical prescription. Like they don't want to, you give people the options. So, so he was still witnessing all of, that because the patient gets to decide. But the thing he was quite clear. No, I get way better results with homeopathic medicine. Right. So here's like a medical doctor practicing for 45 years, but 25 years, he's got the overlap where he's got both, homeopathic options for people. And he's saying just outright, I saw better outcomes. You shared with me a study from Lucca, Tuscany in Italy.
Yes.
You want to, and we're just, I want people to understand there's other healing traditions there, and just keep an open mind and look into things. Because one thing I'm learning with this health show is as a lot of people, they find, they just tried one thing and they're not getting results and they're feeling hopeless. And I think it's important for people to understand, you're not supposed to be sick. And, that's not how you were built. And there are answers out there, and do not lose hope. You're just at the beginning of your journey.
Yeah. So actually, I had seen a study from Lucca, Tuscany, Italy, about the government had funded a 10-year program to incorporate homeopathic medicine in their publicly funded healthcare system. So I already had the study, I read it, and I actually went there to the hospital in Lucca, Tuscany to see how they did it. So I had the privilege of being able to do that. But the long story short, in the results, they've seen thousands of patients, over 180 different diseases or health challenges. And on the 10-year study, the end results was 20% of the people were totally resolved. Now you have to understand, these were people
Can I can I
Yeah,
slow you down again, just so,
already.
because I think we have to paint a better picture for those
Okay.
watching. So this is a government-funded study
Yeah.
that ran for 10 years,
Yeah.
where the government decided, okay, we're providing in our healthcare system, the government system, the mainstream medical care. But for those patients that don't respond to the mainstream medical care, we're then going to treat them with homeopathy. So when you're giving these statistics, and correct me where I'm wrong, these are actually people that are then being treated with homeopathic medicine after the mainstream medical system failed them.
I would say the majority of them absolutely are
Okay.
right.
Because
But
it
some,
makes the numbers more that you're going to give more
Yeah.
meaningful.
yeah. So the majority of them were treated mainstream with conventional medicine, allopathic medicine, but then some of them chose not to do that route. But the majority of them absolutely, like probably 90% of them had already gone mainstream conventional allopathic medicine with no results. So they chose to go the homeopathic route. And so 20% of them, their health challenge was completely resolved. 27% had significant improvement, 22% had good improvement, 21% had slight improvement, and only 0.05% had no improvement. But one thing you have to understand, they had no adverse side effects from the homeopathic medicine. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which is quite something, isn't it? So
Yes.
we like my heart's in this health show because I'm wanting people to understand this is life and death. And I have to be honest with you, Diane. I knew that. It's how I got into it. I'll share that story in one of the openings for people. But I started my journey. I was actually a lawyer for Health Canada against a herbalist, and then I ended up acting for that herbalist and defending him in court. And I came to the stark reality that actually he was saving lives, and that Health Canada trying to shut him down would have actually caused deaths.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been a long journey. And so when we started this health show, one of the things the NHPPA we were thinking is, well, what's missing from the public discourse is basically people sharing their stories of how they've been helped. And like, I already knew this was life and death,
Mm-hmm.
but I've been stunned. I've been stunned by the stories. And then, I'm having practitioners like you come on and share the stories. And I know you can't give the emotional experience of the person, but you basically see lives turned around.
Absolutely.
Would I be overstating things, or what are your thoughts if I suggested to, us having access to natural health products, us having access to natural health practitioners like yourself who have the ability to use these remedies on us, it's a matter of life and death, isn't it?
It is a matter of life and death. It is. And people have to understand that. And what I don't understand is, okay, so you as a lawyer, I didn't know you were a lawyer. Anyways, she was a lawyer. And like, just me, like, it is my right. I should have the right to do what I feel is necessary and right for my body. Nobody else should have that control. Nobody. Like, that's very important. And I don't understand Health Canada. I don't understand our government. I don't understand what seems as common sense that this gets taken away, that this is being not even looked at, not even taken seriously, like in that aspect. And then I go financially. So if people got well, wouldn't that reduce the money in our healthcare system? If people got well with homeopathic medicine, and it's virtually nothing compared to pharmaceutical costs of medicine, if people got well, wouldn't that free up scans? Wouldn't that free up time in hospitals? Wouldn't that free up doctors? Like, it makes sense. And I go, where is common sense in Health Canada? Where?
Well, I know I have no answer for you. The one thing that's always frustrated me is, like in the area of natural health products, it's been 31 years and I've made access to information requests. Like, you show me the evidence you have that they've caused deaths, because they will say, let's say they're in the Standing Committee of Health or something like that, or, you know, their public sound bites, oh, there's all this harm cost, but they'll never share their data.
Right.
And, you know, I know that we started to become regulated in 2004. So prior to that, that should have been, you know, when there were dead bodies in the street and all of that. Oh, well, wait a second, you have an unregulated industry, like, you know, south of the border, totally unregulated. And so there was a risk analysis done by Professor Ron Law of New Zealand. He's a university professor in New Zealand, a risk expert. So using not just Canadian government statistics, but he had to go to other Western countries to find any statistics of harm caused by natural health products. So back then, you know, before we're completely unregulated, if ever we're in danger, it's now. But can't find a single, you know, case report in Canada of a death. We're 14 times more likely to be struck by lightning than harmed by natural health product. Now, that is 14 times is so dramatic, it's crazy. And none of us would have a government department and pay, literally, I think we've spent $1 billion now on this Health Canada department. None of us would spend any money to protect us. Let's have a Health Canada department to protect us from lightning. Well, that's craziness. But it's even more crazy when there's so much evidence that there are people only alive or are only not disabled. You are disabled. You're supposed to be in a wheelchair and a drain on the system, and your marriage fallen apart because you're depressed, and, you know, in some government funded housing somewhere, drooling on yourself. That's what you're supposed to be, but you're here, vibrant, contributing, alive and well and growing, only because of natural products. And you can't tell us about risk if you want good health outcomes without also talking about the benefits. See, because if we want health benefit, if we want what's best for Canadians, then okay, let's accept that there's risks, but let's accept there's benefits. And then understanding the risks and benefits, how do we get the best health outcomes for Canadians? That's what frustrates me. They refuse to look at the benefits.
Correct. Yeah. And my husband has always said I'm naive because I'm one that, like, I want to see the best in everybody. And it's been really disheartening to have people, clients, come to your office and say, do you think you could talk to your family doctor and see if they'll do a CEA blood test? That's the #1 gold standard test for colorectal cancer. You've been bleeding for 6 months and your doctor hasn't done the blood test yet. That's so disheartening. Why isn't it done? Right? So, and I see it all the time. There's no cooperation between medical doctors and complementary practitioners or other regulated practitioners. Why? It's like almost that, oh my gosh, if we work together, would the people get well? I'm being sarcastic.
Who knows? So I'm going to ask you a final question. So what would your message to Ottawa be? And Ottawa is both our MPs that we're asking to, let's create a fair regulatory environment where we're asking the question, how do we get the best health outcomes? And it also is Health Canada that, as you know, is ever stricter regulations, making it harder for us to keep these products.
So I guess on the bigger picture, I'd be looking and saying, well, who's making these regulations? Who are the people that actually make these regulations from Health Canada and what background? So if you want to make fair and regulations across the board, then you should have other practitioners on the board. And this should be integrated together. And with all the information that's out there, all of those things should be allowed. It's Health Canada. We should be looking towards healthcare, not just taking allopathic medicine. And, you know, I could go on and on because this is just a sore spot. And I don't know if you want me to talk about 714X because that's just a passion for me. You know, I read that about 714X. It's under Health Canada's rules and regulations. It cannot, it's produced in Quebec and it's on the compassion list that doctors can only order it if somebody has already done chemo, radiation, surgery, all the things they deem necessary to do.
So I think we can talk about it, and it's just, you know, as we talk about it, I think, you know, the point for people to consider is um, shouldn't we have the choice? Like you've already talked about how some people don't want to do chemo.
Right.
And you know, even if chemo is a good idea, I mean, even if, you know, everyone who cares for you, you know, as a medical professional, like they honestly believe chemo is a good idea for you, and if they were in your shoes, they would do chemo. Like, and there's times it would be, but we're just using that as an example. But you know, if you decide not to do a treatment because you know you're just an animal with an ear in your tag, if you can't decide what you're going to do, then shouldn't you have the right to try anything?
Correct.
Sure, we full disclosure of the risks and benefits and all of that, but shouldn't we have the right? Because that's the problem we're running into in the natural health field. And so when you're talking about 714X, can you
Yes.
tell people what it is, what, you know, the results seem to be, and why would people want to access it? And then we'll end with that.
Okay, so 714X is actually immunotherapy, and it's an injection. It's a natural product, and so it's an injection. You put it in your groin area in the lymphatic system, and so by it going into your immune system, it boosts your immune system with the premise that your body then your immune system is boosted, and then your body should be able to deal with whatever health issue is going on in your body, because that's how our bodies are made, right? Is through that. Now, I have letters. I know you don't want me to read anything. So I have letters, though, that from doctors that say, I've had 372 patients use the 714X with no adverse side effects. And
we're talking oncologists. We're talking cancer patients.
We're, well, whatever. Why else would they be using it for, right? So one guy here is stomach cancer. Yeah. So I would assume they're all oncologists. I can't say that for sure, right? But I'm just reading letters from doctors stating that they've used 714X. The patient got well. The patient lived with quality of life and extended their life. And so, and cost-wise, I know the cost of 714X compared to some other costs of immunotherapy, like again, financially. But it comes down to this: it should be your choice. No doctor, no Health Canada, no government regulation should be telling you or me that I can have this. See, the point is, in Canada, you cannot use it for personal use. In Canada, it cannot be ordered because Health Canada holds it back, but it can be ordered anywhere else in the world. Tell me how that makes sense.
I think that's important. So, I mean, people in the United States, people in England, people in India, anyone else can order it. It's a Canadian company. It's a Canadian product. Anyone else in the world can access this. It's not like anyone's pretending it's dangerous. But in Canada, we're in a world where if Health Canada doesn't say you can use something, you can't use it. So somehow we've arrived in this world where the only person who gets to decide, like, how did they get the authority? But we live in the world where the sole authority over what you can access, even if you're dying and the you know medical system says you got 2 days to live, Lori, like you weren't supposed to do what you did, Diane. You weren't supposed to use those things to treat cancer.
Yeah.
So but that's the world we live in, and that's why one of the reasons we're having the world's greatest health show is so we can all learn this stuff. Diane, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you on the health show, and it's been a pleasure to speak with you beforehand. And so on behalf of the world's greatest health show, I thank you for coming and sharing with us.
Blessings for you and the show, and I just pray that it makes changes to Health Canada and for Canadians.
Thank you so much, Diane. Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have with me today Dan Cooper. Dan, welcome to the health show.
Thanks for having me, Sean.
And Dan, you've got DC beside your name. Can you share what DC stands for?
Yeah, if you asked me 10 years ago, I would have said it stands for Doctor of Chiropractic. But in this new world we're living in, it's just my initials, Dan Cooper.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. But you are a chiropractic doctor.
I am. I have multiple labels that I have certifications for. So chiropractic being one of them, yes.
Now, some of the people watching this health show might have never been to a chiropractic doctor. They may not understand, what the practice of chiropractic medicine is. Can you explain, what is, why would you go to a chiropractic doctor? What do they do? How do they practice?
Well, I mean, chiropractors themselves get into chiropractic for a bunch of different reasons. What we do as chiropractors is we try to remove pressure off nerves in the nervous system by using bones, joints as levers to allow proper neurological input to the body. So if you have like a garden hose analogy and you have a kink in the hose, that water is not going to be able to get through to the end organ where it needs to be. So with chiropractic, we can use chiropractic manipulation and adjustments to remove that interference and allow it to flow properly again.
Now, I know like some people might think, okay, like so for back pain and stuff like that, we may approach a chiropractic doctor, but even your own story reveals something a little different. So can you share with us kind of how like your journey even into becoming a chiropractic doctor and then something that happened to you?
Sure. We have, I'm part of one of the second largest chiropractic families in Canada. And it all started back when my great-great-grandfather, known as Gump, was paralyzed in a car accident. And he went through, years and years with the medical system. And they, had no options and said he'd never be able to walk again. So Gump, being as stubborn as he was, wasn't going to let it go at that. So he decided to travel down across the border to the States to see a chiropractor. And he traveled back and forth, I think, for about 6 visits. He spent a week or 2 at a time down there. But that chiropractor was able to get him walking again. And he went on to live a good, healthy life for many, many more years.
So I just slow you down. So this is your grandfather.
Great-grandfather, correct.
Your great-grandfather is paralyzed in a motor vehicle accident, and the medical system is just basically saying you're not going to ever walk again.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay. Now, why was he having to travel down to the United States to see a chiropractor?
He was from Southern Alberta, and there was no chiropractors yet at that time in the area. So the closest option for him was to travel across the line and then go see a chiropractor there.
Okay. So that experience kind of led him to be really interested in chiropractic medicine.
Well, yeah, and then it drove, all his descendants to become chiropractors. So, it motivated us to become the second largest chiropractic family in Canada.
Right. Now, you yourself ended up with an injury. Can you share with us, what you were doing and, what happened?
Sure. Growing up, when I was 14 years old, I started training as a diver. And within a very short time, I was going to nationals and different competitions. And at some point, I placed third at age group nationals. So I was the third ranked diver in Canada for my age group. And shortly after that, I came down with a thing called vertigo. And now vertigo is pretty scary, where you're, the whole world's just spinning and you're walking into walls and falling down and stuff like that. So I spent many years working with the medical system, going through balance retraining, and the only option they had for me at the end was He said they wanted to go in and clip off my nerve, so it quit sending mixed messages to my brain, and that would stop the vertigo. But they would never guarantee I could hear again out of that ear.
Okay, so I'm just needing to slow you down here. So you actually were suffering so badly, you were having to do balance training
Mhm.
so that you could actually literally even walk, right?
Yeah, that's right. And during that time, my dad being a chiropractor, I thought it would be a good idea to go into chiropractic and see if I could get solutions or get my vertigo resolved that way. So I decided to go into chiropractic. I went down to, after my undergraduate degree, I went down to Melbourne, Australia to study a double degree there, Bachelor of Chiropractic and Bachelor of Clinical Science. And that's where I went to a seminar of one of the doctors there that said he had a 100% success rate curing vertigo. So I went down to his seminar and I approached him over lunch hour and told him my story. And he said, okay, well, in the second half, let's bring you back up on stage. I'll go through a case history exam and then adjust you. And he did. He adjusted me in a different way I've never been adjusted before. It's a Gonstead technique. And I haven't had vertigo since.
Okay, so how many years had you been suffering with vertigo?
It was 8 years.
Okay,
Yeah.
so 8 years, where at times you literally couldn't walk right.
Yeah,
And the solution was to cut your nerve and now you'd be deaf.
that's right.
And now, and basically, so you find a chiropractic doctor with expertise in exactly how to solve this, and it solves your problem.
It did. Yeah.
Like you've never had vertigo again.
Never. No, I can go to the fair, and ride the rides and not have any dizziness or vertigo. So yeah, I'm back to my normal self again.
It's kind of interesting because you were already studying to be a chiropractic doctor. And then like if ever you needed confirmation personally of the
Yeah.
benefits that can come, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
No, I just want to backtrack. You were kind of sharing part of your education, and I think it's important for people to understand just how much training somebody needs to get to, to practice as a chiropractic doctor. So my understanding is, and correct me if I'm wrong, is basically you need an undergraduate degree in science.
Correct.
And then depending on which, school of chiropractic medicine you go to, it can be like a 4 or 5 year program to,
Yeah.
then graduate and be, eligible to be qualified as a chiropractic doctor.
Yeah. So the training, the undergraduate training that the medical system or osteopaths or Chinese med practitioners are pretty much the same. And then the last 2 or 3 years or 3 to 5 years, we go into our individual fields or specialties. So for us, it was chiropractic.
And you've just shared something important. And I have to say that I kind of had this too, is, in just our media and our culture, it's kind of like doctors, like the medical doctors are privileged as, this elite class. Like, if let's say I don't sell anything, but let's say you and I went into business and we had a line of natural products. For our ads, if we had somebody in a white lab coat, like this doctor image, it actually increases sales. Like we've been so conditioned. And I think people just assume that, chiropractic doctors and traditional Chinese practitioners and the like aren't as trained, but that's not true at all. Like, so you have to go through the science undergrad, you got to do all the chemistry and biology and physiology and all of that. And then you specialize. The difference is the treatment specialization.
Exactly. Yeah. Medical doctors became, let's, for a better word, in bed with pharmaceutical companies, over, 100 years ago or 70 years ago, where chiropractors just wanted to do things naturally. Naturopaths wanted to stick to natural medicines and not use, pharmaceutical drugs. So we, I'm assuming that, later on, I'm hoping anyways that in the future, we're going to turn back towards more natural forms of healing. and get away from this experimentation of pharmaceutical drugs we've been on for the last 75 years, because it's
Yeah.
not working.
No, that, in my opinion, that is an understatement of almost biblical proportions, Dan. So, which is, one of the reasons we're doing this health show is, there's censorship out there. Like I've practiced for 30 years, basically running interference when Health Canada is attacking practitioners and manufacturers of natural health products. And almost 100% of the time they're in trouble because they're sharing success stories. They're sharing truthful health information.
Mhm.
And so not trying to get you into trouble, because this isn't involving a health product. So hopefully, while we're on here, the Health Canada police won't appear and tackle us. Can you share some chiropractic success stories? And I appreciate you can't identify any patients or anything like that, but I think some people might be surprised. You've shared your own health story, and I have to say, I'd never thought of vertigo as being something that could be solved with chiropractic. But then it means that the underlying problem had to do with nerve compression and the like.
Yeah, I was, and thinking back, I can remember the day it happened to me, right? I was at a training facility called Ortona in Edmonton, and we were doing flips from the trampoline into a foam pit. And because of my diving training, I wasn't used to landing on my back or my stomach into the foam pit. I was used to diving through it into the water. So below the foam pit was a cement floor. And I think at that point is where I, landed on my neck, and my C6 vertebra became displaced slightly and led to a subluxation that took me, another 10 years to sort out. Yeah. So other success stories that I've had with chiropractic adjustments is a lot of lumbar disc injuries, right? So when you get irritation to the disc, your annular fibers can press out like a balloon. You're pressing a balloon out and it'll push against the nerves. So a lot of times people will opt for surgeries where the results are not guaranteed. In fact, there are a lot of people that end up with a thing called foot drop after having low back surgeries. Now, arguably, the surgeries are getting better and the surgeons are using better techniques now with less risk, but it still does happen. So I like to treat everything as conservative as possible prior to sending them down the route for surgeries.
What's foot drop? Like what is that?
Foot drop is when you get pressure onto a nerve and it doesn't allow you to dorsiflex your foot again. So you just walk around with your foot pointing towards the ground, so it catches on different things. So that'll be a pressure.
Right. So
Yeah.
One of the effects of the surgery, if it goes bad, is that you've got this foot drop that you have to live with forever.
That's one of the risks. Now that can happen regardless, right? So you can get foot drop regardless if there's a disc pressing on the nerve for long enough. So
so people come to you with this lower back pain where they're, basically there's this squishing out, I forget what fibers you referred to, that are pushing into the nerve and just causing intense pain. Do you have success in helping to reverse that?
Yes. Yeah, there's people or patients that come in, clients that come into me with that specific problem, and we use various different techniques. A lot of times it's starting off with lower force techniques. So there's a thing called traction or cervical lumbar decompression, where you can start opening up the joint space and getting blood and oxygen to the tissues again. I mean, you got to remember that as a chiropractor, I get to deal with the number one healer in the entire world, and that's the human body, right? Like, it's phenomenal. If we put it in the right environment, it can heal, anything, and that's what it's designed to do. So that's all we do, is we just put it in the right environment and give it its best chance to heal by removing interference.
Yeah, interesting. And so that's what I, tend to think of with chiropractic, but it's a whole bunch of different conditions dealing with joints that you guys deal with. I'm right. Did I get that right?
Yeah, joints, tendons, ligaments, muscles, anything that attaches to the joints or the bones. That's what we specialize in.
Right. Now, you've taken some other training also. can you, so you're a functional medicine practitioner and the like, can you share with us kind of your journey there? Because you weren't satisfied with just the practice of chiropractic medicine. And before we go there, the practice of chiropractic medicine, you guys are trained for a couple of years in using what I'll call natural remedies, like, herbs and plants and the like.
Yeah, yeah. So we get trained in pharmacology as well. So it's not just, using, vitamins and supplements. It's also using pharmaceutical drugs. So we have, especially in the later on in our training, we get trained in pharmacology. But coming out of, chiropractic, we try to use everything naturally, right? So treating things naturally, in my opinion, is always going to be the best way. The body, doesn't need, synthetic medications and stuff like that. For acute situations, the Western medical system, that's where they shine. But one of the reasons why I went to further my education in things like acupuncture and functional medicine was because we have a pandemic, a chronic disease that's roaring across humans, and there has to be a better way to treat that. So after my chiropractic training, I decided to train in medical acupuncture at the university with Dr. Stephen Ung. So he's world renowned as the integration of Western and Eastern medicine. And then from there, I went on to study functional medicine from the Institute for Functional Medicine, where I became one of the about 1,500 or 2,000 certified practitioners in the world. So functional medicine is just in its infancy of coming up and taking over natural medicine. So we started back in 1991 by a bunch of medical doctors that were fed up with them not being able to help out their patients and their family members using Western medicine. So they tried to work within the system, originally within the medical system. But found out, shortly trying to work within the medical system, it just wasn't going to work. So they had to rip it up and start from scratch. And then they started and called it functional medicine.
Where, one thing that's coming up, Dan, and it almost seems it doesn't matter who I'm interviewing, whether, it's because we've interviewed some medical doctors who have, basically switched to integrative medicine.
Mm-hmm.
One who had become, a homeopath, and we're interviewing traditional Chinese practitioners and naturopathic doctors and the like. And a theme that keeps coming up, and you've kind of alluded to it, you said the body's the best healer. And the theme that keeps coming up is the body can heal, but it's got to have the building blocks to do that. And, you're talking about this, we have this pandemic of chronic disease. And that's because of our food supply, right? It's because what we're eating and the chemicals and the like.
Yeah. We call it our environment, right? So diet, environment, and lifestyle. So through natural medicine and stuff, we try to focus on getting as much good food into the body, organic, but it's not always going to be organic food. But just avoiding the herbicides, pesticides, the convenience food, right? The highly processed foods. Most of the foods that are, supplemented by the government, right? So, the high sugary foods, the pops, the colas, all that kind of stuff. So getting back to eating, whole foods again. It's incredible when you think about, it's estimated that the human body goes through 37 billion to the billion chemical reactions every second of every day. That's powerful. And that body needs food, proper nutrition, proper trace minerals and cofactors to allow all those chemical reactions to take place. And if you're deficient in that because it's not in our food supply, or you're not getting it through proper nutrition, then the body is not going to be in, a good environment. And it's going to be in a catabolic state where it's breaking down faster than it's building up.
It's interesting. I'm going to try and put what you said into plain English and correct me where I'm wrong. But, so I forget the number of chemical reactions you cited here, but we're just this complicated. Our bodies are absolutely complicated, but wonderful, and they're doing there's all these, you know, processes happening, but it needs the right molecules and foods and the like. And when we're taking in these chemicals and we're taking in even sugar, you know, robs us of vital nutrients, then things can't function properly. And if that happens for too long, then it manifests as chronic illness. Did I kind of distill that right?
Yeah, well, it's multifactorial, right? I wish I could say, you know, this is the root cause of, you know, this client's problem and this is the root cause of another client's problem, but it's multifactorial. There's multiple root causes. So in functional medicine, we say you can't just take out one tack and expect them to get better. You have to remove all the tacks that they're sitting on. So, but by cleaning up the internal terrain of the body, that's really where you get started.
And now I know that every case is different. Like if somebody comes in, you know, let's say with Crohn's disease, for example, you're gonna what you might suggest for one person is different than another, because you're gonna, you know, well, what are they ingesting? What aren't they ingesting? What environment are they in and the like? But, you know, just what type, so first of all, what type of information do you need to, you know, kind of decide? And, you know, I just picked Crohn's because I know you've had a lot of success with Crohn's from a previous discussion. So kind of, what does that look like? Like, what do you need to know? And, you know, maybe give us a couple of different scenarios from your experience of different treatment plans based on, you know, their environment and what they're doing and the results that resulted.
Sure. So, you know, my practice is a little bit different because, you know, I have so many certificates and stuff like that. So somebody comes in to see me, I like to do a thorough case history. So, you know, I do, you know, a deep dive into their backgrounds, into where their great grandparents grew up, right? Because it all affects us. You know, it's all the DNA that's sent, you know, into us is from our ancestors. You know, we're made up of three things, you know, our DNA, what goes into the body and what comes out. And it's the same for all sentient beings, whether you're an earthworm, an apple tree, or a human being. You know, those are the three things. You can't change your genetics, right? But we can certainly change what goes into the body, your environment, and what goes out. So with my clients and stuff like that, they come in, we do that thorough case history. So we do a background on all their parents, their grandparents, their siblings, and then, you know, how they grew up. For say, you know, were their parents, you know, smokers when they were in the womb, you know, or, you know, did they have antibiotics, lots of ear infections as a child where they had to take lots of antibiotics for it and stuff like that, and basically destroy their mitochondria. Or if there's an emotional event that happened to them, right? Was there trauma involved, childhood trauma? It all plays into how the body is expressing itself in later on in life in chronic disease. So sometimes, you know, people say cancer started 20 years ago during an emotional experience, an emotional trauma that somebody didn't deal with properly at that time. So that's one of the things that we try to get to evolving for that patient, resolving for that client, and then helping them out through that transition area. So it's not just one thing, it's multifactorial and really getting into that. So with my clients, I like to get them into a detox program, try to get their body as pure as possible. So that's removing all the herbicides, pesticides, heavy metals, endocrine disruptors, forever chemicals, and all that kind of stuff. So I take them through a 7-step process that includes a lot of, you know, detoxing and binders and different things that will help facilitate the removal of that stuff out of the body. As far as success stories with that, again, I without getting into too much, you know, trouble with clients' information and stuff, I can certainly tell you about my own. One of the reasons I went from chiropractic to acupuncture to functional medicine was because I was suffering from Crohn's and colitis for 18 years. and I was steroid dependent with prednisone for 10 of those years.
Mm.
So that's not a fun drug to be on, especially for that long. So after I graduated from chiropractic, I went to see some GI specialists here at the university that put me on some biologics, and that helped out for a little bit of time, but it suppressed my B-cell, T-cell immunity, and basically left me, a very high risk of developing cancers and stuff like that. So, and that was their solutions. They had no other solutions other than biologics, which, eventually your body adapted to, and then you'd have to switch from one biologic to another one, to another one, to another one. So at that point, I thought there had to be a better way. And with my vertigo, finding chiropractic, I was watching a docu-series by Jonathan Otto called Autoimmune Secrets Revealed. And that's where I first learned about functional medicine. So after watching that docu-series and applying some of the functional medicine principles that I learned in that docu-series, within 7 weeks, I was probably 70% better. And within 7 months, I was in full remission for the first time in 18 years.
Right. And Crohn's and colitis is, it can be extremely painful, but also limiting, right? Because you're having to go, when it's bad, you're having to go to the bathroom all the time. Like literally, you have to be careful about where you go.
Yeah, even in car rides, right? You have to know where the closest bathroom is at all times. So that was my life for 18 years.
Okay, that's a lot of suffering.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Weight fluctuations through all the different flare-ups and stuff like that. And during that time, remember, I was also, getting chiropractic adjustments and removing pressure off the nervous system and stuff. But that was only one of the root causes of what was going on with me, right? Until I got to the other ones as well, I wasn't able to put it into remission. So
right.
That's where I decided to go in after that and study functional medicine, and then become certified from the Institute for Functional Medicine.
So this is interesting. So just so that everyone watching understands, you were going to medical doctors to try and get your Crohn's solved, and you were basically on steroids. You mentioned prednisone, which I understand you're not supposed to be on that for a long period of time. And did you say 8 years?
I was steroid dependent for 10 years.
Oh, 10 years. Okay.
Yeah, 10 years.
So when that creates its own health problems, as I understand it.
Yeah.
And then, you're put on biologics and they don't help you. So you weren't finding any relief from the mainstream medical system.
Oh, and again, does the mainstream medical system cure anything, right? They can suppress the symptoms. They're very, very good at suppressing symptoms. But actual curing, something, right? So, whereas functional medicine, I'm not going to go as far as saying I'm cured, but I'm definitely in remission. And that was, 8 years ago now. So I haven't had a flare up and I've been doing good. I still maintain the principles that got me there. So I'm still taking, my prebiotics, my fermented foods, and different supplements to make sure my body's terrain is healthy. So I'm not going to put my body in an environment where disease can manifest.
Right. So just so people understand, so by, changing your diet, eating specific foods that are helpful for Crohn's and colitis, and taking some supplements, meaning nutritional supplements, for 8 years, you say, well, I'm not cured, but for 8 years, you haven't had to know where a bathroom is when you get in a car to drive. You don't have this chronic diarrhea and the cramping and all of that. You've basically been normal. I
have my life back, right? And that's thanks to, everything that led me through, the journey that I've been through, through the chiropractic, the acupuncture. I studied functional neurology for a bit as well, and functional medicine. So with my clients, I can take all that information that I, used to treat myself and apply it to some of their symptoms as well. So that's where we become very, very effective as clinical practitioners, is where something's affected you, so close to you, whether it's a family member or you yourself, and then you go on, learn what makes it better, and then you can pass on that information to other people. So, that's what I'm doing now. I'm just dedicating the rest of my career to health, healing, happiness, and longevity of my community, and especially my local community, but others as well, by going on doing, different podcasts and talks like this.
Well, actually, I certainly appreciate it. It's interesting you're telling your story, and it reminds me there's somebody that's close to me that was suffering from what appears to have been a form of colitis, and same thing. So like lots of cramping, glued to bathrooms, infringing on lifestyle because you're at times you don't want to go out basically because you might need a bathroom, and but a lot of pain. And the doctor had said, well, it's a rare form of colitis, and we don't really have a treatment, but you can take this drug. And the funny thing about the drug being offered is the side effects were the same as colitis. Right, which I found interesting because okay, so you're suffering from something, and the side effects of the solution. Well, remember several years ago we ended up being locked down, and so this person used to eat out a lot at restaurants, but now is eating organic at home, and it completely goes away.
Yeah.
But if this person eats inorganic, like it's the GMO we learned, right? So if this person eats genetically modified wheat, and kind of crosses a threshold, bang, it's back. And it takes a little bit of time, with disciplined diet for it to subside again. It's, but as long as, genetically modified, wheat is avoided, no worries at all. And so kind of reminded me of your situation. I think people don't understand how much we're affected by what we eat and how important it is to make sure our body's getting what it needs.
Yeah. I mean, it is, nutrition, what we put in our mouth, is a direct result of how we feel, and how we're going to express our illnesses. So, getting the body as healthy as possible, you're avoiding the seed and vegetable oils, I mean, these oils stay in our bodies for, 3 to 4 years sometimes. So, the way I look at health is I like to rebuild it, not from the organ system level or the human level. I like to rebuild it from the subatomic level, where the protons, neutrons, electrons, and photons actually form matter, which form atoms, which form molecules, which form cells, which forms organs, and then organ systems. So by doing it that way, I'd like to, start by putting, the building blocks of what the human body is made of, and that's amino acids, right? So when functional medicine, when we do lab testing and stuff like that, we can test stool, we can test urine, we can test blood, we can test a whole bunch of things. But when we test amino acid, and I find out that the majority of the people that I test are deficient in essential amino acids. I mean, non-essential is not a big deal. Your body can produce them, providing you have the right environment. But essential amino acids, that's stuff your body can't produce. It needs to get them from the outside. So you're deficient in those essential amino acids. Your body is starting off from not a solid foundation. So one of the first things I do when people come in is I get them on essential amino acids and good healthy fat, cod liver oil, fish oil, salmon oil, something like that. So when their cells, when the red blood cells are forming, they're forming with a good healthy fat layer around it. So that's really important for that cell to work optimally, to have a good healthy layer of fat. And seed and vegetable oils just destroy that and lead to inflammation and chronic disease.
Interesting. And I think it might shock people to learn that, if they're eating bad fats, that literally it could be 3 or 4 years before that bad fat you're eating today is actually out of your body. And so for that period of time, it's interfering with how your cell needs to function, or cells rather.
Yeah, it's not just interfering, but it's costing you trace minerals and nutrients in order to break down that fat, right? So, you're at a net zero by eating that stuff. So I always like to, keep my body in anabolic state where it's building up faster than it's breaking down. So the choice of what I eat, what I put into my mouth is always based on that. Is this gonna, put me in a catabolic state where I'm breaking down, or is it gonna put me in an anabolic state where I'm building myself up?
Right. Now, getting back to maybe just using Crohn's as an example, and I appreciate you're extremely reluctant to talk about any patient cases, and that's okay. I'm not trying to get you into trouble, but what I think I can ask without getting you into trouble is you shared your own story, and that really is quality of life versus suffering with your Crohn's. Is it fair to say that, and not just with Crohn's, but with other conditions, you've had patients come in that have exhausted the mainstream medical system, that they're suffering terribly, and with chiropractic and with functional medicine, that you basically see them really get quality of life back?
Yeah, I mean, I don't like to, toot my own horn and stuff like that, but you can go onto, different websites and Google and read reviews and stuff like that. I do, ask clients or suggest to clients that if they, are happy with what I'm doing, that they can go on and post reviews. Then, that's up to them. We're not breaking any privacy laws and stuff like that. So, but yeah, like I said, getting back to treating chronic disease and stuff, it starts with a solid foundation, right? Removing the interference. Step one is always becoming a minimalist, removing the interference, getting rid of things in your environment, like your hair conditioning, like your makeup, like your soaps and conditioners and shampoos, and putting good, clean products in your environment, right? Get that energy, that stagnant chi flowing throughout, your main house is where people spend most of their time and stuff like that. So you want to get, everything opening up, and you want to put yourself in a very clean and pure environment there.
Can I just stop you? Because you said that's number one. And many people watching, especially parents, may not understand that, if you're just going to the grocery store and buying shampoo and buying underarm deodorant and buying cleaners and the like, that you are literally creating a toxic environment, not just for yourself, but your kids. Am I right about that? Like you need to be careful and understand, careful on the soaps that you're going to put on your body, careful of the shampoos that you're going to be using, careful about your dish soap, careful about your laundry soap, careful about the soap that you're going to put on your floors and absorb through your feet. Like literally, if you just buy what's, at the grocery store, in the wrong aisle, you're actually setting yourself up where you're full of toxins. Am I?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, here in North America, we have a thing that's called generally recognized as safe, or GRAS, right? So that's where these, food companies and food companies and product companies can use these chemicals that haven't been proven safe for our use. Whereas in Europe, they don't have this GRAS system. So they have to prove all these things that are in their food, in their products, are generally recognized as safe prior to them putting them in. In America, it's the opposite. So in North America. So, I mean, until that gets fixed as well, it really is up to the parents to make sure they understand what these endocrine disrupting products are doing to their children. I mean, you can walk around any swimming pool around town and you can see, boys that have basically boobs, and these are 12, 13-year-old boys that have endocrine disrupting disorders. And it's from a lot of the products that their parents have bought for them and put into their environment. So, yeah, we really have to be conscious about what we're putting in our environment. And that's why I call it step number one, right? Becoming a minimalist, declutter your life, getting rid of all the chemicals and herbicides and pesticides that we're exposed to.
Right. And then step two, starting eating well.
Yeah. Step two, it's putting nutrients back into the body. So I have, step three is doing a elimination diet where you just go back to ancestral eating, and it's removing a whole bunch of immune complexes and interleukins and lipopolysaccharides and a whole bunch of inflammatory markers that I don't need to get into right now. But that's what, getting back to ancestral eating is, right? So removing the high offending foods and just getting back into eating, good whole foods again for a period of time.
Is it possible? I've heard, and I don't know if it's true. Like personally, I've never done the research, but I've, come across time and time again information that suggests like 100 years ago, our foods had way more vitamins and minerals in it. And so that now it's almost difficult, even if you're trying to eat well, to get what the body needs. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah. I always turn to Mother Nature. The Earth, Mother Nature, 4.5 billion years old of evolution. I mean, the closer or the more at one we can be with Mother Nature, I think the healthier we're going to be. So getting out there, our ancestors used to smoke and ferment and broth and boil and forage for their food, right? So, if we spent a little more time out there and a little less time in the grocery stores, especially when we're talking about our food, I think we'll be doing a lot better.
Right. Do you think, for yourself personally, you take some natural supplements, and I expect that you recommend for many of the people that come to you for help to take natural supplements. Would there be any health consequences if Health Canada succeeds in severely restricting the natural supplements that we have access to?
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely one of the tools. It's not the only tool, but it's one of the tools, and it's a big tool that we use to remove or suppress chronic disease, and again put people back into remission. With Western medicine and pharmaceuticals and stuff like that, they're just suppressing the symptoms, right? So if we lost access to natural supplements, if Health Canada was to, all of a sudden take away some of these things, it's going to be a lot harder to get, that's for sure. A lot of people will have to turn back to the earth and go foraging again and, do that kind of stuff. But, I have, as part of my treatment program, I have a green smoothie where, I'm using sea moss, chlorella, spirulina, moringa, humic and fulvic acid, even burdock root, right? Burdock root is one of the only food substances on the planet that has all 102 trace minerals that the body needs. So, it would be tough to find things like that.
Interesting. So, Dr. Cooper, I'll end with the final question that I ask everyone I get the chance to is, what's your message to Ottawa?
My message to Ottawa is to really stop and think about what it would mean to, us as practitioners that, I like to think of what we do as mainstream and that type of stuff. And again, like our ancestors used these natural supplements for thousands of years. I mean, that's what they're trying to mess with, thousands and thousands of years of evolutionary success. And, really stop and think about what that would mean in the long run. If we already have a pandemic of chronic disease, and what's that going to do if we don't have access to these natural supplements? So just stop and think.
Well, Dr. Cooper, thank you for coming and sharing with us. It's going to be very helpful for people just to learn about even the practice of chiropractic medicine. And, you shared with us 2 health journeys that were, dependent on different healing traditions, one on chiropractic medicine, one on chiropractic, but also on functional medicine. And so on behalf of the health show, I thank you so much for coming and sharing with us.
My pleasure.
Good afternoon and welcome to our opening day special of the Highway to Health. I'm Jason Dahl, campaign coordinator for NHPPA. Today we kick off an historic journey. NHPPA President Sean Buckley and Teresa are on the road right now in BC in the health truck, carrying more than 150,000 petitions supporting the Charter of Health Freedom. Over the next 3 weeks, the world's greatest health van will roll into communities across Canada, and we'll be right here with you every day, updating you on the Charter Health Tour. The world's greatest health show isn't just a vehicle, it's a symbol of Canadians' demand for health freedom. Inside the van are more than 150,000 signatures for the Charter of Health Freedom petition, and each stop on the Health Charter Tour is also a chance for us to connect with you through our nightly broadcasts. Right now, the engine is being repaired on the van, and the world's greatest health truck is carrying the goods for now. This tour blends two experiences, the physical health charter tour with Sean, Teresa, and 3 other drivers, and the world's greatest health show. Broadcasts that beam the journey across the country every night with touching and important stories from expert and citizen. By tonight at about 7 p.m., Sean should be in Tsawwassen, BC. And as this video airs, Sean is on a ferry to Victoria right now. While the world's greatest health van might have an engine problem, Mrs. Buckley is relieved that the probability of needing the flatbed is lessened. We still want people to drive with us, though, to ensure that we get to Ottawa in one piece. So follow the tour and the Highway to Health to know where to find Sean. Special thanks to the tow truck driver and his grandson, Branson, who took the van to the shop. Leave it to the young generation to get the charter to Ottawa. We have very engaging speakers lined up for Victoria today, a former medical doctor who is now a homeopath and a manufacturer of natural health products. If you are interested in having your own pop-up event, contact us at media@nhppa.org, and we will make sure to send out the NHPPA guidelines and materials for an event. We encourage everyone to get involved in this national event. Let's take a look at where the world's greatest health van is headed first. In British Columbia, after tonight's launch in Victoria at United Commons, formerly First Metropolitan, at 932 Balmoral Road, we'll be in Vancouver on the 6th at Mountain View Christian Fellowship. Then it's Aldergrove for a pop-up at Alder Natural Foods on the morning of the 7th, and Kelowna that evening at the Apple Blossom Room. Kamloops follows on the 8th at Nutter's Everyday Naturals. Crossing into Alberta, Grand Prairie on the 9th at JP Event Center, then Edmonton on the 11th, Sean and Teresa's stomping grounds, for an afternoon at Health Matters store and an evening at Church in the Vine. Lloydminster hosts us on the 14th at Legacy Center. In Saskatchewan, we're in Saskatoon October 16th at Christ the Healer Gospel Church, LOC campus, and then on to Manitoba for Winnipeg October 17th at Park West Inn. And of course, we're rolling towards Ontario, Collingwood on October 21st and Manito Lodge Temple Building before our big arrival in Ottawa on October 25th. On Parliament Hill at 1 p.m. for the big ceremony, followed by Bikers Church at 6:30 p.m. Eastern. Even if the world's greatest health van can't make it to your town, you can still be part of this movement. We're broadcasting the world's greatest health show live each night. Upcoming, live from Victoria, tonight at 6:30 local time. Vancouver live at 6:30 on the 6th. Kelowna live 6 p.m. Pacific on the 7th. Kamloops live at 6 p.m. Grand Prairie live 6:30 Mountain on the 9th. Edmonton live 6:30 Mountain on the 11th. Lloydminster live 6:30 Mountain on the 14th. Saskatoon live 6:30 on the 16th. Winnipeg live 6:30 Central on the 17th. And on the Quebec side, we'll be airing a special pop-up at Avril Supermarché Santé at 10 a.m. and live at 6:30 p.m. again at the Avril Supermarché Santé. And October 23rd at Montreal. There'll be pre-recorded content with Pierre, Chantal, Mary Lise, and Pascal, plus Sean's press conference from Ottawa woven in. In the Atlantic provinces, we'll be live October 18th in Charlottetown and October 20th in Fredericton. And I will be hosting an event here in Whitehorse, Yukon On the 17th, then flying the Purple Flyway to Ottawa to join in on the ceremony on the Hill. Think of it like a traveling newscast. Wherever the world's greatest health van is, the broadcast is too. Want to be part of the journey? Come out and see the world's greatest health van when it visits your city. Bring your friends, bring your camera, get your picture taken with the van, and show your support for the Charter of Health on social media. Check NHPPA.org for the full schedule. Share this broadcast with friends in upcoming cities and join us live online every night. Scan the QR code on your screen for all the details. Sean, Teresa, and the world's greatest health van are rolling east with the Charter of Health Freedom, and we'll keep you posted on every kilometer, every event, and every broadcast. This has been the Highway to Health, and we can't wait to take the rest of the journey with you. Good night.
Hello, it's Sean and Teresa Buckley with the NHPPA. We are standing on a BC ferry. We're in the middle of the water on our way to Victoria for the very first in-person charter event in Victoria tonight, October 4th. Now, this charter tour and online health show you can watch online for 3 weeks until October 25th. But for those attending in person in Victoria, and those watching the Victoria event live online, Teresa, what can people expect to see?
Thanks, Darlin. So what people can expect to see is truthful health information from citizens, practitioners, health professionals, and manufacturers. What we're really wanting to do here is start a national dialogue for all people to kind of have a safe space to share how natural health products have helped them along the way. The in-person events are happening across Canada, so please go to the website nhppa.org and look up where we may be coming or another team may be coming close to you. If you're not in the area, please watch live at nhppa.com/live right here on this platform, and we promise you your minds will be blown away at the content that you'll be hearing.
Yeah, so we appreciate you journeying with us, and we'll keep checking in along the way.
And I have not seen any whales here, but I am looking.
Section 6 of the Charter sets out that the Charter will be the sole act and regulations flowing from the Charter that will govern a whole range of treatment modalities. So this would include natural health products, it would include traditional healing practices, it would include medical devices that are in the low-risk category, and it would include other treatments that are in the low risk category. So what's happening is the Charter of Health Freedom is taking the regulation of all of these treatment modalities and moving it from the Food and Drug Act and Health Canada and moving it to being regulated under the Charter of Health Freedom, subject to all the principles that we've discussed earlier and the rights we've discussed earlier. Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have with me again Dr. Bonnie Kaplan. Bonnie, welcome again to the health show.
Oh, thank you. I'm delighted to come back.
You know, in our first interview, we, talked about an experience that you had with Health Canada, and in this one, I want you to be sharing your expertise with micronutrients and mood. But can you share for people who don't know who you are, what your background is, and how you got into studying the effect of nutrition and the brain function?
Okay, I'll give you the short version. I was trained in experimental psychology and physiological psychology. I always wanted to know how the brain worked and how to explain developmental problems and mental health problems in terms of brain function. So then I did postdoctoral training in neuroscience. We didn't call it that then. It was in neurophysiology in the Department of Neurology at Yale University. And I stayed on and I did research there for a while. But I really wanted to study not neurological problems per se, but I wanted to study how the brain worked and didn't work when people were manifesting mental health problems. And so that led me into nutrition. I had always been taught about what nutrients do in the brain, something that I thought should be common knowledge. Even now it isn't, Sean. We aren't teaching our children the things that I think we should be teaching them, but I'll get to that. But so it always made sense to me that there were studies coming out occasionally suggesting that people had better mental health when they had better brain health, when they had more nutrients. And so that eventually led me to doing studies like, in our previous conversation, involved actually giving people either a full spectrum of minerals and vitamins or placebo, and sometimes doing other kinds of designs. So I spent my career studying developmental and mental problems, mostly in terms of nutrition. I am retired now. I've been on the faculty of the University of Calgary since about 1980, but I retired almost 10 years ago. And I still continue to be involved in the field, though, because I feel so strongly about something that we call knowledge translation. And that's what this is, knowledge translation. I know all the people in the world really who are doing studies of micronutrients. I follow their research and I try to educate others about it because we should all know this stuff. So that's why I'm delighted to be here today.
No, and I'm delighted to have you, and just to kind of maybe fill in some of the blanks, because I know you did a very cursory description of your background, but you ended up moving to Calgary to set up what was called the Behavioral Research Unit. And so when you were there, it was a branch of the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Calgary, and it was run out of Children's Hospital. And basically for, I don't know, was it 25 years you ran that unit, or basically doing clinical research?
More like 35, I think, but who's
okay.
counting?
Well, actually, and I was just using my memory going, oh, like quite some time ago when you were an expert witness in a trial, it was 22 years. And I should have realized, okay, no, it was a lot longer. So 35 years, basically, this unit at Children's Hospital in Calgary that did research, including double-blind, basically trials, like, the placebo-controlled trials, like, so everything from case series and the like to the full-blown double-blind clinical trials.
your unit would set up and run, and you ran that unit.
Right.
And that included running some research trials on nutrition's effect with the brain and mental health.
Exactly. I was very lucky that I ended up doing what I wanted to do in my career. I just didn't know how hard it would be to convey the information to the public. And I might as well just mention now, I sometimes tell people that I have about 100 studies in my head from the last 25 years, not just my own, but from colleagues in various countries, and can tell a very elaborate story about the evidence base for nutrition and mental health. But what blows me away, Sean, is that in all that time, only one of those 100 has ever been covered by the international media. The media has I say that they've blackballed this topic. That's what it feels like. And in some cases, it was very explicit. Like I was interviewed for something and then told that it would not be aired. Why not? I wasn't allowed to know why not. But I think it's because these, a lot of our media outlets depend upon pharmaceutical money. And so I was always painted as being anti-medication, which is not true. It's a complete lie. And I always say the older I get, the less anti-medication I can afford to feel. It's important. And so it's become this terribly frustrating thing that basic information about what nutrients do in our brains and why this epidemic of mental health problems has to be at least partially due to hidden brain hunger. As Julia Ruckledge and we wanted to entitle our book Hidden Brain Hunger, but our editor insisted it had to be more positive, so it's called The Better Brain. At any rate, it is hidden brain hunger, and that is responsible for, we're sure, much of the mental health epidemic that's going on. But the media will not cover it. Isn't that ridiculous?
Well, it's even, I think it goes beyond that. Like, Bonnie, we're interviewing a whole bunch of people, including health practitioners, be they medical doctors that also have become integrated practitioners, or, naturopaths and the like. And, that model is more, wait a second, the human body needs certain nutrients, and it needs it for functions. Like, we know at the cellular or molecular level why we need these nutrients. This is no secret, and that we're no longer getting them in our food supply. And so the body suffers when it doesn't get what it needs. Well, that includes the brain. The brain is a physical organ. So why would it be surprising that, well, if the brain isn't getting the nutrients it needs, and so it's now suffering, and we give it the nutrients that it could recover? And that's as simple as I think it gets, but I think it's also as complicated as it needs to be. I know you have a slide presentation and you're going to share things, but is it fair to say that in your own research and the research of others, that you have just seen some spectacular events where basically giving people proper nutrition has really solved some serious mental health issues?
Absolutely. A lot of us who are in this research field or clinical field, the integrative physicians, have seen these turnarounds, which were never seen with medication, because of course there are no side effects with minerals and vitamins, and none of the adverse effects, because if there were, we would not have survived as a species. And so I always say that these are scientists, they're physicians, they're a whole variety of colleagues, but they're also human beings. And the way to get people really interested is to solve a problem in their own families, or their most difficult patient or whatever. And then, people are kind of gobsmacked.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, I know we could share war stories, but
Yes,
let's pull your slide presentation up and please share with us.
Okay. So I'm going to begin by stealing a title that was used in a very important publication. The American Psychiatric Association, which has been no fan of nutrition historically, ran an article in January or February called Nutrition as a Therapeutic Modality for Mental Health. Most of us who've been hitting our heads against a brick wall, for many decades, were startled to see them actually come out and say, hey, nutrition is relevant for mental health. And I liked it so much, I'm using it as the title of some of my talks now. The only really important thing on this slide, though, is yellow highlighted. I can, I'll talk to you for a half hour or so, but on my website, which uses my middle initial, so you have to know what it is, there are quite a few videos that people can watch. And we're just about to update my website later this week, so there'll be even more. And there are even some from some of my colleagues. So I urge people to use that as a resource. There's lots of good stuff there. So let me go on. It's conventional in my world to begin with a disclosure slide. And I like to do that because I get accused of all manner of different things. But I certainly have never had a commercial interest in any company or the sale of any product, including nutrients. And I've been labeled as working for these companies, and nothing could be further from the truth. The only thing and I'm going to be giving you a couple of websites at the end for the companies that make the products which are most studied. But the only thing that they do, they don't fund research, they don't pay for us, they don't buy me a cup of coffee, But for any study, they provide the products and the matched placebo, because we scientists couldn't do that. That's their intellectual property, and they provide that free for any ethics approved protocol. So the only kind of disclosure on this slide that I'll just highlight is the book that Julia Ruckledge, my former PhD student, who now has the most active research program in the world at the University of Canterbury in Christchurch, New Zealand. She's done more studies on nutrition and brain health than anybody else. And we put together this book not for our scientific colleagues, it's for the lay public. So it's got lots of stories and anecdotes, and I'm told often that it's a good read. And the other wonderful thing about it is it's not going to go out of date for many, many, many years, because we're just explaining basic things like how the brain works and what nutrients do and what we found in our research. So I recommend that to you. I guess that is a bit of a conflict of interest, but if it ever makes significant money, it's going into the charitable funds that where I'm raising money to support junior colleagues. So it's not going in my pocket or Julia's. And this is the Psychiatric News, American Psychiatric Association article I mentioned. So the other disclosure is I stole their title. Whoops, I keep clicking my own arrow, but I have to click here. So much of what I want to say to you today is why everyone should pay more attention to this topic. And before I go any further, I want to refer to something that Sean just brought up. He said that, nutrition is important for our whole body and our brain is part of our body. Well, yes, but actually the brain is more important than any other organ in our body in terms of nutrient intake. It is the most metabolically active organ. And I'll show you that in a couple of ways soon. I want to start out by showing you, I think, the most disturbing, most upsetting, most depressing data that I've seen in my whole career, because this has been a change in my lifetime. There are cross-country evaluations of dietary intake for children and adults in both Canada on the one side and the US on the other side. The one in Canada is called the Canadian Community Health Survey, which is done every few years. NHANES is the National Health and Nutrition Examination Survey, which has been done every couple of years since 1971. Scientists then approach these government agencies and say, hey, I know you collected data on this and this and this. I would like to analyze it. And they apply to get access to it to analyze their scientific questions. And in this case, the scientists were asking, what are people eating now? What percentage of their caloric intake comes from ultra-processed packages of really rubbish, chemicals, sugar, salt, etc., but nutrient-free, very little vitamins, minerals, amino acids, etc. And the overall figure for Canada was 48%. They didn't separate out children and adults. That was in 2017. And this is the data on the other side for the US. And as you can see, it's really shocking for children. I mean, anybody who looks at this number and doesn't ask the question, what are we doing to our children and their brains, isn't thinking. 2/3 of the caloric intake of those children, 2/3 was nutrient free. Compare that to around the time of World War II or before, when everything that people ate consisted of whole foods. We didn't have these convenience foods. Some people call these UPFs, ultra processed foods. I call it ultra processed rubbish, just so you know. It's
So,
not.
so
Yeah.
Bonnie, I think it might even be there might even be another aggravating factor. So here we're eating all these processed foods, which, you know, as I understand it, don't have nutrients. But we've had other people share with us that even if you're eating well, so you're eating fruits and vegetables and whole grains and the like, that we don't have the same, vitamins and minerals that we used to have, back 100 years ago.
Yes.
Just because of our farming practices.
There's very good data about that. 97% of the arable land in North America now is saturated with glyphosate, which is the key ingredient of Roundup. And the governments that keep approving glyphosate are looking only at cancer output. They should also be looking at the devastation of the nutrients in the produce. Because when you saturate the land with these chemicals like glyphosate, and there are others too, then you no longer have healthy plants being able to absorb the minerals. A lot of people don't know how we get vitamins and minerals. We cannot produce minerals, we people, nor can we produce much in the way of vitamins. There are a few B vitamins that are produced in our GI system, but trivial amounts. We have to get our vitamins and minerals from healthy produce, which is produced from healthy plants. Well, how do you get both of them? It all begins in the soil. So you don't want the soil saturated with chemicals. Here's how it begins. If the soil is healthy and it's balanced, that's how farmers refer to it, it's got plenty of minerals in appropriate proportions. Plants absorb those minerals and synthesize vitamins. So there are roughly 15 minerals and roughly 15 vitamins that are then produced. And then we come along prior to the last 50, 70, 80 years, we eat healthy produce like your corn on the cob at this time of year, and we're getting the vitamins and minerals that started out in the soil. But what if it's not in the soil? And we now have very good data. It's very hard to get. It's very hard to do this kind of research. But there are very good data, especially from the UK, showing that the amount, as you were saying, Sean, the amount of minerals and vitamins in our broccoli and other fruits and veggies, all of them has gone way down. So, but I don't like to emphasize that because I'm afraid people will say, why bother eating well? I can't get what I need anyway. That's not the way we should look at it. We should look at it as having to increase the amount of food that we're eating. I mean,
I just thought that it was worse than your slide was showing, because I think most people understand that junk food really isn't very nutritious for us, let alone the chemical drag, but may not understand that even if they're trying to eat well, they may not be getting the nutrients that are essential for good brain health.
Yeah, I didn't put the slide in here, but Julia's got a very good slide that shows all the reasons why eating a healthy diet might not be sufficient for optimal brain health. And it includes things that we've just touched on, such as the saturation of our soil with chemicals which bind up and destroy the minerals. Therefore, the plants can't absorb them and they can't make use of them to synthesize vitamins, all the way up to individual differences. Now, we all know about individual differences. Your personality is different from mine. My height is different from yours, but it's also a biochemical phenomenon. I may need more magnesium to make my brain pathways, that I'm going to show you in a minute, work optimally. You might be able to get along on less magnesium, but you need an unusually or above average amount of B vitamins. I might need more of molybdenum and trace minerals. There are all kinds of individual differences, and this has been known for many years, but especially a compilation of these was published in 2002 by Bruce Ames, who was a brilliant scientist who just died in the last year or so. And he summarized a whole lot of these individual differences and showed what they do to metabolic pathways. I'll get to that when I show the pathways, okay? Okay, so what are people eating now? It's not a pretty picture. And even those of us who are trying to eat healthy cannot assume that we're getting enough. And by the way, we never know how much we really need. All we can ever look at is the levels in our peripheral blood. We can't see what's getting to the brain. There are no tests for, I used the example of magnesium, Sean, that maybe, I think I said you might need more magnesium than me. There's no way to analyze that right now. So all we can do is give you more magnesium and see if some symptom changes. So moving right along, let me go on to the next slide. I think it's time to talk about why we're focusing on the brain. First of all, because we're talking about mental health, my field. But it's important for you to know that everyone should be really focusing on the brain. It's the greediest organ in our body. The heart is probably second. And that's based on how many nutrients it absorbs every second of every day and how much oxygen also. But some of the figures that I find people really resonate with, by the way, the picture here is the vasculature in our greedy little organ. I think it's beautiful, but the point is it's very complex. I mean, that's a lot of blood vessels and a lot of blood flow for a tiny little organ that you could fit in both of your hands. It's only 2% of our body weight. When you're at rest, excuse me, it's estimated that your brain is taking 20 to 50% of the nutrients and showing that kind of metabolic demand. But those of you who are listening to me right now, who are not sitting at rest, I hope you are very focused and really thinking and analyzing and arguing in your head with what I'm saying. Probably your brain is so greedy that it is absorbing about 70% or more of the nutrients that you have bothered to put in your body. So it's very important. Some other people I know told me they love thinking about it in terms of the amount of blood going through the brain. That's why I have that picture. Each of us has 4 to 6 liters of blood inside of our entire body. And about a quarter of that, almost a quarter of it, is in that little tiny 2.2 pound sort of brain. Every minute, it's going through your brain every minute. That's extraordinary. I was taught as a child, we have to eat well so that we have strong bones and muscles. Were you taught that, Sean?
Yeah, I mean, I think we all kind of heard that. And, an apple a day keeps the doctor away, so to speak.
Well, that's a different issue. I actually think everyone should eat an apple a day for their gut. But the first issue about feeding your body, I think we were taught about having strong bones and muscles more than anything. And that's ridiculous. We should have been taught you've got to eat properly for your brain for this reason, okay? So the apple a day thing is really interesting because apples are wonderful prebiotics. They feed the healthy gut microbiota. And whoops, I hit the backwards, sorry. So it's the first thing I eat every morning is an apple. Metabolism. I want you to know why this is so important for your brain. Metabolism is a word that we've all heard, but a lot of people can't define it. And it's such a simple concept. All that it's referring to is how we have to transform one compound to another. And our brains and bodies do this a gazillion times a second. So suppose you have chemical A and it has to be converted to chemical B. Because we are mammals we have enzymatic systems. You've heard that enzymes make metabolism work. That's critical for getting chemical A to chemical B. But it turns out enzymes have to be fed. Enzymes have to have an abundance of cofactors or they are sluggish. Someday I want to see a definition of mental health problems as being sluggish enzymes. There's a lot of truth to it. But if you're eating properly and getting enough minerals and vitamins, then your cofactors are going to be abundant because all the cofactors are built on minerals and vitamins. So once they are in place, the enzyme can do its work and it can do it quickly and efficiently, and chemical A becomes chemical B. And I'm going to show you a slide now.
Can I just stop you for a second, Bonnie? So basically, for our brain, they need to be converting one. Will you say chemical A to chemical B, and this has to be happening on a large scale. But basically, vitamins and minerals are essential for this to happen. I mean, this is fact.
This is basic physiology. You'll find it in any physiology text. This is not theory. It's not, alternative health or anything like that. It's the way we work.
So without vitamins and minerals, your brain can't work properly.
Oh, absolutely. This has been known for many years. And of course, in every decade, the methodology gets better and the detail gets better. But it's certainly the basic concept of enzymatic activity being dependent upon cofactor availability is not a new concept. I shouldn't call it a concept, fact. It's been known for a long time. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, no, you did. I just wanted to stress, because for some people, the idea that, poor mood or serious mental health conditions, for some people, the idea that they could be solved by nutrition, they're just going to resist it. But if they understand, wait a second, basic brain chemistry requires proper nutrition, why would you be surprised that the brain doesn't work properly, which is a mental health problem? Why would you be surprised that it could be solved by nutrition? And you're not here saying that's the end all be all, but you're saying it's so important to understand if you're not getting the proper nutrition, your brain isn't working properly.
You've got it. Do you know, years ago, I used to present our early data at talks. And then I always had a section of my talk where my first slide for this final section was why it all makes sense. I wanted people to understand we weren't studying magic. That's what they thought. Vitamins, minerals. What's the adjective we often use when we talk about vitamins and minerals? Just. Oh, it's just vitamins and minerals. I always say we should be saying, wow, it's vitamins and minerals. That's what our brains are made of. That's the foundation of our brain health, which is true. So I would say why it all makes sense, because it's the way the brain works.
But likely they couldn't understand because they weren't getting enough vitamins and minerals. I'm sorry. I couldn't resist.
Sure. Well, this is how I began 25 years ago explaining it to people. And I know it looks daunting, but I'm going to walk you through this because I promised myself when people start having aha moments, I promised myself I will always show one of the neurotransmitters and how this works. And I usually use tryptophan. And this slide, which I made up in really about 20, 25 years ago, I was going to be speaking to a lay audience, not physicians or scientists. And I thought, how can I make them understand that this is the way their brain works? So tryptophan is in red because people had heard of it, and I thought I'd just draw their attention to it. And a lot of people know it's a precursor to serotonin, and serotonin is a very important neurotransmitter. And melatonin is a metabolic product from serotonin. So I put them in red. And then I put in some of the metabolites, okay, if I can use that, the metabolic products. So like serotonin breaks down to melatonin, and melatonin breaks down to this, which I don't want to have to pronounce, and you don't want to have to pronounce, but a few of them are up here just to give you an idea of what they are. And every single arrow, Sean, is an enzymatic reaction. And the internet, which was still kind of new in those days, enabled me to go in and click on every enzymatic reaction and ask, well, are there any vitamins and minerals that are involved here? And I have never yet found a step that didn't involve cofactors of vitamins and minerals, and I probably never will. But this illustrates it. This is where staging this slide is a little easier for people to grasp, but I'll walk you through it. Up here, you can see that there are 2 B vitamins and iron that are required for this step. Here, vitamin B6. The B vitamins are very important in the brain. B6 over here. Here we have another 2 B vitamins, niacin and riboflavin, and molybdenum. And people have never even heard of molybdenum. It's a trace mineral which you will get from healthy vegetables and fruit. Serotonin converted to melatonin requires zinc. Over here we have 3 minerals. I couldn't find any vitamins in this step. 3 minerals though. Vitamins and minerals, etc., etc., etc. Even in some cases as many as 7 for a single step. And interestingly, this step is a very important one because this is acetyl coenzyme A, which goes on into our mitochondria and enables our mitochondria to produce our energy molecule, ATP. So I also sometimes show slides of that, but it's, I think, too much for now. I think I can make the point here. These are known biochemical steps, metabolic steps, happening millions of times every day and all over your brain and elsewhere in your body too. And they are all dependent on cofactors. So when you look at that, how could you not understand the importance of minerals and vitamins, number one? And number two, it should, though it hasn't, prevented people from asking me, which is the important nutrient? I mean, how could you pick out one? They're all important. And I'm going to show you, I think.
I like this slide. Can you go back for a second? So
yep.
you've put in, I like how you've color coded it. So I know you put tryptophan and serotonin and melatonin in red because people are going to recognize those words.
Yeah.
But the arrows going to pathways in black or going to tryptophan or serotonin or melatonin, those arrows are all interrupted by boxes with a list in green, where you're listing the vitamins and minerals that are necessary. And what I like about this is it makes it clear, like, these are essential functions you're talking about, like the tryptophan down to the bottom left, which you told us that pathway is necessary for our cells to have energy at the mitochondrial level. I mean, there's a list of 6 nutrients that's necessary for us to have that energy at the mitochondrial level.
7.
Oh, 7. I'm sorry. So it's small in my thing, but still the points that it just strengthens the point. So I love this slide, Bonnie, because for me, it goes, oh my gosh, okay, it's real. You need vitamins and minerals to be healthy in your brain.
I can't even count the number of people who've told me that they know nothing about biochemistry, but when I explained this slide, they had an aha moment and it changed how they ate. They realized how important it is then to get all of the vitamins and minerals they can. My next slide, though, has a little expansion on it that's important. I just want people to know this isn't just a story about serotonin. The same is true of every other neurotransmitter, dopamine, acetylcholine, etc. It's also true of ATP, as I mentioned, and that's very important for the gut microbiome because ATP is production of ATP is our natural inborn homeostatic control of excessive inflammation, which I can explain more if you want. But, and also fish, every metabolic step that requires an enzymatic reaction requires vitamins and minerals. And that includes the fatty acids, essential fatty acids, which have to be converted to EPA and DHA in our cells. And if I also have slides on that, I don't like to overwhelm people with too many biochemical slides, but you can just take a look online for yourself and you can find this information. Is that clear?
Yeah, I mean, you're
And is it
basically
alfalfa?
stressing. You're basically stressing. We've looked at one pathway with tryptophan, but every single metabolic function involves not only these nutrients but also some of the essential fatty acids.
That's right. So, did I hear you say aha?
Mm-hmm. You
Good.
did.
Good. Okay. So the message is partly ignore this magical thinking. People still will ask me, which is the important nutrient? And also grant applications by very good scientists get rejected by funding bodies that say, just pick one, study just one vitamin or one mineral. And that's ridiculous. It's not the way our brains work. It's the way some scientists think, but it's not the way our brains work. So if you want to see what is needed for optimal functioning, this is kind of a summary slide. We need about 15 vitamins and 15 minerals. Isn't that interesting? Because that's what a healthy plant provides us with. Essential fatty acids, which we know mostly as the omega-3s, amino acids, the building blocks of protein. And just so you understand that this isn't the whole story, in addition, there are a few thousand phytonutrients. Now, phytonutrient just means a plant nutrient. And most of these phytonutrients we don't have names for. Most of them, almost all of them, I think, we don't know what they do in the human brain or body. You may have heard of lycopene, that's one, or resveratrol, but there are thousands. And Mother Nature packages them in plants with the minerals and vitamins. So we must need them. We must have evolved to need them. And we can only get them from real food. You can't take thousands of pills a day, and who would want to? So we need to recognize how important it is to have healthy, whole food. We need to support our farmers, our food producers who are focused on regenerative agriculture, restoring the quality of the soil. And when we look at the research on mental health, this is the last point here, we need to consider primarily whole foods and broad spectrum micronutrient formulas, not the formulas that have like 4 vitamins and 6 minerals. That's ridiculous. I mean, it's arbitrary. I often find clinicians who say, I tell my patients to take this, and this, and they'll have about a half dozen. That's because they have read up on those and they feel comfortable with them. I call it the favorite few approach. Again, it's not the way our brains work. It's the way that clinician works. And sometimes researchers have done favorite few studies. But what we need to look at is the literature that focuses on what the brain needs. Is that pretty clear up to here?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, just the point you're making is if you think you can just take 5 or 6 or 10 vitamins and minerals, that our brains are so complicated. Like I'm just thinking back to that slide with, tryptophan. I mean, there was only one ingredient from, I think, melatonin or serotonin to melatonin, which was zinc, if I recall correctly, But somebody might go, oh, I need zinc, but you're not even going to get to the serotonin without a whole bunch of other ones. So zinc's not going to do you any good because you're not even getting the serotonin being made, let alone melatonin with the zinc, right? So
That's right.
yeah, no. So I mean, so this really is broad spectrum. Like that's when you say broad spectrum, you just mean a whole bunch of different vitamins and minerals that just taking a couple, it's not gonna, you need them all.
You need them all, and they have to be in a formula that was put together by people who know ratios. You have to have zinc and copper in a certain ratio, calcium, magnesium in a certain ratio. I mean, there are properly formulated formulas which look at the whole spectrum and providing them in appropriate balance. So yeah, that's the way to think of it. So let's go on. Okay. I actually have, I'm not sure if you can see all of this slide. I want you to step back and just get an overall visual.
I can try to make this bigger just for this slide. So I'll do this and I'll remove myself.
Okay.
And then people will be a better chance with this one.
Okay. I still want you to look at the overall thing first. What you see on the left is ultra-processed rubbish, and what it is listed on the bottom: soft drink, margarine, hot dogs, spam, etc. And on the right, you see whole foods, and again, it's eggs, salmon, steak, kale, kiwi fruit, banana, etc. And I think what you can immediately see is that the whole foods has a lot of micronutrients, and they go clear over to the right. Okay, so there's lots of distribution of vitamins and minerals: zinc, selenium, copper, magnesium, if you can read those. But the ultra processed foods, it's never above like 15. What is that? Well, I've lost the one part of the legend. I don't remember what that 15 refers to. Is it milligrams or what? Micrograms. But at any rate, you can just see they're very small amounts. So if you're living on chips and soft drinks and hot dogs and donuts and things you can get from a vending machine, this is how much you get of, say, copper and zinc. Where is zinc? Okay. And if you're eating whole foods, this is how much you're getting from copper and zinc. And I single that one out because animal research shows us very clearly that violence and aggression are manifest much more likely in lab animals who are deficient in zinc or copper or have an inappropriate ratio. So I always keep an eye on those. So what this shows us is this is what's missing. Look at how it's all white in our kids these days. Oh, I beg your pardon. Something is at the top that I thought was at the bottom. This is the percent of the recommended daily allowance of micronutrients. So these are percentages. And the ultra-processed rubbish is always below 15%, and the whole foods are often much higher. The RDA is not, you know, all that it's cracked up to be. Do you know how, you've heard of the RDA, haven't you, Sean?
Oh, yeah. So, I mean, if the people want a history lesson, I can share that because it's shocking where it comes from.
Yeah, go ahead.
But Bonnie, what is important is so in the natural health industry, so Health Canada will prevent you from selling a vitamin that's above this RDA. And when you pick up a label and it says, oh, a percentage of recommended daily allowance, you might think, oh my gosh, I shouldn't go over that.
Wrong.
When really it's criminal that we use this measure at all because people are then undernourishing. So where it came from, Bonnie, is in World War II, before D-Day, before the Allies invaded France, they were actually anticipating that not just one beachhead would break through, but that every beachhead would break through. And they've got all these soldiers going into the interior of France, and they thought, we're going to have a supply problem. And it's going to be 2 weeks before we can resupply our soldiers. And so what they did is they calculated what's the minimum amount of nutrition that a healthy 20-year-old male needs to still be able to fire a gun after 14 days. That person can collapse right afterwards, but for 14 days, because they had to carry their food on their backs with their ammo and everything else. So that's where it came from. It has nothing to do with what do we actually need to be healthy. And then the other thing people have to understand, and this isn't hidden, you can get this from Health Canada. So the RDA is the amount. So let's just, pick vitamin D. Let's pick on vitamin D. The RDA for vitamin D is the amount of vitamin D that every Canadian can take every day of their life. So you're just born, you're not even a day old. You can take this amount up to, you're 110, except you're not going to live that long if you follow the RDA. But the RDAs are the amount that every Canadian can take every day of their lives, and we will never have a single adverse reaction from taking that nutrient. That has nothing to do with what you need.
No, and it has nothing to do with your brain, what your brain needs.
But so we are if we follow the RDA, we'll be chronically malnourished. But the law in Canada is we can't sell vitamins and minerals above the RDA.
That's right.
Houston, from Apollo 13, Houston, we have a problem. Ottawa, we have a problem.
Absolutely, we have a problem, and somehow it's gotten so that people think it holds water, that it's important. I always say, like, okay, it might keep a 20-year-old soldier marching. I didn't remember the 2-week thing, Sean. Thank you for reminding me of that. But it has nothing to do with your brain health. So anyway,
let me ask you, because Bonnie, you've been researching what we need for brain health for decades, literally decades. Is it even remotely possible that if somebody follows the Health Canada recommended daily allowances of nutrients, is it possible that any of us would have normal brain health?
Yes, because of individual differences. There is no doubt in my mind that there are people who simply need less and do fine. And I'll use myself as an example in one area. One time I used this example and the audience hissed at me, so I'm glad I can't hear your audience. I have health problems. I'm 78 years old. Things break with age, folks. But I've never experienced anxiety, and I don't know what depression feels like. I have a very calm and stable mood. I inherited that. I'm sure I probably don't deserve it, but it's true. And I certainly went through a phase in my 20s of eating rubbish. And I didn't feel good, and I gained weight, and I was probably constipated a lot of the time, but I didn't have depression or anxiety. And so I look at people who do have depression or anxiety, who get well, become so much better when taking additional micronutrients. And I think, well, maybe I should take them too. But I never feel the effect of anything that I take. I do it because intellectually I think, well, my food probably doesn't give me enough. And so I'm at one end of the continuum for micronutrients and mood, maybe not other things, and mood. I just can't understand it. Whereas other people, they take a broad spectrum formula and they can tell the difference if they skip one dose, or they'll take maybe the dose of the formula they're taking is 8 capsules a day, and they're running out, so they scrimp and they cut it back to 6 a day, and their mood goes down somewhat. It boggles my mind, Sean, but we're all
that reminds me of something Dr. Charles Popper said on the stand during the True Hope trial. And just so that people understand, so he's a psychiatrist at Harvard University, And he was saying something similar, Bonnie, that it was just uncanny. Like you could be managing a patient, let's say on 8 capsules of a broad spectrum micronutrient and no effect, but 9 works. It's like, bang, the person responds really well. That he said it's really dose specific, which is what you're saying, is just we all have an amount, and if we're getting it, there's a result. If we need it, there's a result, and if we don't, you won't see a result. But yeah, so that's interesting. So
you know what, I should address what you just said about if we need it, just so that your audience understands. The formulas that we're using are generally above the RDA, but they're still safe levels. And we have tons, meaning all the people who've been studying them, have tons of data showing absence of any serious adverse reactions ever. But it's reassuring for people to know that the vast majority of the nutrients they're taking, if they don't need as much as they're taking, they're dissolved in your urine and they leave your body. There are only a few vitamins which are fat soluble, which would be stored in your body, and those are not anywhere near a level where we would need to worry about it. So people have stayed safe. Right.
So later on, when you start talking about broad spectrum nutrient products that are designed for mental health, really what you're saying is like, don't worry if you don't, it's not going to hurt you if you end up taking more than you actually need.
Right. Although someday someone will have a bad adverse reaction because that's life, but there hasn't been one yet, and that's, with thousands of people. Okay, let's go on to the next slide. It's time to talk about a little bit of proof showing you that dietary pattern or inadequate nutrient intake really is causative. It really is the cause of some mental health problems. So this is a study that I often show. It's published in the lead pediatric journal of the American Pediatric Society. It was done here in Canada. And it's what's called, I'll throw a little jargon at you, it's longitudinal prospective. What does that mean? It means that when the children were invited to be in the study in 2011, they had no mental health problems, as it says here in the top line. There are over 3,000 of them, and they were aged 10 and 11 years. And they had no mental health problems requiring referral to a physician for diagnosis or treatment. So the question that these investigators asked was, well, did any of the lifestyle variables that we know about, like diet and exercise, etc., could you use them to predict who would have a mental health problem emerge? And the answer was yes. So here's how they did it. In 2011, all the children were evaluated on 9 health recommendations. 6 of those 9 related to dietary intake, and you can guess what those were. Things like fewer than a certain number of sodas a week and more servings of vegetables and fruit, things like that. The other 3 of the 9 health recommendations coming from various pediatric societies involve screen time, how much time the kids were on the screen, and physical activity. So at the end of 2011, they had the compliance with the 9 health recommendations on 3,436 children, and the investigators went away. And they came back in 2014, and they asked the question, okay, were any of these kids sent to a physician for diagnosis and treatment in mental health? And the answer was yes. And then they asked, well, could we have predicted who was headed in that direction based on the lifestyle variables? And this is a little bit of a cartoon that was put together by the senior scientist so that I could use it in teaching. Paul Voiglers at the University of Alberta, and Kara Lowen was the first author of this. And the way he diagrammed this is he said, oh, this got distorted a little bit, just like that other slide we were looking at, Sean. I'll have to explain this. This is the children who in 2011 were following only 1, 2, or 3 of the guidelines. And this shows their rate of being sent for mental health assistance. And so these are comparative data. This is the group of children who met 4, 5, or 6 of these guidelines. And there was a 39% reduction in referral rate. And the kids who met, this is, should say 7 to 9, the 9 got buried down here, 7, 8, or 9. So the kids who were really eating better, getting more exercise, spending less time on their screens, 56% reduction in their referral rate for mental and behavioral problems. That's very profound. But the next slide shows the implications for society, the financial implications. They did what's called an analysis of variance and asked, what was the cost savings? Every single additional recommendation met was associated with 15% fewer physician visits for mental and behavioral problems. Think about the cost savings for our healthcare dollars in any society. If like that, you can just cut the budget by 15%, to say nothing of the suffering. I mean, think what happens to these kids. They usually end up on medication. The whole family's in turmoil. There are all kinds of psychosocial issues in the family. These are people who are suffering and costing money.
I think you made a huge point here, because it's not just the child that suffers, but the whole family. So siblings and parents, and you've seen it time and time again. So when we're talking about, mental health problems with young people, it affects the whole family, and that likely even has more costs associated with it. But just the suffering is quite tremendous.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so that was one example of proof of the importance of nutrition and dietary pattern, like how the kids are eating, for mental health. This is, again, I guess things got a little bit distorted. It's funny because on my screen they looked perfect. So just something about the different platforms. These are, ADHD is something that we all know about. We all know it. It causes so much family difficulty, so much difficulty for the children. And everybody's trying to figure out what causes ADHD. And I can't tell you what causes it, but this slide argues that nutrition is one component. So these are 4 randomized controlled trials. What is an RCT? It means that when, in this case, they're mostly children. The first one was done in adults. When the people enter the trial, they're told what the treatments are. Usually it's an active, broad spectrum micronutrient formula or a placebo, and they're told that they don't have a choice, that they will get randomly assigned to one treatment or the other. And one way that we researchers managed to make it a little more attractive, who wants to be assigned to a placebo, right? Is that we say, look, when the study is over, if the active formula of vitamins and minerals were, whether it was more effective, then at the end of the study, we'll do what's called an open label trial, in which you'll get the real thing. You can see the label, and we'll continue for another 8 weeks or 12 weeks. So you'll have an opportunity, no matter what, to try this broad spectrum formula. And what I'm showing you here are from a couple different companies, and I'm going to show you the, on my last slide, I'm going to give you the websites. But the 2 formulas are from True Hope Nutritionals and Hardy Nutritionals. And these are done in adults, children, and teens. And the reason we can put the data all on one slide is because they all used the same measure for the clinician rating. CGI-I, do you see it's on every one of them? CGI-I stands for Clinical Global Index for Improvement. So when you use the same measure, you can really look across studies very well. And this slide shows you the percentage who improved. The bright green, and you don't break, it's all blinded. You don't break the blind until the end of the study. So people don't know what they're taking. They're asked, what do you think you were taking? And they never, I mean, nobody has ever figured out which is which. So that shows you the placebos are very good. And it adds validity to the studies. So the bright green shows you the people who got the real micronutrients. And you can see on all of them, they percent improved was 48 to about 58%, which is a very good response. And then the placebo, we always get a big placebo effect because people are taking a lot of large capsules and they think, oh, it's got to be real, right? There's something about the placebo effect is an expectancy effect. And if you're going to swallow 8, 10, 12 capsules a day, you're going to think that's pretty impressive. And so we get a big placebo effect. But these are the people who responded a lot. It's called a positive response. And you can see that there was consistency across studies. Now, I want to tell you one more thing about these studies because I can't not mention the methodology. These are studies, some of them were stimulated and seeded with money from my charitable funds, by the way. We wouldn't have them if we hadn't had so many wonderful donors. This one is published in the British Journal of Psychiatry. That's a very important journal. This one is in the Journal of Child Psychology and Psychiatry. This one is in JCAP, which is the leading child and adolescent psychiatry journal in the world. And it was not just the lead article, it was the cover page article. And this one is in Public Library of Science 1, also an international leader. So we're getting these studies into, I didn't do any of these. I helped fund them, but I didn't do them. We're getting these important studies showing improvements in major psychiatry journals. Still not covered. The media never picks up any of the news releases. They get the news releases. They won't cover any of them. So that's one thing I wanted to mention. And one other thing. Go ahead. Should I do the one?
For parents looking at this, is the researchers are actually seeing, I mean, it's not like just little check sheets. They're seeing improvements in ADHD symptoms. They're seeing children calm down. They're seeing children become normalized. So we're looking at a bar chart of, adults and children and teens, but this bar chart actually represents real people improving, and in many cases significantly.
That's right. And it's not magic. Nobody has ever gotten 100% improvement in all 100% of the participants. That's important to remember. And there's no way really to predict who's going to improve the most. But what we do find is across every study, like roughly over 50 of them on the two formula companies in Alberta that I mentioned, across all of them, we're seeing a set of symptoms which are the most, I have to pick my words carefully here. I don't want to say that they're easy to ameliorate, but they are the easiest symptoms to see improvements on. It's kind of like, why do you rob banks? That's where the money is. So they are not just the core symptoms of ADHD, of impulsivity and attention problems, etc. They are the emotional dysregulation symptoms. They're the kids who are irritable, who have meltdowns. I've often said, give me a family, not that I do clinical work anymore, but or ever did, but give me a family where the parents say, living with this child is like walking on eggshells, because just looking at them the wrong way sometimes, and they just blow up, unexpected, explosive kinds of rage. That is the quickest thing to treat, and the most likely set of symptoms to get better. And what's interesting about that, Sean, is those symptoms are transdiagnostic. They aren't just with ADHD. People with bipolar have difficulty with mood regulation. People with depression have trouble with irritability and mood regulation. People with lots of people who don't even go in to see a doctor are just irritable, moody people and have difficulty regulating their emotions. So it's not unique to one diagnosis. So if you go back to the slide.
Yeah, but that's a symptom that's most likely to be regulated. And I think especially parents of children that are having trouble with their emotional regulation, it's important for them to understand they may want to consider this.
That's right. In our book, I think it's one of the first anecdotal reports we provide. We had a father who was going to, they weren't part of a study. The father just was going to try something and keep track of the meltdowns. And there was nothing to keep track of because he started the micronutrients and the next day they were gone. He was still a little, antsy, a little moody, but he had no meltdowns. That was years ago, by the way. So the only other thing I wanted to mention here is that these are independent scientists and in several countries, okay? The adult study was done by Julia Ruckledge in New Zealand. This study was done in New Zealand. This one was done in 3 centers, multi-center trial in 2 countries, Canada and the US. Jenny Johnstone is at Oregon Health and Science University, and the other 2 universities that were involved were Ohio State University and the University of Lethbridge. And this one was, CATA, where is CATA? This one must be done in New Zealand, yeah.
Your cursor isn't always showing up, so you might want to say adult, children, teen. Yeah.
Oh,
it's intermittent on my screen. So just, yeah.
Okay. I was trusting that. Yeah, we have a few glitches here, but hopefully not too many. So I think I have one more slide related to the ADHD. Yes, this is a really important slide. I haven't figured out how to somehow make it more alive, but there is a group called the World Federation of Societies of Biological Psychiatry, and there's another group called CanMet here in Canada called the Canadian Network for Mood and Anxiety Treatments Task Force. Unbeknownst to any of us researchers, they decided to look at the research on daily essential nutrients, which was used in some of those studies and is made by Hardy Nutritionals. And at the time they did this evaluation, only the first 2 of those 4 studies were published, I think, or maybe, no, just 2, right. And they concluded that micronutrient treatment in the form of DEN had an evidence grade of A. That's incredible because it's really hard to get an evidence grade of A for anything involving other than a drug. And here they evaluated it and looked at all the data as well as a meta-analysis and said, hey, it's A-level research, evidence for efficacy in ADHD as monotherapy, and that means without drugs. So Dr. Amelia Villagomez, who was in Texas, an integrative psychiatrist there, put this slide together and said, you should use it. I mean, it doesn't include the most recent data, but even with the earlier data, they're convinced it's very solid. That should come to the attention of every psychiatrist dealing with children anywhere, but it isn't being brought to their attention at all. And so I have a strong slide, I call it my bold statement, my bold but evidence-based statement with 4 placebo-controlled randomized trials. And I haven't even gone over the earlier case series within subject crossover reports. I mean, there are other methods which are also useful, right? They've all been peer-reviewed, all published in major journals from 3 countries, and they all got the same results. Therefore, in my opinion, no child should be treated first with medication when presenting with meltdowns, ADHD, emotional dysregulation. This is what we should be doing. First, feed their brains by teaching them how to eat better. Secondly, teach them life skills in addition to nutrition, improve their lifestyle overall. If needed, add nutrients, but in the form of one of the broad spectrum formulas, not a magical favorite few. Give their brains what they need. And finally, I'm not anti-medication. There are times, a time and a place for however we say it for medication. Medication should be considered if a supplement is required. That's why I have trouble calling the broad spectrum formulas supplements, because to me, it's medication, which can be a supplement if needed. Do you want to comment on
Okay,
all
so
of that?
that's interesting, and it's kind of terminology. So, because I would approach it, it's like, well, just wait a second. Nutrients are just the building blocks we need, and you've shown that with the tryptophan slide. So it's not medication because it's just something our body requires. But you see such a therapeutic effect and think of, in different terms that you would view it a medication. If I can share a funny story. So I had another person that's research oriented talking about a different intervention and then said, oh yeah, and there were these side effects, and she's listing all these positive things, right? And I had to get over it. Well, a side effect is just something that occurs that it's secondary to what the effect you're trying to get. And so I think, oh, these are negative. Like the term to me is negative. But so for you use the term medication when you're really just meaning supplementing with the broad spectrum.
Oh, no.
Okay.
No, I really need medication. There are people who feel so much better and do so much better with their ADHD symptoms on a broad spectrum micronutrient formula that they are committed to take that for life. It just means the world to them. But they're still missing out on some of their focusing in their university courses. They think they're just not focusing as well or something like that. And they will take sometimes they will take intermittently very small doses of a stimulant medication. I really need medication. We should, in my world, medication can be, it doesn't have to be, most people don't take any medication after they go on micronutrients, but it can be used as a supplement. But it's a supplement, not a first line treatment. We're just putting kids on drugs. That's wrong, in my opinion. Start out with their diet, their environment, their life skills, their lifestyle variables. Add micronutrients if you want to treat them further. And most of them do need something further. And medication should be a last step.
Well, and I think also if we just back up with what you said is if a child is not getting the nutrients they need and that's affecting their mood and it's affecting their brain function, then giving a medication is still not going to solve the nutritional deficiency.
That's right. Well, I mean, we know that some medications probably are working on similar pathways, like SSRIs, but we don't really, I just can't comment further on that. We just often don't know what the medications are doing.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Is that clear? Okay, so now the other thing I was going to show you, this is, I want to mention something about resilience because we accidentally accumulated a lot of data on resilience. And the reason it was an accident is that Julia Ruckledge lives in New Zealand. And in the year 2010 and 2011, they had major earthquakes. And especially in February 2011, a third of their downtown was destroyed and a few hundred people died. And she was in the middle of studying some of the Alberta, the Alberta formulas for mental health. And she saw and published that people who were on the active formula at the time of the earthquakes, when they started in September 2010, they were more resilient than people who were not on it. And they were in a different phase of the study. So she then, when they had the really major earthquake, she did a randomized trial. Now, you don't always have to have a placebo control. And in a situation like earthquakes or the flood and the massacres that I'll talk about in a moment, we didn't have, somehow it felt immoral to use a placebo. And so it just was very uncomfortable. I'm not even sure ethics committees would have approved it. But you could use what we call treatment as usual. And so, which is usually people being referred to a psychiatrist and medicated. So that's what we did, or what she did following the earthquakes. And this line, which is one of the light green ones, shows you that in 4 to 6 weeks, their DASS, which stands for Depression, Anxiety, and Stress Scale. So their DASS scale came below that thick horizontal line. That means they were in the normal range for depression, anxiety, and stress at the end point in 4 to 6 weeks. Then we had the flood in southern Alberta. It was a smaller study, but we had a randomized control. And we plotted that data, and it's the dark green. And it's kind of interesting that 5 months of earthquakes, roughly 8,000 of them with the aftershocks. And we got essentially the same results with a single day of a flood. I was amazed. Anyway, we studied this group of people and showed they started out here, and then in 4 to 6 weeks, their depression, anxiety, and stress came down in the normal range. And then back to New Zealand, there were the shootings in 2 mosques in Christchurch, which was tremendously upsetting, not just to the people involved, but to the whole society. It was not something that Christchurch had been experiencing at all. And the people who survived it were severely traumatized. One of Julia's postdocs was a member of one of those mosques, and he convinced her to help them out clinically, and the company provided free product. And this was not a randomized trial at all. This was just clinical observation, but look at what they got. Here is where they started, and in 4 to 6 weeks, their depression, anxiety, and stress scale was down in the normal limits. What about the other people? With the earthquake, they had a treatment as usual. These are the people who basically got psychiatric meds, and they're up here. And you can see they did not come into the normal range. In the flood, we had a vitamin D comparator. There is some evidence that vitamin D is helpful with mood problems. And we certainly know it's important in the brain. So some people were randomized to get vitamin D, but this is where their depression, anxiety, and stress stayed above average. And then there was no comparison in the massacre group, but there was one other study that one of Julia's students did, Kata is who it was, who had stressed students using Empower Plus Ultimate Sticks during the lockdown from COVID. And I can't read that behind the stressed. Can you read what's behind the slide numbers? Another little glitch here. There we go. Stress students using placebo, right? They actually had an active placebo, not a treatment as usual. And you can see that that group also did not do as well. So the 3 groups that got into the normal range in 4 to 6 weeks were those who were taking broad spectrum micronutrients. Didn't matter if it was earthquakes, floods, or what. Didn't matter if they lived in New Zealand or Alberta. Those 3 lines are completely parallel. Isn't that interesting? I can't hear you. I think you have to put your picture back on, Sean.
You're right. I forget, and I'm terrible. I often forget to turn my mic on too.
Oh,
So the only lines that, regardless of whether it's earthquake or flood or massacre or lockdown, the only people that returned to normal within a 4 to 6 week period were people that were taking broad spectrum micronutrients.
Yes, you said that much better than I did. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, which is actually quite amazing. So if you suffer a traumatic event, you certainly, your micronutrients isn't going to go down. And just for mood regulation, your brain needs needs what it needs for you to deal with the stress properly.
Yeah. We have lots of other data on resilience. We also have data from Alberta from the time of the flood, government data that shows what happened to the people who were sent to treatment as usual. In other words, just sent to psychiatry, and their referral rate and their anxiety went up, up, up. They were using different measures, but same idea. And we have other data on resilience. There's no question that our brains need more nutrients in times of stress. And the last data slide, yes. Okay, so this is a total change of topic, Sean, but it's so important. It's just all data from the last year from the New Zealand group. They studied a group of women who had perinatal anxiety and depression. Now, perinatal anxiety and depression can occur prenatally, before the baby is born, and also post. They picked them, when they were in pretty much in their second trimester, they were having difficulty with their mood and anxiety. And usually there's more difficulty with anxiety than depression, interestingly. And usually these women get referred for antidepressants and anti-anxiety medication. But there are a fair number of women who don't want to expose their fetus to psychiatric medication. And so they really wanted to try micronutrients, and Julia was in touch with some. So she put together a study on those women. But she also looked at the long-term effect on their mood, on their anxiety. She looked at the rate of postpartum depression, which is a critically important issue because that's when some women kill their babies. So this is a horrifying effect of postpartum depression, or kill themselves. She looked at birth complications, and we know that there are so many birth complications that predict the long-term development of the babies. And now she's following the babies. They're almost 5 years old, and they're beginning to study them. They already studied them at year 1, and they're going to go to 5. So let me show you this particular slide I pulled out. And I mean, there's no question the women who took one of the Alberta broad spectrum formulas definitely had less anxiety and depression prior to giving birth. And that's wonderful to know because it's another tool in the toolbox for people who treat pregnant women. But look at the birth outcomes. Preterm birth is a huge problem. Here in Alberta, we have a terribly high rate of preterm birth, like about 9%, higher than I think almost anywhere else in Canada even. The women who were taking the micronutrients, and that's this color, this shade of green. Wait, do I have the right shade? I'm sorry, can you move this up again and tell me the dark green is the reference? Okay.
Yeah, dark green is the reference and light green is the micronutrients.
Micronutrients. Okay, the reference is a little hard to describe, but basically they were women who agreed to participate, but mostly went on to take an antidepressant. The women who stayed just on micronutrients, their preterm birth rate was only about 5%. Whereas the women who were definitely taking medications throughout pregnancy, it was 20%. This has implications for the whole childhood of the babies, has implications for our budgets because preterm birth is associated with all kinds of complications and increased service needs. And also low birth weight. Look, that's not an accident. It was 0. There was no low birth weight in any baby born who had been given whose mother had taken the micronutrients during pregnancy. That's phenomenal. Infant resuscitation, another challenge at birth, which is associated with later complications. I mean, which group would you rather your first grandkid be in? This one or this one or this one? Yeah, I don't know if you have any grandkids, Sean, I just threw that in.
Not
postpartum-
yet, but I mean, but
Yeah.
you know, even for young parents that are considering this, you know, like we had another guest also, like if you switch to organic for like a year before you conceive, you have better birth outcomes and better health outcomes on almost every single measure. So just again, the idea that you maybe should be getting the nutrients you need. But this is astounding that
It is. And this was published in 2025, this year. Postpartum hemorrhage with blood loss. You can see what happened to the micronutrient group. And this was admission to neonatal care. Okay. So on all their measures, and I don't have, I'm just going to summarize. I'm pretty sure I took out, yeah, okay. I'm not going to show you any more data from that, but I can tell you there are at least a half a dozen publications. You can look up Julia Ruckledge's work. She doesn't hide. There's all kinds of information about her. And this is all from her team. And they also found that year one, the babies who had been exposed to the micronutrients during pregnancy, they had better focus. They had better emotion regulation. And that's studied by response to stimulation, habituation, things like that. So they just looked like calmer, more focused babies. They also, let's see, they're monitoring height. I didn't mention this to you, but you know that multi-center trial when we were looking at the 4 ADHD studies?
Mhm.
So the one that was multi-center in 2 countries that was run by Jenny Johnstone, it was called the MADDI trial, Micronutrients in ADD Youth, MADDI. They measured the height of the kids. And, you know, it's a problem with kids who take stimulant medication, they lose their appetites. And so they were curious to see what would happen with the micronutrients. They grew more than the kids who, significantly more than the kids who were on placebo. And if you, I think it was, that one was a 12-week study. If you extrapolated to 12 months, the children getting micronutrients would have grown, I think it was about 2.6 centimeters more than the group in placebo. You know, what are we doing, not just to their brains, what are we doing to their bodies, right? I focus on the brain because it tends to get neglected, but it's kind of amazing. So I have just a couple of ending slides with some practical ideas for your audience. What is the first step? I recommend to families, to individuals, to clinicians, don't start out with something that is hard to succeed at, especially, you know, if you're someone who's already been kind of beating yourself up with negative self-talk. Oh, I can't achieve it. Oh, I can't do anything. I'm a failure, whatever. Don't start out with a ketogenic diet. It's hard to do. I'm not saying it isn't worth trying someday, but it's not the place to begin. Same thing with paleo or vegan. Gluten-free, if you think your stomach is really reacting to gluten, that's something you should look into. But as a general rule, people should really start out with looking at their diets in terms of real food versus the processed stuff that sometimes isn't even food. Sean, how would you define food?
How would I define food?
Yeah. What do you think food is?
Well, I think, I mean, and again, if we went back pre-World War II, I mean, food's what we eat to get the nutrients that we need.
Okay, that's well said. So another more concrete thing is you could say that food is what feeds our, sorry, that's circular. Food is what you need for the building and maintenance of your cells. And so the ultra-processed stuff should not be called ultra-processed food because it's not feeding cells or maintaining them. That's why I call it rubbish. Okay, so back to my slides, if I may. There's usually no need for a referral or for you to seek help from a dietitian to simply improve your diet by getting rid of the ultra-processed stuff and eating whole foods. And I'll show you some pictures. This one we discovered got distorted a little. This is showing
Yeah, so
you
just,
whole
just,
fruit.
just so the audience knows, so Dr. Kaplan had some perfectly good slides, but we
Yes.
upload them to the program that allows us to do this broadcast, and it, takes some stuff out. So that would
Yeah.
have said whole food nicely at the top.
Yes.
But thanks to
that's
our
okay.
program, it doesn't. So
We're all used to glitches, right? So you should think about food in at least 3 categories. Researchers usually have a finer distinction of the NOVA system of 4 categories, but you should think of, for yourselves, there's whole food, and that's your apple. Every morning you should have your prebiotic and feed your gut an apple. I think that, an apple a day keeps the doctor away. That came from something, that saying. And then what ultra processed rubbish is. It's the stuff you buy in a vending machine or 7-Eleven. It's the stuff that has so many chemicals in it, you don't really see anything that looks like a real food. But the processed food is not all ultra processed. If you take that apple and grind it up and put it in a jar and sell it as applesauce, and maybe there's a little preservative in it or a tiny bit of sugar, that's processed food, but it's not bad. It's pretty good compared to a lot of the junk people are eating. Here's another example. If you buy I always use peas as an example because a lot of people buy frozen peas. And I say, good on you, because frozen peas are a single ingredient. They're just peas that are flash frozen at harvest. They are technically processed because they're frozen, but there are no additives in any bag that I've ever looked at. And because they're flash frozen at harvest, they might be preserving their nutrients better than the peas that have been sitting in the produce department of your grocery store for 3 days. So don't turn up your nose at frozen whole foods. Sometimes they're very good. And if you can increase the amount that you're eating from whole foods and processed foods, ultra processed rubbish will go down. And that's a worthy goal. This is a Mediterranean style diet. In Canada, we have a group called Half Your Plate, and I find it's very useful. If I'm making a dinner, I think about how I serve it to my family. Half of the plate exactly should be full of fruits and vegetables, and the other half can have other things, not junk, but just other things. But that will enable us, we're better at getting our fruit than we are our veggies. You ask a group of people how many servings of vegetables they've had today, and they'll say, there was some lettuce on my hamburger, right? I mean, we're not good with veggies. That's where we need to get better. Eating fish a couple times a week for your omega-3s, eating meat if you're not a vegetarian. Dairy gives you lots of good stuff. Whole grains, not that white flour stuff. If you can afford nuts and seeds for some of your snacks, that's really good for you. And this is your olive oil for your main oil. And this is where you'll save money, beans and legumes. Now, I know that not everybody thinks we should eat those. And like the Walls Protocol for MS rules them out, and I'm not sure I agree. I know that eating this stuff is going to give you a lot more nutrients than what you get in a vending machine. And I do know that it takes you a while to cook these or use a pressure cooker, or you can buy them cooked. But lentils, you can boil in 20 minutes. There aren't many meals you can make faster than that. And you can get millions of recipes online that are lentil based. So that's one to look into. And you'll spend $2, for a bag of lentils. So that's a Mediterranean style diet. Hopefully it gives you some ideas. Our book does have some recipes, but don't buy our book for the recipe chapter. There's much more online. So every mental health setting, every family practice, every elementary school, and every medical school could educate about this. I mean, I haven't taught you anything exotic. This is basic. Nutrition isn't everything, but it is the foundation of our brain health. educated about whole foods, about what the brain needs. There's a 5-minute video on my website, which gives you the tryptophan pathway, actually. Teach about cofactors. Think of it as pre-treatment for every mental health referral. I say this to clinicians. Many clinics have waiting lists. Well, while they're waiting, teach them about nutrition. That's your pre-treatment. Offer cooking classes and track their costs as they save money, which they will do. Eating from vending machines adds up really fast. These are resources for everybody. Julia did a TEDx talk, which is on YouTube, which has been seen over 5 million times. It's not out of date. It's still really worth looking at. My website, I've told you, has a lot of this kind of thing, and you can contact me from there if you want slides or anything. These are the 2 websites I promised you. These are the 2 formulas which were designed in Alberta for treatment of mental health, and they have more research done on their formulas than any other in the world. So I feel confident in saying that they're worth looking at. And one last slide. I love this quote. Wendell Berry is an American novelist, poet, essay, basically a cultural critic. I think that's what he is. He says, we're fed by the food industry, which pays no attention to health. And we are healed, and this is what bothers me, we are healed by the health industry, which pays no attention to food. And that's what we have to change in our lifetimes, I hope. So
that's powerful. I like that. So, and health industry doesn't mean natural health industry. Bonnie, you gave those 2 websites, so for True Hope and for Hardy Nutritionals.
Yeah.
And I think it's important for people watching to appreciate that there's real similarities between those products, because they once worked together and then they decided to branch out, and the nice thing is they can reach more people as 2 groups, but they're both vitamin and mineral supplements you can get in the health food store. So when you were talking earlier, like, there's really not a downside. It's not like you're going to get too much of a vitamin. You're just going to excrete it. That these are actually, people just take them also as vitamin and mineral supplements that they pick up in their health food store.
It's all in the dose. If you told me that you had some mood problems lately, I would say take the therapeutic dose. If you told me that you have no mood problems, I told you about myself. I have no mood problems. I would probably, why spend all that money? I would take a lower dose, but I would look and try to make a sensible decision.
I know I've kept you for a long time, and largely it's my interrupting, but I'm just so thankful actually that you were able to do this presentation, because even just the idea for a lot of people that, wait a second, nutrition and mental health you can't separate them. You can medicate all you want, but you're not going to have a healthy brain unless it has what it needs to be healthy. And as revolutionary as that is, it's really common sense. And Bonnie, I'm just thankful that you came and shared that. I think it's going to be of great service.
Well, I thought your questions were great and you kept me on track. So thank you, Sean. I hope your audience learned something from it.
So Bonnie, on behalf of the NHPPA and the World's Greatest Health Show, thank you for coming and sharing with us today.
Okay, you're welcome.
So Section 7 of the Charter is the interpretation section. If you recall, Section 6 set out that things like natural health products and traditional healing practices and low-risk medical devices and other treatment modalities that are low risk are no longer going to be regulated under the Food and Drug Act and by Health Canada. They're going to be regulated solely under the Charter of Health Freedom. Well, when we say that, so for example, that natural health products are going to be no longer regulated by Health Canada and the Food and Drug Act, but under the Charter of Health Freedom, well, what is a natural health product? Well, we have to define that. And so Section 7 is where we define it. Section 7 is where we define what the traditional practices are. So for example, in the natural health community, for decades, there's been a yearning for a third category so that natural health products would not be regulated as a drug. Well, this is happening under the Charter of Health Freedom. There is a specific definition of natural health product, and it is not a drug under the Food and Drug Act. It has its own category under the Charter of Health Freedom. So this is what Section 7 does, is it spells out what all of these things are so that it's clear to everyone what the scope of the act.
Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have with us Dr. Michelle Perrault. Michelle, welcome to the health show.
Sean, thank you for having me today.
And I just want to introduce you a little bit and then maybe go into, why you got the training you did. But first you trained as a medical doctor.
Yes, correct.
And, we'll have you talk about that and kind of, what you were doing there. But you later trained also as a doctor in homeopathic medicine.
Correct. True. 30 years ago. Yeah.
And you have basically, you're a veteran pediatrician. You focused, on pediatrics, and you have over 4 decades of experience in acute and integrative medicine in that field.
I call it boots on the ground, Sean. So yes, I'm a clinician first and have cared for kids and their families for almost 44 years now. So I think I'm just starting to get it.
And I think, I'll have to do my math, but it's probably been about 16 years ago, you decided, wait a second, I better start incorporating this genetically modified organism issue into my practice. So it got to the point where you realized as a doctor to get good health outcomes, you're going to have to learn and focus on this. Am I right about that?
Pretty close. It was in the early 2000s that I had GMOs literally thrust into my hands by one of the moms that I was working with. And when I learned about it and literally put that together with the uptick in autism that I was seeing at the time, as well as gut disorders, my whole world sort of went upside down, literally exploded. Light bulbs, the whole thing. And then I pivoted what I was doing clinically.
So we'll get to that because I'm just trying to introduce you. And already I'm going, okay, we have to go back and circle back here and here and here. So, so I'm hoping parents watching will pay really close attention because you're going to share some things that could really help parents help their kids. And so I'm just giving everyone that teaser. I'm just so honored to have you here, Dr. Perrault, because I know you're passionate about actually helping our kids to be as healthy as possible. So this is going to be a really good interview. You're also a co-author of a book, which was a bestseller called What's Making Our Children Sick?
I wrote that with a wonderful woman named Dr. Vincent Adams, who's a medical anthropologist at UCSF here in California, University of California, San Francisco. And I wrote that book because I was seeing so many chronically ill children in my practice that I felt I couldn't reach them all. So I reached out to Vincent. It was another serendipitous encounter. She moved in next door to me as my neighbor. And taking a hike together, I learned what she did. She learned what I did. It was a marriage made in heaven. We wrote the book together and we focused on my patients. And initially, Dr. Adams didn't believe anything I was saying. And then she sat in my clinic with me for over a year and her whole world pivoted. So that book is a very first-hand book. I'm working on the second one now. It should be out hopefully by the end of the year.
Right. And that's Making Our Children Well.
Well, it's the companion for parents and grandparents and eaters. Oh, I have a little ant on me. We got invaded. What I wanted to do was give parents tools on how they can regain their children's health, provide the best optimal wellness they can in their own homes if you don't have access to someone like me, with a holistic kitchen perspective. That's why I'm writing it.
Okay. Well, let's go back to the beginning then. So you become a medical doctor. Can you kind of share what you were involved in as a medical doctor? Because my understanding is you're publishing and all of this. You're very academic. You're very engaged. So kind of what you were up to there, and then segue into how it possibly came to be that a medical doctor decides, I need to train in homeopathic medicine also.
Indeed. My passion was, and it still is to a certain degree, was pediatric emergency medicine. I was a director of a pediatric emergency room in New York City, where I presided before I came to California. And I loved it. It was my world. We were publishing, we're seeing sick kids. We started the first life support course in pediatrics. We've created the first medical boards in pediatric emergency medicine. So this was at the forefront. Back in the early 80s, there was no such field as pediatric emergency medicine. Kids were just, kind of locked in with adults, and children are not mini adults. Oh, that's a shocker there. Big newscast. And so then what happened? I came to California. I was working at Oakland Children's Hospital, which is a major trauma center here in the Bay Area, and loving it. I met my husband there. It was really my world. But then, as life would have it, I had my first child. And while I was working there, I was also working in another clinic. Sean, those are the days where we owed a lot of money to the system. The medical education is rather expensive, and I had a pretty fair amount of debt that I had to pay off. So I was working a little bit here. I was working everywhere. So in that other job that I had a serendipitous encounter with an MD homeopath. Her name is Dr. Kenze. She's still practicing. And Jesse, my son, was having some health challenges at the time. And she told me to give him a homeopathic remedy. And when she told me what to give him, I couldn't even pronounce it because all homeopathic names are in Latin. I had never heard of homeopathy. I never used homeopathy. I was like, what? I didn't even know what she was saying. But instinctively.
Can I just back up the bus? Because this is a bit of a fun story. So you are a pediatrician.
Yes.
You're, working, in a, basically as an acute emergency ward pediatrician.
Yes.
You are an expert in treating sick kids.
Correct.
And here you've got your own child. Obviously, you didn't have a medical solution to what was happening.
I didn't like the mainstream solution. There was, but I didn't like it. It was a pharmaceutical. It was steroids. And I didn't want to do that. And I intuitively also, I knew that steroids can be life-saving drugs and when used appropriately, but it wasn't the best drug for what my son was experiencing. And I wanted other options, but the other option came to me. I didn't even have the foresight to seek it out 32 years ago. And so this doctor, bless you, she told me what to give my son. There were these little sugar pills. Sean, I gave it to him and he was better in 5 minutes. And I thought,
do you mind sharing what the condition was?
No, not at all. My son had severe croup. Croup is a condition of inflammation of the airway where kids make this very barky cough. And because I'm a pediatrician, your kid will have the worst case of it ever, where my son literally couldn't breathe. And it makes this barky, stridulous sound, is what it sounds like. It's like every parent's worst nightmare. Many parents have heard this sound, and that's what he was experiencing. I later figured out why he was having it, getting to the root cause. I just didn't want to plaster him with steroids because I wanted to understand why was he having it and so severely. He was better in 5 minutes, Sean. Now, I've treated hundreds of kids with croup. It's super common. And I thought, what the heck? I was flummoxed. And because pediatrician's kid, here we go again. He got it again. His was recurrent. I was like, okay, I'm going to give him, the name of the remedy was called Spongia tosta. So that's it. All the names are in Latin, as I mentioned. So I gave him these little sugar pills. He sucked them down. They're tasty. They taste like candy. Kids easily take their medicine and say, oh, it's such a gift. He was better in 5 minutes. So my reaction at that point, I thought, okay, normally you would say, wow, yay. But my personality was, I was not happy. I was actually pissed off, Sean, if you don't mind me saying it and being a bit vulgar, because I said, how is it that there's this other system that works so effectively, so affordably, that I've never even heard of? And I considered myself well trained at that time, coming out of the top institutions. I did my undergraduate work at Yale University. I went to medical school at Mount Sinai Medical School. I did my training at New York University, Bellevue Hospital. So my training was pretty excellent overall.
You're an elite pediatrician.
Well, thank you for that. I don't want to sound arrogant here, but I did have really solid training. And plus, because I had this debt I had to pay off, I worked a lot to pay off my debt. So I was seeing way more kids than the average pediatrician because I was motivated to get out of debt. So I was working all these extra jobs, seeing tons of extra kids, holidays, nights, weekends. I took it all. So then I said, I'm going to study this because I need to learn more about this. I have a curious mind and an eager heart, and these remedies taste good. They either work or they don't, and they don't have side effects. I'm thinking, are you kidding me? So I went back to school at night. I had a second kid by then, and my kids were little. I was working in the pediatric ER. I was soccer mom, room parent, field trip driver. I had a hard time saying no because I'm just a yes gal. And I learned homeopathy. So, and which was incredible, but I couldn't use the homeopathics easily in the emergency department because that wasn't the standard of care to use homeopathics. If a parent asked me, I would share it, but I wasn't promoting it per se. But then what happened was I left the emergency department in 1999, long story, and I worked with that homeopath who I mentioned, and then I opened my own integrative urgent care. And I was seeing kids for acute problems, sprained ankles, tummy aches, ear infections, croup, all kinds of stuff, trauma, bike accidents, you name it. And it was right in my little hometown. And what I did was created my own field of using the best of Western medicine and homeopathic medicine. It was wonderful. And I had the remedies right in my office. And then people were bringing their dogs in. I started seeing adults. It was like just a little neighborhood clinic. It was super fun. But then what happened is I started seeing things like moms and dads saying, mostly moms, saying, I'm bringing in little Susie or Johnny for an ear infection. They're 8 months old and this is their 10th ear infection. Or, gee, my kid was well and now has autism. Gee, my kid has chronic constipation. And then I started seeing this uptick in chronic gut disorders. And then I learned simultaneously about GMOs and their associated pesticides. And then I was able to put them together. So that was in the early 2000s. So I'm sorry for being long-winded here, but that's how I got to that point.
Can I, before we get to the GMO and pesticides and actually how you really had to come to that, I'm just curious. So you've trained now as a homeopathic doctor, and the training for that's very intensive, isn't it? Isn't it years of study?
Well, for a non-MD, yes, but because I'm an MD,
you already had the physiology and biology and chemistry and that. So you just had to learn the healing tradition, yes, but not all the background work.
And so it was a year for me online. I did an intensive course out of the UK online, and I went to school at night. And you could do it at your own pace. And that school, unfortunately, no longer exists. It was great. The teachers were great. I had a great experience. And then what happened, the physician who introduced me to homeopathy, Dr. Kenzie, invited me to come work in her practice. And I literally got here you go, see one, do one, teach one, get going. And because I was an experienced clinician by then, I just had to incorporate these new skills of homeopathy. And so I started doing what we call acute care for all the sprains and colds and flus and all that stuff. And then I also started doing something called, I won't get into all the homeopathics, it's called constitutional prescribing, where I would see a child, for example, let's say with autism. and I would give a remedy, a homeopathic remedy, based on who that person is. So it's individual prescribing. It's beautiful and it works. So that's where I got into more understanding the complexity and of the mind, body, soul, spirit treatment. And it might get a little out there for some, but that's what I was doing.
Well, it's interesting. One of the things we're hoping with this show is that people start thinking more broadly. And I'll just give you an example. I'm interviewing a naturopathic doctor yesterday, and I've been getting in the practice, and I'll have to do it to you too. Is I ask not, what's your most successful story? I ask, what patient is it that's impacted you the most? Because that could be a complete failure, but it's impacted you. So there's something important about the story. And the first one that came to his mind was about a 10-year-old girl who, came in suffering just with severe allergies for 4 months. But he noticed a really bad dynamic between the girl and the mother. And he just came to understood actually that there's likely primarily this is an emotional reaction that's putting the daughter. And so he kind of structures the treatment to deal with that. And the mother figures it out and plays ball and solves the problem. And I'm thinking, I'm just being honest, this sounds a little odd that you would have this great outcome just with change of the dynamic between mother and daughter. And then he explains to me a very plausible mechanism for how it works. So I have to say I had to open my mind. And he said, listen, I don't know, is it the parasympathetic nervous system that deals with fight and flight?
Yes, correct.
So, so it goes
parasympathetic, yes.
Yeah, so it'll go into fight and flight. And if you're in fight and flight, your body isn't interested in digesting food at all because you need to fight the saber-toothed tiger or run away from it.
Mm-hmm.
And then, it goes into a state where you're able to digest, and, it's kind of like you're, and he says, if you're locked in the fight or flight, you can eventually get inflammation in your digestive tract. You're letting these big particles through, and you're actually having an allergic reaction to your food because of an emotional state. And that's why it could be solved. Well, little lights going on. Okay. Because we hear time and time again, there's a connection. So I'm asking you not to apologize for going anywhere on, spiritual connection, emotional connection, because I think that one of the purposes of this health show is to expose people to different ways of thinking, different ideas. And, we just trust people. I mean, you're only going to change your mind if you decide, I actually think there's some truth to this. So, yeah, so I'm hoping people will find this, actually super interesting. And, the idea of homeopathy itself is interesting. Like just now, imagine when patients came to you, and you've got both traditions that some want just to get the medical prescriptions. Mm-hmm. And, so, that's the path they go down. And as a doctor, you just decide what's best in the situation. But you would be having some patients choosing the drug route, the medical drug route, mm-hmm. and some choosing homeopathic remedies. Did you notice any difference between kind of reactions or successes or failures with the different treatment modalities?
As a matter of fact, the way I structured my treatment plans is, and people were very responsive to this, even for those who wanted, let's say, a pharmaceutical approach. So that's what they knew, that's what they were comfortable with. And I knew there were alternatives that they were unaware of yet. So what I would do is I'd say, okay, I could always give you the prescription for the antibiotic, the steroid, whatever it was that they needed. But I said, why don't we try this? If you're willing, your child is, uncomfortable. They're not suffering. They're not gravely ill. Why don't I give you several options, plans A, B, and C? Let's start with the homeopathic. If you're willing to try it, it's a minimal investment of time and money. And if within 24 hours you don't see a clinical improvement, then you have plan B, and I gave them the prescription. They felt so good having plan B and C, A and B. And then what I did it in my own little urgent care, is I called everybody up for follow-up, which they loved and which I loved, because it also fed back to me what I was doing worked or didn't work. And oftentimes, what you may not know is when you prescribe homeopathic treatment, let's say for a flu-like illness, as symptoms change, you have to change the remedies. So it really requires a lot of checking in with the family until people get to learn homeopathy, that they can make these changes themselves as the symptoms change. Initially, the kid may have a super high fever, one remedy, but then the next day they have a low fever and chills, different remedy. Perhaps day 3, they have diarrhea, different remedy. So I would check in, alter the remedies, and people saw that homeopathy could work. They had that prescription in their hand if things went sideways, and it also empowered them to say, wow, I can learn to treat my own family at home on my own with these simple remedies. I can buy it in a local store. So that was my most success for people who were, very much involved with the pharmaceutical model. I wasn't trying to sell anybody anything, and I would ask them, are you interested? If people really were disinterested, no problem. I'd say, if you ever change your mind, let's come back and talk, because you meet people where they're at. My goal is not to sell you anything. My goal is to share my experience. That's why you're coming to me, and offer you the pros and cons, informed consent, of anything I do for you. So I'm going to say, these are your options, pharmaceutical, holistic, these are all the various scenarios and potential outcomes. That's my job. And so that's what I provide for every patient encounter. And I think anyone who doesn't do that is shortchanging, their patients.
Right. And were you getting good outcomes with patients that were, and your facial expression said it all. So please share.
Well, I'm very passionate, and my first career was in theater. So I'm really a big ham, Sean. So I just got to be honest, full disclosure here. So, I've been able to reverse autism, treat ADHD, get kids off various pharmaceuticals for depression, anxiety, various disorders, Lyme and co-infections. I saw a lot of kids with Lyme disease and adults. I started seeing a lot of adults as well, because I would treat the child and then mom or dad would say, hey, got the same symptoms. Will you see me? And I've treated grandma, grandpa. The whole thing as a pediatrician. My successes were so remarkable that I felt compelled to teach this. As a matter of fact, I'm offering a course for parents in a few weeks on homeopathics and nutrition, because it worked. And these are things that are pragmatic, practical, affordable, that people can do at home, and there's no downside. So for example, if you try homeopathics and they don't work, they just don't work. Either you're on the wrong remedy, because remedies have to be pretty precise, or you need something else, another tool. And with all my prescriptions, if I'm using homeopathics or whatever, I always support it and bolster it with nutritional advice.
No, we'll get into that in a second,
Yes.
because I think the food aspect is really important, and then we'll hit on the GMO in that. But you had said, with homeopathic remedies, really there's no side effects. So the only downside is it's not going to work. But you're not, as a pediatrician, worried that somebody's going to have an adverse reaction. Now, is that the case in the chemical drug model when you're prescribing chemical drugs? Are you having to worry about adverse reactions and side effects there?
Indeed, you are. Most pharmaceuticals, I never say all, because they're, that's sort of all encompassing, have side effects. And the side effects can be pretty daunting. So if we take a common one that we use, antibiotics, children often require antibiotics, ear infections, sinus infections, pneumonias, etc. And I'm not saying that I wouldn't give them, but we have to know what we're dealing with. So let's say a child has ear infection. There's a drug called amoxicillin. It's in the penicillin family. Many people are familiar with this drug. Just one dose of amoxicillin will alter the microbiome, which is the collection of bugs in your gut, which really are responsible for your immune function. And we can get into that in a bit. Will alter it for 6 months. So rashes are common side effects of many drugs. You can get, oh my gosh, you can get rebound effects where you take a certain drug for a few days and then you get a worsening effect. You can have even more severe side effects, headaches, You can get autoimmune reactions. There's something called Stevens-Johnson's. You can get all kinds of side effects from drugs. And if you look at the drug inserts in our PDR, the physician drug desk, it used to be this big and now we get it online, the side effects are pages long. So drugs can be life-saving. Additionally, they have a whole list of side effects. So when possible, I try to use at least a number of pharmaceuticals in children's health and try to use holistic means whenever I can, knowing that I have a big toolbox and I'm following the child along responsibly with the family. If a child requires any pharmaceutical, I don't hold back. Let's be clear. If there is some life-threatening condition, we don't hold back. I just want to make that 100% clear, Sean. So
no, and we're not. I'm not trying to be anti-medical or anything, but I'm trying. You know, I'm actually just asking you questions and hoping you answer them truthfully. So
well, I love transparency, Sean, and you and I have worked together in the past. And I don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. My favorite metaphor. We use what works. So I like being practical. And if you have a family with a couple of sick kids at home, oh my gosh, and mom and dad are both working, it can be a nightmare for the family. So I like to use what's quick, affordable, practical. If you have a sick children and you're trying to dispense, medication, running around the house, giving them what they need, it can be nightmarish. And then everyone is sleep deprived because you've been up all night with a sick kid. Yes, I think every family is familiar with these scenarios. So part of my own approach is being very practical and pragmatic. And I subscribe to the philosophy of common sense. Common sense is not so common anymore. And I'm really trying to teach parents what families once knew, maybe not their parents, maybe their grandparents, of this knowledge that was, everyone had it, on how we use these things at home, everything from nutraceuticals and nutrition, and we talk about different kind of baths, holistic healing. These were commonplace.
Oh, natural remedies were common.
And we can talk about why they got driven out. That was a coordinated, concerted attack on natural medicine in 1910, Sean. We, in America—
the Flexner Report.
Oh, indeed, you are so educated. Indeed, Abraham Flexner and our friend John D. Rockefeller decided that medical education was needed to move away from natural toward pharmaceutical.
But
we can leave that as life.
I wanted us to move to food first because Michelle, I think that parents don't understand how important diet is to their children's health, even if their children don't appear to be sick. And so can you talk about food and, what parents need to know about food?
Absolutely. And I learned this. I wish I had learned it when my children were little. And Sean, 30 some odd years ago, I didn't know this. We weren't taught in medical school. I got 2 hours of nutrition education. I got a year of pharmaceutical education, just to give you the comparison. So what we know, Hippocrates said it, let medicine be thy food and food be thy medicine. I didn't say it. So we've known this for a couple of thousand years about the role of food in health. And the reason why this is so important is that food contains the chemicals. They're called phytonutrients and other things. There are proteins, fats, carbs. Those are macronutrients. And there are micronutrients like the phytochemicals and vitamins and minerals that we need to run our biologic systems. And they're in food. So the best food that you can eat will provide the best information for your body to run. You wouldn't think of putting bad gas in your car. It doesn't run as well. It's the same thing with food. Now we've changed our food over the past 30 years and actually longer. And what has happened with these changes is that they're modified, there are more chemical additives, and the nutritional density has gone down. So in essence, what happened is our children are overfed but undernourished. And what I've seen time and time again, our kids have a lot of chemical toxicity from pesticides and GMOs, but simultaneously, they don't have enough of the nutrients, magnesium, zinc, vitamin A, vitamin D, the B vitamins, to run the most basic functions. So kids aren't able to think as well. They're more tired, they're more distracted, their moods are more labile. They have developed secondary health challenges where sick is the new normal. And I can tick off all the chronic diseases and statistics. We don't have to do that for your audience, that have risen over the past few decades. It's nothing short of shocking. But the foundational medicine of providing the best food you can for your child is key. And that starts in pre-pregnancy, Sean. That's where it starts, the nutritional.
Pre-pregnancy. So not just while you're carrying, but now share why that's important.
Absolutely. So it behooves every parent, even if they're thinking about having a baby, and that doesn't always happen, life happens, but let's say you are planning, what you want to do is clean up the terrain. We know that if parents clean up, both mom and dad, via what they're eating, and switch to, for example, organic food, get the chemical toxicants out of their food, we know there are better pregnancies, better fetal development, better baby outcomes. That's in the literature. I've seen it clinically for decades.
So
And
I just want to slow this down. So because if there's couples out there that are planning on having a child, what you're saying is there's published research showing that if parents before and during pregnancy, if they start eating healthy, which is good for them anyway, that the pregnancy is going to work better. There's going to be fewer complications. They're going to have a healthier child just by actually helping themselves by eating well.
Yes. So pregnancy, and so this pre-pregnancy state is a time to do it. Whatever time it is, if it's a year, right on. 6 months, sure. Even 3 months matters. Any time period will help the outcome of that baby. But let's say that didn't happen. It was an oops, like, oh my gosh, we're pregnant. Okay, happens, right? So that's also an excellent time for mom to be supported, to sleep well, drink a lot of water, and to eat well. This idea that, oh, I'm pregnant, I could eat what I want, chips and soda, not so fast. This is a time when you really need to eat nutrient-dense foods, lots of plants, eat the rainbow. We know eating the rainbow is one of the best pieces of advice I can give any family. Certain proteins that we can get into, clean proteins, and really to remove alcohol from the diet. Alcohol is toxic to the fetus. And I'm going to give you a little tidbit that a lot of people don't know. I don't support drinking alcohol during pregnancy, but occasionally mom will say, or dad, what's the problem with having a beer or, occasional liquor? It's not going to harm the baby. The babies that are in utero, in mom, and if mom is imbibing, will develop a taste for alcohol. Whatever mom is eating, the baby has a higher propensity of developing taste for that food. So if mom is engaging in a rich, plant-forward, clean protein diet, that's what the baby will also be leaning toward. It's remarkable. So those tastes develop in utero while you're pregnant.
So expecting mothers can actually program their children to eat well by eating well, which again, there's no downside for them.
They feel better. Moms will feel better. So moms require an excellent diet when they're pregnant, clean water. I recommend water filters on whatever you can afford here in the US, and that probably is similar in Canada. Adequate sleep, because you really need 8 hours of sleep. And why that is so important is your brain is one of your detox organs. So while you're sleeping, there's a system in your brain called the glymphatics, not lymphatics, glymphatics. And the glymphatics literally clear out the toxic materials from your brain while you're asleep. So, and I also tell parents that, especially before, but even during, to clean up any emotional toxicity, work out problems before the babies come, whether it's, in counseling or getting in nature or whatever you need to do, but start to sort that out, because that just comes along with the terrain. If you don't work it out, it shows up as you're raising your child.
Okay, so just back to the food thing, and this was really interesting on pregnancy. I know I know we're going all over the place, but I'm having fun, and I think this is important for people to understand. So you said our body, basically it has all these processes. We have to get this basic nutrition, and you'd said something also that our food supply is now lacking in it. So aside from chemicals, which, as I understand, can prevent us from uptaking nutrition, can rob us of nutrition we have, that can kind of like do other bad things, including, block the right molecules from getting into places. So we've got a chemical load, but even our food itself often is not enough anymore because of our farming practices. Am I right about that?
Sean, you're spot on. And so many of us now have been kind of literally groomed to eat ultra processed foods. You want to eat whole foods as much as possible. Ultra processed foods, even organic ones, but let's just talk about the conventional ultra processed foods. If a food can sit on a shelf for 2 years, you got to think about what are the health manifestations. Here in the US, they try to roll out a program giving kids at lunch a product called Lunchables. It failed. Lunchables had 53 to be exact, 53 chemical additives in this product. It's not a food, it's an industrial food-like product. That's what I call them in my book. So they're not real food. So it behooves us to get off the ultra-processed. Many of those ultra-processed foods also contain something called high fructose corn syrup, which is made from GMO corn, contains pesticides, and very toxic to your liver. What we now know, and this is a sidebar important for all of us, including Canadians.
The fatty liver. Yeah.
Fatty liver. You guys have it too. Americans have it. 1 in 3 adults has undiagnosed fatty liver. We used to call it non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, meaning it wasn't from alcoholism.
But explain what it is, and explain how prevalent it is in children, and explain why this is a serious health risk, because I don't hear people talking about fatty liver, and I don't hear them talking about it in children. So can you educate us about that?
Yeah, this is worth a sidebar conversation. So what your liver is a major detox organ. It does so much. It produces various vitamins. It detoxes. And when the liver is encumbered with too many toxic substances, I think it creates fat almost to protect itself. And one of those toxic substances is high fructose corn syrup. So for those of us who are eating diets with a lot of ultra-processed foods that are filled with these high fructose corn syrups, fructose is not a sugar that we can easily digest. It's very hard for our livers. And so the liver starts accumulating fat. And so what's the problem with that if you have a fatty liver? Well, one, they don't work as well. This fatty liver can, even though there's no clinical signs of fatty liver, the only way we can diagnose it is on an ultrasound. You may not see any changes in your blood chemistry, your blood test. You may not see any changes in your clinical symptoms like stomach aches or anything like that. This process can progress to something called steatitis, where the liver not only is fatty, but gets inflamed. And that gets a little harder to reverse. We can reverse fatty liver, but when it's starting to develop NASH, that's called steatohepatitis, it is more serious and your liver is in big trouble. Don't mess with the liver. Now, if that goes unchecked, people may have heard of this. It can develop cirrhosis. You may have heard of alcoholics develop cirrhosis. That's an alcoholic fatty liver that changes into this liver that becomes something called fibrotic. Fibrotic is when the liver literally scars, non-functional, and people get really sick. And it even may need a liver transplant. I mean, we're talking serious stuff here. So if we get it early and reverse it, which it's reversible and it's just fatty, that's a good thing. Adults, 1 in 3 adults have this fatty liver. It's called MAFLD now, metabolic associated fatty liver disease. They changed the name. Children also have it, undiagnosed. Which children? Obese children, and obesity now in the US is approximately 20 to 25% of American children are obese. And I believe the statistics in Canada are similar to the American statistics on obesity, not a benign disorder. It used to be a condition and now it's a disease, Sean. Obese kids, it ranges about 1 in 3 to 1 in 4 kids also has a fatty liver. But there was a study that also showed that lean children, approximately 1 in 13, also had fatty liver by this ultra-processed food diet, which also has GMOs. GMOs also change the chemistry of the liver as well as pesticides. So we are setting up a situation where our children are unable to detoxify all these various additives that they're eating impacting their liver and heading to a very serious condition. Did I explain that adequately?
Yeah, no, you did. And I think it's surprising. I think you said 1 in 13 lean children have this condition that is very serious. And the condition is just being caused by our diet being unhealthy. Like that.
Correct.
And we're just talking one condition.
So what we're seeing is that children have multiple chronic health disorders, and because they're so common, many of the pediatricians and health practitioners are saying, oh, super common, all the kids have it. Like, what am I talking about? I'm talking about, let's say, chronic constipation or reflux, when the food comes up, or chronic stomach aches. The number one pain complaint in children is stomach aches, abdominal pain. In adults, it's back pain. In children, stomach aches, gassiness. So there are all these associated conditions, and the pediatrician may say, oh, super common, take some Maalox, take some Tums, just treat it. But we're not understand the root cause of why our kids have these issues. Not occasionally you need to Band-Aid it with some Tums or Mylanta or something like that. People may have heard of these various, pharmaceuticals. They're over the counter. But I'd say, wait a second, hold on. Let's not slap Band-Aids on this. Let's get to the root cause. And what's driving this is our children's diet.
Right. Okay. And then this is complicated by genetically modified foods. And some people may not understand, well, what are we talking about? Or, isn't this good? Like our, tomatoes look better and, and the pesticides are linked to that, both in wheat and corn. And so can you explain what is genetically modified foods?
Yes.
What your concerns with them are, and what you've seen in your clinical practice and the research literature once we started introducing genetically modified foods?
Yeah, so genetically modified foods were introduced in approximately 1996, but they had been studying them since the 80s, especially here in California at the University of California, Davis. They looked at something called the flavor saver tomato, and they actually shelled that tomato, and the geneticist who designed it wrote a book about why it was a failure and a disaster, and we shouldn't be doing it. Her name was Dr. Belinda Martineau, and she wrote a book about it. So the geneticists themselves who've produced these things have come against them. That also happened with a genetically modified potato. The geneticist who made them here in the state of Idaho, a big potato growing state, said he wrote a book called Pandora's Potatoes, the worst potato ever. And it was on Amazon perhaps for 2 weeks, and that got taken off. So what's the problem with GMOs? So they were created so that when you spray a certain herbicide, it's called glyphosate, and the product was Roundup. It was made by Monsanto, and in 2018, Bayer bought Monsanto, so now it's Bayer. But originally it was Monsanto. They created this genetically modified trait so that when you sprayed the pesticide, it's an herbicide, and when they sprayed it, the plant would not die, just the surrounding weeds. So this gave the farmers the capacity not just to spray judiciously, which is what they were doing prior to the introduction of these genetically modified crops, but whenever, because the crop didn't die. And so the plants, however, were not healthy because of this spraying, and they needed all kinds of nutrients and additives to sustain this chronic spraying. The soil was affected by this chronic spraying. It killed off the microbes. It turns out that glyphosate was patented in 2003 and then again in 2010 by Monsanto as an antibiotic, and it's a very effective one. So what we were told is that this was not harmful to us. GMOs are not, they're safe, and that Roundup is safe. You could drink it because we don't have the same pathway as the plants where it was hurting the plants. Now that may be true if you consider the microbes are not part of us, but the microbes that run our biology, particularly in our gut, but we have microbiomes all over our body, your eye, your skin, even the fetus has a microbiome, your brain, your gut, the gut is most prominent. They do have the pathway. So our microbes were affected by this. So what we now have is we are eating most of the crops now in the US and many in Canada as well. are now genetically modified. And the big ones are the ones that kids eat a lot of: soy, let's say, we don't eat cotton, but we use cotton, and cottonseed they do use in a lot of foods, and they shouldn't. It's very inflammatory. Canola is a big Canadian crop that's almost all GMO. Alfalfa, and that's what our cattle eat. Our cows eat that. But there are a host of foods that are genetically modified now: zucchini, papaya, let's see what else, sugar beets, sugar from sugar beets. And they keep coming out because
I
every
think
time
wheat and corn too, right? We have Roundup Ready wheat.
corn, oh yeah, corn is the big one. 95% of the corn in the US is genetically modified, our big Midwestern corn belt. So wheat, they keep trying to introduce genetically modified wheat. They did it in the Northwest in Washington. They had experimental plots and it was a disaster. So they have it, but it's not been officially released, but they want to release wheat. That will be a crazy disaster because so many people are gluten sensitive right now. Gluten sensitivity is real. Celiac, that's an autoimmune condition related to wheat. And I could talk about wheat in a second. So now what they had to do is something happened which they didn't anticipate. The weeds developed resistance to these Roundup Ready products, glyphosate-based herbicides. Over 75% of the weeds now in the US are resistant. And so companies have had to make more toxic formulations and more layered, what we call stacked genetically modified organisms. So the farmers, what they've had to do is spray more and more pesticides. So now in our food, they are filled with pesticides. The other thing they did was use these products off-label as desiccants, and this is particularly important for Canadians. So to dry down some of your crops, because you have a moist environment, they're using glyphosate-based herbicides, glyphosate being the key ingredient in Roundup, but there are 800 formulations globally now of glyphosate, by the way. The patent's been released after 7 years. And so you spray it, and the glyphosate kills the plant so quickly, it dries it down. So those plants at harvest, like oats, wheats, and legumes, what we recommend for children's diets, are filled with glyphosate. And glyphosate is very toxic. Do not think that this is a benign herbicide. It's not. Pesticides are herbicides, insecticides, fungicides, biocides. Biocide means kill life. So these are toxic chemicals that our children and our parents are eating every day, unless you're buying organic.
So what does glyphosate do? Because my understanding is we now have a lot of glyphosate in our food supply, and it even shows up in the organic food supply, just at lower levels. So still, please eat organic would be my advice. But
yes.
But it's becoming so pervasive in our food supply.
Yes.
What does glyphosate do? What is the risk of glyphosate?
So glyphosate, I'm just going over the key things. I already mentioned its role as an antibiotic, and what it does is it promotes the propagation of pathogens, bad bugs in your gut, like salmonella and one called Clostridia, and it kills off the beneficial bugs that we need, like lactobacillus, you may have heard that's in yogurt, and bifidobacteria, which is a microbe that every baby needs. Babies thrive on this particular microbe. If they don't have it, they don't do well. It's called bifidobacteria. One. The other key thing people must know is that glyphosate binds minerals. It's what's called chelator. Chelator, I believe in Greek, means claw. And so what it does is adheres very tightly to minerals, like which ones? Like magnesium, zinc, copper, calcium. And when we check children's mineral levels, they're extremely low. You need magnesium and zinc in hundreds, over 200 reactions to run brain chemistry. So the kids who can't focus and they all have ADHD, I think it's 13% of kids here now in the US have ADHD, hyperactivity, that they don't have enough of these minerals because the glyphosate is binding them. Now, I will give you one more tidbit that you may not know here, Sean. Glyphosate also binds the toxic metals. Like which one? Aluminum. Like you say, well, isn't that a good thing? Aluminum is drenched in our food. It'll take the aluminum out. Well, I wish I could say that was true, but what that glyphosate aluminum relationship does, which we've known now since 1993, it lowers the charge of aluminum, shuttles it across the gut, and allows it to cross the blood-brain barrier
Oh, no.
6 different ways. So that aluminum is entering your child's brain, and when those toxic metals enter your child's brain, they're very hard to get out. Now, I've worked on kids to get the metals out, but we can't go be doing brain biopsies, Sean. So we have to, so there's a stretch here on what we can do, but we can remove the metals. But the first step in getting this toxicity out is clean up the food supply.
Mhm.
That's step number 1, is why have we allowed big ag to, I say, poison our food and poison our children? To me, Sean, I know you're an attorney, this is a criminal act. I believe this assault on our children's health via the food is criminal, and it needs to be stopped immediately.
Well, it's interesting because, courts are starting to award, big settlements, largely in cancer cases caused by glyphosate.
Well, we're going to get to that. Yes.
Okay, well, let's get to that then, because that's another effect. So glyphosate, when you say it affects basically our gut bacteria, we cannot be healthy without, a healthy gut bacteria. Like it so affects our health, our mental health, our physical health. If parents watching this don't understand, this is a big deal, but it also causes cancer.
I want to get into that. The point is that our bodies work on something called the gut-brain axis. I call it the gut-brain microbiome axis. So what happens to the gut happens to the brain and vice versa, but it also depends on your microbiome, that collection of organisms that makes up your gut, in your gut. So what happened was when Monsanto first went to the EPA here in the U.S., the Environmental Protection Association, I believe is 83, to get glyphosate approved, the EPA did their research and they found that it caused kidney cancer. The pathologist reported on that. And so went back to Monsanto and somehow, a new pathologist was brought into the mix who found that it didn't cause kidney cancer. And so there was a little bit of governmental hanky-panky going on back in 1980s. So this was known by Monsanto. Fast forward 40 years later to IARC, the International Association of Research on Cancer, came out with a publication, a brilliant publication in 2015, stating that glyphosate is a class 2A carcinogen. It's not a 1A carcinogen, would be because it was never studied in humans, only in rodents. And it's also a carcinogen in humans, but it wasn't studied. And so that caused a big hubbub. And we know that there's lots of papers on this now, Sean, that glyphosate indeed causes cancer. So now we have an antibiotic. It lowers your mineral content because it's a metal chelator. It's a carcinogen. And I'll tell you one more paper that I must share, and which came out in 2019. And, I have to use papers because otherwise people think that I'm not legitimate. I got to cite the research. This is important. There was a paper that came out which showed how glyphosate causes autism by a pathway in the brain called the epoxide hydrolase pathway. But what the paper was reporting on was they wanted to create a drug to block the pathway instead of removing the glyphosate. When I read this paper, I literally lost my mind. And I thought, woohoo, wow, maybe we can now stop the glyphosate. Here's a paper that shows how it causes autism. Why is that important? When I was a resident, I told you at Bellevue Hospital, there about 1 in 10,000 kids had autistic spectrum disorder. Now in California, it's 1 in 12.5 boys and about 1 in 30 kids. It's more prevalent in boys, about 3 to 1 to 4 to 1. And it's state by state. In Canada, it's similar autism statistics, by the way. You have similar statistic as the US. I think it's 136 in Canada for boys and girls. But, I looked that up about a year ago, so that may be even higher now. So please don't quote me on that statistic. Okay, but it's high. Anyway, so I thought there would be fanfare, Broadway musical, oh my God, we now figured out what is driving the autism spectrum disorder. Nothing, crickets. And so that's when I recognized that, do we love our children? We now have clear mechanisms of injury laid out in the science, and yet we're continuing to allow this product into our children's food supply. So that is why I become on this mission to educate every parent that I can, every person that I can, every great-grandparent that I can, that we have to take charge of our children's food and our children's lives, because maybe the government may be a little bit behind on what is happening, and we need to protect in the home and not rely on industry, government, even your family pediatrician. So that is what I teach parents, is how to heal at home. First step, protect yourself, protect your children.
Right. And I know you were being very kind when you were describing the government there. But I think it's important for people to understand how important this is. Now, so you tell me where I'm getting off base is if we are just eating, not even just processed foods, but if we're just going and not eating organic, but kind of an average diet, we are malnourished, even though we're eating a lot of food. Like, full stop, no argument, we are not getting what we need. Am I right?
You are correct. Now, 20 years ago, I did not give all children multivitamins and probiotics. Now I do. And I'm a big fan of giving children, what I do with a lot of children now is, you can't eat enough food to get enough nutrients in. Children, a 2-year-old is just not going to eat that much to get the quality and the amount of nutrients they need. So I've been having parents add in like green supplements, organic supplements of greens, like a powder into their smoothies to kind of enhance the nutritional content, which should be in food. I don't love synthetic multivitamins, Sean, and I also worry about how clean they are and make sure they're not contaminated with toxic metals and other things. These things worry me. So I try to have parents buy organic greens, and there are different products out there on the market. I'm sure you have them in Canada, and add that. And smoothies are a great way to get kids to get more nutrition, because you can drink more than you can eat. So if parents, here's the tip: if you get these organic greens and you put in some veggies like celery, very mild taste, beets, they taste kind of sweet, have to be organic, otherwise they're a GMO. And you put in, if you want a milk, I love coconut milk because those fats are super healthy for kids' brains, and throw in some ice. You can make it into smoothies, and in the summertime, pour it into popsicles, and you can freeze it and make the kids popsicles. And those you can, and then if you want to help your child detox a little bit, throw in some fresh cilantro. And I have all the parents do this on a pretty regular basis to try to keep their kids clean, nutrient dense, detoxing, and so send them to school with a smoothie, in a little jar. So that's what I'm trying to teach, is what are these shortcuts, and parents drink it too. It's not just for little Susie and Johnny there. You drink it. This is a health tip.
So okay, so we're just making the point. If you're just eating food, even if you're trying to eat healthy, you're not getting enough, and your kids aren't getting enough. There's no argument about it. So whether we like it or not, like in a perfect world, our food would have the nutrients that they used to have. Because 100 years ago, you could get it out of your diet, but our farming practices, you can't. So whether you like it or not, you have to supplement, or you're not going to be healthy. Is that?
But organic food does have more nutrient density than conventionally grown food. The soil is healthier. And if you combine organic regenerative farmers, that's what I support. The tagline for my website is Educate to Regenerate. So it's all about organic regenerative. I didn't teach that 20 years ago. Now I teach, like, if you can buy farm to table, go to farmers markets, talk to your farmer, and they're doing regenerative where they're rebuilding the soil. Those are the best foods because they're nutrient dense, and you can taste it in the food. It's in the color of the food. Color is vitamins, and the minerals offer taste. If the food is colorless and tasteless, it doesn't have vitamins or minerals. When you bite into that tomato and it has no taste, it doesn't have any minerals in it. You can just look at the food yourself and see if it's sat on a shelf now because of a product called Apeel, APEEL, where they're spraying this protective coating even on organics. You have to know who's spraying it. That substance is made from a solvent called hexane and has toxic metals in it. So we've now taken a beautiful organic avocado, sprayed it with a toxic material or tomato, and then it can sit on a shelf for 3 months. This is insanity. Food was not meant to last 3 months. We're supposed to be buying it regularly, quickly, like the French do. I know we have, perhaps, I don't know if French Canadians do this, but I remember my grandma used to go to market almost every day to buy fresh meat and fresh bread and fresh produce. This idea that you buy it and it lasts in your fridge for a couple of weeks, that is crazy. You want it fresh. Farm to table is ideal. And to use these CSAs and to use your farmers markets, I know you have a shorter growing season in Canada than we have in
Yeah, I
the
think
US.
it's 2 weeks. Yeah. So I'm just kidding, because we're entering fall and we're all getting antsy up here.
I know you're getting antsy. So perhaps here, I am so spoiled in California. I have access to great food. That's why it's very hard for me to leave this state of California. Our food is amazing because we have a very long growing season. But we've been poisoning our state. Not to worry. We're doing a very good job here in California. Just saying. But more and more people are learning.
It seems that we're like totally off the rails, and we'll go there in a second. But I just wanted, and I'm going to say this with a straight face, although I don't believe it at all, and I want your comments. But fortunately, Dr. Pero, our baby formula is safe, right?
Oh, baby formula.
I had to go there, and it's not true. So if anyone just heard me say that, don't quote me. But I think that parents will be shocked when because here's the thing that gets my goat, Michelle, is that if there's any percentage of the population that we should be protecting with safe food, it's our newborns, it's our babies. Like, they're completely helpless. They're at this, incredible state of their life where they're just like growing. They need everything. They're the most vulnerable. And tell us about baby formula.
I would love to share about baby formula. So GMO Science and the New MDs, that's my podcast, Mothers, Docs, and Scientists. We did an infant formula study, and we published it a year ago. And we looked at 40 infant formulas, and we studied them for 5 toxic metals: aluminum, arsenic, cadmium, lead, and mercury. We selected them from American, we used European, Australian, New Zealand formulas, organic and conventional. We used them all. As in powders. We did a very controlled study, and we studied 40 because actually 40 is a statistically significant number. And what we found was nothing short of horrifying. Now, I knew that there were toxic metals in baby formula. And the way I knew that was because our FDA, our Food and Drug Administration, every few years produces a study called the Total Diet Study. And they've been doing this since the 1960s. And very few people are aware of it. I found it searching the FDA. And the last one was produced several years ago. And they looked at 910 foods. Of the 910 foods, and I looked at every single one, they looked at 4 infant formulas. They didn't identify them by brand like we did, but they looked at 4 formulas. And 2 of 4 of their formulas had toxic metals, including uranium. When we went to the FDA and reported on their own research and what we found in our infant formulas, that I'd say crickets, silence, no action. They did nothing on their own report. And to me, Sean, I'm not an attorney, that's criminal. So we decided to study our own formulas, and all 40 were positive for lead and aluminum. There is no safe level of lead for children. It's a neurotoxicant. And when it's above, and so the CDC, which is being altered literally as we speak, the Center for Disease Control here in the US, when they have limits set for toxicity of lead, which is crazy, and they keep lowering it, it's 3.5 micrograms per deciliter, super low. We found levels higher than that in the infant formula. Aluminum was the magnitude of 1,000 times higher than the other toxic metals. Aluminum was off the charts. In a goat formula from, was in Australia, I believe, had 44,000 parts per billion of aluminum in it. Aluminum is also a neurotoxicant. Now, if children are deficient in nutrients, particularly iron, they will absorb up more lead, also zinc. And so iron deficiency is a very common problem in childhood. And also what happens in newborns, the way we deliver babies also leads to iron deficiency, that they will absorb more of this lead. And if you lose IQ points from lead poisoning, they are not recoverable. It's a permanent loss of cognition. So I just want to be clear about that. And lead does other horrible things as well. These toxic metals, lead, aluminum, arsenic, cadmium, etc., are negatively synergistic. Now, what does that mean? That when you have even just small amounts of these toxic metals together, they produce an even greater toxic effect. I found only 3 studies in the literature talking about that. It's not even talked about. We found I think about a quart of our samples had all 5 toxic metals, all 5. And some had more than others. So, of course, the solution, I understand there are babies who need to be infant formula fed. I get it, Sean. But we have to promote breastfeeding and support moms as much as we can, because breastfeeding is the best food for babies. No matter how much industry has worked, and they have worked hard to provide, a quality product, it's still contaminated. Not to mention, if parents don't use organic formula, it also has glyphosate-based herbicides. And when I did a look about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, when I was working on the infant formula, I found there were over 27 contaminants in infant formula. And the number 1 ingredient is high fructose corn syrup in many of the infant formulas. That's how I got started on this path. I'll add one other piece of information on why I got so crazed about this. What I was really looking for in the formulas was mercury, because a gal, whistleblower, who worked with the FDA, named Dr. Renee Joy Dufault, what she reported on, she found unreported mercury, because they use mercury in the process of high fructose corn syrup and making it. And so what I was looking for in the infant formulas was mercury. And there was mercury in the formulas, for sure. Maybe about 20% of them had mercury, 27%. There was mercury. But so that's what I was looking for. And when I found all of the metals, the toxic metals and the aluminum, I literally lost my mind. The other thing that parents may not know, is that when babies are born, they have what we call a physiologic leaky gut, which means their gut is permeable. Things can pass for the first month of life. And what shuts that down is colostrum. Colostrum is what's in breast milk. So if babies are not breastfed, my theory is that they can persist with this leaky gut for a very long time, which means nutrients and toxic materials can pass through this leaky gut. It's like this. So we have a situation here where we know we can do better. We can make a better formula, no doubt. And I have something on my website called the Got Milk series, and I've written about ways to make a better formula. I've researched it, looked into it. We can do better. There is no reason why we have to have these toxic metals in the baby formula. We can chelate them out. However, so what we need to do is to support moms breastfeeding, work furloughs, support for mom. They do it in Europe for sure. And really, women, if women can, as long as women can breastfeed, they should.
Okay, so let's, I'm just going to try and emphasize some things. So step 1 is women should breastfeed. The breast is designed to give baby what baby needs, including this colostrum. And so we're trying to kind of second guess a natural system that we know works. It's not deficient in any way.
Correct. And what people may not know is that there's something in breast milk called human milk oligosaccharides. And they said, what is that? That literally is food for the microbes, particularly the one I mentioned prior, bifidobacteria. So there's something in mom's milk that is specifically designed to feed the baby's microbiome. And each mom has a unique footprint of those foods for the baby's microbes. And you want to be born with the most robust microbiome that you can via vaginal birth and breastfeeding. By 3 years old, the microbiome is pretty set. So whatever robust, diverse, heterogeneous microbes you can demonstrate in your tummy is what you need. And so we have to support this relationship, because 70 to 80% of your immune function comes from your gut. And those microbes are intimately responsible for immune function. So you really want to give babies the best start possible.
Right. Okay. So that's even just, a extremely strong reason to breastfeed. So, again, you've got this system that really there's no fault with it, is it? Is there, Michelle? Like breastfeeding, there's no downside to breastfeeding.
There is no downside. It's a little more work for mom. It takes a little more time. Sometimes the beginnings can be rough, but I support lactation support. There are nurses and lactation experts who can come to the home even and help moms, get it going. There was a gorilla in the zoo in New York named Coco, and they even had to show Coco videos on how to breastfeed her own baby. So we have to be taught how to do this. It's not necessarily inherent knowledge. Sometimes things can go, it can be painful, or there can be breast nipple issues. These can be managed, especially if mom is supported, in the beginning. As if mom has more than one child, with each subsequent pregnancy, it gets easier. By the way, first one can be the hardest. And so whatever amount of time you can commit to this is better than zero time. Ideally, we say 2 years as per the La Leche League, minimally 6 months. By about half of the women in the U.S. are starting to supplement with formula by the time baby's 6 months old. Many women have to go back to work. There are breast pumps now that are available. The main one that I use is a company called Mandela. I have no stock in Mandela, but that's a really good one. I used to have to hide in the little janitor's closet in the emergency department, pumping, because they didn't have like a breast room. Now they have breast pumping rooms in airports and job locations. We need to support this. It's the most beautiful thing a mom can do for their baby. You can pump the milk, freeze the milk. I couldn't stress this enough, Sean, and maybe this is the big take-home number, is getting that baby's nutrition started right from the get-go.
Right. So I take it there's no way, if you personally had the ability to breastfeed, there's no way you would use infant formula.
Especially now, I introduce infant formula my own kids at 6 months. Now, with what I know now, I would do everything I could to go longer and not introduce any infant formula. And then at some point we do introduce cow's milk, but after 2 years old, kids don't even need cow's milk, Sean. Cow's milk is for babies, cow babies called calves. So, there's this idea that kids must have milk. That was promoted by the milk industry. Got Milk. Remember that campaign? It was an American. My neighbor made that campaign.
I find that hard to believe that industry would promote their product, even if it's unnecessary. Come on.
So there are lots of foods that have calcium. Broccoli has calcium. Almonds have calcium. You can get calcium from a lot of great foods. So, but anyway, I would not Michelle would not introduce formula into my baby's lives, but I did. Full disclosure.
No,
I can do it now.
You were so concerned when you looked into baby formula, and you've already shared, all the heavy metals, and then also I think you said up 47 other contaminants or 27, I forget the figure now. Like, just, you're horrified. You go to the Food and Drug Administration and say, look at this research that we basically have unsafe food. Like, there's no other way of saying it. It's dangerous. We have dangerous baby formula being given to our children. What does the FDA do, Michelle? And just for people watching, Canadians watching, that's the U.S. equivalent of our Health Canada.
Yes, the FDA, our Food and Drug Association, did nothing, and administration, Food and Drug Administration. However, since that time, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is the Secretary of Health and Human Services here in the U.S., and he does have our data. We have given him our data on infant formula. And also, every state in the U.S. has their own Surgeon General. And in the state of Florida, it's Dr. Joe Ladapo. I have been in communication with Dr. Ladapo, and he has taken our infant formula data. Secretary Kennedy has created something called Operation Stork Speed, where he and his administration are looking into toxic infant formula, and they are working on making changes to infant formula. So it is indeed happening now.
Oh, okay. That's encouraging, because I was going to ask, what are your thoughts about, whether our food guidelines, because Canada and the US have really similar guidelines in, what chemicals are allowed in our food, in, allowing processed foods, in what dyes we allow, although you guys are tightening up dyes and we're not. and basically our food and drug structure is surprisingly similar.
Mhm.
And do you think that our government agencies, can be trusted? That we can rely on them and not take responsibility ourselves? Baby formula
Yeah.
accepted.
In my opinion, unfortunately, I don't have trust in these organizations, and that's based on my own experience and my own clinical work. So I believe that empowering families to take the best care of their own families is the way to go forward, and not to rely on outside agencies. Now, I still give them my data, support them doing the right thing for all children, because not everybody is sitting here listening to our brilliant podcast here, Sean. So I would, but I still feel that it's not been enough. There's been too much support of big ag, big pharma, big telly, big food, and what I support is big family. Families empowered to do the right thing, to know how to take care of their families without government influence. That's my opinion, and that's what I try to teach parents. That's what I adhere to. I don't think the government has done a very good job in supporting our public health. And I think we can do much better by our children. And until these changes happen, I see change afoot here in the US, and I hope it's going to happen in Canada. But until then, families, take charge of your own health, because no one's going to do it for you.
Yeah, because I think some parents would be surprised with the baby formula discussion we've had and with some of the other food discussions. And I hope one of the takeaways is, because we all want to take care of our kids. We all want to take care of ourselves. And I think step one is learning, well, how do we best do that? And which is why I'm really appreciating our conversation, Dr. Perro. In Canada, in the US, you guys call, vitamin and mineral supplements dietary supplements. In Canada, we call the exact same things natural health products. So, and you've kind of made it clear you can't get what you need for your kids or for yourself without dietary supplements. And again, you got to do your homework and make sure you're using, the healthiest ones possible. But do you think there would be a health risk if we were to lose access to our dietary supplements, or what we call natural health products?
100%. And supplements and natural supplements here have been under attack here in the US as well, where they've been tightening the noose on getting rid of supplements or changing how they're monitored. People need to have 100% access and have medical and health autonomy to choose what they want to choose and when they want to choose it for themselves and their families. I strongly oppose legislative action controlling dietary supplements, natural health supplements, or natural health products, whatever you'd like to call them, and allow consumers to make choice. This idea that people cannot choose for themselves infantilizes a population where people can choose for themselves. I believe in medical autonomy, food autonomy, educational autonomy, that people have the right to make these decisions. For example, when we didn't label genetically modified food, we told people that they didn't need to know what they were eating. Who decided that? That was in 2016 here in the US. Then people have the right to know what they're eating and make their own choices based on what they know. So I strongly oppose this legislative crackdown on nutraceuticals, these natural health products, dietary supplements, and allow parents and people to choose for themselves. I feel very passionately about that. Our FDA has been after homeopathy since we mentioned prior in the earlier part of the show, since 1910. It went underground, but never completely gone. It reemerged in the 1970s. The FDA has been going after it for years.
Let's talk about that. I think maybe that'll be the last subject we covered. But you had brought that up earlier, and then I mentioned the Flexner report. I think maybe it's important for people to understand, and I'll just give you a context, Michelle, that because I'm 60 now, I didn't even hear of the word homeopathic doctor or homeopathy likely till I was in my mid-30s. Like, you didn't have naturopathic doctors, you didn't have homeopaths, you didn't have traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. And I remember, this is probably 25 years ago. I used to have to do a lot of driving for work, like midnight, 1 a.m. And, so you just listen to the radio, and I'm listening to, a CBC documentary program on homeopathic medicine. can't find it on the CBC site now for love or money because we've got this war on homeopathy. But they were talking about the 1918 flu pandemic, because back in 1918, we had homeopathic hospitals as well as allopathic hospitals, which is our mainstream kind of chemical drug model. And what the CBC was reporting at the time was, well, in 1918, if you got the Spanish flu and you went to an allopathic hospital, you had an 80% chance of dying. But if you went to a homeopathic doctor, it was reversed. You had an 80% chance of living. And I remember clearly thinking, oh my gosh, I wish we had homeopathic hospitals in case we ever have a viral pandemic, because antibiotics don't work on viruses. So, and we only have a few, critical care beds in any hospital. So boy, if we ever had a viral pandemic, I sure wish we had homeopathic hospitals, because that's where I'm going, right? And so it's just kind of interesting, but it was suppressed. Do you want to tell us about that? Because it's not just in the US, in Canada, that's when the natural health community, as I call it, started coming back. Like now every mall in Canada has a health food store or a supplement store. Well, you used to be hard pressed to find one at all. And now there are homeopathic doctors and naturopathic doctors. So it's come back, and we're just now experiencing Health Canada trying to squish it again, and the FDA trying to squish it. So what did happen? Tell us about kind of the history of this.
Indeed. So at the turn of the 20th century, there were 900 homeopaths practicing here in San Francisco. And now there's a handful. So something significantly happened. And that was due to John D. Rockefeller, who was the oil tycoon. And what he found was that he needed a place to put the products of his oil production. And what he figured out, and he's a smart guy, where he can kind of like redirect his end products of his process into pharmaceuticals. So along with Abraham Flexner, who was an educator and I think some relative to the president of some organization back then, he was in the club, sent him across medical schools across the US that were almost all teaching natural medicine, including natural methods, holistic care, herbal care, and homeopathy. So here on the west coast of the US, we had so many homeopathic hospitals, including UCSF that I mentioned before, and Samuel Hahnemann, the founder of homeopathy. There was a Hahnemann Pacific Hospital, and there was a Samuel Hahnemann Medical School, was the biggest one in the US, in Philadelphia. And there were homeopathic schools across the US, medical schools. But what he did was single-handedly go across the US and then demanding that every hospital medical board remove any natural medicine and introduce pharmaceuticals. How they were so successful, I don't know what tools they use, maybe financial, maybe they gave these centers money. I don't know how they did it, but they managed to eradicate natural medicine and turn homeopathic practice, which was throughout the US, into quackery. And they specifically targeted homeopathy, not as much herbal medicine. Chiropractic medicine also got the same treatment as homeopathy, because both these healing modalities were very effective. Mm-hmm. And so homeopathy took this huge hit, and the FDA has been after homeopathy ever since. It just recently, like a year ago, banned another homeopathic product. Whole Foods stopped carrying single homeopathic remedies on their shelves about a year ago. So the targeting still persists today, 115 years later. The interesting thing about this is John D. Rockefeller's family was cared for by a homeopath. He used homeopathy. Queen Elizabeth used homeopathy. Paul McCartney used homeopathy. Mother Teresa used homeopathy. So in India, you throw a stone and you hit a homeopathic hospital. Homeopathy is widely popular in India. I've actually trained in Mumbai at some point in my own career. Went to school there for a while. So it took a nosedive, but it never completely died. And it resurfaced, as I mentioned, in the 1970s. And now it's becoming more mainstream again. There's a film out about homeopathy that's available that people can watch. I'm teaching a parent course in a few weeks on homeopathy, because I feel that every parent needs some tools at home. Nutrition is important, and you can use nutrition to boost your child's immune system.
What's the film called?
I blocked on the name of the film, and
I think the producer's Amanda Moore, isn't she? That's the film that included the Cuba experience with.
yes, I'm rather embarrassed that I can't remember the name of the film. I've seen it; it's excellent, and Sean will get it in for your links of references for your listeners. So I
And if I
apologize.
got the producer wrong, I apologize to the producer. That's just what came to my mind. So, yeah, okay. So it's just kind of been suppressed. Can I just share an anecdotal story? Another medical doctor that I've interviewed for the health show, Dr. Stephen Malthouse. So he practiced as a medical doctor for 45 years, but about 11 years in was forced just from personal, you would call it serendipity, but he ends up looking into homeopathy, and then he ends up training as a homeopathic doctor. And so he goes about 25 years of his practice where, like patients can access both models. But he was really clear. I mean, he got better results, especially for chronic illness, using homeopathic medicine. So you're the second medical doctor who has practiced for, a long, long time. That well, basically both of you have over 4 decades of experience practicing as medical doctors, and but a long time, decades practicing this also with homeopathic tradition, who have said they get better outcomes.
So the cornerstone for my treatment in children with autism, and I reversed, I think, all but one of my cases of kids with autism. The cornerstones were nutrition, diet, and homeopathy. Those brought in other things as well, but I'd say almost every kid was on homeopathics to help them reverse their autism. So the results have been occasionally they're nothing short of miraculous. I still surprise myself when I give somebody a certain remedy and it works. I'm going, wow. I'm always filled with surprise that what can be reversed or helped or changed. It's still mind-blowing to me, the little miracles that can occur with those little sugar pills. I myself have a whole pharmacy of homeopathics. You can't see them right there. So I had some friends visiting, some kids, young people, and they were like, what the heck, Michelle, what's going on in your house? And I said, it's my pharmacy. I can treat just about every condition with my little sugar pills right there.
Oh, neat. So Michelle, I think we'll wrap it up with that. I've been asking people that attend on the show, kind of a final question, what's your message to Ottawa? And I appreciate your attending from California. So I'll just, amend it and just say, as far as, legislators and regulators in the area of our food and our drugs, what's your message?
Yeah, so I am not naive to what's happening to my northern neighbors in Canada. I've been following what you guys have been experiencing, and it's nothing short of horrific, some of the things, certain narratives that have been in your communities. And I would say that if I can give any message to families, to people, to grandparents, would be for personal empowerment, trusting your own intuition, and knowing that the body is designed to heal itself when you give it the right tools. We've been sidetracked off that belief, and as we come back to that and we align mind, body, spirit, real healing can occur, even with the most significant health challenges. And it also happens in community. So like-mindedness, seek out those around you who share some of these beliefs, create communities if you don't have them, reach out through schools, through the local church communities, if that's your mindset, your town councils, your neighbors. And I feel that true healing happens at the home, in community with each other, and everybody has the capacity to do it.
Well, Dr. Pero, thank you very much for sharing. I know I've kept you a long time, but I have to say I truly enjoyed the conversation, and I know we segued a little bit, but I think people will find it helpful. And you come to us with basically 45 years of pediatric work, and it's very clear that you want to help kids be as healthy as possible. And that, which is why you've written on it, and you continue to write on it. I see that you've got your website there, GMO Science. I'm assuming that parents and other people can find helpful information there.
Please go to the website, and I have so much content up there. I have a whole parent section. I have handouts. I have about 15 now for parents. Use them, distribute them. I have a ton of videos. My podcast, The New MDs, I have about 32 episodes. We covered lead last month. I'm going to cover in a few weeks something called German biologic medicine, which is a form of homeopathy. I have had tremendous guests on. And what else do I have for parents? The new books coming out, courses. And I just say that as I learn material, I have no fear about putting up content that may seem unfamiliar, even controversial. But if we don't put it out there, we'll never learn. So I keep pushing the edges of what we need to know and share that with people and allow them to do their own research and come to their conclusions, but offer as much as I can and serve it up for dinner.
Michelle, thank you so much on behalf of the World's Greatest Health Show and the NHPPA for coming and helping us today.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Let's talk about Section 8, and that's the section that deals with a presumption of safety. So natural health products and the traditional practices and the other low-risk treatment modalities that the Charter regulates are presumed by law to be safe, and the government is only to interfere with them if the government has evidence of harm. And this is just to reflect that these treatment modalities are such low risk that it would be inappropriate to start with the legal presumption that they're dangerous. Now, by way of comparison, the exact same products, so what we call natural health products, in the United States, their law, they deem them to be safe. So this is not something out of the ordinary or unusual. It's just when you look at the low risk profile, as Congress in the United States had done years ago, it's actually appropriate to start with that, because there's also a danger to removing products that are effective that people are relying on. So we need to be very careful and have the proper presumptions, and that's what's happening in Section 8.
Welcome to the World's Greatest Health Show. I'm Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have with me Jason Watkins. Jason, thank you for coming to the show. Welcome.
Thank you, Sean. Good to be on.
Yeah, now, many watching this aren't going to know who you are. Do you want to share kind of your journey to getting involved with the natural health product industry?
Yeah, so over 30 years ago, I was really interested in how you age. And I had been studying microbiome biochem, and I went into an experimental program with Western medicine mixed with Chinese medicine. And so you did regular clinical intakes, Western as well as Eastern. But the whole time I was researching, what could you do to change how someone heals, especially if they're injured with ACL tear, MCL tear, that kind of thing. I got a chance to go work in Europe behind the scenes with the professional ballets in regards to ACL, MCL tear. giving certain supplements that I had taken there to see different combos, could you affect their healing as if they're like a kid. And the results were profound, but what was happening was a lot of these connective tissue diseases that a lot of people would refer to as autoimmune disease, they were clearing up, and it was quite profound with the blood work, the ESR profiles. So I came back to Canada and we started working with animals, and I was still thinking of just consulting, being in the industry as a consultant, still studying in medicine. I was intending to be a doctor at one point. And then everything kind of went sideways because the results were so profound with my brother. He had a horrible case of eczema most of his life. He was taking the stuff I was giving him, and it cleared it completely up, and it never came back. So it was seriously profound. That
can I just slow you down, because I think it's important for people to appreciate when you say your brother was suffering from eczema. You know, we might think, you know, he had a rash under his underarm or something once every 3 months. That's not the case. So this is eczema that at times is head to toe. He can't even go out, right? Because people are thinking he's contagious. Like, it's almost like modern day leprosy that he was experiencing.
Yes, and because he was in the public eye where he worked at the time in a bakery, in the grocery store, people thought he had a contagious disease. Finally, he had to go on stress leave. His was, you know, the whole up his hands and arms. It was thick from constant scratching, and even staph infections formed. Sometimes his eyes would shut so he couldn't see, so he couldn't leave the house, all over his face, his neck. So anyways, gone. It was intense. He was in the hospital a lot trying to figure it out. That's what started us. People were saying what it did to the horses, and then what it did to my brother. You guys need to be putting this out to the public. Okay. So that's how it started.
And again, I just want to slow this down. So your brother is getting medical attention, but they can't solve this eczema.
They even brought specialists. We're on the West Coast. The specialists would come from Manitoba, and they would try every 6 to 8 weeks. They'd be trying a new experimental drug on him, and sometimes they would work really well, and then quickly it would just fade away. So it was constant, year after year after year, getting worse and worse and worse and worse, to the point where you're not supposed to eat this, don't eat this, don't eat this, but it never cleared up. And then, like you said, it was getting so bad that you could tell people didn't want to go near him. They would veer around him or not even look at him because it was kind of intense on his face. It looked like burns and everything. And then, he took this. It didn't have a name or anything yet. And then, like I said, people said, that's never seen anything like that. You got to do it. The German MD said, I've never seen anything like this. This guy should have a drug for him. But again, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to stay in Europe. I ran out of money and came back to Canada. Not that great with money back then. Anyways, it turned into what became Purica. The problem was, and we formulated the product, became Recovery. But 2 years in, not even 2 years in, to getting this product on the market, the results are so profound in people that people were talking on the radio back east. It was making its way into the US. And as you're privy to some of the things in our case back then, 2001, there was drug companies complaining that we're a drug just because it works so well. And it was semantics. We didn't have enough. It was either food or drug. And then it just got really ugly fast.
I'm going to slow you down, Jason. So
yeah.
So the product Recovery, it's purely natural ingredients, right?
Like, so yep.
I don't give your proprietary blend away, although it's on the bottle anyway. So what is it, and why is it effective? And then we'll go into the regulations and or lack of regulations and what happened.
So what I was looking to do with the product is look at, can you address how connective tissue breaks down and the type of collagen that forms over time, that as an athlete, because I was in hockey and track, that makes it so that you can't heal the same as a kid. Why is that at the basic level? And so then I was looking at all the research on these different compounds, like for instance, compounds from grape, compounds from green tea, things like magnesium, hyaluronic acid, glucosamine, MSM, all these different compounds over 6 years, kind of experimented with these different things to try to rebuild tissue, number one, but also change how cells receive things so they behave more like a young cell. And that's how you heal. Your different types of collagen laid down. You don't have the same amount of damage. Everything you see in a kid, when they heal, how they still seem to be fine. We get injured, it could take forever. That turned into recovery, but it took about 6 years, a lot of experimentation with people and in our family, with the dancers in Europe, with animals that we had. And it turned out something way beyond what I thought, but again, all natural. And the idea was there's no drugs in it. But as you know, back then, they were using semantics to say, well, you can't mix this herb, say, with magnesium. You have to split them up and take them as separate. You're allowed to do them both, but they can't be together. Otherwise, they're a drug. And it was, what? Because we didn't know anything about this, but being a family, my parents were both in government, didn't have any business experience, what's going on. And then the results were so profound that a lot of pharmacists, rheumatologists, orthopedic surgeons, sports medicine were really pumped on it and integrating it into those patients that wouldn't respond to drugs, because there's all these protocols, right? During with the regulators, you have to give them this drug next, no natural things. You don't promote that. That's outside of the box. But in rheumatology and dermatology, like my brother, and even in orthopedic, they're allowed to experiment a little because a lot of those drugs are really toxic and are not tolerated. So they're the specialists that were really starting to promote us, because the results that they were seeing were seriously profound. They could see it in the blood work. But that's when they went across, like I said earlier, that's when they started complaining, drug companies, that we need to go through the whole drug app process. That you've corrected me on this, but I remembered it back then that it was going to cost at least $2 million to go through the app process. And then they said we needed our product taken off the market for 5 years to do the studies, as if it's some type of dangerous thing like a drug. And they knew that they were basically going to take us out. And then it ended up resulting, I don't know how fast you want me to go, but it came down.
Well, I actually want to slow this. I want to slow this down so people understand. So this is back in like 2000, 2001.
Yes.
And so people understand. So we've got regulations that were meant for chemical drugs. Yeah. But they expanded the definition of drug in the Food and Drug Act so broadly that it can be read as including anything taken for a therapeutic purpose. So either to prevent illness or to treat illness. So no word of a lie, if I said to Jason right now, Jason, oh my, you look dehydrated. Like, can you drink some water? I've now turned water into a drug because I'm having him use water to prevent or treat dehydration. Now, Jason, it's funny, like this year I was going through, whenever Parliament debates a change to a law, it goes through 3 readings in Parliament and then goes to the Senate for 3 readings. So I was actually reading this year, the Hansard, I think it's like 1948 or 1949, where they expanded the definition of drug to include basically everything. And there was hardly any debate, but there was a question from an MP to the health minister saying, well, this could include anything. This could include mustard packs, which is a natural product. And the Minister of Health said, no, that's not the intention. That's not the intention. It wasn't meant to cover natural health products. But Health Canada said, what we know the reason is because now we're competing with the drug industry.
Yes.
And they don't want that. So there are no regulations you can comply with back in 2001. The whole industry is unregulated. And they're signaling, you're singled out because of complaints from drug companies. So what happens? But I just want everyone to know the whole industry is unregulated. They're just trying to take companies out.
Yes, and so we went back and forth briefly with them. I even used the founder of modern medicine, Hippocrates, saying, "Let thy food be thy medicine." So to that, but also we put a lot of data behind what we were doing. They didn't respond, and the next thing they did is they came into Cowichan Valley, where I live on Vancouver Island, in our facility, and they stormed it. They brought RCMP with them. They came represented from Ottawa and people from Vancouver, and they seized everything in the building. People were freaking out in the building, running. They literally took off because it was so scary. Almost everybody just took off. My brother went, it was so stressful, underneath his desk and hid there the entire time because it was so intensely stressful. And then myself and our VP at the time, we just stood there and said, what is going on? We have been trying to get communications with you. You won't communicate with us. They just seized everything. They said, and then they said, this is crazy. This whole thing I was trying to say, I need to get this released. We'll sell it to the States. We sell it to the States. They have no problem with this. It's totally fine there. It's a regular dietary supplement. And they said, no. Then and Rod, the other fellow, was being more like the good cop. I'm sort of like the bad cop. Say, I need to see this evidence. I need to talk to your boss. We need to get this released. We only had one product. They knew they were going to take us out. It's one product. That's it. And so then he was trying to be mellow and everything. Then all of a sudden they made a mistake and they said, whoa, don't be so formal about this. Just relax. They just seized everything and they said, we're not selling. And then he turned and said, what do you mean don't be so formal? Everybody has mortgages and everything. This was like a beautiful thing. We're helping all these people, all these animals and all these different things. And you're trying to tell us that we're anyway, they just stood their ground. And then it just turned into like a wake-up call for me. What the heck is government actually for? What is Health Canada for? It blew my mind because I'm like one of those Canadians that we watched the TV. We thought that we could trust everybody and everything. And it just turned me on the thing to look, what is actually going on here? And then even CBC Health Matters did shows on us, Recovery the Drug continued. All this crazy stuff made it sound like we were adding drugs to our product. It was all semantics, trying to make us look like we're this bad people. And my family is the opposite of that. We're just trying, we love all the stories we're getting are amazing with the animals, with the horses included, with the small animals, with people. And then all of a sudden you're a villain. And then they put you on the news. They did literally, I think, 2 10-minute exposés on us on Health Matters to try to make me look like some kind of villain that's selling drugs.
So let me put this in context because I'm really enjoying this, Jason. So you basically develop a natural product, like green tea extract, grapeseed extract, stuff like this. And just so everyone knows, right now you can go to the health food store and buy it. Yep. Recovery, Health Canada's, it's been there for years. It's been there ever since. So we're talking the same product that everyone agrees is perfectly safe. So everyone needs to understand this. So it's a product you can go to the health food store right now and buy, and nobody's excited about it. And Health Canada knew all of this back then, and you and I know this. We'll go into it. So, but they were out to take you out, and I can tell people. I mean, I've been a lawyer for 30 years. I have defended more companies, including what was Biomedica back then. Yeah. With this. So, I mean, I've got personal knowledge, and they've got like a manual how to take you down. So they come in, they seize your stock, and so they seize your stock, but they leave it there with like seizure tape. You're committing an offense in their mind if you were to touch it. Yep. But they wait, they record the expiry date.
Yep.
Right? So you're saying, well, wait a second, it's perfectly legal for us to sell this to the United States. Please let us sell it to the US. If you're concerned about Canada, no. And then but as soon as there's the expiry date, they say, well, it's expired, you better destroy it. And that's an attempt to take you down. And basically we've got CBC Health Matters. They put out press releases, Health Canada, scary on a product that they agree now. And they knew then was perfectly safe. They're trying to take you out. They're trying to now you're smiling now. You weren't smiling before. But from your perspective,
back then,
you were trying to help people, and you were helping people. What was that like emotionally?
So there's a lot of conflict goes on in the mind when you see what you thought was something real for me, that the government does what's right for you, that Health Canada is looking after health, that we're doing something really good and it's so awesome. Everybody must be happy. No, there obviously was a lot of people that were not happy that was happening. And the drug companies complaining, obviously we were competing against some pretty serious drugs. So I think, okay, this blew my mind, not only about this, but then I had to research, I had to go down rabbit holes that I've never gone to look at, okay, why would the media lie? Why did the government do this? Who are they supporting anyways? How is Health Canada funded? Why did the drug companies get so much say? Why did it come from the States and Health Canada is doing this? anyways, I started to look at it and say, okay, how do I fight this then? And I didn't want to stand down because I felt like this is so wrong. And all the people that were getting so much help are thinking, if this gets taken away, it was that point, if this gets taken away, I'm basically screwed. Nothing's worked. I'm in so much pain, things like that. So I felt like, okay, what do I do? So then we had to get lawyers involved, obviously. Luckily, we had a huge horse business that we could keep on selling the horse into the States and things like that. We went through mediation, I think. There's a whole bunch of things that happened, but the mediation part was funny because what you were talking about, that how safe this is and everything's fine, how it's all regulated. So when we went to mediation, that was a government mediator, a federal government mediator, that's now mediating between our company with our lawyers and Health Canada and their lawyers. And at one point, the mediator got so confused, not confused, but I'll say he's a very intelligent fella. And he looked up to the side like this and he said, okay, so let me get this straight. I'm going to ask a question if I may, and everybody's quiet. And he said, so what you're saying is that if you're in a grocery store and you have a fruit and vegetable section, and this is a fruit and vegetable section, that's fine. And if everybody goes in, you buy fruit and vegetables, knowing that they're healthy for you. That's why you're buying them. And then at the time, the National Cancer Institute said eating 5 to 10 servings of fruit and vegetables can help prevent against cancer or whatever, those kind of remarks, different things that they were promoting themselves. That if you put a sign in that area that said fruit and vegetables are good for you, can help to prevent against these different conditions, that then you would need to have a pharmacist in the produce section. And without even blinking an eye, the head person from Ottawa said, exactly. And it was funny, the response of the mediator, it was almost as though he was stunned when you don't expect to hear an answer because you expect to hear at least some type of reasoning behind it. He just went blank in the face. And he said, but are you serious? She said, yes. And that's when the whole thing really turned and the lawyers started having fun with it because there's no sense whatsoever. They were even fighting in the meeting with each other, Health Canada West and East zones, with each other about what you could say in the meeting. And that if there was any agreement with us, it became obvious to the mediator, which he said, it's obvious that you never came to Health Canada, that you did not come here to find a solution. You just came here to state your case and waste everybody's time. And then they sat there quiet. That it was nothing about mediation.
Can I say something, Jason? Like, I think you'll agree with me. It was clear that Health Canada's involvement with you, or was to shut this down.
100%.
Like they weren't interested that people's lives were being turned around. And I can say that, there is somebody that's is sharing their story in the health show that was completely disabled, but for recovery. It's literally a life and death story. And I know personally that their lives turned around, not just your brother. So Health Canada wasn't concerned about that. They were trying to shut you down. Another person that's sharing in this health show is Dr. Bonnie Kaplan, who, and this is an interesting thing. So she's doing 2 presentations, but one is on her dealings with Health Canada. So she set up and ran for 22 years the Behavioral Research Unit, which was a branch of the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Calgary. They're in Children's Hospital. They do clinical research. So for 22 years, they're running double-blind clinical trials, case series, other things, with a heavy bias on nutrition. So they're experts on running clinical trials in nutrition. They're running a clinical trial on True Hopes Empower Plus, which is vitamins and minerals. You can go to a health food store and buy it, the exact same product that we're talking about. The Alberta government is funding. The Alberta government is funding. This is in the year 2000. A double-blind clinical trial run by the Behavioral Research Unit in Children's Hospital, and Health Canada shuts it down because there's publicity that this product is and this is what Bonnie Kaplan said to me during the interview, something like, well, she's having dialogues with high ups in Health Canada who are shutting down this clinical trial. And basically the communication is, this is about something else and you're not going to win. Go away. Right? Like this, there's something else going on. You're not going to win. So these, my belief is, because I was counsel for True Hope, I was counsel for Biomedica for what you're talking about, Health Canada trying to shut you down. And my belief is what, you know, Dr. Kaplan's belief is, but she was told directly, is they get directions from above to shut a company down. You take this product away. It has nothing to do with what's good. And so you guys are actually charged criminally, and I'm acting for, and I obviously have permission to talk about this. So, but remember, we had to fight to get disclosure. Like we had to fight to get their emails. We had to, like, literally we're days in court and we get their emails. And the Department of Justice lawyers are being told by Health Canada, this is dangerous, this is dangerous, this is dangerous. And the big offender was MSM. What's that, Jason?
So MSM is a naturally occurring substance, methylsulfonomethane, also called dimethylsulfone, that occurs in plants before they dry and oxidize all the haze and all that kind of thing. That basically what a chemist and a veterinarian were fighting over a patent on it. To put it simply, it's needed in the body and it's associated especially with pain and proper cell functioning, with relieving pain. But it goes so far beyond that. That's where the scary part comes, because they talk about DMSO, which is related to MSM, the DMSO fraction, as a serious anti-cancer product. And because it sounds related to MSM and all these different things, they really targeted it super hard. You're starting to get more and more info coming out of that. And that's when I know you know this, but I started to see how much money is in that big industry and the levels of control in that big industry that we all know that we're up against. And I was thinking, well, how can you go up against an industry that has that much money that's trying to put you down, like those two pharmaceutical companies in the States for us, is how do you do that? I feel like, to me, some people get scared, so I can't do that. They're going to target you. It's, you know, when you get that thing in your mind, and I know you have it, Sean, you feel like, I don't care. There's something inside me that says, this is so wrong. It is so right to be sharing this kind of information about ancient wisdom practices that have been expressed forever, that I'm not standing down. And also, we had nothing to lose because they were trying to shut us fully down. They even came down with maximal pressure. I feel one is the psychological or emotional, like a terror, is that they came at the company just before Christmas when they did that, when they raided us, which is the perfect time to make everybody feel so emotional. Everything's caving. And I just felt like, no, I'm not standing down. And I didn't have anything to lose at the time. Plus, I love this industry and I know these things work. And all these traditional medicines, they have been proven to work over thousands of years. Otherwise, you lost your job or they'd be gone. So I felt like this is time for me. I got to stand up. My parents know what I'm like. I'm not going to, if I feel like this is right, we're going to do it. But the process that we went through with you and I of disclosure, I want to say one thing about that before I turn you on to it is, you know, when you watch a movie, Sean's seen this a lot, obviously being a lawyer, but I had not. You watch a movie and there's somebody investigating some crazy thing, and then the government finally releases the documents and everything is blacked out. You might see one word here, one word there. Literally, we had 7 or 8, 7 boxes, whatever we got, big boxes. Everything was blacked out. Just everything, blacked out, black page after page after page. What are you supposed to do with that? And you have to pay them to research that. But then there was things left in there that probably shouldn't have been left in there. Or why did you leave them there for us?
So here's how it works. And I see it file after file after file. There might be 5 people in an email chain. All 5 are having to disclose their emails because a court's ordered it. And 4 of them will black it out and 1 will forget. Yes. Some of the times, often that's all blacked out. So I just have to share, you know, so the Department of Justice lawyers are being told by Health Canada, like, this is a serious health thing. Like the Department of Justice lawyers, they're committed emotionally to taking this product away. They have no idea it's helping people because Health Canada is saying this one ingredient is dangerous. And then there's an email. And I mean, Jason, it's 25 years ago, but I think I can almost direct quote it. So there's an email between, if I recall correctly, Dennis Shelley, who's the head of Western Operations Enforcement for Health Canada in the West, and it's Sheila Wheelock, I think. And you know, if I've misnamed and picked the wrong inspector, I apologize. But my memory today is it's Sheila Wheelock, and Sheila Wheelock and Dennis Shelley are having an internal Health Canada dialogue about the danger. And the problem, if I recall correctly, the problem is a different product, and I think it was SAM-E, had the same ingredient, and the Canadian Food Inspection Agency had done a deep dive into it, and they concluded this is 100% safe. We have zero worries at all. And so Dennis Shelley, you know, who he's the guy in charge in Health Canada West on an inspection or enforcement. So he's the guy that's, you know, saying it's okay to be prosecuting, and they're telling Department of Justice, you hammer Jason and his company to the wall. He and Sheila Wheelock, one of the inspectors, are discussing how, oh, wait a second, this isn't a dangerous ingredient. And I think Sheila Wheelock emails to Dennis Shelley something like, well, you know, SAM-E, they say it's not a problem. Doesn't this make a mockery of our prosecution of Biomedica? And Dennis Shelley, the guy in charge here, replies something like, you make me laugh.
Yeah.
It would be funny if it wasn't so sad.
Yeah.
And yet they're prosecuting you. They're still prosecuting you. The whole thing is a fraud. They know it's not dangerous, and they're telling the Department of Justice to go ahead. And the Department of Justice continued going ahead, not knowing it was a fraud, until we filed our notice that we were going to ask for Section 3 to be declared unconstitutional. And then when they have something to lose, they back down. And Jason, it makes me mad when they're defrauding the court, they're defrauding the Department of Justice, saying that there's a danger when there isn't.
And emotionally, my brother lost over 30 pounds in 3 weeks. He'd never had anxiety or anything before. I started getting panic attacks, couldn't leave the house, didn't even want to talk to people. That's how intense it was when they raided. And then we had to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to fight something that inevitably they sent their lawyer, which you said earlier, when the disclosure information came out that was obvious they were going to lose now after 5 years or whatever it was in. I had been going to the courts the entire time. They had been coming there, DOJ, and they've been looking at it like I was a criminal. Like literally I was a criminal. And then that last day I knew they were going to drop it. Like you said, they could have just called and dropped it, but they were mad at Health Canada. They sent the lawyer there. I took my mom and dad with me because they had to go through this whole thing, watching their sons. It was crazy, and their entire life and everything looked like it was going to be upended. So they came knowing it was going to be dropped. And the lawyer looked at me, shook my hand, and said, as far as we're concerned, this never should have gone to court, and you're in complete compliance. And he looked at mom and dad and gave them a nod, like, I'm so sorry, to both my mom and my dad, which I'm so happy that they were there to actually see it. Because you know, when you hear how court cases end, you think, but it did really go that way. They got to see the lawyer actually talk to them in person. But for me, it was entirely emotional. It split up the company. People are afraid, is this going to happen again? What's going to happen again? And a lot of people don't have the energy or the courage to fight because they know what'll happen. And just like we said, we had one product. My brother working the finance, if it weren't for all of our suppliers who loved dealing with our company, we would have been done because they extended the terms, some of them to a year. From 30 days to a year gave us terms until we were able to get through some of it and start going. So to me, I want to thank this industry. When you deal with people properly and you have these relationships with your suppliers and everything else, the fact that they stepped up and helped us is, I can't thank them enough. Some of the suppliers back east in Ontario, otherwise we'd be a done deal and this never would have happened. And so then again, I feel like sometimes this was meant to happen. I was meant to stand up and this is meant to come to light. So I'm willing to fight the fight, but wow, the amount of stress that put on our company was intense, and really disheartening. I can't say enough how, as a Canadian, it made me rethink all of what is Canada, what it really is Canada. And I feel like I've never come back from that, but I remember what Canada meant to me. And I feel like I want that back. I'm a 70s kid. I want to bring some of that stuff back, knowing what happened to me in those times. And I feel like there's something worth standing for. And I know you're like that. That's why I really appreciate what you've been doing. But whoa, that was intense and never, ever, ever should have happened.
Well, and you're aware of other companies because you've seen it happen. Jason, it got to a point, it was so ridiculous because, so for 30 years, half my practice has been, helping companies that are charged by Health Canada. So I can't even tell you how many hundreds and hundreds of clients. I had one file where there was adulteration and I could go, okay, you have a point here. Every other file was emotionally challenging because Health Canada was putting us at risk of losing the benefits of the product. And I'm dealing with clients that almost everyone was in the industry because either they or somebody close to them were either only alive or only healthy because of one of the products they were selling. Like they'd start with one and then they branch off, which is what happened with you.
Yeah.
And so they can't understand, well, why are we being attacked? We're helping people. They know that, when Health Canada is saying there's a danger, it's full of crap. And I have to say that there's the soul searching and this kind of emotional crushing in every single file, plus in some cases like real concern that people are gonna be hurt if they can't get the product.
Yep. What I feel like happened to me during that time was to watch the people that are lowest on the totem pole to treat you so poorly. People that are younger than you, or that if you met them face to face, you would have a great conversation because you feel like you like listening to people. I like people, but watching how they treat you without even knowing the background or even asking for your input in a discourse, I feel like my idea now would be anybody who follows an order blindly is fair game. That's what I felt like. If they're going to treat me like that and they're lowest on the totem pole, they don't even communicate or converse with me like a human being, then you should be named in the lawsuit. And then every single person for me, I feel like, bring them into the lawsuit, put them under the limelight. Then they're going to turn on their superior. Because anybody who treats people like that is not a happy person, number one. And secondly, I feel like there's a lot of cowardice in that. And so they're not going to be able to stand firm if they get named. And then they start turning on each other. I just feel like I never had that kind of mentality before, but now I feel like I do. If you have people that just follow orders blindly without talking to you like a person, you're not a human, you're not a member of the community as far as I'm concerned, so that you need to be opened up and say, look, you're part of this process now then. Defend yourself. I don't know why I said that, but I feel like that part of it for me, it's always disheartening to watch, obviously government free, but to watch how poorly some people can behave when they don't even understand anything that's going on. They're just listening and doing what they're told. And then they use the excuse, I was just doing what I was told. Sorry. That's what I felt like during this cause is that, you know what? No, how much trauma you put my family under and all of the people in our company, how much trauma you put just so you could try to close down something for what I believe is another entity and industry that you're tied to, that no, I think people have to pay. People have to stand up like you're doing. And to know if we do stand up, there's a silver lining. Because I do feel the groundswell. It's a silver lining event. The tipping points are coming. I honestly really believe that now. And the fact that you're out there talking and that I'm willing to talk about it again, I think something's happening. So I'm really happy to be a part of this part. And hopefully the people in the NHPD in that now don't behave like they did back in the TPD days. And people use their open-mindedness and critical thinking and say, this does make sense what they're saying.
Can I
hear something? Yeah, sorry.
Can I segue? Because I think there's another aspect that people need to understand. And it's a disconnect as a lawyer that I've seen writ large. So, you know, here you're being attacked by Health Canada, and they're saying you need to stop selling this product. Now, you know, this product is helping people. In fact, you know, I'm gonna ask you even about saving lives, let alone, like, because people go from being completely disabled to well. Jason, as a lawyer, I have another challenge, is that, well, you know, somebody will come to me, you know, like you or like True Hope, saying, well, Health Canada's telling me to stop selling. Health Canada's basically saying take the product off the market because they say I'm violating, you know, our drug laws.
Yeah.
Well, but that's not people's only liability. Like, as a lawyer, I could give you advice, and under the criminal code, our criminal negligence sections, you can't put a product on the market, a health product, have people come to rely on it, and then take it away. If anyone dies or is injured, you are now committing criminal negligence, causing death or causing bodily harm. And then you also have civil liability.
Yeah.
Because our civil law basically puts an ethical obligation. If somebody's relying on a remedy and you hurt them by taking it away negligently, now you're civilly liable. But Health Canada doesn't care. And then we also have, like, there's a moral responsibility. You see, because Jason, the reality is if you are helping somebody with a product and you take it away and they're hurt, then now you've breached moral lines. But those things are never considered. Now, so with recovery, just recovery alone, I mean, and I'm not trying to get you into trouble, so don't give me any specifics or anything, but in my opinion, there would be deaths and there would be just people becoming disabled if recovery was taken off the market.
Yeah, so we have to promote it within the guidelines, but what people are taking it for and getting results with is mind-blowing.
You can't talk about it.
No, but I'm going to use one example because it's my dad. So my dad.
So you're just speaking as a son or a family member.
So my dad, 33 years ago, his brother died of a massive heart attack. His aorta ruptured. He's 42, in really good shape, but he had internalized stress and that kind of thing. And so everybody got tested because what was happening shouldn't have happened. A bunch of family members got tested. Sure enough, everybody had these readings that they shouldn't have. And my dad had 6 blockages that were 95 to 98.5% around his heart. So they rushed him in he had 6 bypasses. He had a heart attack on the table, had a defibrillator installed, and then he went on 8 different drugs. So calcium channel blockers, beta blockers, HMG coenzyme A reductase inhibitors, ACE inhibitors, potassium sparing diuretic, nitro, Coumadin, all these different things, right? So I did not want him on all these drugs, and they said he had a maximum of 7 years to live if he did everything right, with how much damage and everything was done. So obviously this is traumatizing. I'd already been researching all these different things and everything. So in the end, I put together what is basically recovery now, put together a bunch of supplements to take with his drugs. And he talked with his doctors about it. And then I went and talked to his doctors about it, all the things that they were safe to take. And here's all the evidence and data, right? And so he integrated high dose of this the entire time. And then not only did he not only live 7 years, he lived for 31 years. They had to replace the Texas company, the defibrillator pacemaker they had. He had to replace it 2 times. They hadn't done that before. My dad was considered a miracle, and he did not die of a heart attack, died of a stroke from another thing they gave him. So this is something that my dad, according to them, would never have lived that lifespan. And he didn't do anything else differently. Only for the first couple of years, when you get to think, you should eat this way, and then it just went right back to normal. and he was fully there and everything right until the end. So for me, that is saying, that's just my dad. But then you look at animals, for instance, because this is now happening with people. Euthanasia was common back in the day for horses and dogs. When there's so much pain, it's debilitating. You can tell the animal. Unlike a human, they can't tell you, but you see it. That there's so many animals that took recovery, from very small animals all the way up to even elephants. In Barnum Bailey Circus, retired elephants taking recovery. But all these animals that should have been euthanized according to modern medicine, taking recovery that went on for years. Some of them with full recuperation as if they never even had pain. Now, to me, this is where it gets big. A lot of MAID is done because of chronic debilitating pain that modern medicine can't handle, or that the person can't tolerate the drugs because they're so extreme in the DMARD class or the biologics or just regular NSAID class. They cannot tolerate them with gut bleeds, everything else. That recovery, they're taking that and having unbelievable results. So how do we know how many people that could not respond to regular Western allopathic medicine that are responding to something? And then you start to look into it when they keep saying, there's nothing we can do, nothing we can do. And then you look into ancient Ayurvedic medicine, Tibetan medicine, Chinese medicine, all the ancient shamanic medicines. You see these super powerful ingredients that now they're admitting work. Yeah, now that they're losing all their patents, right? So I'm thinking, wow, these products in this industry are not just like picking herbs from the ground and boiling them in a little bit and you find this and that. That's fine. It can work really. We're talking about really strong ingredients in our industry that are really helpful and really safe. Why wouldn't you turn to that first? And so for me, I could go on and on and on, as you know, with what recovery has done, just recovery alone, not to mention some of the other ones for really severe.
But I don't want you to get into trouble, but you've made a couple of interesting points, and I just want to talk about it. So what you're talking about in animals is there's, a practice to be humane when an animal is suffering too much because of arthritis and joint pain and the like. We shoot them or we euthanize them other ways. And there's now an incredibly long track record, and there's no placebo with animals, of animals from small dogs and cats to horses and elephants that they thought would have to be euthanized that actually recover and do well. And so you don't have to euthanize them. And the point you're making is here we are extending the euthanization of adults or humans in Canada with this program called MAID, medically assisted induced death, where how many of them, because of they're in chronic pain situations, might be like animals where they don't have to choose to die, but you can't even share with them that it's a possibility because it's illegal. So here's the crazy part. You can talk about animals and say, hey, don't euthanize that animal. And, race horses that are having trouble running, don't shoot them. They can still run, but you can't say to humans that are suffering with chronic pain, with arthritis and other things, that they can be helped, but Health Canada censors you, and you're smiling, but it's terrible, and we're in moral distress over it.
And so for me, that's why I love that we're talking and doing these things together now, is because I feel there's a groundswell because of the last few years to notice that, number one, when you're talking about morality before, about what is right and wrong or things like that, maybe you said that, maybe I heard that before. But
I did when I was talking about legal responsibilities.
Yeah, so to me, when you tell people that are in chronic pain, that are literally willing now to go and get MAID, that there's nothing else that can be done for you, as if all of our industry is hocus pocus, that kind of, there's nothing you can do with it. Nothing that for thousands of years they've ever done before you had a deficiency of pharmaceuticals. That's my idea. So if you can't tell people and you make fun of that, something that's worked for thousands of years, as if it doesn't work and there's nothing you can do, to me, that's immoral. It's unethical. All the things that are being suppressed that have tons of evidence in traditional long-term use, but also tons of evidence in modern scientific paradigms and double-blind trials. How could you say that there's nothing else to do with those kind of conditions. To me, that is a failure of the regulatory bodies of these systems that are tied with the governance. So to me, everything that I found that Health Canada did, even the DOJ thought was unethical when they got caught. So my thinking is, how could anybody now stand down that has the energy to stand up and say, we need to defend this before industry takes over this industry, which they're trying to do behind the scenes?
Oh, the pharma, this is all about protecting pharma profits. Help me out here.
100%. Oh my God, 100% about protecting. And if people knew the amount of money in that, it's crazy. But I think that the silver lining again is patents will inevitably expire. Side chain changes to the chemical structure become, there's no more left to try out, right? So all they do is typically manipulate a side chain, reintroduce a drug, and then promote it as the best new drug. But really, it's a form of extending our patents so we can maximize profits. I think people, once we figure out they're not in it for us, and even, I think a simple one too is anytime you take things public, you open up the danger, because say if you have an investment portfolio, do you even know what's in your investment portfolio? And then do you look and say, how did they make money? No, you just say, oh, my investments went up. But in most investment portfolios, they put pharmaceutical companies. And so those pharmaceutical companies are making money, and you're happy when you're making money, but you don't know what's really going on to make that money. So that's where I feel like it's a danger when you put all these companies public and they're making money off your health because they're willing to do things they would never, ever do to maximize profit for their investors. And it feels like everything's fine. If nobody actually looks at it and examines it, everything seems fine, but it's not fine at all. And when government gets involved, I just feel it's easy to pay people off and buy people off. And money does rule the world in many cases. And in this case of the pharmaceutical industry, which it's power in the media, how much money they put into the media, why would the media ever go against them? That's not a conspiracy theory. That's a fact. If you lose your benefactor, that's going to be a problem. So keep your benefactor happy. This has been happening all this time, and they've gained such prominence at the expense of not just companies like us at all. We're still standing. Some have gone, but people that are literally suffering, and they're trying to make fun of anything else outside what they can do. So you literally suffering and dying when you could be getting a response from somebody else that actually knows about other things you can do for thousands of years. This is
can I share a story on that just came to mind, because we were talking about the censorship and kind of ethics. And Jason, one of the things that's happening, so we're pre-recording a lot for this show because we're actually on the road for parts, so we have no choice about that. There's live parts and there's pre-recorded parts, and so we're pre-recording some people with stories. And I know this is life and death. I know this is sickness and health, but I'm actually getting moral distress over this, even though the stories, they end well, right? They end well, but I'm coming to understand there's a whole bunch of Canadians, though, that it's not ending well. They're still suffering. And I'll tell you a story. It's not life and death, but it's just troubling, because I'm going to tell you the story and you go, well, of course that type of magnesium would solve the problem. But the medical doctor didn't know that. And so the story is it's a young mom, two young kids, and she gets restless leg syndrome. So she's okay during the day, but as the evening wears on, she starts getting these shooting shocks into both legs. And if she lays down, it just gets crazy. So she has to get up. And walk around. Walking's the only thing that stops these shocks. So she's walking all night long. She's tired as can be. She's in poor spirits. She's not good to be around. She's catching every cold and flu that goes by because her immune system shot, and she is suffering because she can't sleep, because the minute she lays down, she's getting these shocks. Well, her medical doctor is saying, well, you got restless leg syndrome. We don't actually have a specific treatment for that, but I'm recommending you go on this drug for Parkinson's disease, because in Parkinson's, they get shaking. She looks at the profile for it. I mean, my gosh, Jason, the last thing you want to be, if you don't really need it because you got Parkinson's, is this drug. So she's like, doesn't know what to do. She ends up, I think it is a nutrition, goes to a nutritionist. Well, yeah, you need like magnesium biglycinate. And you're shaking your head because everyone in the natural health community, any health food store, that's likely their first recommendation, because if it doesn't solve that, you need it anyway, and it's not going to hurt you and it's cheap. Well, bang, it solves her problem. So she's not having to, like, that Parkinson drug could have killed her, or she could have suffered. She could totally like gone down the wrong path. So she became a nutritionist and is, hungry for knowledge.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like, I'm hoping that some people that watch this show, because the manufacturers that know this story of the magnesium and the practitioners that see these absolute turnarounds, it's illegal for them to share this information. Listen to us, people. It's illegal for those people that know the stories. Jason knows story after, he can't tell you. Health Canada is going to shut him down. They're going to be there with the RCMP machine guns again. It's illegal for you to be told these stories. And that's why we're having Canadians tell the stories, because Canadians can tell what happened to them. And if we don't give them a forum, then somebody who's on a Parkinson drug for restless leg may not know that there's hope out there, Jason.
That's what blows my mind, is just the hopelessness that is given by modern medicine, the way it's practiced today with the cookie cutter 5-minute thing. And then people say, how could all the doctors not do this, like the last few years, right? How could they all think that? They don't actually think that. If they think anything differently or try anything outside the protocols of medicine, they can lose their license, or at least get fined, or sometimes go to jail. So it's the regulatory bodies that are the government bodies for that organization, like pharmacists, doctors, whatever, that they're regulating what you can and cannot say. So you're not supposed to think outside the box because you're part of a system. I think that's what people are starting to get it into their brain too. What's going on? If this is the way I'm supposed to think, and look what that's done to society. Sorry, that I think this way, therefore you are evil if you think different than me. That is absolutely ludicrous. That is nothing like what society should be. But that's what we've turned into, is fighting each other because we're told to. The pitchforks versus shovels idea. So the idea for me is, yes, you can see why people would do it, because they will get in severe trouble if they go outside the box. That's why I was saying earlier, rheumatology and dermatology, because the drugs are often so toxic, people can't tolerate them, they are allowed to experiment outside, just like veterinarians do. And that's where recovery gained really strong prominence, is because you had all these animals supposed to be euthanized, or they're in severe distress and they didn't have any other options, so they tried recovery. And that's one of the first stories for us, was a horse was going to be euthanized in 7 days. There's vets at a lecture that I did. This was over 25 years ago, before we were in a company. And this was not a product yet. Said, you can take these different things. Why don't you try it on a horse you're going to euthanize? And so sure enough, one of the vets there, the horse, the people that had the horse were there as well with the vet. And they said, can we try this instead of scheduling the 7 days? So scheduled to be killed in 7 days, because it had 3 legs that wouldn't move. And the horse was in 10 days. So 10 days, they called and said, it's moving around like nothing was ever wrong with it. But it's chasing all the other horses away, because apparently it was pretty aggressive racehorse. But still, the idea is that wouldn't have happened if you weren't allowed to think outside the box, like a vet, like a rheumatologist, like a dermatologist. Most physicians in all other areas are not allowed to recommend outside that. So that's why this happens. And I think that's what I wanted to make clear to a lot of people, is that's why you can see everybody apparently thinking the same. Well, they don't think the same. They just don't want to open their mouths in fear of, going against their peers and the regulatory body, getting fined, getting shunned. And you saw what happened last years to anybody who thought outside the box. It was intense. So, I mean, but this is still happening. How do you stop that when the pharmaceutical industry has control of that body? And they do that, because that's what it is. It's basically pharmaceuticals and surgeries, basically almost everything that's done in that industry. We need to get back. This is what I wanted to appeal to the NHPD, the Health Canada, anybody who feels they have a heart, they want to rise up again and feel the power, is that there's so much to offer in this industry. You know it. You know it's been used for thousands of years. You probably use it in your own families. You just can't talk about it. Why don't we all get together and try to find a way that we can merge these things together and start to transition out of that old model? That's the only way I think that we can do this. And that requires respect, mutual respect, and then see where we can drop a whole bunch of things that are dangerous.
Well,
but also,
it requires asking the right question, because right now, Jason, if you want to get good health outcomes, the question should be, how do we get good health outcomes?
Yes.
And in the area of natural health products, that would say, well, not just because Health Canada is all risk, we have to regulate away any risk, but they're regulating away the benefits. And if you want good health outcomes, you go, well, what are the benefits? What are the risks? And how do we manage these two to get the best health outcomes? But they're really just trying to get rid of our industry. So I wanted to ask you, because when you started, we didn't have to get government pre-approval. We weren't subject to these regulations. We don't need government pre-approval in the United States. So they're like the way we were before. And everyone agrees, let's prevent fraud, let's prevent adulteration, let's, have reasonable manufacturing practices. But, aside from that, what do you think about how we're doing things? And as a manufacturer, what is it like? Because it seems to be ever stricter.
And so there's the thing that's unique with us. We actually do manufacture our own products. Most companies in the industry are marketing companies that go by private label manufacturers. So they are somewhat dependent on the private label manufacturers and the distributors. So in our case, this would be like a true case of the way it used to be compared to now. And it is now is we would have fun formulating new products, because you could release them if they were all safe ingredients, put them together, put them out just like they did in ancient times, try them. And if they work really well, then put them to market. Now it's literally like, even if you put a single ingredient, if you want to go out what's accepted as a standard monograph product, in other words, they've accepted these certain claims, these certain doses. If you want to branch a little bit outside of that, it's going to take more than a year to get even the app approved. And you're going to have to pay someone to go through the app process. If you combine products, forget 1 year. It's going to take a year and a half or more. So it's
expensive.
Yeah, and really, and then you think, what's the point? Why do I even want to do that? Why don't I just put out silly foods or whatever, or just put out single things that are already accepted? So it crushes innovation. And we used to be one of those small companies, which I want to support in a big way. We would like to call it co-opetition. We learned that from a store in Victoria, that we need to get along. I want to support little companies. We were little companies because they have a lot of innovation. They're usually built on drive. For instance, everybody in the health food industry, you go to a store, you think about almost everybody that's in that store, working in that store, is in that store because they had a result with a natural product and they had some serious condition. So even if they can't talk to you, like Sean said, just think, everybody in this store has come here because they probably had a result, or their loved ones have had a result, or the animals had a result with something that shouldn't have happened, and it blew their mind, and then they moved into the industry. Even though you don't get tons of money in our industry, that's not what it's for. It's basically people that actually want to share now so you've got a lot of really interesting people in the health industry, if you stop in the stores, that can really open up, and you get to attract certain people for whatever reason. But the amount of knowledge you have in the industry that's being shared freely and not getting paid a lot for it because they're so pumped. So for me, what's happening now with these regs, it's crushing innovation. It's not just crushing innovation, it's also deterring you from even wanting to release another one. Why not just go for a food, like I said? It's the little companies can't keep up with it because they can only do small enough runs, and then they're getting charged all these excess fees on top of the run that make it not worthwhile. So they better sell it. Otherwise, they can be doomed right off the top. Who's buying them? Then the big pharma buys them, or big equity firms buy them. And that's what's happening. That's the thing. We're not going to do that, but that's what's happening.
You just reminded me of something that often goes unnoticed. Is, Jason, I as the regulations came in and became stricter and stricter, I've had manufacturer after manufacturer say to me, we've got this product and this product and this product. We actually lose money on them, but we know that there's a small number of people that totally rely on them and get total relief from them. So we still sell them, we still make them, even though we lose money doing it. But it's now getting so expensive that actually it's going to put our business in jeopardy, and we can't. And you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yep, 100%. It's just basically you look at these items and you say, okay, everything's gone up in cost. What you can sell it for, you can't really make what you were before. So you're basically, like you said, taking losses. Then it becomes to the point you just have to take it off the market, or you realize that they're gunning for a certain ingredient now that you've had out forever with no reasoning. For instance, we had in our horse product. In the horse and dog product, after 25 years of being out there, totally safe, super effective, they all of a sudden decide you're not allowed to use green tea extract. No reason given. You're allowed to still use the whole green tea in the horse, but that's illegal because it has caffeine. You can't use that in equine sport. So they effectively eliminated an ingredient we've had for 25 years with no reason. This is the kind of thing that I think really unnerves, especially small companies, because what if you only have 1 or 2 products and that ingredient is getting gunned for and it's in both your products? How are you going to pivot? You can't pivot. And so then you're dependent on another thing is if you're getting manufactured by another private entity, which most companies are, and that private entity sees that this could cause legalities if they manufacture for you, they can stop even before you'd like to stop, even if you want to fight it. They won't do it because they'll put out notifications to the private label manufacturer, you can't manufacture this product for that company. So then hands are tied all over the place. And what is that for? These are not toxic ingredients. They've been out forever. Why are you doing this unless there's an alternative agenda? I think that's why I feel like people are waking up to that. What is the agenda? The agenda is money. The agenda is money, money. Even if you don't know it, it's even, like I said, even in investments, you don't know where you're getting your money. It's just going up. That's great. But what if you look at it and say, oh, look what I'm making money from, though. I don't really like that. Most people don't even know what's in their portfolio. They depend on that. You not looking. Once you look, you can't unlook. Like that's what happened to me. Once I looked, I cannot unlook. The lights off. And then you start to see everything, how it all connects and everything. And you're thinking, this is not conspiracy theory. That's conspiracy fact. The idea of collusion with government and industry to make a lot of money.
Well, economists have a name for it. They call it rent seeking. So anyone can Google rent seeking. It's so common that if you get an economics degree, you will study how government and industry start to collude together and why they do it and how it's in both of their interests to actually create ever stricter regulatory environment. Oh, is that what's happening? That's what's happening. So that basically you get rid of the small and medium players, that there be a handful of big players that can withstand the extra costs, but it's actually to their benefit because it gets rid of the competition. They end up in quasi-monopoly. And so if you're on the board of one of these big companies, you're actually ethically duty bound to support this rent seeking, even though it's hurting. The problem though, Jason, is people suffer and die here. 100%. I want to talk about innovation. Like you were talking about how these regulations, now that we need pre-approval, stop innovation. And I believe this has cost lives because before these regulations came into force, I mean, there's 3 products that come to mind that I was lawyer for that absolutely save lives. And you know, one of them, Empower Plus, the court found that Health Canada restricting access cost lives. So that's a product that saves lives. You couldn't innovate that today under the regs.
Yeah.
Strauss heart drops. I mean, I had at trial, I had access to thousands of people that were only alive because of that product. And, you know, by what was then Biomedica Recovery, no question, now it's Purica Recovery, no question it saves. And I'm saying it, you're not, so Health Canada, oh, sorry, you can't come after me. I'm a lawyer just talking. I'm not selling the product. I'm so sorry. I wish you could attack me. So, yeah, but it's just, it grieves me. But innovation, so now these life-saving products can't enter the market. And Jason, the market used to be wonderful in telling you if a product worked. So, you know, people would start coming into a health food store kind of with a different issue. The store reps would communicate to the manufacturers, you know, we have a need here. Somebody would, you know, research it.
Yep.
And try a product. Well, if people weren't buying that second bottle, it disappeared. Because then you knew it didn't work. Because if I buy something in a health food store and I don't notice a difference, I'm not buying a second bottle. So, okay, the market told you it didn't work. It disappears. But if it worked and then sales are taken off, people are buying the second, third bottle. Now other companies are making it. And before you know it, there's like shelf space with 2 or 3 different products for that condition. And now people are being helped and you got competition. And you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh my goodness. It's so funny when you mention it that way too, because say you go to certain drugs that people will know, certain common drugs, and you have all these symptoms that you're going through. You know, I won't mention them because then you'll know the drug, and then you go to get tested and they give you a drug. Oh, you've got this and this. They give you the drug. And then they keep monitoring different blood levels of different compounds to see if that drug's working. And then, oh, I have, oh, this is great. This is like this level up. This is down. Everything's perfect. Great. You're happy because the doctor's going to be happy that the drug's working. And how come you don't feel any different? That's the whole idea sometimes with these drugs. You're made to think that something that's natural that actually made you feel better doesn't work, but that something that didn't make you feel better but changed your blood markers works. That's ludicrous. The whole thing became ludicrous, and the idea is, I feel like I trust in human beings that they have the power, once you reawaken the power within and their ability to think and to draw, that not only will they start to see that none of that makes sense, second, we start actually coming together again, communicating like human beings rather than enemies. And then instead of pitchforks versus shovels, you become like 2 side by side, and then you see who's playing you. And the idea is, for me, when you come after an industry that is safe and based on this industry is the gateway to the ancient ways. So when I'm talking about Ayurvedic medicine, Tibetan medicine, Chinese medicine, the different Persian and Greek medicines, the shamanic medicines of the Himalayas, or the indigenous people's medicines around the world based on typically shamanism, they have thousands of years of use. And if something didn't work, it was gone. That's science. You keep on trying things and seeing how they work. That's a form of science. It definitely is. When you have a science that says it changes these blood markers, that's a true healing one the old way. Changes blood markers, but you don't actually feel different. And then you have to go on more of this or change that. That's not actually science. That's a pseudoscience. In my opinion, it's a pseudoscience, because you're not actually healing the person. You're getting them dependent on something, and you're not working with the body to try to achieve balance. And I feel like that's what we got to get back to, is the idea of balance. It's the ancient way. It's coming back. With that, though, it's going to be a lot of pain at seeing systems that we trusted and looked at as effective are not only not effective, they were manipulative, including of their physicians, manipulating them to think that this is the best way and everything else is bunk. Literally being manipulated and everything censored and putting blinders on even the clinicians so that they're made to feel like their way is the only way and everything else is superstition, old, and when they didn't know stuff. For me too, this wisdom in this industry, why I think it's unethical not to share it, is we think we're more intelligent than civilizations that came before us. But if we look at it, when there was pre-literate cultures, they had to remember things. If you look at how much they can remember, including in civilizations where they don't read still, like in ancient Tibet, there was people that could memorize books that were this thick, word for word, because we actually have that ability in us to do that. We've been made to believe that we don't have that power and just to trust authorities and to do everything else, whereas they did that before. So that, to me, if you look at them and you put them side by side today, the amount of memory that we have because of habit, and you compared it, you would feel really unintelligent by comparison.
Well,
So
I think the point you're making is there's wisdom from the past. I mean, it's not like all of a sudden we're smarter. In fact, as soon as we put electricity into our homes, they measured that our IQ dropped. Yeah. And it hasn't been increasing. As we increase our technology, our IQ is going down. So it's a little bit of hubris to think that we're smarter than our ancestors.
And like because you've been defending all of us for so long, is to see not just a little bit of wisdom, but an intense amount of wisdom. And sometimes getting back to innovation, like you said, some of the most excited people are coming into it because they've got really deep into some form of ancient medicine, and they've developed off maybe an ancient thing, a modern twist on it, right? There's innovation. It's basically modeling on an ancient model, but innovating for modern times and with our ability to concentrate and process things, making them stronger. So it's like, it's not only honoring an ancient system, but making it sometimes really powerful with better absorption. That could be put to market, and that's generally the little small companies or pre-companies that really are going to start off, and then they just basically take the legs up from them before you even start, right? Or some big person then gets their idea and takes it. Like you said, these big companies can then absorb that and take it away a chance from somebody who could have started an unbelievable business, and that I would have felt like, yeah, I like this person. They're enthusiastic, they drive, and they share it with you because they know what they've done. They respected the ancient time, they see it, and now they've done something they feel that even the ancients would stand up and go, yes, thank you. Nope, they're just taken up. It's way too difficult, way too costly, way too time consuming to ever even start now. And that's because of all these ridiculous excessive regulations, or just at a whim taking off something off the market because they say, oh, it's got this comfort, or just don't want it in the market anymore. And they think, who took that off the market? How'd that happen? Like case in point, you go back to what is it, L-carnitine. Look that up. Why did that go off the market for so long in Canada? Because it was competing with all these drugs, and then took it off the market. And it finally came back. In the US, they had it the entire time. You could ship it from the US, totally safe.
Well, that's
the
the paradox, isn't it, Jason? And Canadians need to understand. So, you know, they'll let, you know, they attack recovery, they attack L-carnitine, they attack nattokinase, they attack kava. I mean, the list goes on, and yet we're perfectly free to import them from the United States, where they're freely available without any harm.
Yep.
And Canadians you can legally bring them in. But my gosh, we better not have a Canadian manufacturer making the same thing and selling to Canadians like that. It makes no sense. It's not that we can't have them. We just can't have them from a Canadian manufacturer. We can't go to our local health food store and get advice on them. We've got to order them online without advice.
And that's kind of a good point you just brought up, because everybody going to, we want Canadian, want Canadian, want Canadian. Well, then tell your government we want Canadian, because they're stopping you from getting Canadian. It's just,
you make a good point. Yeah.
It's crazy. Politically,
Canadians want Canadian products.
Well, let them do Canadian products.
Mm-hmm.
And do you see all these deaths from all these different things? No, but you can go buy Tylenol and aspirin in a gas station where they don't know anything about it. And that bottle there, if you took a whole bottle of any one of those ones, not even a whole bottle, it can kill you. Can cause liver failure, kidney failure, kill you. And you just buy it in a gas station. That's fine though. But not actually natural medicines that are totally safe, where you can take tons of them, used for thousands of years, sold in a health food store where people are educated on this stuff. It's crazy, it blows my mind.
Let me just put that in perspective for people. So, you know, the brand is Tylenol, the original brand, but the drug is acetaminophen. And acetaminophen not only is in painkillers, it'll be in cold remedies and the like. And my understanding, Jason, is that on average, 1 person per million in Canada dies a year from acetaminophen, and not even abusing acetaminophen, that basically your liver shuts down and you have no warning. So before you know it, you're done. You're fatally injured and you're going to die from acetaminophen poisoning. Well, that means, like Jason, 40 deaths a year in average, because there's 40 million of us, caused by a single over-the-counter chemical drug. Jason, I've been at this 30 years. I'm yet to see a credible report of a death caused by any natural health product in Canada. So, but even, you know, if there were 1 or 2 a year, it would mean the whole industry was safer, like so dramatically safer than just one over-the-counter chemical drug. And yet Health Canada doesn't attack acetaminophen, but it sure attacks natural remedies that are helping people without risk.
And you can buy those in a gas station or even from vending machines some places.
Mm-hmm.
That to me blows my mind and shows you there's zero logic in this. This is an agenda. And that's where I feel like I hope people start waking up to the idea that people can be and act in ways that are so negative and unskillful and unwholesome, it would blow your mind. And we don't want to believe it. I feel like maybe that's changing, that we see things around the world here. No, they will act in ways that I never believed possible. Well, think about that when you have literally industry that can capture media by being the largest advertisers. What to me, it's so obvious, but also the fact that it's falling apart because they're losing all their pats and now they're buying our industry, that says something. So now, for instance, McNeil's launching a curcumin product that makes Tylenol. Now they have a curcumin product. So basically what they're going to start saying is, we found out that these compounds actually work. So it's like they discovered that these ancient things work, and now we'll start listening. And I hope that people get past that, say, no, they've never been for you. They've been for what do they think can profit. The health industry does not have big profits. There are people that are so happy, like I said, that they really want to share things. And like Sean said, even at the store level, they feel like they should shut their mouth. Oops, did I say that? Did I say that? Is there going to be an inspector here? When they're literally trying to sell, my mother took this and it cured her of cancer. She was stage 4. She was supposed to die. They couldn't believe it. They said, it must have gone into remission. It's like a fluke. Sometimes that happens. Think, what? No, it's because she took such and such thing. And you think, why could they ever stop people from doing that? They would never have had that in ancient times. They would have talked to clinicians and shared that. The clinician would have then worked with things and tried out and even attempt to make things better and better and better, more palatable, more easily absorbed, all that stuff. That was all part of the ancient way. And like you said, anybody from the horse industry knows this. If something does not work, it's going to spread faster than the internet, and then you're done. So you better produce something that works, otherwise you're done.
Yeah.
Right? And where you try to market some other area where they don't know you yet, but even then you're going to keep falling. So anything that is in the horse industry that's big and lasts for more than a few years, you know that it must work really well because they have to take a lot, it costs a lot. So that's the way the ancient world was. It was about does it work? Proofs in the pudding. Does it actually work? Not does it change a blood marker of such and such, but you still feel like crap? Nope. So and also to me, the ancient way versus the modern way. Modern way is about stimulate or suppress, cut, or whatever you need to do. It's not working with the body. It's working against what they think is some type of disease process that's taken over your body. Whereas in the ancient ways, we're looking at the body's in balance. It's trying to do something. Something's wrong. Something you're taking in or something in your mind, the process of fixation, just to help you blend out and achieve balance, harmony. And those are words that you think, balance and harmony, flaky. No, they're not. They made you believe that those words are flaky. But if you actually think about it, what does it feel like to be in balance and harmony versus stimulated or suppressed? It's obvious the ancient way was actually working with things that are common sense to you. So if you make somebody think that things that are common sense are ridiculous and hocus pocus, and don't say that or you sound like a crazy person, then it actually became that. That's what we became.
Well, it's funny, Jason, like I'm, interviewing a lot of practitioners. So, nutritionists, medical doctors that are integrative medical doctors, homeopathic doctors, traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. And one theme that's come out, and it just seems to me so obvious. I don't know why we're having to fight for this, but, the human body needs certain nutrients to be healthy. Like, does anyone want to debate this with me? The human body needs certain nutrients to be healthy. If we deprive it of those nutrients, which our modern food supply does, if we deprive the human body of nutrients it needs to be unhealthy, it's going to be unhealthy.
Yes.
And if we supply it with the nutrients that it's missing to be healthy, it can heal itself most of the time. So why do we need Health Canada to restrict? Like when Health Canada is restricting vital nutrients that we just need to function, we have not just a legal problem, we have a spiritual problem, we have an ethical problem, we have a red alert emergency. That's what's happening. And we just need people to see it, because at the very common core, like aside from, we're also energy, we're also spiritual, like these are facts. We're chemical, electrical, so
look at quantum physics. If you go into that deeply, it shows that it's not material forming energy and consciousness. It's the other way around. materiality is illusory according to quantum physics. It's like this field of potential and probability in relation to observation, right? So then what does that mean? It means that nothing is as solid at all as we think, and that the mind has an entire interface with what we think of as our whole body.
So can I give you a fun story? So I'm interviewing a naturopathic doctor a couple of days ago, and I'm now asking practitioners not what's your most successful patient. I'm asking what patient has impacted you the most, because that could be a death, that could be a total failure. And this naturopathic doctor says, oh, it was like a 10 or 11-year-old girl that was suffering from, I forget now if it was, I think it was eczema, and really badly on the face, would have to stay home, and all the steroid creams and stuff like that weren't helping, that the medical system has. And mother brings daughter in. But naturopathic doctor notices a really bad energy interaction between mother-daughter and comes to the conclusion that part of the problem is emotional. And so the treatment protocol included addressing this. And mother calls back a couple weeks later, and daughter's doing way, way better. And mother understands that this was part of the dynamic. And I have to say, I'm thinking a little woo-woo here, Jason, and forgive me for thinking that way, and forgive me, doctor, for me thinking this way. And so I asked, like, well, why would that make a difference? And he says, stuff that I know, but all of a sudden it's connecting and making sense. Is, well, you got a parasympathetic nervous system. Well, when it goes into fight or flight, you're not digesting. And the tension between mother and daughter has daughter locked in fight or flight. And so now daughter's not digesting and is basically getting leaky. It causes inflammation over time. And now you're leaky gut, and she's having, it was allergies. It wasn't eczema. It was allergies. And now she's having an allergic reaction to her food because she's locked in fight or flight. Well, bang, of course, emotions, that's just one way emotions can matter. So here, when I'm thinking, some of these practitioners are saying you have to look at the whole person, spiritually, emotionally, physically. Well, of course you do. And that's what you're talking about.
100%. That's why we're starting that podcast, Swallow the Truth, soon, because that, to me, it is about that. And that's the ancient medicine versus modern. Ancient medicines, they were based on spiritual traditions. If you look at the Ayurvedic tradition, was based on the Vedic tradition, or Sanatana Dharma. The Taoist tradition was the basis of Chinese medicine, yin and the yang. And then the Buddhist and the Puan shamanic tradition, the base of Tibetan. All of the ancient traditions around the world of medicine based on a form of spirituality. And basically, you don't have to be religious or anything. It's just about, what does that mean to them? It meant they took for granted kind of that you would have access to at least a centering practice. So you're totally present. And they also all acknowledge, especially in India and Tibet and China, those regions, that your mind wasn't like one thing. It was perceptual, how you perceive things. It was emotional, and it was conceptual. And that most people are stuck, not in direct perception, where you're integrating and really interfacing with the world as it is. It's more conceptual. It's mediated. So everything has thoughts and everything tied to it. And then it becomes extremely emotive because you're all fixated and tied, and that affects your whole physicality. So the way that we express is tied right to the root. And the ancient systems address that. Like you said, of course, you actually help people to deal with their emotions, to look at how they're conceiving of things that are not actually true, and then to see what is barefaced reality like without all these concepts tied to it and thoughts trying to grab onto other thoughts and tying yourself up in a grasp. All those things are part of what the healing process was. They would help you to find ease so you can relax. And like you said, then you're not in fight, flight, freeze, or fawn. Your body's not breaking itself down to fight or run. It's actually conducive to absorption, assimilation, nourishment, anabolism. Then you can heal, even with really, really serious conditions, like you'd think of cancer, severe heart disease, blocking in the arteries, autoimmune disease, can all just be tied at the core to that sense of constriction. And that's to me, like what you're saying. At a deeper level, you can call it spiritual or contemplative, whatever it is. It's way deeper, and they had access to that. And that was like a science of mind. And we just discount all of that as if everything's a chemical process so we can dole out drugs. Like they would, like you were just talking about the idea that, of course, if you take nourishment and you can actually absorb and assimilate it, that you are missing, that's going to help your body because it depends on those things. But instead, they make fun of that, don't even talk about nutrition hardly in modern ways of thinking. And they just basically say, you're deficient in a pharmaceutical. So in all these thousands of years, we were deficient in pharmaceuticals. To me, that's what I, like, messes with your head when you start to realize how duped or how much subterfuge there's been to get us into this state that we don't even think naturally, and that we think we don't have the power to heal ourselves. And then sometimes it just takes talking to someone, then you go,
yeah. And people suffer over this. Like back to that, restless leg, that young mom with 2 kids who the doctor was wanting her to take a Parkinson drug with severe side effects. Why didn't the doctor know that magnesium biglyphosate, or it's a specific type of magnesium, biglyphosate, will solve a lot of muscle cramping and twitching and the like, and there's no downside.
It's ridiculous. And the fact, how many people even know, I know people listen to you, baby, but that magnesium is one of the most, if not the most efficient mineral in the North American diet, yet it's involved in more chemical processes in your body than anything else, in how you deal with stress, in relaxation, in relaxing blood, releasing, so decreasing your blood pressure, in mental processes, in activating all of your other vitamins that you take in through phosphorylation. All of those things, yet most people don't even know about magnesium. And they used to, when you were having a heart attack and you went in the hospital before the drug industry completely captured that, they used to inject it with magnesium lactate. And that would help.
Well, and let me share, do you remember Dr. Carolyn Dean? So, medical doctor in Canada, basically chased out of Canada because her crime was basically sharing that processed sugar is, not healthy for you. And here's why. So she goes and practices as a medical doctor in the US. Like, why would I stay here and practice when I'm being attacked by the sugar industry for just sharing truth? But I remember watching her present once, Jason, and she's got the list of symptoms of heart disease up, and then she puts the list of magnesium deficiency up. They're identical. So of course they would, back in the day when you showed up in the hospital with these symptoms of heart disease, they'd give you a shot of magnesium.
Yeah, because ain't no money in magnesium.
No, we're not doing that anymore. Craziness.
But it is great. And that, I think it's good that you and I have been through a lot, both of us, and a lot of other stuff because of this. And I feel that the fact that you and I are smiling together in something so serious, to me, means something actually is happening in this industry that's worthy of smiling about, which is you can only dupe people for so long, and there's going to be cracks. And I feel like the entire thing has been built of a house of cards, and some of the cards have been pulled out. And so it's literally teetering a little bit. And the issue with me, though, it's also like a wounded tiger. Once an industry starts losing control, as you know, they start lashing out. And all these hyper regulations and everything, to me, feel like a lashing out period. So then I got to think, okay, we better actually do something while they feel under threat to show that we're united. Because I feel united with the whole industry. We call it co-opetition, just collaboration. Even people that feel like they're evolutionists and survival of the fittest from Darwin. Yeah, but if you read Origin of Species, he said that the ones that have the ability to collaborate and adapt are the ones that are going to excel and thrive.
I think you're
out of science. You don't hear about that. You just hear about the mechanical changes in the body that made you more adaptable. No, it's mind, everything together, how we flow and adapt. We're going to excel and thrive. And that's part of us getting together again.
I think it's become too important for Canadians. So many Canadians are now accessing vitamins and minerals, natural health products to manage things. They're seeing natural health practitioners. They're seeing medical doctors that are integrative. so that they use both. That we're not, Health Canada can't do it. All that's going to happen is it's just, do we have reasonable regulations where actually you can do something positive? So let's restrict ourselves to fraud, adulteration, and reasonable manufacturing practices like we used to. But if you're going to insist on over-regulating us, you're just going to lose control, and then it will be outside of the regulations. The Canadians aren't going to not do this.
That's right.
So it's either you lose control and just, but you make examples out of people, and really all you're doing is causing hurt, or we become rational and start asking the question, how do we get good health outcomes? And you be part of that, because that's what Canadians are now asking. How do we get good health outcomes? And we're either going to have that dialogue with Health Canada, or we're going to have that dialogue without Health Canada. But Jason, we're having that dialogue, and this is part of it.
That's right. And I just hope that more and more people within the government, in the systems of regulation, just start using their heart more and just saying, you know what, they're right. This is ridiculous. Rather than looking at people like they're criminals and enemies and you're trying to do something wrong. That is not the case in this industry. It's not like we're the rich and we're making tons of money. It's not like those industries. We're actually sharing something because we actually believe in it. And I want to thank everybody in this industry right off the top. All the other competitors that actually believe in it are here to share that, all the stores, all the clinicians, because now is our time. And I really want to thank you, Sean, and your whole organization, because I'm excited to be part of it. And I feel on fire again after all these years. And I hope that a whole bunch of others start lighting up and sharing the stories all around, because that's all it's just going to take. It's just a tipping point moment. I feel like we're so close there because of all the last few years, how much confusion and division was caused, and people don't want that. Nobody wants that anymore. And I feel like this is our time that we could do it. And we went through a lot. You've seen all the stories. We've all been through way too much. But obviously, if we're still standing, something's meant to be. I mean, I got to look at it at least.
No, and Will, I'll get to my final question in a second. But I mean, I think Canadians need to understand the natural health community, like those manufacturers and distributors and stores. You would not believe how much caring there is, how much dedication there is to having, really top quality products that are effective. Like I could not agree with you more, Jason. And Canadians have no understanding. You need to support the locals, and you need to support our stores. We had Cadiz stores go under in Ottawa within the last couple of months, after I think 4 or 5 decades. Crazy. And the service that they gave to that community, over things. And it's just, Jason, you've got reps that you spend a lot of training on to help the stores understand how to take the products, they can be used for. The health food stores, they have trained staff. And if we don't buy local, if we don't support those stores, we're going to lose that resource. And the stores tell me they know they don't have counterfeit products because they know the Purica reps. They know the reps from the other companies. They know when they're ordering that they're getting the right product. You don't know that if it's a half price on Amazon, it's a fake.
Yes, that's the thing. The testing that we have in Canada right now, at least for that, is seriously impressive. So there's no heavy metals in there. There's no solvents. There's page after page of pesticides and solvents that you have to test for. Mm-hmm. There's no microbes like E. coli, salmonella, all the rest of them, no plate count. Everything about that done by third-party lab testing. So you don't have that in other places. And
if you go to a health food store, there are people there that can help you know how to take it, how much. They've been educated. They're educated before. They're educated by the reps of the manufacturers that are there to make sure that the Canadian consumer, gets good advice on the ground. And, I just can't stress that enough during the show. We've got to support our Canadian manufacturers. We have to support our local health food stores because we've got this symbiotic community that you pointed out is there to help. And both you and I, we're just so impressed by it.
And right off the top, how big addiction is in our society today of so many different things, not just drugs, but addicted to so many things to distract us away and try to find some semblance of ease. And the opposite, the very thing that's tied to addiction, the strongest emotional paradigm is the feelings of disconnection. And so when you go to Amazon or wherever you're going, you buy stuff, that's fine. And you can get brands that are out there sometimes, but if you go there, there's no connection there. But if you go to the store and there's a person, everybody knows this too, that because you had to do all these Zoom calls, but when you're actually face to face with someone and you experience that, there's something happening there that you can't explain that's beyond you. But also sometimes it's just the conversation and seeing someone and their facial expressions, body language to make someone feel hopeful again. There's nothing that replaces that buying online. And then you also can find a person within those stores or wherever you're going, clinics, that you feel a connection to. They resonate on some type of wavelength, don't even know why it is sometimes. That's part of the healing process is connection. It'll rewire your nervous system, your hormones can change just by feeling understood or listened to, or that you connected with someone for real again, that actually cares and is enthusiastic about sharing it with you, and that is not getting paid a lot of money. They're not just with you because they're getting paid a lot. That's not the case. They actually are excited to talk to you about it. And they want to see you have a good outcome. I just feel like there's nothing like that at the store. The store is here. And I keep talking. I'm so happy that the people are still here, even through all of that being made fun of for all these years when it was that the big and being the black sheep of the family and everything, everybody making derogatory comments, that's all going away. Because now everybody is seeing, no, this industry actually does something, and the other industry, I'm losing faith in it. So for me, this is exciting times again, because now this industry is rising up. That all the clinicians, the health food store employees and nutrition, everything there, they can actually feel like, I'm finally going to be someone that people actually want to know things from. And now we get to share, and we're not being attacked nonstop. You're always going to get that for sure, wounded tiger thing, and people that just follow whatever they're told. But I'm talking about all these people that are waking up to the idea that the ancients did have something to offer. There is something powerful in this industry. I need this. I want to regain the power myself to heal myself. And I want people to facilitate that I can trust and that I connect with. That's what excites me about going to the store or the clinic level that you can't get online. That's powerful.
That's very powerful. Jason, I want to ask you a final question. So, and we're asking everyone this question, and that is, what is your message to Ottawa?
They got to connect this with this. And what if they take something away from you or your loved one that you could have had access to when they're dying or in trouble? And what if what we've been saying all this time is actually true, and that you've just been told it's not true, and you've listened to that and followed along? What if what we're saying about industry capture is true? And does it make sense to you? That's just what I ask you is, does this industry sound like they are from the heart and that they are intelligent? If you actually just listen to them without the filters of what you've been told. And then I feel like we can come together if the people on the very bottom start actually waking up, that you're on the, doesn't matter how low you feel on the totem pole. I love the saying, this is what I'd like to leave with. If you're in government, in regulation, in medicine, is that story about saying, I'm too small to make a difference. And the saying was, if you say you're too small to make a difference, you've obviously never been in bed with a mosquito. So I feel like, to me, that you can make a difference. Doesn't matter what level you are, just by opening up to people that are near you or above you and just starting to talk and ask questions. Because that's what we need to ask. We need to ask questions and make statements that sounds right, to unravel this. I feel like it's happening already. It would be nice to expedite that.
And if you don't mind, I think I'll expand that to the people watching too. Is I think we forget that we can be positive parts of change. That just us participating in trying to make a positive difference, we're more powerful than we think we are. So, Jason, I am really thankful to have had you come and have this conversation on behalf of the Natural Product Protection Association and the World's Greatest Health Show. Thank you for coming and sharing with us.
Very much appreciate you, Sean. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the Charter Tour and the World's Greatest Health Show. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and we are in Victoria today for the very first day of this historic event. So we're starting in Victoria and we are marching the Charter of Health Freedom across Canada, ending up in Ottawa on October 25th. I would like to thank our major sponsor today, Lifestyle Market, who have been in the health food business for 30 years, dedicated to wellness. They sell supplements, they sell organic produce. And one of the things that really kind of was an impetus for us for this tour is Canadians don't understand how important our health food stores are. So, and I see some heads, nodding. They have trained staff. When you go there and you have an issue, they have trained people there to help you to understand what supplements you should take, why you should take them. They are regularly trained by manufacturers. We're going to have somebody here, Mr. Jason Watkins, speaking later, who is a manufacturer on the island. And I know we have staff that go and train the health food store staff on their products and what to do, and there's this feedback loop. And when you go to a health food store, you know that you're getting the real product because they have a personal relationship with the representation, or the reps of the manufacturers. They're there to help. And many of them are part of this Health First network. They have buying power. They have their own brands. You can't assume that, I'm going to get it cheaper elsewhere. But we need to support them. If we lose the ability, just to give you an example, so somebody in my family was having migraines, and they couldn't go to Walmart. They couldn't go to, the supermarket and try to get a better price because they can't get the help they need. She goes to a health food store, a local health food store. She explains her problem, and it's like, you want to take this B complex, and they write out the schedule, and you want to take this type of magnesium, and this and that, and basically helped with the protocol. You can't get that elsewhere, and we need to protect that. And so one of the things that we're doing on this tour is we're helping people to understand You have to support your local stores. We've got this resource that is precious. And if you haven't been using this resource, you need to. You'll be surprised at the community that you have. And those in Victoria and in this audience, you know, they understand Lifestyle Markets is one of these treasures that we need to protect. So we're very proud to have them as a sponsor, and I just wanted to share with you. I want people to understand what this tour is about. And maybe people like, what the heck is the Health Charter? Which is a really brilliant question. And now, I'm a lawyer. I've been, basically, want to say fighting Health Canada, because that's what I've been doing. I've been fighting Health Canada for 30 years. I have watched them with a single focus try to restrict our access to natural supplements. So basically, they're trying to restrict our access to nutrients that we need to be healthy, which in itself is really interesting. And they keep coming up with initiatives to restrict our access, to make them less potent, to make them more expensive, to take them off the market in their entirety. And we'll organize, like different groups will pop up, and we'll organize and we'll resist them. And we'll be happy just if we haven't lost too much ground. But they've got a long memory, and they'll just back off when things get a little hot, and then they'll just wait until the heat is down, and then they'll try again. And ever so slowly, things have been getting worse and worse and worse. So years ago, a bunch of us got together and just said, how do we solve this? And the answer was, well, let's have a piece of legislation that proactively solves this in a way that no one can object to. And so what came out of that is the Charter of Health Freedom, which we're calling just the Health Charter, so it's less of a mouthful. The Health Charter is a piece of legislation that we actually want the federal government to pass. And it's very simple. So it takes the health rights that our courts say we already have. We're not creating anything that the courts say we don't already have. But so that there's no confusion, it sets them out. It says Canadians have these health rights, and the federal government has to adhere to these health rights, and they take priority over all legislation and all government actions, which is the law already. It's just there's only a very small fraction of Canadians with enough financial resources and enough fortitude to take on the Department of Justice machine to actually get a court to enforce that right. And you know, if one of us can't access that right because we're not rich and can't afford big money lawyers, then none of us have those rights. That's how it works. We either all have them or none of us have them. And the reality is most people don't have them. We can't go to court and get the court to say we have them. We don't have the resources, we don't have the time, we don't have the willpower and fortitude to do that. So the Health Charter basically codifies. So it lists and says, here are our health rights. The Health Charter also does something that is absolutely essential, because we're really just talking here, by and large, when we talk about natural health supplements, when we talk about the natural health community, the primary part is just basic nutrition that we can no longer get in our food. And this might be a shock to many people to hear, but the human body needs nutrition to be healthy, right? So why is it that we have to fight for the right to access nutrition? Why is it illegal to have truthful health information about nutrition shared with us? And it shouldn't be. Our government should actually protect and promote our right to access nutrition and natural health supplements, and that's what the Charter does. It actually creates a legal duty to protect and promote our access. Oh, then that's an interesting idea, isn't it? Another key thing that the Charter does is it mandates the regulation of natural health products to get good health outcomes. Because right now the game that Health Canada plays is they say risk, risk, risk. They just keep shouting risk, risk, risk. So we need to basically legislate away all risk. They refuse to look at benefits. Now, if you want good health policy, you have to look at the benefits and you have to look at the risks, and then understanding those two, go, well, how do we maximize the benefits and how do we minimize the risks? And that's how you get good health outcomes. It's really common sense, it's sad that the citizens have to band together and demand it in law, but we do. And that's what the Health Charter does. And then Health Charter creates a new ministry, the Ministry of Wellness, which is the ministry to protect and promote our access. So this is what the Health Charter is all about. It's basically to solve the problem so that we no longer have to fight for access to vital nutrients that we actually need to be healthy. It's strange that we even have to be having this conversation. And the whole purpose of this tour is to start an honest conversation about our health policy. I'll talk a little later on about kind of how we're locked into a chemical drug model. But I just wanted to introduce what the charter is. And then as we're driving across the country, and this is the very first event in Victoria, we're driving literally all the way to Ottawa. We're having another group start in Charlottetown and drive to Ottawa, another group start in Quebec City and drive to Ottawa, another group doing an event in Whitehorse, and they can't drive from Whitehorse to Ottawa. So we're letting them fly, they get off easy. But the point is it's the entire country coming together to just say, let's have an honest dialogue and let's stop forcing us to fight to have access to vital nutrition that we actually need to be alive. This is more than a human right. To even say the right to nutrition is a human right is kind of absurd, isn't it? Obvious, it should be so obvious that we should have the right to clean water, we should have the right to the food that we need to be healthy. But we have to fight for that in Canada. And so that's what we're doing on this tour. We're trying to create this dialogue. We're trying to bring awareness. Another thing is that it is illegal to share truthful health information. So, the manufacturers of natural products, the practitioners, they see people basically who are destined to die in the medical system, the chemical system, who live. They see people that are disabled in the chemical system become healthy again. And they see it time and time and time again. But it's illegal for them to share that with you. It's illegal for them to share truthful health information with you. And so we're going to share it. So if you start watching this health show, you are going to see ordinary Canadians sharing their personal stories. And we're storytellers, and we have to hear each other's stories. And it's an opportunity for us to come together as a community. So please watch online for the next 3 weeks this World's Greatest Health Show. And support it and share it. So this only works if we get the word out. This is the first day we've ever done this, and so most people don't know what we're doing yet, but it'll grow and grow and grow, and by the end of the 3 weeks, we want this to explode. But we are totally shadow banned. So please, if you go to NHPPA.org, we have a whole bunch of resources for basically to help you help us. And so one of those resources are, if you're on social media, we have posts that you can repost right on our website. You can create your own posts. You can borrow our graphics. We have all of the materials that are here today. We've got those posters. Now, there's Victoria-specific posters, but there's just posters that, hey, this is an online show for 3 weeks. And, hey, we've got 3 weeks to get people to watch. So put them in your library. Put them up, on telephone poles. If you're a business, hand them out. Right? Let's make this happen. So with that kind of introduction about what we're doing, is I'm going to invite up Dr. Stephen Malthouse. And he's got just an interesting story to share. And just so you know, he's also a speaker on the online health show, the World's Greatest Health Show. And so I'm going to invite all of you to watch for his presentation there. He's going to go into way more detail there. And it's just going to fascinate you. But Stephen, do you want to come up and share with us? Yeah, thank you. Stephen, it's obvious that you're a local hero here, and you should be. Yeah, and I have to say I was fascinated to learn your journey. And so can you share with the online audience basically who you are, how you trained as a medical doctor, what the experience was like emotionally, and then kind of what led you to look a little broader?
Yeah, thanks, Sean. Well, I think, I'm a medical doctor. I trained in London, Ontario. I did my internship here in Victoria at the old Victoria General Hospital. And then I did relief work for doctors for about 11 years. And I think I was considered the granddaddy of locum tenens at the time because no one else in the city had ever done that long a stretch of locums. That's kind of where you take over a doctor's practice while they go on holiday. And when I look back, I kind of understand why I didn't really slot into a regular medical practice. It felt like it was a bit of a dead end, a bit like there was the essence of really good medicine, in my opinion. So this is my opinion, not the opinion of the doctors anywhere else or even the College of Physicians and Surgeons. So my kind of feeling was there was something missing, and I didn't even know what it was at the time. And so that's kind of where I was for about 11 years, and I just practiced like a regular doctor. But things started coming my way, and I started paying attention. I think the first was Linus Pauling came and spoke at UVic about vitamin C, and that kind of twigged my interest. And then I met my wife, and she introduced me to homeopathy, and that's where I would say the veils fell, and I could see that there was a lot more beside what was inside the conventional medical box. In fact, I think what we're looking for is to get rid of the box entirely. So there are some good things, and I still use them or know of them, and I think they're useful for healthcare. But there's so much outside the box, and I was very fortunate because I kind of ran into it without really knowing. Didn't really do it intentionally, not really knowing where I was going. And then later I realized that that was what's needed to make a well-rounded physician.
Am I right that, so you're practicing as a physician, but emotionally you were kind of feeling challenged because you thought when you went into medicine that you would be having more of a positive impact in basically solving people's suffering issues?
Well, to tell you the truth, Sean, I didn't realize that regular medicine is like a revolving door because we don't have the tools to cure people in many cases. We may see it in stages of things where we may, do surgery and so forth, but even some of the very basic chronic diseases such as osteoarthritis, we didn't have the tools. And when you're brought up in the conventional system, you don't realize that there's nothing in the toolbox. You kind of think that's all there is. You've got some anti-inflammatories, you've got some antibiotics. And I must say, though, you also have the tool of reassurance in that you can tell when something is going to go well for a patient and so on. And there's some times where you don't need, a drug to solve the problem. But when it comes to therapies, we really didn't have very much. But you know what? For 11 years, I don't think I realized that. And then I was kind of fortunate to have some experiences which made me think that, yes, there is more.
You got to share this with us. You can't say I had some experiences and not share, because what happened is as a medical doctor, you came to understand that, wait a second, I should be considering some different treatment paradigms